Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Green Reaper? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Did you hear? The Green Reaper attacked Best Jeanist yesterday. What? No way. I grinned as I overheard that snippet of conversation while walking past. Word travels fast, doesn't it? The Green Reaper, the most wanted criminal in the world right now, leads a villainous organization with an unknown number of members. He never shows his face and has never been caught in the act. He even killed All Might. Nobody knows who the Green Reaper is or if it's just one person. No gender, no age, nothing. The only certainty is that whenever the Reaper strikes, a bright green flash engulfs the surroundings. No one has ever seen it up close or lived to tell the tale. That's how the nickname came to be. The Green Reaper. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. I guess it'll do for now. Because, as you might have already guessed, that Green Reaper? That's me. Midoriya Izuku, a plain-looking boy. Well, I was quirkless. Not so much anymore. A smile crept onto my face as I thought about how I gained this power. The thrill of extracting one for all from All Might was exhilarating. The moment I succeeded in combining his power with a suitable quirk was just perfect. Ticket and ID, please. I was snapped out of my thoughts by the guard in front of me. Yes, they upped their security this year, all because of that display by my father's so-called evil organization. What do they call themselves again? Oh, right, the League of Villains. What a name. When you realize it, it almost spells out love. Not so threatening if you ask me. Oi kid, ticket and ID. You're holding up the line, the guard barked, making me flinch. Gotta uphold those appearances. Alright, sorry sir. I quickly apologized, taking out what he needed to see. He grunted in acknowledgement before letting me pass. PFF, what a security update. It almost made me laugh out loud, but I managed to contain myself. In small, hurried steps, I made my way to my seat in the VIP lounge. Nobody else was there since I bought the whole box. My family may appear poor, but there is money where it matters. Besides, you can't expect the Green Reaper to sit with the common folk, can you? Okay, that may be a little harsh. It's not that I hate people, I just love my personal space more. Plus, if you have the money, why not use it? I smiled, watching students fill the stadium. Normally, I don't attend these hero events, but this year is an exception. An ash blonde first year is called up to the stage, his expression a mix of boredom, stubbornness, and anger. You know why? He takes the mic from midnight, the scowl never leaving his face. Because this year, my childhood friend is competing. I just want to say that I'll win this thing, Bakugo Katsuki declared. The crowd looked shocked, taken aback by his bold statement. I chuckled, leaning back into my chair as I grabbed my glass of water. You really haven't changed a bit, have you, Kacchan? As expected, he excelled in the first trial, an obstacle race, ultimately battling Todoroki for first place. Todoroki. Endeavor's son. The resemblance is unmistakable, yet there's something about him I can't quite place. A certain pain lingers in his eyes. Hatred. Emotions you wouldn't expect from a hero in training, especially not from such a promising student. I wonder, what are you going through, my hot-headed number one? I frowned as Bakugo placed second in the race, losing to Todoroki by a mere second. I knew him well enough to see it hurt his pride. It showed as he angrily isolated himself from anyone who tried to approach him. That all changed when the second round was announced, the cavalry battle. Interesting. I took a sip of my water before standing up for a better view. My seat was shielded from the outside world by dark glass, making it easy for me to see them but impossible for them to see me. Oh, how I love this VIP lounge. I watched as Kacchan barked at those wanting to team up with him. He had plenty of options, so of course he was picky. On the other hand, Todoroki seemed a bit isolated due to the big bounty on his head. He would soon be the center of attention. But not for me. My eyes remained fixed on the ruby-eyed teen throughout the battle. Always so angry and easily triggered. I shook my head, walking back to my seat. Oh Kacchan, what am I supposed to do with you? Your fiery nature can never be tamed, can it? I sighed, sitting back down. But I don't want it to either. Please, Kacchan, never change. With his combat skills and aggression, he easily won the second round. Not surprising, considering his only big rival, Endeavor's son, had a weak team. Soon it was time for a lunch break, where food was brought for me into the lounge. I debated with myself for a while. Should I go downstairs? I risked him seeing me. He would have questions which I wouldn't have time to answer. That could distract him during the final round. I can't have that, not when I'm rooting for him. Yeah, no, better to stay out of sight for the time being. No matter how much I'd like to see him up close in person again, right now is not the time. Besides, I bet a lot of money on his win, so don't let me down, Katsuki. But of course, I have nothing to worry about. He crushes his opponents one by one. First Uraraka Ochako, next Kirishima Idru, and then Tokoyami Fumikichi. I did my research on all the competitors in this year's hero course, and I must say there are some interesting quirks out there. But how he beat Uraraka was intense. Even if he acknowledged her strength, he should have finished it up sooner. It's not a hero's job to play around with their opponents, that's mine. He struggled a little against Kirishima at first but quickly exploited his weakness. Smart like always. I didn't expect anything less from the beast known as Bakugo Katsuki. Tokoyami, on the other hand. Well, that was, just like with the girl, a bad matchup. Kacchan crushed him. So it all came down to this last fight, the final. Against an opponent who didn't surprise me. He's a Todoroki, son of the current #1 hero. Of course, he wasn't going down without a fight. But something about him was bothering me. Like all the others, I've done my research on him. His quirk lets him produce ice with his right side and fire with his left. He basically wipes out his own weaknesses that way, although I'm not certain whether he could use them at the same time or how precise his attacks were. So why has he only used his ice? I've noticed him shivering in an earlier match, trembling even. There is only so much cold a human body can endure, even if it's part of your quirk. Because at the end of the day, quirks are just physical abilities too. They all have limits, risks, and weaknesses. I frowned, seeing the tense atmosphere between him and Kacchan. Something tells me this will be an interesting match, I grinned, sitting at the edge of my seat. Come on, Kacchan. Win for me. The battle was not boring. I've seen better fights, but then again, this is supposed to be a sports festival. All fun and games, right? Not the real deal where people actually fight to the death. Humans can be quite scary when cornered, let me tell you that. I guess you could say this fight was entertaining. I enjoyed it, especially the part where Bakugo blew Todoroki out of bounds. I think that's my favorite part. I smiled, grabbing my yellow hip bag and throwing it over my shoulder. Time to meet the hero course up close. I happily exclaimed, making sure my VIP pass was visible as I strolled through the hallways on my way to the area where 1A should be gathered right now. They'll be there until the award ceremony, which is in a few hours since the second years are competing right now. Katsuki wouldn't be there yet, but I know he'll come once his wounds are healed. I timidly peeked my head inside, seeing all of them lounging around, chatting lightly about the festival or other trivial things. I squealed as I made eye contact with Uraraka and quickly hid behind the door. Is somebody there? She called out, making all eyes turn towards the door as I slowly opened it. Hi. I'm really sorry to intrude. I just wanted to say that you were all awesome at the sports festival this year. I exclaimed, making sure to accidentally flash my VIP pass around so they knew I was allowed to be here. Thank you, that's very kind, Yaoyorozu smiled, shaking my hand after she walked up to me. Hello. My name is Ida Tenya. I am the class rep. Ida exclaimed, shaking my hand enthusiastically. Why, I know. I'm a big fan of the sports festival, so I remember all of the names ahead of time. Then I know when a new hero will debut. You're quite the fan, aren't you? Kamari chuckled, making my face flush red. Well, kinda. I mumbled, looking down. He's not saying that's a bad thing. Uraraka smiled, now way too close for my comfort. Hi, I'm Uraraka Ochako. So nice to meet you. Oh, and Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku, I said quickly, shaking her hand as well. So you come to watch the festival each year? Someone asked. Oh, mostly my mom and I watch it together on TV, but this year someone I know is competing, and I wanted to surprise him. I smiled. Oh really? Who is it? Ashido asked curiously, just as the door opened again. It was Todoroki, who seemed badly bruised but okay otherwise. Recovery girl sure is a miracle worker. You're Todoroki Shoto, right? Son of the current #1 hero Endeavor. I squealed. It was hard keeping up my excited fan act when someone gave me a deadpan glare. He didn't even flinch. Who are you? He simply asked, not confused or threatened by the unknown person in front of him. Midoriya Izuku, I stammered, shakily holding out my hand to him. He ignored it, walking straight past me to the fridge to get some water. Okay, I'll pretend that didn't hurt. Oi Todoroki, where is Bakugo? Still with Recovery Girl? I thought his injuries weren't that bad. Kirishima asked, confused as Todoroki grabbed a bottle of water. Aizawa-sensei is having a talk with him, he answered. I would stay away from him once he arrives here. But he won, right? How can he still be so angry? Jiro asked, confused as Kaminari did his best Bakugo impression. Die, he shouted, scowling as he chased Kirishima across the room, both of them bursting into laughter as they came to a stop. Don't forget his trademark. I chuckled before pulling my thoughts straight, an angry scowl now covering my face. Oh my god, that was so perfect. Shiro exclaimed. But wait, hold up, how do you know? Yaoyorozu started to ask when the door swung open violently. Move it, extras, a frustrated Katsuki hissed before slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Time to crush his whole image, I thought as I turned around, giving him a bright smile. Kacchan. Deku. Kacchan, someone whispered, confused, while others tried to hold back their laughter. The beast of 1A, the combat tank who excelled in the entrance exams and dominated at the sports festival, was just called Kacchan by a sweet, innocent green-haired boy. You were so good out there, Kacchan. I knew you'd win. I smiled, hugging him, confusing his classmates even more. You never lose, do you? He scowled, slowly draping his arms around my back and hugging me too. Some people gasped at the sight, while others quickly took photos of this unique event. But no pictures. Bakugo hissed, pushing me aside and chasing a few guys around the room before destroying their phones. That wasn't really nice, Kacchan, I started, but he quickly interrupted me. You can't lecture me on that, you nerd, he hissed, glaring at me. You left without a warning. I had to hear it from the old hag. I'm sorry. I know I should have said something, but I just didn't know how, I mumbled, looking down while my hands fidgeted with my shirt. Bullshit. What a load of sirpy. Bakugo hissed, making me flinch. The facts remain what they are, Deku. You left. It wasn't my choice to leave, okay? I yelled, tears in my eyes. You think I wanted to move to the other side of the country? I missed you, Kacchan. I was hoping this would be a happy reunion, but I was crying, trying to wipe away the tears. It was true. Back then, I never wanted to move away from Kacchan, but I had to. My father was badly injured in his fight against All Might, who I had just confronted. A wanted criminal at the age of 10, a permanent yet still invisible target on my back. I only told my father about what I did, hoping he'd be proud of me. But instead, he got angry. He never wanted me to enter that world. He hoped for a brighter future for his son. With my photographic memory, I was pretty smart, yet I chose a darker path. He made me swear to never tell anyone about what I did, especially not my mom. He made me promise to stay out of that world, but that plan failed terribly. At least I managed to keep my identity under wraps, which was a good thing. Not even my lackeys knew who I was behind the mask. Fine. Kacchan hissed, grabbing my arm and pulling me close. I missed you too, okay? Is that what you wanted to hear, you crybaby? I sobbed into his uniform while he held me close. And if any of you extras make a comment or take a picture, I'll personally kick you to the curb. A yes, still as wild as always. I felt his frustration and decided it would be better to continue this another time. So I pulled back from the hug with a sad smile. So what are you doing here, anyway? He grunted as everyone settled down a bit. I could still feel their gazes on me, but Kacchan didn't seem to mind the attention. I wanted to tell you personally, before you hear it from someone else, I whispered, tapping my index fingers together before looking up at him with a watery smile. I'm moving back to my old apartment. He simply stared at me after that. Not a word came out. Did I break him? Was it really that big of a shock? As surprise? I added in a questioning tone before he cracked a smile. The class stared in shock as Bakugo started laughing, a genuine and soft laugh, unlike the one he always used in battle. I smiled a little brighter as he ruffled my hair. It had been so long since we last spoke, yet it felt like not a single day had passed since we parted ways 5 years ago. I never knew Bakugo could be like this, Kirishima whispered. Yeah. It's scary in a way, isn't it? Zero asked. Come on, Bakugo, don't leave us hanging. Introduce your friend. Mina exclaimed, breaking the moment. Like this stuttering mess hasn't told you his name already, Katsuki scoffed. So how do you two know each other? You seem like polar opposites to me, Uraraka asked. Kacchan and I are childhood friends. We grew up in the same neighborhood and went to the same school before I moved away, I explained happily. So what's your quirk? I bet it's pretty awesome if Bakugo here actually wants to be associated with you, Kaminari joked. Yet that question turned the mood a little darker. For the world, I was still and would always be quirkless. It was something I was bullied for, looked down upon, as is the general view of the quirkless in society nowadays. Since the quirkless are a dwindling fraction of the human race, they're seen as weak and incapable. This was one of the reasons I wanted to gain power over the years. Back off, dumps, Katsuki hissed, pushing him away from me before leaning over to my ear. You don't have to tell them if you don't want to. I know, I said with a weak smile. He understood how people treated the quirkless. He had always tried to protect me throughout our childhood, ever since it was known I wouldn't develop a quirk. You're quirkless, aren't you? Todoroki spoke up, shocking most of the class. None of your business. Kacchan shouted, explosions leaving his hands. And no, he's right, I said quietly, looking around the room. I don't have a quirk. I'm quirkless. I never thought Bakugo would want to be friends with someone like that. Jiraiya muttered quietly, but I heard anyway. We've known each other since before our quirks manifested, Kacchan stated, as if to clarify that he would never be friends with someone like me otherwise. And why would he? He was standing at the top while I sulked away at the bottom. Life is unfair. I learned that harsh truth at the age of 4. Therefore, I wanted to create a new world, a better world. One with equality. One where heroes aren't arrogant show-offs and those with less powerful or no quirk aren't looked down upon. But right now, I just needed to survive this. There was a remarkable shift in mood in the room as their eyes didn't look at me the same way anymore. Being quirkless meant I was less than them. If any of you even think of laying a finger on him, I'll, Katsuki growled, but I stopped him before he could finish his threat. I grabbed onto the sleeve of his shirt, looking down at the ground as I felt their piercing eyes on me. See, can we go somewhere else? I asked quietly. Of course, Kacchan said with a small smile. He glared at his classmates, flipping them off as we left the room. I'm sorry about those J-arcs, they don't know what they're talking about. It's okay. I'm used to it by now, I shrugged, which was the sad truth. When I moved away, I lost the protection Kacchan provided me, meaning I was all on my own. The only quirkless kid in a big school in a huge city. Getting bullied was inevitable. And with my memory, there was no forgetting what happened. But that doesn't matter anymore now. I had already dealt with the people who dared to hurt me before. It was satisfying. You shouldn't be, he grunted, putting his hands in his pockets. When I'm number one, that's the first thing I'll change. What? I gasped. What was he saying? Why would he want change? His life was more than perfect in the society we live in right now. He was at the top, in the spotlight, carried high above everyone else. He had a powerful quirk, good looks. His parents had steady jobs and a stable relationship. They lived in a nice big house. He was born with everything. Well, I was born with nothing. You heard me, he grinned. When I'm number one, I'll change the way people view the quirkless, those who are less fortunate than themselves. I used to think quirks were everything and that people should just get more powerful if they wanted to have a voice. But after you turned out to be quirkless, I understood that's not always possible. Therefore, I'll change people's views like you changed mine. He gave me a quick but genuine smile. To create a better world. For you. Why you'd really do that? Go through all that controversy just for me? I asked in shock. I knew Kacchan cared for me, but this, I would have never imagined. Of course. You really are dense for someone so smart, he stated, ruffling my hair again. Say, is that a VIP pass? Oh right, Dad bought it for me, I smiled. He's back too. Katsuki asked quietly. He never liked my father, but I couldn't blame him. There was an uneasy aura around him. I was used to it, but it could be quite intense for outsiders. No, he still has unfinished business, so. I shrugged, waving it off. He'd return when the time is right. When his little villain club was ready. I doubted that time would ever come, but I wasn't one to go against his word. So, wanna go raid the VIP lounge with me? I asked, seeing the same spark in his eye. Hell yeah. We've got my victory to celebrate, don't we? He grinned. We can also comment on the other battles that are going on right now, I suggested as we made our way upstairs. Teach, once a fanboy, always a fanboy, he chuckled. I rolled my eyes at that. Kacchan didn't need to know I was only a fanboy to discover heroes' weaknesses and take them down. It was the perfect cover with all the good intel. We laughed as we ran through the halls, racing towards the VIP area where we acted like spoiled brats and judged the second and third years as well as admired them. Then I'm stuffed. Kacchan exclaimed, falling back on one of the couches. I laughed, sitting down in the one next to him. You should get yourself cleaned up, you've got an award ceremony coming up, you know. He groaned in response. That was such a disappointing win. Icy Hot didn't even give it his all, Bakugo grunted, crawling back up. Baku bro, you in here? Kirishima shouted, storming in. I jumped up, falling off the couch in surprise. But don't storm in like that, shitty hair. Katsuki hissed, glaring at the redhead, who was accompanied by Kaminari, Shiro, Ashido, and surprisingly, Todoroki. Deku, get up, you look ridiculous, Kacchan muttered while walking past me. All right, I exclaimed, shooting up from the ground in an instant. It looks like a hurricane came through here, Todoroki commented. Shut your trap, half and half, Bakugo hissed. Why are you guys here? The award ceremony is starting soon. Aizawa-sensei sent the class to go look for you, Shiro stated. I know that, you idiot. You really think I wouldn't be on time? Kacchan snapped. Kacchan, they mean well, I said with a forced smile. You can come downstairs too, if you want to, Midoriya, Ashido suggested. I can. That's surprised. Yeah, normally it's only family, but since Bakugo's parents aren't here, Kaminari shrugged. Auntie Mitsuki isn't here? I gasped, staring wide-eyed at Katsuki, who simply groaned. They had to work, You know how it is, he sighed, grabbing my arm. Come on, you're watching up close how I own that gold medal. With that, he dragged me along into the hallway, the others following in tow. So why were you in the VIP lounge anyway? Shiro asked. I have a pass, I smiled, waving it in his face as I tried to keep up with Bakugo's quick pace. Besides, there was no one else, so. That's strange. Normally the VIP lounge is sold out, Todoroki muttered. Been there before, rich brat? Kacchan asked. I once came to watch the sports festival with my siblings when we were younger, he responded, not reacting to Kacchan's tone. It was a hero gathering my father was invited to. Huh, must have been back in the time of All Might, right? Kirishima asked. A cold silence filled our conversation. The death of All Might left scars. I barely contained myself, suppressing my urge to laugh. You found him. Oh, hi Midoriya-kun. Uraraka smiled as we arrived back in the gathering room. Aizawa-sensei was there too now. His glare was even more intense than Todoroki's. Alright, time to throw my fanboy charms in the mix. Oh my god. Why you're Eraserhead? I squealed. The underground hero who fights in the shadows with his own physical strength, erasing the quirk of his opponent to fight on equal ground. Oi, you're mumbling nerd, Katsuki stated. I see you still haven't let go of that habit, huh? Oh, yeah, sorry, I chuckled, scratching the back of my head. And who are you, may I ask? Aizawa asked, glaring at me. I faked a gulp, trying to act impressed and scared. Midoriya Izuku, sir, I stuttered out. So you're the VIP, he muttered. What do you mean by that, Aizawa-sensei? Yaoyorozu asked, confused. This year, one person instantly bought all VIP tickets for a single boy to enjoy. Aizawa explained, making me shrink as all eyes fell on me again. Yet you don't seem like you have that kind of money. I don't, I choked out. I was a gift from my dad. Who is? Aizawa asked, awaiting an answer. Midoriya Hisashi, I stated, making some people gasp. Katsuki rolled his eyes, knowing why they were surprised. My dad's day job, which funded his villain escapades, was quite famous. He was the head of a welfaring company known all over the country. Aizawa hummed, looking beside me at Bakugo and Todoroki. Get ready to go on stage. Aizawa-sensei, I mean Izuku is actually here to replace my parents during the award ceremony, Katsuki said, surprising the teacher. Oh. Well, in that case, you can come with me, Midoriya. I gulped, keeping my head down as I followed him through the halls. So, you live off your father's wealth, huh? Is that it? He asked, glaring at me. No, I can assure you it's not. I exclaimed, waving my hands around. I actually live with my mom. My parents are divorced, you see. I don't see my dad that often. Oh, seems like I judged you too quickly then. My apologies. It's really no big deal. People tend to judge me a lot, so. I whispered. What is your relationship with Bakugo Katsuki? He asked. Is this some kind of interrogation? Why is he asking me so many questions? We're childhood friends. I came to cheer him on. I smiled. Oh really? He asked, his face not wavering. Yet I noticed the glance in his eyes. He was surprised. Yes. It was actually a surprise, so he didn't know I was here. Sorry if I caused trouble by taking him to the VIP lounge with me. It's just that we didn't really want to stay with the rest of his class. Something wrong with my class? Oh no. I totally forgot he is their homeroom teacher. Maybe that's why he's so protective of Kacchan? He must really like his class. Well, guess I'll just rip the band-aid right off. I'm quirkless. That simple 3-word sentence cleared all of his questions at once. It's why I like you so much, Eraserhead, I continued, trying to score some good points. Scoring points with him now could prove useful in the future. Really? He asked, not hiding his slight shock. As a quirkless boy dreaming to be a hero, you tend to have unconventional role models. I shrugged, partially lying. Hiya, Eraser. What took you so long? Mike asked as we arrived. Next to present Mike stood Endeavor, who was here for Todoroki's second place, no question. Who is this kid? He asked in a gruff voice. He's Bakugo's representative, Aizawa explained. I gave them a bright smile, trying to appear as innocent as possible. The flame hero simply huffed in annoyance, making my smile falter. Why doesn't my charm seem to work on these Todorokis? It's really frustrating. I sighed, looking down at the ground until they told me to follow them into the stadium. I stood next to the first-year students, seemingly blending in if I wasn't standing right next to Endeavor. But with him next to me, his glare intimidating everyone, no one really noticed I was there. Which to me is a good thing. I smiled widely as the stage came up from the ground, showing Tokoyami in third place, Todoroki in second, and Bakugo in first. The ash blonde didn't seem too happy with the title but endured the whole ceremony anyway. I frowned a little as I realized there should be 2 people in third place. Where is Ida Tenya? The class rep? I know for a fact he's the little brother of Ingenium, who is a respected hero in Hosu City. Hosu City? That's where Stain is at the moment, is it not? My eyes widened as they announced Ida left due to family reasons. Stain attacked his brother, no doubt about it. I actually pity the boy a little. He seemed like an honest and good person, someone who will soon be affected by the darkness of grief. It'll definitely leave a mark, that's for sure. I soon shrugged it off though. It wasn't my problem, I don't even know the guy. After the award ceremony, the students apparently needed to help clean out the stadium. Something about learning respect and helping out when you don't need to? Not my lesson to learn. So I'll see you around, I guess. I smiled, saying my goodbyes to Kacchan. We've got 2 days off to calm down from the sports festival, so got any time to hang out by any chance? He asked. Really? I gasped with a wide smile, hugging my old friend. I would love to. But it's getting kinda late. I should get home, Mom is probably worried. Say hi to Auntie Inko from me, he chuckled as I ran off. I smiled. Reconnecting with Kacchan could have gone smoother, but I'm glad I took the first step. Besides, having him as an insider at UA does sound appealing to my organization. My union, the D.E.K.U, the Dauntless Emerald Killer Union. Guess I still couldn't let go of that nickname Katsuki gave me. But then again, I still call him Kacchan too. Todoroki entered the VIP lounge after being scolded by his father. Second place. Pathetic. How dare he call himself a Todoroki with such a defeat? How could he ever live up to his father's ideal of being a masterpiece? A hero that doesn't win by default but crushes everyone around him. Yes, the death of All Might left a cold, stinging sensation in his heart. He used to be stuck at second place but soon advanced to first. Yet it wasn't how he wanted it to go. He wanted to beat All Might with his own strength, not by death. Something snapped in him that day. His rage fits became more frequent, his training harsher. He started taking out his frustrations on his siblings for the tiniest mistakes. His anger couldn't be satisfied, which was one of the reasons his oldest brother, Toya, ran away from home. He just couldn't take it anymore. Natsu stayed for as long as he could before going off to college, wanting to protect his sister from their father's hand. Todoroki sighed, trying to keep his eyes open. Every time he closed them, he could see it. His mom pouring hot water over his face because she couldn't stand the sight of him. His siblings being punished in front of him as his father shouted at him not to cry. Bad children deserve to be punished. He mustn't shed tears for the pain of others, certainly not when they deserve it. Everything that happens because they deserve it. Never show emotion, never get attached. He didn't deserve to have happiness until he reached number 1. It's like a mantra, beaten into his mind over the years. Forever repeating in his head with everything he does. But he didn't want to become a hero. He just wanted to live a happy life. But he didn't deserve it. He was a bad son for disobeying his father, for not wanting to use his left side in battle. As long as he refused him, he didn't deserve happiness. Yet, his longing to make his father suffer was greater than his longing for happiness. If he had to be the one to sacrifice himself so that man pays for his deeds, so be it. His eyes darted around the room, seeing the messy state it was in. Bakugo, he envied him. Being a walking pride parade, yet having it all. Now look at him, stuck cleaning up the mess. He took a deep breath before getting started. He finished up soon, because cleaning the house after one of his father's rampages was something he had been doing since he was 10. While cleaning up, I stumbled upon a bright yellow shoulder bag. It's not Bakugo's that I'm quite sure of. So it must be from that green-headed boy, Midoriya Izuku. As I take it from the ground, a notebook falls out, landing on its back and opening with the fall. As I bend down to pick it up again, I accidentally read what he has written. My eyes widen in shock as I slowly grab the book. And that's how I discovered that the seemingly innocent Midoriya Izuku is actually the Green Reaper, head of D.E.K.U. My hands trembled as I read the detailed description of what he did to All Might and how he gained a quirk by genetically altering one for all, the only quirk that could be passed on over generations. When I heard footsteps in the hall, I quickly closed the book and put it back inside the yellow bag, draping it over my shoulder. I needed to keep a good hold of this information. It could change everything. Shoto, aren't you done yet? Don't tell me you're slacking off. Father's angry voice boomed through the room, making me flinch back a little, as if expecting a hit. But Aizawa-sensei was with him, so that explains why my cheek is still unharmed. I just finished up, father. Sorry to make you wait, I answered submissively. The adults didn't mind paying attention to the bag as I trailed behind them through the hallways. I mentally prepared myself for the consequences I would face when we got home. With that, I would certainly need a 2-day recuperation PRD. But as the two pro-heroes said their goodbyes, I saw him. Midoriya Izuku was standing on the other side of the road, his emerald green eyes glaring at me like never before. He's showing his true colors now, and it scares me even more than my father. As soon as a car zoomed between us, he was gone. Shivers ran down my spine, and I clenched the strap of the shoulder bag at my side. I've just made a target of myself. I know too much, and now the Green Reaper is after me. Suddenly, there was a stern hand on my shoulder, making me freeze in fear. Time to go home, son, father whispered into my ear, but the way he said son didn't predict anything good. I quietly followed him to the car, not looking back at Aizawa's slightly concerned face. Our driver started the engine as soon as we were seated. Like always, there was a tense silence in the air. I didn't dare look up at my father, who sat next to me. But I had to say something. I had to warn him about this. Get down. I didn't comprehend what happened next. The car crashed with a bright green flash, making my heart race faster. It's him. It's the Green Reaper. The ceiling of our car got ripped open, and there he stood, in all his terrifying glory. The Green Reaper. His eyes and hair were both a mesmerizing bright emerald green, seemingly glowing with the use of his quirk. I instantly noticed they were lighter now than when he was in his civilian form. A black mask covered most of his face, hiding his trademark freckles. He wore a classic white button-up shirt, covered by a sleeveless black blazer. His hands glowed with the same bright emerald green, but underneath the shine, I could see gloves. Black skinny breathes surrounded his legs, ending in formal black shoes. A long dark cape, waving in the wind of his terrifying power, completed his look. If he weren't standing on top of our recently roofless car, looking down on us with an evil grin on his face, you'd say he was ready for a fancy mass ball. Father wasted no time coming into action, but the Reaper was able to sway him off with a simple gesture of his hand, sending the current number 1 flying across town. Now, he spoke in a sinister tone, slowly stepping into the car and bowing down to me, our faces almost touching. I believe you have something of mine, young Todoroki. I was totally frozen in fear, my whole body trembling. My breaths were shallow and desperate, my eyes teary. My mouth had run dry, as if my voice was stolen from me. I wouldn't be surprised if I actually panicked right there and then. His presence was just so overwhelming. Such power. Such conviction in his eyes. This is what fear is made of. Finally, my charms are able to make your facial muscles move. About time, he grinned, his fingers tracing my left cheek. We both know why I'm here, don't we? You know who I am. We can't have that now, can we? Click. My seatbelt was unbuckled in a swift movement as he carefully took back what was his. Tell me, he started, seemingly enjoying the thrill of having me petrified beneath him, what reason do you have for me to spare your life? What? I didn't understand what he was asking of me, making him chuckle a little. But it wasn't the light and friendly laugh I heard earlier today. This was something else. Come on. Give me a reason. Just one, he urged me, now having the shoulder bag around his torso. Beg for your life. It makes the killing so much more fun. Is this guy insane? He's definitely crazy. An absolute maniac. I can't give him what he wants. I can't beg for him to spare me. Not because I'm stupidly brave, but because deep down I actually want to escape this life. I want the sweet relief of freedom to wash over me, to take all my pain and suffering with it. Free of the chains that bind me. He placed his hand on my chest, the glowing green aura very visible. I didn't flinch away. Instead, I stared him in the eye, challenging him. Do it. This only made him smile even more as he leaned over to my ear. You hear that, young Todoroki? The sirens in the distance, he whispered. Now that he mentioned it. Of course, our car crashed. Someone must have reported it. He leaned back, now face to face with me once more. I really don't feel like dealing with them right now, you know? No matter how much I love a good chase, he sighed, levitating himself with the use of his quirk, telekinesis, the strongest of its kind. So you're coming with me? What? Before I knew it, a green glow surrounded my body, lifting me up in the air with him. A bright green flash blinded my sight, and before I knew it, we were riding a griffin high up in the sky. So this is how he always manages to escape. Wait, a griffin? What the hell? He turned around, giving me a small smile, reminding me that he was the same stuttering mess I met earlier that day. Sweet dreams, Todoroki-kun. He smiled before injecting me with something, making me lose consciousness. I groaned as I stared at the sleeping figure in front of me. It was my own fault for leaving my bag behind. But with Kacchan and the others there, everything happened so fast when we had to go down for that award ceremony. I realized I left it in the VIP lounge after saying my goodbyes to Katsuki and decided it would be best to come by later to retrieve it when there were fewer people. I was planning on running towards the gates right before they closed, breathing and begging them to let me in. It would fit my persona perfectly, and if I could get a racer in on it, I would definitely get my bag back with just frantic apologies. But no, Todoroki Shoto decided otherwise. Instead of handing it over to Lost and Found or a teacher, he snooped around in other people's stuff. Not really hero behavior if you ask me. I sighed, petting Lord Snuffleton VII as he lay on my lap. He was a bunny, in case you were wondering. He was the first to survive my experiments. You see, I tested this whole quirk manipulation thing on animals before applying it to myself. I mean, I'm not that reckless, you know? A little unfortunate for the animals, though. But hey, now I have pets with quirks. How awesome is that? Lord Snuffleton over here is my mood bunny. His fur changes color according to the emotions of the people around him. I also have Crowley, an owl that can shapeshift into a griffin. Pretty cool if I do say so myself. Todoroki groaned, moving a little against the chains he was in. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes, adjusting them to the lighting before they landed on me. I changed back into my casual clothing to appear less threatening. I actually wanted him to be able to speak to me this time around. Awake at last. Geez, you really take your time, don't you? I asked, already annoyed. He tried to move his limbs but soon realized what kind of situation he was in. I smirked, putting Snuffles down for the time being and walking over to him. So, what will it be? What's your reason to stay alive? I have no reason, he whispered, shocking me. Everyone has a reason. They always do. Even if they are lame ones, like for family or something like that. He looked up at me, and what I saw in his eyes was utter despair. Please, just finish me off. I'm only alive to do my father's bidding. To live the life he sets up for me. I was created with one sole purpose, to make the strong Todoroki name live on. I don't want to be a hero, but I don't want any of this. He started crying, making me think twice about my next actions. Then, that truth potion really does work like a miracle. And my own mother despises me. My oldest brother ran away from home, and my other siblings don't even dare come close to me. That man wrecked our lives before they even started. Therefore, I have no reason for you to spare me. Then I did something he wasn't expecting. I walked up to him and wiped away his tears, a small yet sad smile lingering on my lips. Come now. That's not true now, is it? Your reason to live is to take revenge on Endeavor, I whispered, making him stare at me in shock and realization. I can help you with that, you know. I can grant you power beyond your wildest dreams. I could give you what you need to destroy Endeavor once and for all. That is, if you want to, of course. What do you want from me in return? He asked, making me grin. Not a naive one, I see. For you to join my union, I simply stated. Be my partner in crime. We can rid this world of sorrow and pain together. So no one has to suffer like you have suffered. A world of equality, where heroes aren't in it for fame, money, or power. Where the quirkless aren't seen as less. A world where everyone is honest and those who wronged are punished for their crimes no matter their status. Are you with me, young Todoroki? It was silent for a while as we stared each other in the eye. He was considering it, I could tell. You would for less if Endeavor had really done what Shoto just told me. And I have a feeling I'm only just scratching the surface of things. Tell me what to do, he said after a while, making me smile. Quick question. Do you happen to know the code for your father's credit card? I grinned, flashing said card in his face. The upcoming smile on his lips was all the answer I needed. Chapter end. POV Bakugo. Everyone was fussing over half and half the moment he walked in the room. It was annoying. He got kidnapped by the Green Reaper, so what? It's not like he put up much of a fight. He only lived to tell the tale because that Reaper guy let him go. And only because his daddy is some rich guy. It's not like he actually survived a full-scale attack or something like that. Why are you not in your seats? Aizawa-sensei hissed as he entered the classroom. Sorry, sir. It won't happen again. Ida exclaimed. I rolled my eyes, side-eyeing the current class rep. Everyone knows what happened to his brother. Must be hard on him. Yet he doesn't show it, keeps those emotions locked up. Building them up until they explode. I only know because of experience, but it's not my job to talk to him. If he wants to shut himself off, then that's his problem, not mine. I know a lot of you are curious about the recent attack on the Todorokis, Aizawa sighed. But as you can see, your classmate is alive and well. The police have everything under control, so I don't want to hear another word about it, alright? Yes, Aizawa-sensei, the class said in unison. Now, on to more important matters. Internships. He started to explain everything about what we would be doing and soon showed us the number of requests we'd gotten. Of course, as the winner of the sports festival, I got a lot. But what frustrated me the most was that somehow that icy hot BSDRD ended up with more requests than me. He didn't even win. He lost. Why would anyone want a piece of him? Only because he's Endeavor's son, I bet. Even if you didn't receive any requests, all of you will be participating in these internships, Aizawa finished off. You have the rest of the class to decide where you want to go. And with that, he zipped up his yellow sleeping bag and fell to the ground. I rolled my eyes, typical. Of course, I had to get this half-butt teacher who prefers sleeping and threatening over actually teaching. Again, a lot of people swarm Todoroki, pissing me off. Who? You sure got a lot of requests, Baku bro. Shitty Hair smiled as he looked at my list over my shoulder. Do you know which one you want to go to? Shouldn't you be concerned about your own internship? I hissed. I already know where I want to go, he exclaimed, grabbing the papers from my hands. Oh my god. Even Best Genist asked you. And that after his agency got attacked by the Green Reaper. But give that back, Shitty Hair. I yelled angrily, blasting him in the face. He easily countered with his own quirk, his smile never fading. Just as I wanted to blast him again, opening my mouth for another snappy comment, Todoroki exploded. Shut up, he yelled, pulling at his hair, making everyone back off. He stood up, breathing heavily before rushing out of the classroom. I think we might have broken him. Raccoon Eyes said quietly in a sad voice. No kidding, I muttered, making some people look at me. He got kidnapped by the guy that killed All Might, and you guys really think he's just going to be fine after that? Bakugo is right, we should give him the space he deserves, Yaoyorozu stated. What were you guys thinking? Interrogating him like that? We were just curious. Kaminari muttered, looking down at the ground for a bit. He didn't dare admit it out loud, but he thought the Green Reaper was kind of cool. He once went on a rant about how he doesn't care whether they are heroes or villains. If he thinks they look cool, they are cool. He just looked at their looks, not their motives. A lot of people judged him for that, and he was bullied in middle school. He was hesitant to tell us, but he only admitted that later on. Of course, Bakugo thought it was super manly, and Kirishima now freaked out about it with him. Zero never really formed his opinion on the matter, but it's not like I care. I sighed, thinking back to the news reports and the pictures they showed of the incident. The media had no idea what the Reaper even looked like, if it was one person or actually just their whole organization. They didn't even know their gender. I'm not surprised Bakugo likes him for his mysterious persona. POV Todoroki. I ran out of the classroom and into the nearest bathroom, only to instantly feel nauseous. I groaned, holding my stomach in discomfort, remembering my conversation with Midoriya. Flashback. Remember, it takes time for your body to adjust to the changes, he said after he injected me with a special altered form of One for All. You'll probably feel unwell for at least a week. Side effects. Any other side effects I should know of? I asked as he threw the needle away, placing all his other stuff neatly back in order. It seemed as though that was one of his traits, having everything in order, nice and organized. You should avoid stress or injury. It could trigger One for All to activate in its early stage, and since your body isn't fully adjusted yet. Let's just say it's like getting a bad fever. I feel terrible. I can't focus on anything and my head is pounding. When half the class crowded around me, asking a million questions at once, it only made me more anxious. Normally, I'm better at hiding my emotions, but this situation has me feeling overwhelmed. Yet, my father insisted I go to school today to show everyone we were still standing strong after the Green Reaper attacked us. Maybe I should visit Recovery Girl? I slowly crawled up, flushing the toilet and leaning against the stall until I regained my balance. Everything all right, Todoroki? I turned my head to see Zero, concern etched on his face. I nodded slowly, closing my eyes for a moment. This is something I just have to fight through alone. But that didn't bother me since I know my suffering will end soon. Yes, soon I'll have the power to take my revenge. Are you sure? He asked, uncertainty in his voice. I heard you throw up. Fine, I breathed, looking straight ahead. Everything will be fine. I promise, Zero. No, it's not. Come on, we're going to see Recovery Girl, he insisted, grabbing my wrist. I flinched back, reminded of the countless times my father would drag me away from distractions, toy stores, arcades, other kids, even my own siblings. A wave of nausea hit me again, and I hunched over the toilet once more. Zero rubbed my back as I struggled, flushing it down when I finally stopped. Midoriya wasn't lying when he said stress wasn't good for me right now. Everything around me just makes me feel stressed. The small reminders of my father, the pressure of becoming number one. Why can't I hide it anymore? Normally, I don't show any emotion, I keep them at bay. It makes me seem ice cold, but that's for the best. I don't think I'm showing emotion now, but just feeling it is enough to trigger this awful reaction inside me. Leave me alone. I'm fine. Dude, please, even Kaminari can see you're not okay, Zero said. Is this because of what happened? Are you sick or something? I'm fine. I hissed, pushing him away. I took a few deep breaths, holding onto the toilet stall for balance after the impact. I saw the fear and worry in his eyes. Was he scared I would lash out? I sighed, looking away from him. Just go back to class. I promise I'll swing by Recovery Girl later, okay? Okay, he whispered, quietly leaving the bathroom and leaving me alone. Finally, I took some time to collect myself before heading back to class. Conversations fell silent as I entered the room, but I tried not to let it affect me. The rest of the time, people gave me space. I managed to hold it together during class, but it was lunch now, and honestly, I didn't know how much longer I could cope with this. I splashed some water on my face after another bout of nausea. It was just stomach fluid at this point. Nothing I ate stayed down. I glared at myself in the mirror, noticing I was even paler than usual, which made my scar stand out even more. Not feeling well, Todoroki-kun? An innocent voice asked from behind me. I froze and turned around. How did he get in here? Why was he wearing a UA uniform? My breaths became shallow and I ran for the toilet. He chuckled a little as I gagged, gently patting my back. And here I was thinking I seemed like a cute little bean in casual clothing. Do I really make you feel so scared, young Todoroki? What are you doing here? I choked out, looking up at him from the floor. I'm just a kid like you know? Mom would kill me if I quit school, he smiled. Anyways, I see you're handling one for all better than I expected. You might be able to use it sooner than I anticipated. Oh, and don't tell Bakugo you saw me here, I'm keeping it a secret for now. This is me handling it better than expected. In what state did he think I would be? On the brink of collapse. I asked, confused. To surprise him after he comes back from the internship, dummy, he giggled. For a brief moment, I only saw the innocent Midoriya Izuku in front of me, not the monstrous Green Reaper hiding behind the mask. But I knew better now. I had seen his true colors. So who are you interning with? He asked, continuing the conversation as if we were friends. Our relationship was far more complicated than that. Technically, he was my boss right now. I mean, I am working for him. Endeavor Hero Agency, I mumbled, getting up from the floor. Oh, he asked, a little surprised. He wouldn't let me intern somewhere else. I whispered, covering my mouth as I gagged again. It's okay, don't worry about him right now, he said with a small smile, placing a hand on my shoulder. Listen up, the hero killer stain is in Hosu right now, so you know what that means, right? Your father is going to want to pull a big stunt to clear out any lingering gossip about him not being strong enough to protect you. I don't want you anywhere near Stain, understood? Your power is too unstable right now, and I don't want you getting hurt. Oh, yes, of course, I replied, scratching the back of my neck and giving him a small smile. He actually cared for me? He wanted me to be safe. His eyes widened a little before he laughed. You're smiling, Todoroki-kun. I guess I am, I chuckled. Unbelievable. I had only known this boy for a few days, and I was already the happiest I'd been in years. Maybe joining D.E.K.U was the best thing that could ever happen to me? Soon, everyone in the hero course left for their internships. I kept an eye on them, especially Todoroki and Bakugo. I chuckled at the thought of Kacchan's internship. Best Genius attempts to manage him were amusing, to say the least. I loved watching the secret videotapes. But what concerned me more was that Ida chose to go to Hosu City for his internship. He could complicate things when I talked to Stain. His devotion to avenging his brother was admirable yet frustrating. Boss, it's time for you to take your leave. I sighed, putting on my mask before turning around in my chair. Is Percy ready? At your service, boss, the man responded, placing a cat in front of him. Percy meowed, running over to me and jumping on my lap. All right, hold down the fort while I'm gone, I said, getting up with Percy in my arms. Feed the animals, make sure Dandelion gets his medicine, or I'll be very unhappy. Oh, and have a best of compilation of Kacchan's internship ready when I get back. Oh, of course, boss, he replied, rushing out of the room. All right, Percy, time to pay Stain a visit, I smiled. Setting him down. The cat transformed into a giant saber-toothed tiger. I jumped on his back, and together we rode towards Hosu, leaping over rooftops. I loved free running with my animals. They were my personal mode of transportation. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed in the distance, causing me to stop Percy. But then I saw it. Shigaraki. I hadn't expected the League to be here too. Another bang sounded, and I realized he was using my father's creations to attack. Pathetic. I sighed, urging Percy to continue. I didn't have time to deal with them right now. Soon, I found Stain fighting in a dark alley. It seemed he had gotten rough with Native, and Ida had intervened. I scowled. What are you doing, Shoto? I specifically told you not to face Stain. Doesn't he understand there are consequences for ignoring my orders? Percy shifted back into his regular cat form, which came in handy at times. I sat on the edge of the roof, watching the battle unfold. Todoroki was struggling against Stain alone. Ida was immobilized, and Native was in a similar state. Stain's quirk was taking its toll. Well, guess I have to do something now, don't I? I muttered, petting Percy. Can't let Sho get hurt. He promises to be a handful. But what was I expecting from the rebellious son of Endeavor? Meow. Yeah, you're right, I replied, giving him a gentle pat. Wait here for me, okay? Meow. I rolled my eyes and jumped down into the alley. All fighting stopped at once, and I grinned. These two students giving you trouble, hero killer? I asked, smirking. The Green Reaper. To what do I owe this pleasure? Stain replied, his presence causing the others to freeze in fear. That's the Green Reaper? Ida stuttered, while Todoroki simply stared at me, his expression unreadable. Why go through the trouble of killing them when you could kill a pro-hero in front of their eyes? Traumatizing them at this age is so much more fun, I suggested, slowly approaching Native. That's not how I work, Stain stated, his conviction radiating off him. I smiled, my own conviction equally strong. Yes, I know. Such a shame. We could have been partners, you and I. Our beliefs about a better world are similar, yet our methods are so different. You're still bugging me about joining your union? Well, looks like you've got some competition on that matter. He laughed, but I interrupted. Oh, what? Let me guess, the League of Villains? I asked, chuckling. That name made fear ripple through Ida as he lay paralyzed on the ground. Todoroki didn't dare to move, wanting to see how this would end. They lack what it takes to become the real deal, we both know that. I turned to the two UA students, grinning. With a swift motion, I knocked Stain out. I walked over to Ida, grabbing his chin and lifting it so he was forced to look at me. If it isn't Ida Tenya, little brother of Ingenium. Chasing such selfish thoughts isn't very hero-like now, is it? I grinned, trailing my fingers over his face. You're lucky, you know? Unlike the hero killer, I believe in second chances. So you get to live. I let him go, standing up to face Todoroki Shoto. But you, I hissed, pressing him against the wall in mere seconds. His breaths were quick and shallow, and I could clearly read the fear on his face. I chuckled, leaning closer so my mouth was right next to his ear. You're not gagging anymore. This made him freeze as realization washed over him. His body relaxed with the knowledge I wouldn't harm him right then. Seems like your body has a handle on one for all now. Congrats, young Todoroki, your training starts after your internship. With that, I stepped back, allowing him to slide to the ground as he came down from his adrenaline rush. I glanced around the alley, no one here was a threat to me. Don't tell anyone I was here. I know where you live. Oh, and I'll let you have Stain as a little parting gift. I grinned, letting a green aura surround me before I flew up onto the rooftops again. Percy was waiting for me and I rolled my eyes, snapping my fingers to get his attention. He shifted into a black panther, allowing me to climb on his back with ease. Let's see how those Nomu are doing, I said, making Percy hop over to the wildfire spreading across the city. Soon, I saw the burned Nomu bodies lying around the square and sighed. Seems like Endeavor took care of it. Today was such a waste of my time. Let's go home, Percy. In the next few days, the Hosu City attacks would be all over the news. People would connect the hero killer and the League, giving the latter more power. A video of Stain would go viral, declaring his conviction to the world. It was right after more heroes arrived at the scene, and he tried to fight them off, ending in his arrest. Nobody mentioned anything about the Green Reaper being there that night, for which I was grateful. The last thing I wanted was to be associated with those rookies. Shoto called me to tell me they had informed the police about everything, including my presence at the scene. Luckily, they kept it under wraps, not wanting to start a commotion. They also covered up the fight with Stain, saying Endeavor came in and saved the day. I wondered how Shoto was holding up with that lie. Don't forget your lunch, Izuku. Mom exclaimed as I walked through the house, lost in thought, reviewing the events of the past few days. I won't, Mom. I've got to go now, love you. Love you too, honey. And be careful. With that, I ran out the door, making my way to the train station. Today was the first day of school for the Hero Corps students after their internships, and I was ready to surprise Kacchan. I smiled at the thought alone. He would probably give me an angry rant about his internship since he didn't do much. Best Jeanist had basically babied him for a whole week, trying to teach him manners. It was hilarious to read the reports from my people spying on him. Good morning, Midoriya. Good morning, Shinso-kun. I smiled as I got off the train. As always, he waited for me at the train station so we could walk to school together. He was the only friend I had in my class right now since I was seen as quirkless. Flashback. Alright class, today we have a new transfer student, the teacher announced as I entered the room. Please introduce yourself. My name is Midoriya Izuku, nice to meet all of you, I said quickly, bowing a little in front of the class. But tell us about your quirk. someone yelled from the back, instantly backed up by shouts of agreement. It was common for people to introduce themselves with their quirks at the start of the school year since you'd know what to expect. I was a little hesitant on that matter, though. I'm quirkless, I whispered, not looking up to face their gazes. It was silent for a while before the teacher spoke up. All right, you can take a seat on the third row by the window. I quickly nodded, walking over to my assigned seat, only to get tripped on the way. The class laughed loudly, making me sigh as I sat up. Great. First day of school and I'm already getting bullied. Hey, are you okay? Need some help? I looked up with a surprised expression, staring straight into the eyes of none other than Shinso Hitoshi. The reason I knew who he was because he was the nephew of Eraserhead. Weiss, thank you, I stuttered, accepting his hand as he helped me up. Shinso Hitoshi, he introduced himself. Don't let those JRKs get to you, okay? They're just a bunch of losers who are upset they didn't get into the hero course. End of flashback. Shinso and I have been friends ever since. He knew what it was like to get picked on or judged based on your quirk, or the lack thereof. We understood each other and he was a nice guy. He could certainly prove to be a valuable asset in the future. So, you're finally going to tell me who your friend in the hero course is? He asked with a small smile as he elbowed me in the side. I told you I want to surprise them. If you know, you'll be watching them all day, and they'll get suspicious. I know you by now, Shinso-kun, I chuckled, pushing him back a little as we walked. Come on. I don't even know if it's a guy or a girl, he stated, still laughing. I could force you to tell me, you know. You would never do that, I smiled, but my body was soon taken over by his quirk. Oh yeah? Try me. He grinned before letting me go again. Shinso-kun. I whined as he laughed. That's not funny. I know. But seriously, boy or girl? Boy, I sighed, looking away from him. I hated how he was winning against me like this. But I couldn't break my image of the innocent little bean, so I'd just have to put up with it. At least he wasn't as annoying as the rest of the class. 1A or 1B? Was his next question. You're not gonna stop, are you? I asked. Nope, he grinned, the school building coming into view. I sighed, closing my eyes for a moment. It's Bakugo Katsuki, I muttered, looking at the ground. What? He exclaimed. Him. See, this is why I didn't tell you. I shouted, covering my face with my hands. We're childhood friends. I've known him since forever, you know? Why didn't you say something sooner? Shinso asked, grabbing me by the shoulders. Midoriya, do you realize what kind of power you hold? What do you mean? I asked, confused, playing along with the persona I chose for myself. If the class knew about your relationship with Bakugo, nobody would ever dare bully you again, he finished, smiling at me. Did he really think I didn't know that? I let them bully me for about a week so the guilt and fear of revenge from Kacchan would eat them alive. I planned on letting them get beaten up by the violent ash blonde very soon. Why you really think so? I asked softly. You're gonna make sure the whole school sees you're friends with him, understand? Shinso demanded. Why? But because I want my quirkless friend protected, that's why. Bakugo has enough power to count for two, so you'll be safe with him. I blushed at his answer. Oh Hitoshi, you really are too kind for this world. Being misunderstood and written off as a villain, but still trying to do good and leave your mark on the world. I wished I had someone like him in the union. He'd be a good head of HR. Wait, hold up, isn't that Midoriya? I heard from behind us, instantly recognizing the voice. Oh yeah, Bakubro's friend. Hi dude. Kirishima yelled, waving at us from a distance as he arrived with Ishido. It's been a while. What are you doing here? Going to school, Shinso answered, slightly irritated by their sudden arrival. I didn't know you were going to UA. Mina gasped. Only recently, really, I chuckled, trying to get them out of my personal space. Since I moved back into the area, I thought why not, you know? And I wanted T to go to the same school A as Kacchan. Even if we're not in the same class. Shinso snorted at the nickname while the other two chuckled a little. I still can't believe he lets you call him that. He would definitely kill me if I tried anything like that, Kiri stated. Well, he is a little more gentle with me since I have no way to protect myself, I sighed. See it as a compliment when he blasts you in the face. It means he acknowledges your power. Really? Kirishima gasped, a spark igniting in his eyes as I said that. Of course. Normally he only sets off some small blasts in his palms to threaten, but he doesn't actually use his explosions on you unless he knows you can take it, I shrugged. Apart from battle, naturally. I never looked at it that way before. Thanks, Midoriya, he smiled. Wait, does Bakugo know you go to school with us? He never said anything. You'd think he'd rather have lunch with you than us, so. He doesn't know. I was actually going to surprise him today, I smiled, getting pulled along by Shinso. We're gonna be late if you don't hurry up. Right. I said, quickly adjusting my pace to his while waving the others goodbye. I glanced at the clock when they were out of sight, seeing we had time to spare. Shinso just didn't seem to like them for some reason. So does the whole 1A know? Or just the two of them, he asked. Whole class, I met them at the sports festival, I explained. You were really good during the battles too. It was too bad you lost to Todoroki. Yeah. Wait, hold up, you don't happen to be that one sole VIP person, were you? Busted, I chuckled, knowing his uncle probably ranted about me. Even Aizawa-sensei needs to spill out his heart from time to time, you know? Oh, God, he whispered, staring at me wide-eyed. Uncle Shoyuta talked about you for 2 days straight. He was so happy, talking about this small quirkless kid that admires him even though he is an underground hero. He has never actually met a fan before, so it was a whole new experience for him. Ah, really? I gasped, tears coming to my eyes. I had Eraserhead wrapped around my finger already. Things went way smoother than I thought they would. We talked about the sports festival a little while before our conversation diverted to the Hosu incident. I mostly let Shinso ramble about his opinions since I didn't really side with anyone. We were discussing Stain's background and the viral video as we walked into class, where lessons started soon enough. By the time lunch rolled around, Shinso and I made our way to the canteen. He elbowed me in the side, eyeing the ruby-eyed blonde in the distance. Come on, go, make your move, he said, pushing me towards their table. I noticed their whole class was eating together, with some people questioning Ida and Todoroki. I took a deep breath before walking up to them, Shinso following closely. Are these seats taken? I asked, smiling brightly as Kacchan turned around, his scowl vanishing quickly when he saw me. Deku, he exclaimed, happy yet confused. This made the majority of the table turn their heads, even some outsiders looked puzzled. Hi Kacchan. I smiled. W, what are you doing here? He asked, confused as I sat down next to him, Shinso taking a seat across from mine. I go to school here, dummy. General studies, I explained happily. You know it has always been my dream to attend UA. Why you're not happy that I'm here? I asked, making my bottom lip tremble a little. That's not it, you dumb nerd, he groaned, glaring at me. Why the hell don't you ever tell me something? I always have to discover this myself. I wanted to surprise you. I pouted. Well, I really dislike surprises. Just tell me next time, he grunted, making me smile again. Hey, you're that guy from General Studies who fought Todoroki, right? Kamari asked, who sat next to Shinso. Oh, why you remember that? Shinso asked, a little taken aback. Of course. Your quirk is awesome. Denki stated, smiling widely at Shinso, who blushed and looked away. He wasn't used to being praised. It was cute. So how was your internship? I asked, which made Kacchan start an angry rant, just as I expected. It was funny hearing it from his point of view while I had already seen all the objective images. I got a few weird stares from people but shrugged it off. Although I noticed Todoroki eyeing me quite often. At the end of lunch, I decided to speak up about it. Todoroki-kun, is it true you actually saw the hero killer up close? That must have been really scary. I stated as most people were leaving. It was, he sighed, noticing Ida looking at us from the corner of his eye. Endeavor saved you, right? I bet it was really cool. With all that fire and, I started eyeing the bathroom as I spoke. I saw he got the hint and excused himself before leaving. Midoriya-kun? Ah, Uraraka-san, I smiled. I wouldn't pressure Todoroki too much into talking about it. He's a very private person. Oh, sorry, I didn't know, I said, quickly waving my hands around in surrender. Won't happen again, promise? Ya coming or what, nerd? Kacchan hissed, waiting for me to walk to class. You can go on without me, I need to go to the bathroom first, I chuckled, scratching the back of my neck before making my way to the toilets. There he was waiting for me, young Todoroki. I noticed you couldn't keep your eyes off me, I teased, seeing him tense up for a second since I was speaking to him in my Green Reaper voice. Something you want to tell me, perhaps? I was just wondering when my training is going to start, he said without stuttering. Look at that, he's making progress. You know my father keeps me on a tight leash. Sneaking away won't be easy. I have my ways. Believe me, getting you to headquarters isn't our biggest concern, I said. What's a bigger issue is how to hide the pain and bruises you'll receive from using your newly obtained power. I told you before it goes hand in hand with a certain transformation of appearance. Holding on to that form while training will drain you. Why can't I train like I am now? You said it would be possible for me to enhance my power even if I don't transform, Shoto answered. It's possible, just not ideal, I explained. The transformation makes your body adjust to the full extent of your powers. It will make things easier for you in the long run, I promise. Therefore, I absolutely forbid the use of your enhanced quirk when not transformed, am I clear? Of course, boss, he sighed. And no sneaking around my back like last time, understand? Fighting Stain when I ordered you to stay away from him. You're lucky I didn't punish you. I know, sorry boss, he whispered, looking down at the ground. He seemed like he was ready to receive a harsh reprimand, and I winced knowing that was probably what his father would do right now. So instead, I walked up to him and carefully cupped his cheeks. Hey, you don't have to be scared of me, okay? You're part of my family now, and I protect my family. Thank you, he choked out, hugging me. I was taken aback but soon hugged him back. He's crying but I know they are happy tears. Just don't forget who's boss, I chuckled, patting him on the back. Never, he laughed through his tears. You saved me, Midoriya. Or should I say Green Reaper now? Midoriya is fine, as long as we are at school, I laughed. But at HQ, you call me boss, understand? Now come on or we're going to be late for class, Todoroki-kun. I locked myself up in a stall and let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Damn it. Why is my brain so messed up right now? I don't need to look far for the answer to that question. Kaminari Denki. Why does he have to be so cute? Complimenting me with that childish enthusiasm and happy spirit. I just couldn't take it anymore. I don't think Midoriya even noticed me vanishing from the table. He's way too busy with his Kacchan right now. Ugh, why did I push him into his arms again? Because you're a good friend, Hitoshi. Sometimes I really do hate myself. I flinched as the door to the bathroom opened and closed, pulling my legs up so they wouldn't notice I was here. The person sighed before quietly mumbling to himself. Alright, you can do this. Just ask him what you want to know. He won't hurt you, he's not like father. Okay, now that concerned me. And what freaked me out even more was the fact I knew that voice. It was Todoroki Shoto, the one I fought in the sports festival. Does his father hurt him? I didn't have time to gather my thoughts as the door opened once more. I noticed you couldn't keep your eyes off me. Show something you want to tell me, perhaps? That voice sounded so familiar yet so unknown. It made goosebumps cover my whole body, and I shivered, hoping the two boys wouldn't notice. I was just wondering when my training is going to start. You know my father keeps me on a tight leash. Sneaking away won't be easy, Todoroki answered, a lot more confident than he was mere seconds ago. Training? Oh, the other guy is probably from the hero course too. Maybe a second or third year that's helping him out. But that still leaves me to question how Endeavor treats his son. I have my ways. Believe me, getting you to headquarters isn't our biggest concern. What's a bigger issue is how to hide the pain and bruises you'll receive from using your newly obtained power. I told you before it goes hand in hand with a certain transformation of appearance. Holding on to that form while training will drain you. What am I hearing right now? I don't understand any of this. And then I saw it. His red signature sneakers. The person Todoroki is talking to. Is Midoriya? Why can't I train like I am now? You said it would be possible for me to enhance my power even if I don't transform. It's possible, just not ideal, Midoriya explained. Now that I know it's him, I recognize his voice more easily. But this isn't the boy I know. This isn't how he talks. The things he says make no sense. The transformation makes your body adjust to the full extent of your powers. It will make things easier on you in the long run, I promise. Therefore I absolutely forbid the use of your enhanced quirk when not transformed, am I clear? Of course, boss. Did Todoroki just call him boss? What the hell is going on here? I want to burst out of my stall and demand an explanation, but something inside of me tells me that's not a good idea. And no sneaking around my back like last time, understand? Fighting Stain when I ordered you to stay away from him. You're lucky I didn't have to intervene. I know, sorry boss. What? This conversation is officially freaking me out. Well, more than it already was at least. Hey, you don't have to be scared of me, okay? You're part of my family now, and I protect my family, Midoriya whispered a little after that. Oh my god, that sounds so creepy. Thank you, Todoroki choked out, and I hear someone sobbing. Is Midoriya crying? I know he tends to do that when thanked or complimented. Just don't forget who's boss, Izuku chuckled. Never, Shoto answers. I think he's laughing but it's muffled by his sobs. Why is he the one crying? You saved me, Midoriya. Or should I say Green Reaper now? My blood runs cold at that question. Midoriya is fine, as long as we are at school. But at HQ, you call me boss, understand? Now come on or we're gonna be late for class, Todoroki-kun. The last sentence is spoken in the innocent voice of the boy I call my friend. Yet I don't know whether he returns that title anymore. Was it true? Is Midoriya Izuku the Green Reaper? That's impossible, right? He's just a timid boy. But what if that was all just an act? What if that's what he wants people to think? I mean, I did just hear him talk to Todoroki. That was nothing like the innocent cinnamon roll I know. And Todoroki called him boss. He even admitted being scared of him a minute before Midoriya walked in here. And the latter said the Halfa was now a part of his family. Does that mean Todoroki is working for the Green Reaper? Suddenly everything seems to fall into place. The Green Reaper attack on Endeavor on the same day as the sports festival, the day Izuku came to town. The fact Shoto walked away from being kidnapped by the Reaper practically unharmed. Everything makes so much more sense now. My thoughts are interrupted as the sound of the school bell fills the air. I'm late. I instantly notice Shinso isn't in class as I arrive. Weird, he's normally never later. The bell rings just as I sit down at my table, making me frown. Where the hell is that insomniac at? He's not the kind of person to just straight up leave me, is he? No, he's one of my best friends. I glanced at my phone, seeing he didn't even text me or anything. Did something bad happen? No, impossible. UA's security is airtight, even I would have trouble breaking into this place. It's not impossible, though. Just as I started to worry, Shinso rushed through the door, breathing as he caught his breath. Sorry I'm late, sir, he breathed, closing the door behind him. Since this is your first time, I'll leave it with a warning. Don't let it happen again, I said. Yes, sir, he answered, quickly walking to his place. I eyed him in confusion, silently asking what happened. He saw but chose to ignore it. What? Nobody ignores me. I clenched my fists in frustration before taking a deep breath and letting it go for the time being. I have ways to make him talk. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a good friend, now would I? After school, I ran up to him, blocking his exit. Say, Shinso-kun, why were you late after lunch? That's nothing like you, I asked, tilting my head a little. He didn't look at me as he continued to pack his bag in silence. I frowned. Alright, time to step up my game. Are you mad at me? Because I talked more tea to Kacchan than to you? I whispered in a small voice. I swear I didn't ignore you or anything. It's just been so long since Kacchan and I have been this close, you know? I'm really sorry if I accidentally shut you out. I saw this got him conflicted. I'm slowly cracking his shell. Soon he'll be spilling out what I want to know. This may be one of my more unconventional interrogation methods, but self-pity or concern gets the job done with someone who holds a strong connection to you. And I know for a fact it's working on Shinso right now. He sighed, looking up at me with so much confusion and sadness that it made my eyes widen. Everything okay, Shinso-kun? I asked worriedly, stepping closer, wanting to hug him. But he just took a step back, seemingly scared. We were the only ones left in the classroom. Surely he could tell me what was bothering him now, right? Tell me something, Midoriya, he whispered, looking down at his desk. Anything, you know that. I choked on my breath as he looked back up at me. What the hell? Why is he using his quirk on me? I'm sorry about this, but I just have to know, he said, taking a deep breath. Are you the Green Reaper? I stared at him in shock. How did he find out? I'm so careful with hiding my identity. In all of my years as the Reaper, only one person has discovered my identity and lived, and that's Todoroki Shoto. And he did so by accident. So how could Shinso even think something like that? Instead of answering his question, my eyes and hair started glowing a bright emerald green, making him take a few steps back. I broke his trance with a snap of my fingers, glaring at him. He was shaking in place, too scared to move or look away. You've brought this upon yourself, Shinso-kun. Now, before I said in a low growl, grabbing his face in one hand. How do you know? Better tell the truth, Shinso-kun, or things will get messy. I heard you talking to Todoroki in the bathroom earlier, he whimpered, closing his eyes in fear of what would follow next. I groaned. Great. It was my fault. Again. Since when do I slip up this much? Ever since I reconnected with Kacchan, my head has been all over the place. It's like I can't even think straight anymore. So frustrating. I took a deep breath, letting go of Shinso, who fell to the ground. I let the glow die down and ran a hand through my hair. Listen up, I really don't want to hurt you, you know? But I can't have you knowing about me either. Just when I thought I finally had a friend. You know how hard it is to fit in when you're quirkless? Do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to go to school, knowing even the teachers look down upon me? You were my first real friend after Kacchan. I don't want to lose you, Hitoshi. Tears stung in my eyes and I clenched my fists. But I guess it just has to be done. No, please don't, he squeaked, backing away until his back hit the wall. Don't beg for your life. It only makes this harder on both of us, I hissed, kneeling down in front of him, my hand now on his chest. You know, normally I like people to beg. But normally I enjoy the thrill of the chase as well. I guess being a villain comes with ups and downs, am I right? I activated my powers, letting a green glow engulf my hand. My eyes and hair started glowing as well. It's part of my transformation. If you were anyone else, I would ask you a very simple question right now. What reason do you have to stay alive? I looked up at his face, seeing he was crying, trembling in fear. Come on, don't be shy, you can tell me, Shinso. Why you? You're still my friend Midoriya, he choked out, shocking me. I want you to know that even now, WNUC could hurt me every second, I'm still your friend. B because the truth is that I didn't have any friends either before you came to UA. I sat back, removing my hand from his chest, tears welling up in my eyes. Oh God. I must be crazy, he breathed, pulling at his hair. Am I going insane? Is that what's happening? I can't be friends with a villain. I finished for him, making him whimper. God, he's scared. But not only from me, also from his feelings. He doesn't know what to think anymore. What to do, what to say. It seems like his world just came crashing down. You know, I can take care of this for you, I whispered, making him look up at me. I'm not really super sane myself, in case you haven't noticed, but I promise my intentions are pure. I just want equality in the world. A place where the quirkless aren't treated like outcasts and heroes aren't praised with money and fame. I just want a place where nobody is treated differently because of their background or things they can't change. You understand, right? Don't you want that too? Teach, that does sound nice, he whispered as I wiped his tears away. So what do you say? Want to help me change the world? Leave your mark. B but I don't. I don't want to be a villain, he choked out. I'm so sorry, Midoriya. I just can't. I won't tell on you, I promise. B but I can't become the monster everyone thinks I am. Whoever told you villains are monsters? I asked, my voice a bit sharper. Look at me. Am I a monster? No, he whispered. Is Todoroki a monster? I asked. No, he breathed. There are such bad stereotypes, really. Some villains actually have noble goals, you know? But they just can't act in modern society without breaking the law. Being a villain doesn't mean you're an evil monster, it just means you do things your own way. But you're a murderer. Shinso pointed out. I rolled my eyes at that. Doesn't mean you have to be, I said with a small smile. Come on, Shinso-kun. We could be partners. It could be so much fun. It could get us arrested, he stated, looking me in the eye. There really is no convincing you, is there? No. Alright, fine. Just promise me you won't tell anyone my secret, okay? If you do that, I promise to keep you out of all my affairs. Plus you'll officially be protected by the Green Reaper, you're welcome. He gave me a small smile and nodded. Okay, I promise. What's going on here? We turned around to see Eraserhead enter the room, making me stand up immediately. Aizawa-sensei. I quickly exclaimed, falling back into my innocent mode. Shinso-kun wasn't feeling very well, so I told him to lay down for a bit. I just checked his temperature, but I don't think he has a fever. He didn't even question my presence and rushed over to his nephew like I knew he would. Everything all right, Hitoshi? Do I need to call your mother? Shinsu's mom, Eraser's younger sister. So cute how he wanted to protect his family. I smiled, walking away from the two to give them some privacy. I grabbed my school bag and got ready to leave when Aizawa Shoyuta called out for me. Hold on there for a second, Midoriya. I froze in my place, slowly turning around in fear of what Shinso might have told him. But I knew I shouldn't worry, I could trust Shinso. So I wasn't that surprised to see Aizawa-sensei smiling at me. I didn't know you attended UA High? I only recently transferred here, I said, scratching the back of my neck nervously. Since I moved here from the other side of the country. You know Midoriya, Uncle Shoyuta? Shinso asked, confused. My eyes widened a bit as I watched him say that. His acting is flawless. Remember that special VIP at the sports festival I told you about? Well, that's him, Aizawa explained. Is he in your class? Izuku-kun and I are actually really good friends already. Isn't that true? He said, looking at me with a small smile. Why yeah, we just clicked from the start, you know? I didn't know he was your nephew. The two of you do look kinda similar. They shared a glance and we all laughed a little. Anyway, I should be going. Kacchan will probably kill me if I let him wait any longer. I smiled, rushing out the door. That last part was no joke though. Kacchan and I were supposed to walk home together today. We agreed to over lunch. Since we live in the same neighborhood, we almost take the same route anyway. I ran through the halls, seeing the angry blonde leaning against the walls of the school gate, looking as mad as ever. Finally, what the hell took you so long? He barked as I came to a stop, breathing a little. Shinso wasn't feeling well and I... Stop. I don't even want to know. Let's just go already, shitty nerd. Yes, Kacchan. I smiled, running after him. It really does feel like old times. Me running after Katsuki, the latter always cursing and mad. I see he still hasn't found a way to properly show his feelings or work out his emotions. It's kind of endearing. Wait, what? I did not just think that. I don't think Kacchan is cute. No way. I mean, he sure is attractive. You know what? I'm not even finishing that thought. Bakugo and I started talking about school and whatnot on our way home. Stain came up for a brief PRD of time, but it seemed to make him visibly angry. Knowing that there are people like that out there just worries me. I don't want to see you get hurt, he had told me. He wasn't scared for himself because he knew he could defend himself. He was scared for those who couldn't, for me. It only made me fall harder and deeper into the pit I'm currently digging for myself. The pit called love. It's one painful pit, let me tell you that. Especially when you land wrong and have to crawl back up, feeling the weight of heartbreak. But once you land right, you don't ever want to leave the pit. You've forgotten the pain of the fall and every struggle you had to go through to get there. It's called love, something that numbs the senses. Yes, the bottom of the pit is bliss for some, but you have to get there to find out. I'm not sure whether I want to go there with Kacchan. Yet here I am, digging. I sighed and waved him goodbye as he dropped me at my apartment building. I have a crush on my childhood friend. I quickly shook my head. Come on, focus. Time to figure out a way to break out Todoroki and get him over to HQ. What is this sticky feeling? Like a longing for something or someone. It started coming up when I was walking home after I dropped Deku off at his apartment. I was lying in my room, staring at the ceiling. Why can't I seem to shake this off? It's so frustrating. I groaned, grabbing my phone, doing something I already knew I would regret later. I called Kirishima. Baku bro? He asked, confused and surprised. Shut up, I snapped, clenching my fists. Why was I doing this again? Right, because he's good at this feelings stuff. I have this aching feeling in my chest and I can't get rid of it. What do I do about it? Are you injured? He asked instantly. No, there's just this frustrating feeling, like I just want to explode. And no, it's not anger. It's just so DMT and irritating. And do you have any idea what could cause it? Like, what happened before you started feeling this way? Kirishima asked. It could help us figure out what this feeling you're describing is exactly. Nothing happened. I walked home with Deku, dropped him off at his apartment, got home, and now I feel like CRP. Oh god, nothing happened. That's what I'm saying. Oh no, don't you understand? Nothing happened and that's why you're feeling this way. Huh. Dude, your heart is aching for Midoriya, he said. You're in love. I'm not. Stop thinking like that. It has to be something else. I hissed, pulling at my hair. I can't be in love with that nerd. I can't. No way. I don't do love, it's not who I am. It makes a lot of sense, actually. Like how you behave differently around him, softer, more gentle. What does that mean? Well, you can be around him without wanting to blow him up, Kiri stated. You really like him and care for him. You want to be with him, be by his side, protect him from harm. You wouldn't know what to do with yourself if something happened to him. How? I just described what loving someone means, Katsuki, he said, dead serious. Oh yeah, which brings me to my next point. He's the only one who gets away with calling you by a silly childhood nickname like Kacchan. Ugh. I cursed, running a hand through my hair. So you finally realize that I'm speaking the truth, huh? He chuckled. I volunteer as wingman. I don't need a wingman. It's Deku we're talking about. Are you seriously telling me you're capable of voicing your feelings towards him without any struggle? He deadpanned. There was a bit of silence before I groaned, making him laugh. Don't make me regret this, got that? But I need your help. That's wingman Izuku in the case. Alright, so I've sent Crowley on his way. He should be there soon, Midoriya said over the phone. You gave Endeavor those sleeping pills I gave you? Yes, mixed it in with his tea. Just like you instructed, I answered, hearing the snoring coming from my father's room. He's fast asleep. I don't think it's been this peaceful at home in years. You're welcome. Anyway, Crowley should be there by now. Open up your window. I did what he asked, and soon an owl flew into my room. He's here, I said, noticing a small wristband around his paw that stated, Crowley, property of D.E.K.U. Great. See ya here in a bit. Midoriya smiled before disconnecting. I sighed, glancing at the owl. The last time I rode that thing was when the Green Reaper kidnapped me. Call me a little skeptical, but I'm not looking forward to riding it again. The owl seemed to give me a similar look, making me frown. Alright, let's get this over with. I sighed, crawling out of my window and signaling him to transform. He obeyed perfectly, turning into a griffin in mere seconds. Carefully, I ascended his back, getting used to the uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I wasn't ready for what happened next. Crowley took off without warning. I yelped, holding onto the beast for dear life as we soared through the sky. I don't like animals. I only like cats because they don't let people mess with them. I almost kissed the ground as we landed again, but I contained myself. Here, pull this on. A dark hoodie was thrown my way. It spelled in big bold white letters D.E.K.U on the back. I gave it a quick glance before seeing the Green Reaper in front of me, looking impressive as ever. I take it you don't want my lackeys knowing you're working for me, right? Better use a disguise since you don't have your own costume, he explained. Alright, I said, relieved he didn't use his Reaper voice on me like last time. I changed into the hoodie and pulled up the hood, covering my hair. Keep your head down, we don't want people seeing your scar, he said as he led me through the hallways of his base. I had to admit it was quite something, modern and nice. His lab was impressive as well, but that wasn't surprising since he was a genius. Welcome to my private quarters, young Todoroki. This is where I'll train you to use your power, Midoriya smiled, showing me a giant training room. There was a staircase in the back leading up to a second floor that served as a bedroom and living area. He had an entire library up there. But what caught my eye was a boy lounging on one of the couches, reading one of Midoriya's notebooks. He wore the same dark hoodie as me, but his hood was down, making him easily recognizable. Shinso? Oh, hi Todoroki, he said with a small smile before returning to his reading. I glanced at Izuku, expecting an explanation. He overheard us in the bathroom today, he sighed, removing his mask to look at me. Now he knows. He doesn't want to join the union for some reason, but he had questions, so I brought him here. He shrugged it off like it was no big deal, but to me it was. I thought we were alone in that bathroom. Don't worry, dude, I won't tell on you, Shinso said, noticing my concern. Yeah, besides, I already threatened him, so trust me he's good, Izuku smiled, handing me a small pile of clothes. Training clothes. There's a changing room downstairs next to the showers. I'll go set things up. Yes, of course, boss, I replied, still unsure. Shinso chuckled. Boss? He snorted, turning a page in the notebook. Shinso-kun. Midoriya whined, playfully hitting him on the arm. I demand respect when I'm the Green Reaper, understood? Yeah, whatever, just get training already, Shinso said, waving it off. I felt frustrated seeing the boy who helped me cope with my life being treated like that. Please don't expect me to invite you again, the green-haired boy muttered as he walked away. Shoto, ignore him and get changed. Yes, boss, I replied, following him downstairs. I know you can do better than that, Sho. Come at me with all you've got. I exclaimed, kicking him down. He groaned, holding his abdomen as his transformation faded away. His dark red hair returned to its usual red and white, and his bright icy blue eyes shifted back to their dual colors, revealing his scar once more. Come on, show him who beat me at the sports festival. Shinso shouted from the balcony. Who are you rooting for, traitor? I yelled playfully as Shoto crawled back up. Please. No more, he begged, and I looked at him with a sad smile. I told you it would be hard, didn't I? I won't push you. You did well for a first time, young Todoroki, I said, helping him up. Try to practice the duration of your transformation without using too much of your power. Shift frequently, get used to the feeling. It'll help you grow. Yes, boss, he said with a weak smile. Please, Todoroki-kun, you can drop that when nobody else is around. I feel slightly offended, Shinso stated, making me roll my eyes. I don't count the people who know my secret, I chuckled. Which just so happens to be everyone in this room right now. Are you serious? The Green Reaper has been active for years. How has nobody discovered you yet? No one's cover is that tight, Todoroki said in shock. Well, you're the only ones who live to tell the tale, I grinned, brushing my fingers against his bruised cheek, making him flinch. Apart from my dad, that is. Which is that all for one fellow you write about, right? Shinso asked, waving a notebook around. Midoriya Hisashi, one of the most successful businessmen in Japan. An almost immortal supervillain. Who would have thought? Midoriya Izuku, an innocent quirkless hero fanboy, I countered, grinning at Shinso. Touché, he muttered. I turned back to Shoto, giving him a sad smile. Go take a shower and get dressed, I'm taking you back home. That house isn't my home, not really, he whispered. Soon, young Todoroki. Soon you'll have your revenge. A cat ran into the room, followed by a small barking dog. Dandelion. I hissed, making the Pomeranian stop in his tracks. Percy ran straight to Todoroki, jumping into his arms. Hey there. It's okay, he whispered, smiling a little. I heard quick footsteps from the stairs, and soon Shinso was fussing over Percy as well. Dandelion got upset at the lack of attention, causing his fur to puff up. Dandelion. No explosions inside. Bad boy. I stated, picking him up from the ground. What is it with you and that temper? Why are you a dog person? Shinso groaned, giving me a judging look. He reminds me of Bakugo, Todoroki said with a neutral gaze. I tested one for all on animals first, you know that, I started. And well, I thought it would be a good idea to combine it with Kacchan's DNA. That dog is literally Bakugo? Shinso asked, seemingly terrified. He can be nice if he wants to, okay? I defended myself. But he and Percy don't really get along. Oh god, Percy? Seriously? Todoroki asked while petting the cat. Don't judge me. I frowned, crossing my arms. Oh, and Shinso-kun, you can't touch him. What? Why not? He gasped. Can't you read? It says property of D.K.U. Todoroki chuckled. Which means this cutie is all mine. What? No fair. Shinso exclaimed. I may be a villain, but I still uphold a few basic rules. Which includes that outsiders can't touch my stuff, I smirked. Then I'm joining, he simply stated, shocking both me and Shoto. You what? The Halfa asked, surprised. Go shower, let me handle this, I ordered, not breaking eye contact with Shinso. As you wish, Midoriya, he breathed, letting go of Percy, which led to a playful chase between him and Dandelion. As soon as the door shut, indicating that Todoroki had left, my glare deepened, and the Reaper surfaced. Are you absolutely certain, Shinso-kun? You want to join my union just to pet my cat? You don't want to know what I would do to pet a cute cat, he said, as serious as I've ever seen him. Give me a one-for-all injection if you must. Make me one of your elite soldiers, I don't care. Pet Percy. An elite group of OFA users who trust me and vice versa does sound appealing. He and Todoroki could be the first members of that special squad. I quite like it. Deal, I grinned, stretching out my hand. To making the world a better place for us outcasts. To petting cute cats, Shinso grinned, taking my hand. Green Reaper, we have a deal. And that's how Shinso joined the union. Later on, he admitted to me that his seemingly out-of-the-blue change of mind was actually the result of me slowly convincing him throughout his time at the hideout. It helped that he and Todoroki could somewhat manage to agree with each other since they'll be working together frequently from now on. I sighed, walking to school alone. Since I gave Shinso one for all, he's been super sick and stayed home from school. He knew the risks and accepted it anyway. But I shouldn't be worried, I know he'll feel better once his new quirk settles in. If it isn't quirkless, a taunting voice said from behind me. Oh, just great. I turned around, seeing a few guys from my class standing in front of me. Without Shinso, I was an easy target. Not that they didn't bully me when I was with Shinso, but at least he could tell them off. What is it? Scared now that there's no one left to protect your sorry self? He chuckled, pushing me. I stumbled back a little, tripping over the uneven stones of our pathway and falling onto my butt. They laughed, which was to be expected. Tears came to my eyes as the name-calling continued. As they said, Shinso wasn't really sick but just sick of me. I know I let myself get bullied to keep my cover, but that doesn't mean I like it. It's actually quite frustrating, knowing I could blow them away in mere seconds but having to restrain myself in every way possible. Please. Jay, just leave me alone. I choked out as I curled up, knowing they were about to start hitting me. Why would we? You're just vermin, you need to be eradicated, one of them laughed. Yeah, we'd be doing the world a favor by getting rid of you, another one agreed. What did you just say? I peeked up, my eyes glistening with tears but a smile creeping onto my face. My knight in shining armor had arrived. His ash blonde hair was spiky and wild as always, his ruby eyes glaring in anger at those who hurt me. My bullies froze. Bakugo Katsuki defending a quirkless boy? Nobody saw that coming. Kacchan, I said with a weak smile, seeing him return it for only a second before focusing back on the situation. Leave. Alone, he breathed in anger, explosions leaving his palms as he glared them down, slowly stepping closer. I'll kill you for hurting my D. And with that he started chasing them. It didn't take long for him to overpower them, as they had absolutely no chance against a combat unit like Katsuki. You okay, nerd? He asked, checking me over as he helped me up. I nodded, dusting off my clothes. This was nothing. But I couldn't tell him that. I'm fine. This isn't the worst I've been through, I said with a dry chuckle, seeing it made Kacchan mad yet sad. Normally Shinso-kun is able to hold them at bay with his quirk, but he's sick, so. So what? You shouldn't have to deal with this, he hissed. I'm quirkless, Kacchan, it's only to be expected. I started, but he cut me off. No. I won't stand for it, he hissed, grabbing my shoulders and forcing me to look at him. Were those tears forming in his eyes? Am I really that important to him? I'm walking with you to school from now on, understand? And I'm walking you home as well. Why don't have to go through all that trouble just for me catch? Stop trying to convince me otherwise. It's pissing me off, he shouted. You obviously can't protect yourself, so someone's gotta step up. End of discussion. Now walk before we're both late, nerd. Yes, Kacchan. I smiled, trailing after him. Oh god, could I fall in love even harder for this aggressive blonde boy? He's just so strong and handsome. I don't know how much longer I can take this. Luckily, we arrived at school soon enough, where Katsuki's friends surrounded us in an instant. Morning, Bakugo. Oh hi Midoriya, good to see you again. Kirishima grinned, eyeing Kacchan with a slight smirk on his face. Get lost, shitty hair, he grunted, releasing a small explosion in Kirishima's direction, which the redhead easily countered with his quirk. Not word. Understand? I sense tension in the air, Kamari sang, sending Bakugo over the edge. What did you just say? He hissed before tackling the electric blonde. Nothing. I'm sorry. Kamari stuttered quickly, flinching at the heat. Kacchan, stop it. You're hurting him. I yelled, pulling him off of Kamari, who lay breathing on the ground for a little longer. Bakugo seemed to snap back into reality, scowling and clenching his fists. I knew better than to push him into apologizing. It would only make things worse. Not cool, dude, Izuku said with a small glare as he helped brush off some of the ashes on Kaminari's uniform. Do I even want to know what is going on here? We all turned around to see Aizawa-sensei and present Mike. The homeroom teacher noticed the scorch marks on Kaminari's uniform and his gaze traveled over Kirishima towards Bakugo. Dude, your clothes are totally messed up. Mike shouted, pointing out what everyone else already knew. Alright, Bakugo, detention, Aizawa sighed, sounding disappointed. Who says I did that? The ruby-eyed teen hissed. Well, did you do it? Eraser asked, raising a brow. Katsuki groaned, glaring at his teacher. That's not the point. Make that a week of detention, he sighed before his eyes fell on me. Oh, hello Midoriya, good morning. Good morning to you too, Aizawa-sensei. I smiled. Everyone else in the hallway gave the friendly exchange a confused look. It wasn't like Aizawa to break character like that. How is Shinso-kun? I hope he is feeling better. Ah, yes, I had to thank you for bringing his favorite candy over. He really appreciates it. The least I could do. I mean, it's my fault he's suffering in the first place. Besides, he is handling it much worse than Todoroki, which worries me a bit. Oh yeah, I was about to ask you for him, Midoriya, Kaminari said with a weak smile, scratching the back of his neck. It's been a while since I saw him. He's normally with you, right? He's sick, Aizawa stated, glaring at Denki. What business do you have with my nephew? Why your nephew? Kaminari exclaimed, holding his hands up defensively while backing away behind Kirishima. I smiled. So Kaminari liked Shinso too, huh? Well, this could be interesting. Dude, you're so screwed, Izuku whispered as Aizawa grunted and walked past them into the classroom, present Mike closely behind him. Don't tell me you actually have a crush on that insomniac? Kacchan laughed. You're one to talk. With your crush on him. Before I knew it, Bakugo was holding both of them against the wall, his palms releasing a dangerous amount of heat. Finish that sentence and I finish you, he hissed towards the blonde before. Glaring at the redhead. You told him? He was with me when you called. Kirishima choked out, trying to pry Katsuki's hand off of him. Kacchan. I gasped in shock, taking a step back, trembling a little. I knew he could be aggressive, but this was crossing a line. You just don't hurt your friends. That's an unspoken rule. He let go in shock, staring at his hands for a second before slowly turning to face me. His eyes widened as he read fear in my eyes. That I can explain. He started, but I didn't let him finish. I started crying, running away from him, bumping into someone on my way. Sorry. I squeaked out, wanting to continue as fast as possible. Only I was stopped by this person grabbing my wrist, making me halt and look up. Todoroki-kun. I said in surprise. How did I not notice it was him? Are you okay, Midoriya? He asked, worried. You seem to be running away from something. Let go of Deku, you half and half. Bakugo yelled as he turned around the corner. I flinched at his voice, making Shoto realize what was going on. No, the Halfa replied simply, glaring at Kacchan. Not until you tell me how you made him this upset. I glanced up at him with wide eyes, not used to seeing this protective side of him. What the hell? Why do people always assume it was me when something is off? He hissed, annoyed that Todoroki didn't just do as he told him to. Because it was you, he answered neutrally. I saw anger flare up in Katsuki. Todoroki was only making things worse. But then Kacchan did something I didn't expect. He unclenched his hands, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, letting go of his anger as he breathed out. I'm sorry, okay? Not only for you seeing that just now but also for doing it. I don't know what came over me. I've just been very frustrated lately, and I guess it's starting to show. Todoroki was shocked, not knowing Bakugo was capable of apologizing. I was smiling, happy that he was finally able to deal with his emotions, even if it was just a little. It was still progress and I was proud of him. Just promise me it won't happen again, okay? I asked, walking over to him. Yeah, I promise or whatever, he mumbled, not resisting the hug I gave him. Todoroki wasn't fully convinced yet, but he knew I could handle whatever Bakugo threw at me. He glared over my shoulder at Shoto, silently telling him to stay quiet about this. Todoroki simply raised his hands in surrender and continued his way to class like normal. Arg, seems the old hag was right, those anger management classes are necessary. You're taking classes? That's surprised. Well, yeah, since last summer, he muttered, obviously ashamed. Apparently I was getting out of control, or something like that, so my parents forced me to. If you tell anyone, you're dead, understand? I won't, I chuckled, pulling back from our hug. I'm glad you're getting yourself together, Kacchan. It makes me sad to see you angry all the time, you know? I'll try to keep that in mind, he said with a small smile, ruffling my hair and making me blush a little. Anyways, we should both get to class before we're late. I'll see you at lunch. You can sit with me and that bunch of losers since your shadow is ill. Really? Thank you, Kacchan. I smiled. Only a nerd like you would thank me for something so self-explanatory, he grunted, grinning as he left. I kept smiling, knowing Kacchan would never change, and I didn't want it any other way. So, how does it feel? Midoriya asked, circling around me with a grin on his face, giving my costume one final inspection. He had called me to the base, stating my costume was ready. He designed it himself, he said. Just like him, I wore a suit, but it was different. I had a white button-up shirt, partially covered by a classic dark midnight blue vest. The difference was only visible because of Midoriya's black blazer. My breathes were the same color, and there were dark red markings on my black shoes, matching my current hair color. On my right side, I wore a crystal blue ring, and on my left, a red bracelet. Both had the name of the organization carved into them, as well as my chosen name. I personally think you look stunning, Ace, he said. I stared at myself in the mirror, still not used to seeing my face without that scar. A clean slate, a new start, a new life. My icy blue eyes glared back at me as I ran a hand through my now homogeneous dark red hair. It was ruffled up so it wouldn't lay flat against my face anymore. Transformation really is something else, isn't it? I like it, I smiled, turning around to see the boss holding a thin rectangular box. The finishing touch, he grinned, opening it to reveal a black mask covered in the same dark red markings as my shoes. Come on, don't be shy. Put it on. I want to see. I carefully took the mask, placing it on my face and feeling it stick to my skin in an instant. Midoriya squealed, swinging his little fists around happily. Oh my god. You look so great, Sho. Just as I wanted to turn to look in the mirror, the main door to this wing opened. This was the boss's wing, so only he should be able to enter here, along with his newly founded elite, namely Shinso and me. Ashi, so glad you could make it. Midoriya smiled as the figure took off his hood, revealing his face. To say he looked better would be an understatement. His skin was as pale as snow, and the dark bags under his eyes were bigger and more prominent than ever. You look like you've been hit by a truck, I said truthfully, making him glare at me. Well, how do you think I feel? He grunted, holding his head. His voice sounded raspy, like he hadn't used it in a while. Yeah, your body seemed to fight one for all for some reason. Did the candy help? I put special enzymes in them, the boss asked. I smiled, knowing Izuku truly cared for his members. He really rescued me from the darkness that used to be my life, giving me my own purpose. I would never be able to repay him for that. Yes, they worked like a charm. Thank you for those, Shinso said, walking over to us before whistling at me. My god, Todoroki, you look great in that suit, he commented, making me blush. I know, right? Well, not as great as Kacchan, but you know. We both knew he had a crush on his childhood friend, which he admitted about a week ago. And not as lively or cute as Kamari, but okay, I guess, Shinso added, also admitting his crush to one of my classmates a few days ago. I didn't understand what they saw in those two, but if they wanted to go there, then who was I to stop them? Geez, thanks, I deadpanned, giving them a playful glare. Just turn around and look at yourself, Ace, Midoriya smirked. That name rolled off his tongue like he had never called me anything else. I smiled, quite liking my new villain name. It was short yet powerful, easy to write and remember. As you wish, Green Reaper, I answered with a small smile before swinging my body around to face the full body mirror. Well, you feel ready for your first job? Midoriya asked, crossing his arms. Bring it, I grinned, flipping over the collar of my shirt. Ooh, bad boy Todoroki, Shinso laughed. Shut up, I muttered, making both boys laugh. I rolled my eyes and stepped off the small pedestal I'd been standing on. Anyways, we're gonna trash your place, Izuku said, becoming serious again. Wait, what? I asked, staring at him with wide eyes. Shinso had stopped laughing too, unsure if the boss had gone insane or if there was logic behind. You want revenge on Endeavor, right? He asked with a wicked grin. Well, I did some research. Put a few of my guys on the case. Guess what I found? Amaze us, Shinso said, crossing his arms. I was curious too, not understanding where this was going. Your house is full of hidden security cameras. Midoriya exclaimed happily, making me freeze. Oh god, what if father knew I was sneaking away late at night? This is a disaster. Don't worry, young Todoroki, Endeavor doesn't know you're with D.E.K.U, at least not yet. How are you so sure about that? Shinso asked as I remained speechless. Because the tapes are barely even watched. My guess is that he only has them in case something bad happens, like an attack or something. So why are we going to push our luck by breaking in and ravaging the place? I asked, confused. To get our hands on that video, of course. Come on, Todoroki-kun, hasn't it clicked yet? I thought you were smarter than this, the boss stated. Oh my god. Shinso whispered, seemingly realizing what Midoriya was pointing at. Todoroki, don't you understand? He has cameras all over the house with images of your whole family. I don't, I started, but everything seemed to fall into place. That footage was the evidence I had been searching for years. Undeniable proof of his brutal behavior towards me and my siblings. A case that had always been my word against his now had a whole new perspective. You're crying, Todoroki-kun, Izuku pointed out, making me realize tears were running down my face. I quickly wiped them away and gave him a bright smile. Don't worry, boss, these are tears of happiness. I was under the impression you wanted to confront your old man? Shinso asked, confused. Confronting him doesn't give my family the recognition they deserve. It doesn't crush and humiliate him as much as exposure will. True revenge is seeing your enemy suffer for their own actions, I stated. Justice, Midoriya smiled, putting on his own mask. Shinso-kun, I want you to practice transformation while we're off. I'll let them send Percy in to keep you company. Wait, you're doing this right now? The insomniac asked, surprised. I'm not much of a procrastinator, you should know that, the boss chuckled, looking back at me. So, you're ready, Sho? Yes, I said without hesitation. I've been waiting for this for a long time. This is what I've been working for, what Midoriya promised me from the start. If this works, he kept his end of the deal. And I'll happily follow him into the darkness if that's what it takes to get father punished. Alright, so remember the rules, I said as we flew above the Todoroki residence, riding Crowley. You don't speak and only use your flames, yes? You should be able to use your dual quirk at the same time, but if you use them both, it'll be suspicious. Yes, I understand, he answered, glaring down at his home. The recordings should be stored in the basement. There is a room there that we're not allowed to enter. It's heavily locked and reinforced. I've only seen it a few times when father drags me down there for punishment. I felt anger rise within me at those words. I never really liked Endeavor to begin with, but after meeting Shoto, my image of him turned sinister. I might have even confronted him myself if young Todoroki hadn't decided to take revenge. Alright, I'll get those. You have fun getting that anger out? I grinned, jumping off Crowley, Ace following right away. Endeavor was at his agency, and Sho's sister was out of town for a school trip. Plus, the brother who technically still lived there was at college. So the house was fully empty and ready for us to wreck it. We crashed through the ceiling, not caring whether silent alarms were triggered. Ace got fired up, both his arms ablaze as he stormed to his father's bedroom. Luckily, my suit was made of heat-resistant materials. As I walked through the house, it seemed bare and shallow. You wouldn't say a family lived here just by looking at things. Soon, I stumbled upon the door to the basement, a grin appearing on my face. The muted sound of things crashing and the smell of burned wood accompanied me down into the stale, cold room. The first thing that caught my eye were the shackles and chains bound to the wall, traces of dried blood sticking to the floor, never to be washed out again. A shiver ran down my spine as I imagined what terrors must have played out down here. I quickly shook my head. Focus. My eyes darted around the room, landing on the door Ace described earlier. I wasted no time breaking it down with my telekinesis, marching in without a second thought. Monitors, computers, data. Looks like I hit the jackpot. I took out my drive, immediately going to work. Downloading all this data will take some time, but I'm sure Ace can buy us a few minutes when the cops and heroes arrive. I also deleted any trace of Shoto sneaking out or having contact with me as the Green Reaper. It would be bad if that got out. I groaned, staring at the downloading line impatiently. Why does it take so long? A loud crash interrupted my thoughts, and I saw Ace running towards me, breathing. He's here, he choked out, holding his arm, seemingly in pain. I knew instantly what he meant. Endeavor was home. This made me glare at that stupid downloading screen even harder. Come on. Just a few more seconds. I muttered, wobbling my legs in anticipation. Do you really think you can hide from me? Endeavor's voice boomed through the basement. I saw Ace flinch at that, but I didn't waver. Finish up here, I'll keep him busy, I whispered to Shoto, pushing him towards the computer while leaving the small monitor room. I instantly grinned, switching to my Green Reaper persona in an instant. Ah, long time no see, Endeavor. You, he growled, taking on a fighting stance. Is that how you greet me? I'm disappointed, I pouted right before he charged at me. With a flick of my hand, I sent him flying backwards, my green aura engulfing him as I used my powers. It's so much fun messing with you. Come at me again. What are you doing here? He scowled as he got back up, glaring daggers at me. I wasn't fazed by it whatsoever, making him even more frustrated. I'm trying something new, you see, I grinned. Torturing All Might was satisfying. I want to see if crushing you brings me that same joy. If you're here to kill me, why not come to my agency instead? He roared as he charged at me again, heat quickly rising in the room. Oh no, I'm not planning on killing you, I chuckled as I dodged him. No, you don't deserve the mercy of death. With that, I slammed him into the wall once more, making the whole room tremble. It's done, boss, Ace said from behind me, using his voice-altering system to keep incognito in front of his father. Destroy everything, we're leaving, I ordered. He nodded, setting fire to the monitor room, glancing at Endeavor as we made our departure. I let the green aura surround us, protecting us from the debris and flames as we shot up through the roof. I blinded everyone at the scene with a bright green flash, making it impossible for them to see us flying high above them. Crowley soon caught onto us, and we were able to make our escape while the pros and cops were left in a confused haze. Endeavor should feel honored, I scoffed. I've brightened his life with my presence twice now. There aren't any heroes who I didn't kill the second time around, you know. I need to get back home soon though, or people will start asking questions. Todoroki said. I know, don't worry, I've got it covered, I smiled, looking back at him. You'll just say you were with me. Study session at my place. Shinso will confirm if they ask about it. Plus, your father can't be mad about you taking your education seriously, right? Right? He repeated with a small smile. Shinso was pacing around the room in front of the TV as we got back. His head turned our way so fast I swear I heard it snap. It's all over the news. They think Shoto is taken again. Well, technically, Todoroki started, taking off his mask. Oh hush you, Shinso hissed before glaring at me. His phone is ringing like crazy. Who the hell is Hotbee? Oh, you've got a boyfriend, Sho. I teased. First of all, unlike the two of you, I'm straight, he stated. Secondly, that would be my father. Why would you name him Hot? Shinso exclaimed, pulling at his hair. Because of the flames? Todoroki asked, confused. Oh sweet, sweet young Todoroki, I whispered, petting his head even though he was much taller than me. You're so innocent, it's adorable. Please don't let Shinso ruin your mind. Suddenly, a ringtone started playing in the background, making me frown and Shinso groan. You know, the ringtone makes much more sense now, he stated, handing Todoroki his phone. I burst out into laughter, pulling off my mask as tears came to my eyes. So Sho did have a sense of humor, huh? The two others just rolled their eyes before Todoroki answered the phone. Yes, father? Todoroki Shoto, where the hell are you? It boomed through the phone, making him flinch. I'm at a friend's, he started quietly, holding the phone away from his ear as Endeavor yelled again. A friend? What friend? I told you those are only distracting you from reaching the top. We're studying for. I don't want to hear it. Get yourself home right this instant. Why's, father? Shoto whispered, looking down at the ground as he spoke. And never dare ignore my demands again, understood? I told you to stay home and clean the house by the time I got home from work. But I did clean the house. Didn't you see? Todoroki asked, now smirking a little, fully knowing their house was blown to pieces. I couldn't contain myself, bursting out into laughter once more, trying to muffle the sound with both my hands. Shinso was having a hard time too, turning around while biting his fist. Just come home, was all Endeavor said after that, instantly disconnecting. Yup, he's upset, Todoroki chuckled, looking back at us. So whose house am I at right now? Mine, I said, already texting my mom. Mom will cover for us too, in case they double-check. Inko knows? About you being the Green Reaper? Shinso asked, surprised. No, she doesn't. She thinks I'm just out having fun, I shrugged with a grin. A little experimenting is fine for her since she knows I have a hard time dealing with Dad. Wait, are you? Shoto asked. What? No. I gasped, placing a hand on my chest. Todoroki, you should be ashamed of yourself for even thinking I would do anything reckless. I have principles, you know. Says the one with a dark past, Shinso muttered, making me glare at him. Anyway, I should get changed, Todoroki sighed, handing me the drive with all the footage on it. I'll make sure this finds its way to the police station. I smiled. And I'll have Percy ready to ride you at least 2 blocks away from your house. Thanks, he said, heading for the changing room. So what about you? Got that shifting under control? I asked, looking at Shinso. Watch for yourself, he stated, making his hair fall down as it grew longer and darker. His eyes, on the other hand, got lighter and brighter. I smiled, studying his new features. His skin seemed a little darker as well, and he had some muscle going on too. Yes, I was very pleased with these results. What do you think? He asked a little nervously, seeing my judging gaze go over him. I grinned, tracing the tips of my fingers over his cheek as I stepped into his personal space. Well, I should be asking you that question, I whispered, letting my fingers run through his long dark hair. It reached all the way to his waist. From the back, you'd almost say he was a girl. That could be an advantage. Do you really have to get so close? He asked, holding a strand of his hair as he looked away from me. Was he ashamed of what he looked like? I frowned, taking a few steps back. Sorry, can't help it sometimes, I shrugged, turning away from him. Say, Shinso, have I told you that the transformation reflects who you are deep inside? I sensed him freezing up at that question, making me grin. No, you haven't, he breathed. Your eyes are brighter, like mine and Todoroki's. It means you still hold on to your hopes and dreams. Kinda appealing, isn't it? I asked, turning back around to face him. Why, it is, he said with a small smile. As for the rest of your appearance, I grinned. It resembles who you want to be deep inside. Only one of the reasons Todoroki's scar isn't visible when he's ace and you have more muscles, for example. You want to know about the hair, don't you? He asked quietly. You know me really well, Ashi. I exclaimed happily. I just like it, okay? I used to have really long hair when I was little, but when the teasing started. I sighed, knowing what probably happened. Some boys had teased him, telling him he looked like a girl. And believe me, that's the last thing a boy wants to hear. In most cases, that is. So he cut it short or well, shorter. I thought his hair was pretty long to begin with, but he always styled it so it didn't appear that way. I never really dared to let it grow out all the way again, he sighed, changing back into himself. Well, everyone is free to be whoever they want to be at D.E.K.U, I stated. So don't feel ashamed. I think it's kinda cool. Looks a bit like your uncle's. Why you really think so? He asked, smiling a bit. Of course. You know what, I think I already have an idea for your villain costume, I said, a smile creeping onto my face. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun. I wish I'd started this elite one for all squad sooner. This is so stupid, I groaned as I trailed behind a group of friends I unfortunately had to call my own. It's not. Kirishima pouted, looking back at me. Besides, I thought this was your idea? To make it up to us, remember? Doesn't mean I was planning on coming with, I muttered, putting my hands in my pockets. Oh come on dude, chill out. Laser shooting will be fun. Zero smiled. Yeah. And even more so because you're paying Bakugo. Right girl? Ashido asked, elbowing Gyre. Earphone chick wasn't in my original plan, but Raccoon Eyes wanted to invite another girl, so I'll have to put up with it. I scowled, looking aside so I didn't have to look at their prying gazes. Yes, what's up with that? Why the sudden urge to hang out with us? Kamari asked, confused, making me almost lash out at him. But instead, I focused on my breathing, glaring at them. Remember the anger management classes. Look, I've been a J. I'm manly enough to admit it, I hissed, damaging my pride. But it's for the best in the long run. I need these friends. So I wanted to do something nice for a change. Apparently, it's not appreciated. We never said that, Baku bro. This will be so much fun. Kirishima smiled. Also, I shotgun team Bakugo. Shotgun? Mina exclaimed, high-fiving the redhead. They've known each other since middle school, so they're pretty close. What? Girl, you're just gonna leave me alone with those two? Gyre asked. I'll try not to feel offended, Zero choked out as Kaminari simply slumped. I knew that Kaminari had a crush on Gyru, but he also had feelings for Deku's friend. Make up your mind. I don't have any say in this, do I? I sighed, dragging a hand down over my face. Nope. Drew chuckled. We're going to crush you. Ashido exclaimed, pointing at the other three. Hey, no fair. You have a one-man army on your team. Kaminari whined. Dude, they're all one-man armies. Those three are crazy strong, Zero breathed, already tasting defeat. We're going to get slaughtered. Gyru whispered in horror. And right she was. We finished off their team like they were a bunch of kids. Shitty hair was right. This was surprisingly much fun. Die. I shouted as I shot Denki down for the 5th time in a row. Come on dude, he whined, throwing his arms in the air in frustration. I simply laughed at him before the light on my vest switched off, a sign I got hit. What the, who did that? I raged as Gyru ran past us. Thanks for the distraction, charge bolt, she laughed, running away because she knew I would get her otherwise. Kaminari blushed at that, but it wasn't very visible due to the dark lighting. Arg, you're going down headphones. And this is exactly why I am your wingman. You and your anger issues, I heard Zero sigh from behind me. What the hell did you just say? I hissed, pointing my gun at him. Whoa, dude, calm down, we're on the same team, remember? He shouted, running away from my wrath. This continued for a while, our team winning by a mile. Man, I'm exhausted. Mina breathed as we put the equipment back where it belonged. Yeah, feels like a serious workout, Gyru agreed. We should do this more often. Kiri smiled. Yeah, but next time we're suching up the teams, Zero deadpanned. Teach, I scowled, putting my gun back in the rack. I would never admit it, but I did kind of like hanging out with these losers today. Oh my god. Guys, check this out. Kaminari exclaimed, shoving his phone in our faces. The Green Reaper attacked the Todoroki residence. It's in ruins. I forcefully grabbed his phone, reading over the news article and scanning the photos. What is it with the Reaper lately? Being so active, attacking the Todorokis twice in a row. What does he want with them? And why hasn't he harmed them yet? I mean, he took down All Might, the greatest hero to have ever existed. He could easily handle Endeavor with such power, right? Seems like no one got injured. The house was empty, Kirishima read out loud, looking over my shoulder. Oh god, that's a relief. Mina whispered, wiping off a sweat. 2 people at the scene, one of them identified by Endeavor as the Green Reaper, Jairu stated, now having the article open on her phone as well. The other one remains unknown, but he has some type of fire quirk. As for the Reaper, they think he has a mind-focused quirk. What now? Denki asked, confused as I handed him his phone back. It means he uses his head more than his body, idiot, I hissed. Yeah, like my quirk shows in physical appearance, just like Kirishima's. We have body-based quirks, Zero explained. Oh yeah, we've seen something like this in class, right? He asked, thinking back at what he could remember. You actually remember something from class? Consider me impressed, I stated. Hey, he pouted, crossing his arms. Should we check if Todoroki is okay? I mean, this must be hard on him, Ashido said. Like, where is he going to stay? Where will he live now that his home got destroyed? He and his sister are temporarily moving to their grandmother, Jairu said, facing her phone. It says here in an official interview with Endeavor, at least. So he'll be coming to school? Zero asked. I think so, she shrugged. Better that none of you start questioning him like last time, I grunted. I see Hot won't show it, but he'll be upset, so we're all leaving him alone, understand? Since when are you so considerate, Bakubro? Didger asked, surprised. Since I don't want anyone holding up class by being emotionally unstable, I stated, pointing out the fact that Todoroki had run out during class multiple times after his last encounter with the Reaper. You're right though, it's better to give him some space, Zero said. I tried talking to him the other time. He was in a bad state but still claimed to be fine. It wasn't pretty, but I left him alone in the end. That guy doesn't do friends or emotions, so we shouldn't either, at least not around him, I grunted, grabbing my stuff. Realizing what I just said, I started walking away from them. Are you guys planning on staying the night or something? Let's get a move on. Aya, are you saying you want to do friends and emotions around us? Kirishima squealed, clinging on to me instantly. Get off me. I hissed, trying to pry him off. Without success, may I add. That is kind of what you were implying though, Zero pointed out. Ooh, I knew you secretly cared, Bakugo. Mina exclaimed, throwing herself onto me as well. I clenched my fists, trying my hardest not to lose my temper. I want in on the group hug. Denki shouted, jumping onto me too. Is Bakugo letting it happen? Jairu whispered in shock. Baku squad, shouted the boy with messy hair, grinning widely. I closed my eyes, focusing on my breathing. This actually wasn't all that bad. But it wasn't the hugging that bothered me most, it was the fact they did it without my permission and in public. It hurt my pride. I absolutely hated it. Get me, I growled, letting a hint of intimidation seep into my voice. Within seconds, the 3 of them were hiding behind a tape dispenser and headphones. Do that again and I'll make you regret it. I warned. I think we pushed our luck. Mina whispered. Still, Bakugo let you hug him for a solid 10 seconds, Zero said. Did it really last that long? I'm only letting this slide once, got it? And that's only because I promised Deku I'd try to be less angry all the time. Ooh, the boy with messy hair teased, earning a death glare from me. Not. Word, I hissed, feeling my frustration rise. Hold on. No. Zero gasped, making me groan again. You like Midoriya? Finish that sentence and you'll regret it, I growled, feeling my palms heat up. He has a crush on the quirkless guy. Kaminari whispered. Hold me back. I yelled, charging at him. Kirishima activated his quirk, trying to restrain me from the front while Zero attempted to hold me back with tape from behind. Run, Kaminari. Save yourself. Ashido yelled dramatically, while Jairu stood there, unsure how to handle the situation. She usually didn't hang out with us since I was a total buzzkill for everyone outside my small circle of friends. She only joined because Mina begged her. But seeing the lively dynamic between us while I was trying to get at Kaminari somehow brought her joy. She started laughing. What are you laughing at, earphone girl? I hissed, trying to claw at her. My suffering isn't funny. Denki whined. Yeah, don't just stand there. Help us. Ashido yelled. That only made Jairu laugh harder, leaving us confused. Sorry, I just can't help it, she said, wiping a tear away. You guys are so much fun. Heh. I deadpanned, momentarily forgetting about Kaminari. The way you all work together and understand each other, even though you seem to speak a different language. Fascinating, Jairu smiled. I want her in the Baku squad. Mina squealed. Pretty please. Show a girl your good heart, Bakugo. Don't we have a say in this? Zero asked. I'm up for it. Kaminari said quickly. Me too, the boy with messy hair smiled. Guess we have a majority. Zero muttered, glancing at me. Yet your word holds all power, doesn't it? Shut up, I stated, pulling tape off my arms while glaring at Jairu. What you're saying is that you want to be around me voluntarily, dealing with my temper? Glad you admit to being a hothead, Kirishima chuckled, but I ignored him. I'm not asking a second time, I stated. I know what I'm getting myself into, she smiled, daring to look me in the eye. I huffed. She did take me down during laser shooting. She's strong in his character, I won't deny that. After our little stare down, I grabbed my phone, not breaking eye contact. I swiped across the screen, adding her to the group chat. Don't make me regret it, I hissed as she received a notification on her phone. Mina, Ichiro, and Denki all cheered as I left them behind. Jairu looked confused, not quite understanding what she just got herself into. Wait, you guys have a group chat? She exclaimed, making me roll my eyes. A small smile crept onto my face as I made my way home. Welcome to the squad, Jirkyoka. After I got home, I was taken to the police station for some questions. Basic routine, standard questions. Do you know why the Green Reaper is targeting your family? Where were you during the attack? With a friend. Simple questions, simple answers. The human lie detector couldn't spot any anomalies because it was the truth. I was with a friend during the attack, even though we were the ones attacking. But that's not what he asked, and half-truths are no lies. Nonetheless, my father scolded me when I got out. Yelling in frustration, hitting me, using his quirk. It wasn't pretty, especially since I had already hurt my arm when destroying part of the house. Miraculously, my sisters and my own room mostly survived the attack. All our stuff was fine. I flinched as I bent down to pick up my shoes, my back covered in marks from the night before. Father was really angry. Even that was an understatement. Why wasn't he happy I wasn't home at the time? For all he knows, they could have killed me. But no, ignoring his orders was worse. Everything all right, dear? Grandma asked, handing me my school bag. The sweet old lady knew nothing about my father's dark side. She could only praise her son, seeing him as the hero he portrayed himself to be. I didn't want to be the one to break that perfect image for her. I forced a smile, nodding as I took my bag. Of course, grandmother, I'm fine, I lied, hanging the bag over my shoulder, careful not to let it touch my back. Thank you again for letting us stay here with everything that's going on. Oh, you don't have to thank me for that, sweetie. We're family. It's only normal. Yeah, you'd think that, huh? Family is supposed to care for each other. Unconditional love. I guess it's that so-called love, that sense of duty, that's keeping me from confronting my father. Because something in me still believes there is something good inside that man. Because he's my father, the one who gave me my life. Because we share the same blood, the same power. Something I wish I never had. I'll see you after school, I said, opening the front door. Have fun. Bye, dear, she called after me as I left. Sometimes I wonder, how can a sweet lady like my grandma give birth to the monstrosity that is my father? I don't understand. But then again, there is so much to life I don't understand. I sighed, feeling some piercing gazes on my back as I walked to school. Normally one of our drivers would bring me, but since grandma lives much closer to UA, I insisted on walking. While passing the train station, I saw an unusual sight. Bakugo and Shinso were talking to each other. I frowned, confused. But that was before Midoriya appeared between the two, seemingly apologizing for something. Probably for leaving them alone. I sighed, turning around to continue my way. It was none of my business anyway. Todoroki-kun. I stopped instantly as Izuku called out for me, slowly turning around to see the green-headed boy running towards me with a bright smile. Bakugo seemed annoyed by it while Shinso looked rather surprised. Hello, Midoriya, I spoke in a neutral tone. One wouldn't say we're partners in crime, let alone friends, by the way we were behaving right now. I didn't know you walked this way to school, he asked. That's because Icy Hot normally gets dropped off in one of Daddy's fancy cars, ain't that right, half and half? Katsuki hissed. I know he's not as dumb and aggressive as he looks. He's actually very calculated and observant. It's really no miracle he knows my usual routine by now. That is correct, Bakugo. But since I'm living with my grandmother for the time being, I am able to walk to school. Well, wanna walk with us? Midoriya asked, looking at me with big, pleading eyes. I'd love to, I answered, my face not indicating any sign of emotion. We're already late, come on, Shinso groaned, pulling Izuku along with him. Bakugo scowled, walking behind them, as I soon caught up with the group. I wasn't aware you walked to school with them, I said, trying to start up a conversation in our awkward and tense silence. Someone has got to look out for the quirkless over there, he grunted, eyeing Midoriya, who was happily chatting with Shinso. The nerd is getting bullied and looked down upon, so I decided to step up. How noble of you, I chuckled, only making him more irritated. Silence fell again, making me sigh. Look, I know you want to ask about it, so just ask. He was taken aback for a second but quickly recomposed himself, grunting as he spoke. What the hell is there to ask? You weren't even there when the Reaper and his buddy attacked your place. Officially no. Yet he didn't need to know that. And somewhere I was happy that he didn't ask any questions. He was never one to pry or invade someone's privacy because he values those things himself. He'd be quite the hypocrite if he were to do so. See you at lunch, Kacchan. Midoriya smiled as he ran after Shinso towards their classroom. I frowned, not knowing why they were suddenly running once we entered the school domain. We're late. Bakugo hissed, the bell ringing only a few seconds later. My eyes widened as I ran behind him, trying to be as little late as possible. Soon Aizawa's unforgiving eyes rested upon us. We just stormed inside the classroom, breathing slightly from running up the stairs. You're late, he stated as if we didn't know that ourselves. That's completely my fault, sir. I am very sorry, I said bowing. Pain shot through my back, but I didn't even flinch. I'm used to this kind of torture by now. My apology shocked the whole class because why would I stand up for Bakugo? Well, it's simple really. I know he's gotten in trouble recently for burning Kaminari's uniform, and he's close to getting serious punishment. Suspension. I can't let that happen because Midoriya would have no one left to protect his defenseless quirkless persona. So because I care for him, I must care for Katsuki. I'll leave it at a warning, but only this time. Don't let it happen again. Yes, sir, we both said in unison. Now take your seats, you're delaying my class. I felt people looking at me with a certain pity and worry in their eyes. Were wondering if I was okay. It's kind, yet unwelcome. I don't want to be the center of attention. It's something I dislike most about becoming a hero. The attention. But here I am, doing my father's bidding, trying to become the next number one. In the middle of Aizawa-sensei's lesson about the law surrounding quirks, Present Mike stormed in. Oh, Eraser. Sorry to burst in like this, but we need you in the teacher's lounge. What? Was all Aizawa had to say as a reaction. He groaned as he saw Mike was serious and turned towards us. All right, students, I want you to go change into your sports uniform and find 1B in Gym Gamma. They should be training there right now. Ask their teacher if you can join them. Yes. Kicking but instead of a boring lecture. Kaminari exclaimed, Ashido and a few others sharing his enthusiasm. I dreaded this, however. I had to hide my scars in the locker room, so I was always the last one to get dressed. It was noisy in there, as always, people shouting things at each other from the other side of the room like it was no big deal. But soon enough, the guys started going out, leaving the changing room to spar with each other. I sighed, thinking I was finally alone, and began unbuttoning my shirt. Once it came off, I heard a voice behind me. Oi, icy hot, I just wanted to. He stopped talking and I assumed he saw the marks on my back, but I turned around nonetheless. I held my shirt up to cover most of my chest, looking at him with slight fear. What if word got out? What if he told the whole school how hideous I am? What the hell? He yelled, his eyes wide as he stared at me in shock. Who did that to you, huh? Was it the Green Reaper? Did he torture you when you were kidnapped or something? He sounded surprisingly concerned. Did he actually care about my well-being? I thought he hated me. It's nothing, forget you ever saw anything, I said, grabbing my dark blue UA sports uniform in hopes of covering it up as quickly as possible. I don't think so, he hissed, pulling the clothes from my hands, leaving me standing shirtless in front of him. Turn around, he demanded, his ruby eyes piercing into mine with a determination I only ever saw on the battlefield. Why was he so persistent? We weren't friends, so why bother? It was my problem, not his. Yet I did as he told me, turning around so my back was facing him. To be honest, there weren't many recent markings. Father had grown tired of punishing me last night, wanting to focus more on bringing down the Green Reaper. These are fresh, he muttered, forcefully turning me around again and grabbing my shoulders in the process. Look, I don't like you, and I'm not one to care for other people's business, but this is serious, Todoroki. I didn't think you knew my name, I muttered, looking away from him. He was losing his patience, I could tell. Maybe I could make him angry enough to leave me alone? Shut up. Tell me who did this. That's quite the contradiction. I said shut up, he hissed, glaring at me. If you don't want my help, fine. But you have to talk to someone, understand, icy hot? Just because you're struggling doesn't mean you have to suffer. With that, he let go of me, taking a few steps back before scowling again. I just came to thank you for saving my butt this morning. Don't expect me to be this nice again. I flinched as he slammed the door, leaving me alone in the locker room. I took a deep breath, processing what just happened. I knew he wouldn't tell anyone about this. That would mean admitting he has a heart and actually cares. So that was one less thing to worry about. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling he knew. I mean, I knew people would be curious to see my scars when it leaked out that my father abused his children, but I just wasn't ready for that right now. I didn't have time to prepare myself or see this confrontation coming. I had no idea how to react, so I acted like it didn't happen at all. I got dressed and made my way to Gym Gamma, blending in with the rest of the class. Bakugo side-eyed me, but I didn't pay any attention to it. We sparred against 1B until lunch, making me wonder what was so important that Aizawa-sensei hadn't returned yet. Oh, here you are, Kacchan. I was waiting for you. Midoriya ran up to us as we walked through the halls on our way back to the locker room. I noticed a lot of people looked at him differently, mostly those from 1B. It was because he was quirkless, or so they thought. The quirkless were always treated as less, the weakest part of the human race. Yet that somehow seemed suched up in Bakugo's mind, as he treated Midoriya much better than anyone else. Yeah, sorry to keep you waiting, nerd. Just let me get changed and I'll be right there, okay? Okay, Kacchan. The green-haired boy smiled, giving me a subtle wink before returning to Shinso, who was waiting for him at the end of the hallway. Unfortunately, we couldn't reach the locker room as someone else interrupted our path. Erase her head this time. Todoroki, come with me please, Aizawa said in a stern yet concerned voice. In that moment, I instantly realized what was going on. The reason he was called away, why Midoriya winked at me, it was code. They knew. Izuku had delivered the drive to the police, and now they were taking action. A logical first step was to inform the school and confirm the anonymous information they received. I nodded, following Aizawa-sensei without speaking or questioning why. He brought me to the principal's office, where a tape was playing as we walked in. It was from a few years ago. Father was hurting Fuyumi, my older brother Natsu trying to stop it while I cried loudly. Fuyumi had tried to reason with our father, telling him he was pushing me too hard, that I was hurting. Therefore, she denied his command and had to be punished. I cringed at the sound of her scream filling the room as father used his quirk on her. Suddenly, the video paused, vanishing from the screen in front of me. I hadn't noticed the tears escaping my eyes at the memory alone. This footage is real, isn't it? Aizawa asked quietly as I cast my gaze down to the ground. We thought maybe someone tried to fool us, but judging from your reaction, we can clearly see that's not the case, Nizu added. It was then I noticed almost all of my teachers were present. They were probably asked if they had ever noticed something unusual. How long has this been going on, Todoroki? Midnight asked in a motherly voice, sweet and soft, a feeling of safety lingering deep within. He has always been rough with us. I choked out, more tears escaping my eyes. But it got worse after. After All Might D died. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I started wiping away the tears, swallowing the lump in my throat. Sorry, that was uncalled for, I whispered, looking up at the teachers in front of me while keeping my hands behind my back. This action shocked most of the teachers, but what did they expect? I had been conditioned to obey authority, taught to never cry or show weakness in front of others. I had to crush everyone around me to become number one. I wasn't expecting this. How did you get that footage, if you don't mind me asking, Principal Nizu? Oh, well, not at all, the humanoid animal responded as he came down from his shock. The police sent it to us, asking for us to confirm the validity of these security tapes. Oh, was all I could say after that, looking down again. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder, making me my head around. Was Aizawa-sensei? What? I could see the pain in his eyes, the worry. It's okay now, Shoto. You're safe here with us, he can't hurt you. That was when I realized he was an underground hero, fighting from within the shadows, a place where many bad things happen to good people. This wasn't his first time assuring a victim they were in a safe environment. He even used my first name, which was always more effective in these situations. Please, we just want to talk, he continued, his hand now moving to rub my back. It was supposed to be comforting, but it only reopened my wounds. I hissed in pain, pushing him away reflexively and taking a few steps back, avoiding eye contact. Are you hurt, Shoto? Do we need to get recovery girl in here? I'm fine, I spat out, glaring at him. No, you're not, Aizawa said in a calm voice, carefully walking towards me. I saw him eyeing Midnight, who was now coming around from the back. I know you're trying to corner and restrain me, so don't bother, I stated, glaring at Midnight, who was about to use her quirk. I closed my eyes, letting out a shaky breath. Father, where is he now? Being interrogated at the police station. He's denying everything, Principal Nizu answered. Of course he is. But with your statement as well as that of your siblings, plus this video, he won't be able to deny it for much longer. He won't get away with this, Shoto. I promise you that, Aizawa said, looking me straight in the eye. That moment sent me over the edge. I knew this had been coming. I had worked so hard for this moment. Yet it all sounded so surreal. Father was finally being outed. He was getting punished. This was really happening. All those years of pure torture. They were about to come to an end. Relief washed over me as I burst into tears, flinging myself onto Mr. Aizawa. Thank you. Thank you so much. I sobbed into his chest. I was finally breaking down. All this stress that had rested on my shoulders was finally gone. I could breathe again. My life was just getting started. Aizawa didn't know how to respond. I guessed he wanted to hug me back, but with no clear sight of my possible injuries, he wasn't risking it. Get recovery girl and call his siblings. I want them here as soon as possible, Nizu demanded. POV Bakugo. Something wrong, Kacchan? Deku asked as we were eating lunch. Yeah bro, you've been suspiciously quiet, Shitty Hair agreed. Why do I keep thinking about that icy hot? Oh yeah, because those marks across his back aren't normal. I saw old and new scars when looking at him earlier, so I knew it had been going on for some time. I mean, I don't exactly know his healing rate since some quirk-bound people tend to heal quicker than the quirkless. My first thoughts were the Reaper, but things just don't add up. It worries me. Not that I'll ever admit that. Additionally, there was the fact Aizawa-sensei suddenly came back just to take Todoroki from the group, which was strange too. I scowled, acting like nothing was wrong. Maybe I just don't want to talk to a bunch of idiots like you, how about that? And here I was, getting my hopes up, Ashido sighed. Guess you're still the same old grumpy Pomeranian you always were. What the hell did you just call me? I hissed as the table laughed, everyone, including Deku. The nerd doesn't know what it does to me. I think his hair looks more like a dandelion, Deku commented, still chuckling. I knew I wasn't the only one. Shitty hair gasped, looking at my nerd like he just found his soulmate or something. I glared at him as if to say, back off, he's mine, which made him look away instantly. Well, your hair looks like a broccoli, I stated. Kacchan, come on, it was just a joke, he smiled. Wait, so is Midoriya a part of the squad or? Jiraiya asked Zero, confused. Oh no, Bakugo doesn't want to share him with us, the tape dispenser reacted. Luckily, Deku didn't hear, but his friend did. Is there something going on that I don't know about? The insomniac asked, raising a brow, a playful smile resting on his lips. Kamari whispered something in his ear, and I could already guess what it was. I swear I will deal with that walking battery someday. But then I saw Shinso whispering something back, making Kaminari's eyes widen. He immediately looked at me with a wide smile and gave me a thumbs up. I frowned. What the hell? Kirishima rolled his eyes, having figured it out instantly. He likes you too, dude, the redhead deadpanned, making sure only I could hear it. My face flushed red, and Mina quickly snapped a picture of the moment, posting it in our group chat with the caption, "He's so in love," and a bunch of hearts and kissing emojis. Am I missing something here? Deku asked as everyone looked down at their phones, containing their smiles and laughter. Nah, it's nothing, Shinso said, waving it off while looking at me with serious eyes. Hurt him and you die. Now that's a serious friendship right there. I can appreciate that, knowing someone is looking after my Deku when I'm not around. Just a meme, here look, Kaminari said, covering it up perfectly by showing Deku a random photo he had in his collection. It made Izuku laugh. Alright, so there actually are reasons I'm keeping them alive, good to know that. I smiled a little, slowly shaking my head. They really are something else. Hey, isn't that Todoroki's sister? Gyro asked, pointing at a girl's stocking present mic through the canteen. There were some red streaks in her hair, but it was mostly white. She wore glasses and kept her head down for the most part. What would she be doing here? Zero asked, confused. I frowned. Something serious is happening with the Todorokis, that's for sure. Maybe she's here for Todoroki? Kaminari suggested. Yeah, no kidding, I stated. Why else would she be here? Could be why Aizawa-sensei pulled him away earlier, Mina muttered, seriously thinking about this. I noticed Deku looking down at the table, somewhat conflicted. You okay there, nerd? I asked. Yeah. Just worried, I guess, he said, fumbling with the ends of his sleeve, a sign he was nervous. Shinso noticed this as well, biting his lip a little. Was there something they weren't telling me? Don't worry, dude, whatever it is, I'm sure Todoroki can handle it, Kaminari smiled. Yeah, it's probably about the Green Reaper or something. Routine questioning, Ichiro shrugged. I just can't help it. It's like something is very, very wrong, he explained. Don't you guys think it's weird he never shows any kind of emotion? What's up with that? As always, Deku was spot on. Not knowing this was all an act and that he actually knew about Todoroki's situation, my mind started to wander off to those scars again. Something was very, very wrong, alright. I just had to figure out what exactly. Out of nowhere, Gyre gasped, dropping her phone on the table. What is it? What's wrong? Shinso asked, confused as Zero glanced at her phone. What? The tape dispenser shouted. Okay, consider my interest piqued. What the hell has gotten you two shocked this much? I grunted, taking the phone and looking at the article. I knew Gyre read the news a lot during free PRDS, always staying up to date with the most recent hero news. But this. #1 hero Endeavor arrested for domestic violence and child abuse. I stared at the headline in shock, not knowing how to react to this. Wow, I whispered, my mind flashing back to the moment I had with Todoroki in the changing room. Those WHP lashes. His scars. Those were Endeavor's doing. No, that couldn't be possible. Come on, don't leave us hanging, Kirishima whined as he tried to read along. I pushed the phone towards him, feeling my breathing get a little louder. Don't explode, don't explode, don't explode. Once everyone had read the news, silence fell at our table, only to be interrupted by the school bell. I stood up, grabbing my stuff while the others were still frozen. Snap out of it, I hissed, getting them back into reality. If we don't hurry up, we're gonna be late for class. Besides, Todoroki is fine now, so we shouldn't be worried or anything like that. Why you're right, Kacchan as always, Deku said with a weak smile. Todoroki-kun is going to be just fine. I'll personally see to it. With that he shot up from his chair, pulling Shinso along to their classroom. Oi everyone, did you hear me? Get the hell up. I hissed toward the group. Damn it, I feel like the mom friend right now. Dude, you are the mom friend, Kaminari stated as he packed his things. I am not the mom friend. Now get off your butt or Aizawa-sensei is gonna be really mad at us. Mom friend, Mina sang quietly as the group started moving. I groaned, clenching my fists. At least it's getting their thoughts off Todoroki. There was a tense atmosphere when we entered the classroom. I guess everyone must have heard the news already. Alright, everyone take your seats. Ida exclaimed, mimicking a robot as he ordered us around. Tisage, how typical of the class rep. Where is Aizawa-sensei? Azui asked, confused. He is currently with the principal and asked me to distribute these worksheets while he's away. Ida responded, handing out assignments to everyone. He must be with Todoroki. Poor thing, Yaoyorozu whispered. How did we not see it? Ojiro whispered, pulling at his hair. Nobody saw what was happening. You shouldn't beat yourself up about it, Tokoyami said, though I could see he felt guilty too. He must have been so scared. Uraraka whispered, tears shimmering in her eyes. Arg, shut up. I exclaimed, standing up from my seat and glaring at everyone in the room. Yes, Endeavor is a terrible person and yes, we didn't do anything to stop him because we didn't know, okay? But we do now, don't we? So stop whining about what happened and focus on what you're going to do when Todoroki gets back. If you really want to help him, then help him recover from this. And now be quiet. I'm trying to focus. I took a few deep breaths as everyone stared at me in shock. I scowled, sitting back down and muttering angrily as I continued to solve the worksheet. The class was dead silent. I swear you could hear a needle drop. You know, Kirishima started, being the first to speak again. If you weren't so intense and didn't curse all the time, you'd be a great class rep. Teach, I scowled, not showing that I actually liked the half-hearted compliment. Class rep Bakugo Katsuki, can you imagine? I mean, of course, I'm a star example in everything but behavior, but still. Four Eyes is doing a decent job for now, so I won't steal his thunder. He doesn't deserve that after what happened in Hosu. Dude, you know he's working on that, I heard Kaminari whisper to Kirishima, as if accusing him of insulting me when that was the only thing I did to them. I told you to be quiet. I hissed, glaring at them, making them freeze in place and nod vigorously. Unbelievable. Bakugo actually has authority over his classmates. My head shot up towards the door, just like many others. Midnight smiled at the attention, now fully entering the classroom. Hello kids. Miss Midnight is here to supervise you, she exclaimed, sitting down in Aizawa-sensei's chair. But it seems you've got everything under control. Sho Yuta will be glad to hear it. If you don't mind me asking, Midnight, how is Todoroki doing? Ida asked, standing up from his seat. Oh yes, it's only natural for you to worry about your classmate. But don't be, he's in good hands, Midnight smiled. Eraserhead and Present Mike are looking over him as we speak, and the police are on their way to get a statement from him and his sister. We'll get one from his brother later, once he arrives in town. Right? Todoroki was the youngest of four. His oldest brother, Todoroki Toya, vanished some time ago. It was a huge deal back then. He was never found. Then there was Natsu, who was already in college, so he didn't live at home anymore. Third was his sister, Fuyumi, the only girl of the four. And lastly, Shoto, Endeavor's last-born son before his mother suffered a breakdown. Yes, I know the story behind his scar. They tried to hide it from the media as much as possible, but my parents know people who know people. They work in the hero fashion industry, designing costumes specifically for unique quirks. What I'm saying is that they've got a lot of friends in high places, if you know what I mean. And it's all thanks to that little sneaky villain. I wonder if there's a heart in there or if it was just to see Endeavor fall. What do you mean? Yaoyorozu asked, confused. I'm saying that Todoroki has the Green Reaper to thank for this, Midnight smiled, finding our reactions quite amusing. It's why he broke into their house, or at least that's what we think. He stole security tapes and handed them over to the police station. Of course, we first thought they weren't real until your classmate burst into tears at the sight of a mere 10 seconds of those clips. I see hot. Crying? Bursting into tears because of his own memories? I shivered at the thought, knowing this was serious. Things must have been horrible. I can't even start to imagine. Anyway, enough chit-chat, get back to work, she ordered, swinging her feet on the desk while taking out a magazine. With that, the class erupted into chaos, one that Midnight couldn't contain. I found it quite amusing, actually, so I let it continue even when Ida failed to control them. It was only about half an hour later when Aizawa-sensei showed up and used his quirk that things calmed down. I leave you alone for less than an hour. An hour? And what do I walk into? He shouted. Just to be clear, everything was fine before Midnight showed up, Kaminari stated, making the underground pro-hero glare at him. It's not my fault your kids don't listen to me. Besides, Bakugo holds a terrifying amount of power over them. I think you might want to be worried about that. Hey, what the heck? I hissed, glaring at her. Noted, he simply said, looking back at us. Now, finish your work. I expect it to be done by the end of the hour, understand? Yes, sir, we answered and everyone got back to work. How did you do that? Midnight gasped. DS Pillin, Aizawa stated, making me snort. Yeah right, he barely holds a handle on us most of the time. You forgot love. Mina teased, making him glare at her with his glowing red eyes, his hair floating around in its own gravity. This made Midnight laugh, patting Aizawa on the back. I knew you cared for your class. Anyway, if you're back, then I should get going. Take care of the Todoroki children, they need a motherly touch at the moment. Of course, she smiled, leaving the classroom at once. Chapter 33. POV Midoriya. The whole Todoroki scandal was all over the news for the next few days. Quite the spectacle if you ask me. Unfortunately, that also meant they were getting a lot of media attention, making it impossible to get him to the base. Super frustrating. And people didn't leave his side. at school either. Luckily, I could keep myself busy planning a heist. It's not like I don't run a profitable organization here, I just wanted some extra cash for an investment I was planning. The only problem was that their security was pretty tight. I had to find a way to make the power in the building go out, preferably for more than a few seconds. Those systems reboot quicker than I can even blink. Arg, this is going to be such a hassle. Everything okay, boss? Lord Snuffleton VII seems quite red at the moment, one of my elite members said. I glanced down at the bunny in my lap. They were right, Snuffle's fur was an angry ruby red. I sighed, turning around in my chair to see Shinso holding Percy. I knew he hated calling me boss or acting formal around me, but since we weren't in my wing, he just had to deal with it. His villain costume was finished quickly, so that's what he was wearing. His long indigo hair was braided, with 2 strands hanging loose on either side of his face. His outfit was a dark purplish-black color, with a white shirt underneath like mine and Shoto's. His mask covered the top half of his face, leaving only the tip of his nose, mouth, and chin exposed. A bit excessive if you ask me, but he was paranoid about his identity getting exposed. Just a little angry, that's all, I sighed, looking back at my plans. Still stuck on that same problem? He asked, walking up to me to see if he could help. Their power source is just too powerful. It's almost impossible to break through. I groaned in frustration, letting my head hit the desk. Don't be discouraged, boss. I'm sure you'll figure something out, he smiled, putting Percy back on the ground. Yeah, you don't have to worry about a thing, huh? With your little date and all, I teased him. He blushed, but the mask covered it. Kamari Denki, his crush, had finally asked him out. About time, if you ask me. Dude, come on, you can do it. A hushed whisper shout came from around the corner before Denki was pushed in front of us. Shinso and I were just making our way outside after class when we ran into him. Oh hi, Kaminari, Shinso greeted him with a smile and a light blush. It was like he was a different person around this boy. I glanced aside, seeing Kirishima and Ashido cheering on their friend from around the corner. Was I missing something? Hi Shinso-kun. I was actually looking for you, the electric blonde exclaimed nervously. I see how it is. Wait. Oh my god. I suppressed a squeal as I awaited what was to come. You better take good care of my friend, Kaminari Denki, or I will make you regret it. Really? W.I. Shinso asked, clearly caught off guard. I rolled my eyes with a small smile, making eye contact with Kirishima in the meantime. He gave me a questioning look, as if to ask if it was okay. I gave him a small thumbs up and saw him and Mina squeal in delight. I wanted to ask you if you have the time and you want a would you like to go out with me sometime? As in a date. He stuttered. So cute. Shinso was frozen in place. I think he might have died. So I did what every good friend would do and elbowed him in the side, waking him from his trance. Yeah, sure, I'd love to, he answered, trying his best not to sound desperate but failing. I don't think Kaminari noticed. End of flashback. To say Shinso was currently in 7th heaven would be an understatement. He just couldn't stop talking about it. Seriously. Yet I was happy for him. If only Kacchan would ask me out like that. Speaking of your date, don't you have to get ready? I asked. I wanted to come check in on you first, he stated. Are you sure you'll be alright? Most of D.E.K.U is currently unavailable due to that job in the south, and the union is already understaffed as it is right now. I'll be fine, don't worry, I smiled. I've been keeping this family together for a while now, we've always pulled through. Just you wait until we pull off this heist. He chuckled at what I said and how I acted so carefree. He was right though, the base was understaffed. Just the bare minimum was required to keep everything running. I really hope that job in the south paid off. Okay, if you say so, boss, he smiled. Then I'll see you Monday, okay? You're not coming back to HQ this weekend? That's surprised. Dude, you know we have that monstrous Japanese test Monday. And unlike you, I don't have a photographic memory, he stated. I'm going to study, so no union business. Peef, you're no fun, nerd, I muttered, crossing my arms and turning away from him. Says the quirkless fanboy, Shinso chuckled, leaving the room before I could respond. I rolled my eyes, slowly shaking my head. I guess that's to be expected when you're a friend before a boss. I sighed, focusing back on the problem at hand. At least until one of my people interrupted. Green Reaper. We have a security breach, a woman shouted as she ran in. What? I hissed, glaring at her. How is that possible? Who's breaking in? We think it's the League of Villains, sir, she answered, checking her tablet. We've dispatched all available resources to help fend off the enemy, but they're stronger than expected. Do I have to do everything myself? I groaned, straightening my sleeves. Take me there ASAP. Pyovisions. Yo Hitoshi, that electric good vibe guy is here. Uncle Mike shouted, bursting into my room without knocking as usual. It was annoying, but I couldn't do anything about it. He wasn't going to change after all these years. Why was he in my house, you might ask? My grandparents valued family above everything. They believed family should always stick together, so we all lived together in one big home. Since Mike is Uncle Shuda's boyfriend, he had permission to live here as well. I would hurry yo. Sho opened the door, and you know how he can be. Thanks, Uncle Mike. See ya later. I called out, grabbing my jacket and running downstairs. Language. I heard him yell after me, but I ignored it. I came to a stop in the middle of the stairs, realizing I was already too late. Kaminari was pressed against the wall, trembling in fear as Uncle Shoyuta glared him down, his quirk activated. Great, now he's traumatized. Uncle Shoyuta, what are you doing? I asked in a neutral tone, making both of them look at me. Denki's eyes pleaded for help, fear evident in his body language. Just making sure he knows what he's getting himself into, the black-haired man stated, dropping his quirk and stepping back from Kaminari. I rolled my eyes as I descended the last few stairs. You're threatening him, aren't you? It's the same thing, Hitoshi, he replied, forcing a smile as he walked out of the hall. You look nice. Have fun and don't make it too late. Your mother would murder us both. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind, I smiled, pulling on my jacket. I turned to face Denki, who was already hugging me, muttering countless thank yous. I chuckled a little, carefully pushing him off. I know Uncle Shoyuta can be scary. Scary? Dude, he's terrifying, he whispered. But he's your homeroom teacher. I started, putting on my shoes. He hates us. Aizawa-sensei threatens to expel someone at least once a day. Kaminari interrupted. I rolled my eyes, grabbing him by the shoulders to make him look at me. Believe me when I tell you he has never loved a class more than yours. Normally, Uncle Shoyuta would have kicked out at least 4 people by now. Really? He whispered, somewhat hopeful. Yup, so don't worry about him. Okay? Let's just enjoy our evening. Yes, of course, let's go, he smiled, linking our arms together as we walked out the door. We went to see a comical action movie, which left Kaminari in tears, happily debating alternative endings and scenes. It wasn't really my style, but seeing him this happy with that adorable laugh, I really couldn't complain. We were walking hand in hand, discussing trivial things until he got a bit more serious. I'm so happy you agreed to this date. You have no idea, he chuckled. I think you should know that I've been stuck between 2 fires for a little while now and I guess this just convinced me I've made the right choice. Liked someone else too. I whispered, processing what he just told me. Why you're not mad now, are you? He asked nervously. I shook my head, giving his hand a tight squeeze. Of course not. You chose me, right? So what is there to be mad about? It's not like I'm your second choice. He let out a long breath of relief, stopping us in our tracks. Thank you. For putting up with me. Is this something my uncle said? I asked, raising a brow. This made him laugh and shake his head. No, that's not it. I just never felt this kind of click before, you know? Most people would have complained about my movie choice for starters. That made us both laugh, but our moment was interrupted by my phone ringing. I froze as A Dream Is a Wish Your Heart Makes from Cinderella started playing. Is that a Disney song? Kaminari chuckled as I pulled out my phone. But this situation was anything but funny. Midoriya never called unless it was urgent, and I knew for a fact he wouldn't call during my date unless he had no other choice. I really have to take this. I'm so sorry, I said quickly before answering. Oh Shinso, thank God. Midoriya's voice sounded through the phone. The base is under attack. League of Villains. I can't hold this up on my own. Please, you have to come. I froze, seeing Kaminari give me a confused glance. In that moment, a loud explosion echoed in the distance, in the same direction as HQ. I'm on my way, I said without hesitation, disconnecting. I'm so sorry, it's an emergency. What is it? Can I help? He asked, worry creeping into his voice as I started running away. Please stay out of this, Kaminari. It's too dangerous. I'm not leaving you like this, he stated. Let me help you. I cursed under my breath. The boss was going to kill me if I led him to the base. I couldn't let him find out. But I didn't have time to deter either. Damn it. Maybe I could fix this later? With my increased abilities, I should be able to mess with his memories a bit. But did I really want to? I quickly shook my head. No time to think things through. D.E.K.U is in danger. I've pledged my loyalty to the Green Reaper. I won't fail him when he needs me. Midoriya is my best friend for crying out loud. Soon we reached the scene, chaos everywhere. What the hell? Kaminari shouted as a giant snake crawled up to us. The animals must have escaped. Or Izuku set them free on purpose. I didn't know, I didn't have time for this. But then I saw the snake hissing at Denki. It must think the yellow-haired boy is a threat. Snack. It's okay, he's with me, I said, holding my arm over Kaminari's chest protectively, glaring at the giant animal in front of me. Midoriya, we seriously have to talk about your naming skills when this is all over? I thought to myself as I pulled my date with me into the unstable building. What is going on here? Shinso, talk to me, he yelled. I could sense he was scared, but I had no time to explain the situation to him. Without saying another word, I shifted forms, making my hair grow longer and my eyes shine brighter. I turned around to face a frightened Kaminari, his eyes staring at me in shock and confusion. I don't have time to explain, but the League of Villains is attacking this place, and I have to fight them off somehow. Are you with me? God, my voice sounded desperate. I absolutely hated it. It took a few seconds before the blonde reacted, cringing at a loud blast nearby as he was pulled out of his trance. To the League? You mean the same guys who attacked us at the USJ? You're in or what? I asked, getting impatient. Oh, of course. I said I'd help you, didn't I? He said, forcing a small smile. Good, I stated, looking around the corner. You see those 3 guys? They're standing in front of a metal vault door. I pointed over at the men trying to break into the boss lab and looked back at Denki. You know what metal attracts? Lightning, Kaminari said with wide eyes, grinning as he finished my sentence. I'm on it. He aimed his hands at the door, making sure not to use all his power at once as his charge zoomed through the air, electrocuting the 3 hostile men. Great, thanks, I smiled, quickly pecking him on the cheek before running over to the control panel next to the door. Kaminari was dazed for a moment but quickly shrugged it off as he ran up to me. So, care to tell me where we are exactly? And what does the League of Villains want in this place? He asked, glancing at the bodies as I tapped away on the panel. See it as a gang rivalry. I said slowly, carefully thinking over my words. Okay, he said, equally slow, even more confused than before. What's up with the sudden change in looks? Not that I'm complaining or anything. He quickly added the last part, as if fearing I might get mad and leave him here. Or he just wanted to let me know he actually liked the change? I shook my head. Focus. The door opened, and I quickly pushed Kaminari inside as I saw more enemies coming. I locked the door and let out a sigh, glad we hadn't really encountered any big threats so far. Shinson, a small voice croaked out, making me W my head around. There he was, the Green Reaper, in all his glory. Well, maybe not that last part. His shirt was ripped, and he was currently wrapping a bandage around his upper arm with the use of his quirk, but blood was already seeping through. I'm glad he's wearing his mask, or Denki would have discovered who he really is. Speaking of him, the Pikachu was currently frozen in fear, staring wide-eyed at the injured villain in front of us. What the hell happened? I hissed, marching up to him. Well, let's see. I got shot, he said, grabbing a syringe and injecting himself with its contents. Ace is keeping them busy while I'm treating myself. You got what? I exclaimed in shock and worry. And wait, hold up, he's here? Why yes, Commander, he grinned, stretching my name. He looked behind me with an amused look. I see your date went well, decided to take him home. How well, can't have the fun ending too soon, now can we? My face flared up as I looked back at Kaminari. He'd backed away up against the wall, taking in his surroundings in horror while listening to our conversation in fear. This wasn't how I wanted this night to go. Not at all. I turned back to Midoriya and took over the bandaging from him. He was getting sloppy and was under the influence of medication. Probably why he thought it was funny I brought an outsider in instead of killing us both on the spot. Shut up, this isn't about me right now, I muttered. You're injured. How could this ever happen? You're the Green Reaper, for goodness sake. The what? Oh great, now he's responding. Kaminari, please. You're only making this worse. I yelled with tears in my eyes. He probably wouldn't want to see me ever again. That is if he even left this place alive. I shuddered at the thought. Oh, they had this gun. Midoriya said, vaguely waving around with his good arm. And they just shot me from behind like it was nothing. Bunch of low-life criminals if you ask me. They don't even have the courage to face me head-on. His words started to slur, and I knew he was fighting to stay awake. After I took care of him, I dropped the transformation and carefully walked over to Kaminari. I knew my original form would be most comforting to him right now, even if it made me more vulnerable. Hey, it's okay, I whispered, kneeling down in front of him. He whimpered, his eyes shut tight. Stay away from me. My heart broke at those words, but I continued nonetheless. Nobody here is going to hurt you, Kaminari. Look, the Green Reaper is basically passed out in his chair. What about you? He asked, slowly opening his eyes. I'll never unsee that fear. How scared he must have been from the start, putting on a tough act just for me. Why, you're a villain, aren't you? I sighed, closing my eyes as I nodded. I'm a part of the Dauntless Emerald Killer Union, a villainous organization led by the Green Reaper. I whispered, seeing tears leave his eyes in fear and panic. I'm so sorry you had to find out this way. I really do like you, you know? Suddenly, the door burst open, and a disheveled-looking Todoroki walked in. Or should I say, he was transformed and had his mask on, unlike me. I had shifted on instinct, flight or fight activating at the loud bang. He was breathing heavily, slowly walking over to Izuku. They've been taken care of, boss. How many casualties? Midoriya groaned, letting his head hang back in the chair. Half of our people present were killed during the attack, and some of the animals escaped. Ace answered in a neutral tone. Get the injured over here to the lab, let the others search for the animals. We'll take care of the bodies later, Midoriya muttered, as if this was something he did every day. I had never seen him like this. Sure, he threatened to take my life when I found out, but back then, there was still a sting of remorse in his eyes. I could still see he was human. He was still my friend. But now, he seemed so dull and emotionless, a truly terrifying calm evil presence lingering within him. A man who wouldn't hesitate to kill. Ace turned to me as I stood up from my position on the ground, shielding Denki from his prying eyes. I see the boss summoned you too, he said, taking off his mask and shifting back to himself. Oh, damn it, Todoroki, what are you doing? I heard Kaminari gasp and cover his mouth with his hand in shock, quietly trembling behind me. The Halfa still hadn't noticed his classmate as he stepped closer. I take it you wrapped up his wound? He asked, combing his hair down again with one of his hands. Yeah, I choked out. You took out the league? I managed to chase them off, he answered, coming to a standstill at a table, his back turned towards me. He started typing some things on the tablet that lay there. I knew he was sending a message to the remaining members with the orders of the Green Reaper. He sighed, turning back to me with tired eyes. We suffered a big loss tonight. He muttered, frowning a little. Guess we'll just have to counterattack, take revenge. Do we even know where their base is? I asked, crossing my arms, momentarily forgetting about Kaminari. It won't be that hard to find out since Reaper's father is the head of the league, Todoroki shrugged. Say, weren't you going out with Kaminari tonight? I hope this didn't interrupt your date. I mean, Kaminari has been talking about it non-stop. He cut himself short, now seeing the electric blonde sitting behind me with a terrified expression on his face. I didn't have time to shake him, okay? He insisted on following. Stubborn little guy, Todoroki muttered angrily, coming dangerously close for comfort. I won't let you hurt him, I hissed, making him stop. What did the boss say about this? He asked, suddenly glad he was still talking in code names instead of their real ones. He was doing that in case someone was still somehow listening in. Seems like he was right. He thought it was rather amusing, I shrugged, making him roll his eyes. Of course, what was I expecting anyway? If he didn't want Kaminari here, your friend would be long gone. He's not my friend. I mumbled with a bright blush, making him laugh a little. He slowly shook his head, walking over to us. Before I could protest, he yanked Kaminari up by his arm, pushing him against the wall. Listen up, Kaminari, I just fought off half of the League of Villains basically on my own, learning my brother is still alive and fighting for them, and all that after escaping the tight security placed around me after my father's whole scandal came to light, so I'm upset. He glared his classmate in the eye, putting more pressure on his chest. I didn't dare interrupt, afraid Shoto would take out his wrath on me next. I don't have anything against you personally, you seem like a good guy, you know? But now it seems like you know a little too much, doesn't it? We can't let you go freely with this information, I'm sure you understand. So what? You're going to hurt me? Is that it? Denki hissed, fire in his eyes. Guess his fight or flight reflex made a SWSH or something. To think I actually felt bad for you. Is it even true what Endeavor did to you? Or was that all an act as well? Oh, he shouldn't have said that. Shoto growled, his eyes glowing a dangerous ice blue as he was on the verge of shifting. I can erase his memory. I quickly snapped, trying to prevent the situation from escalating further. My quirk is strong enough to alter certain parts of a person's mind. I could try to make him forget this ever happened, although I'm not sure how precise it'll be. Don't. We both turned around to see Midoriya awake and standing, his green eyes shining dangerously bright. But boss, Todoroki started, only to be interrupted by Midoriya. Shush. I know for a fact he won't tell on you. And what makes you say that? Kaminari hissed, still held in place by Todoroki's grip. One, you care about these two, don't you? Todoroki Shoto is one of your classmates, and Shinso Hitoshi is your crush. You wouldn't want to put them in harm's way, now would you? He grinned. Secondly, I know you secretly think I'm cool. I mean, I don't blame you, I'm amazing. Oh, and what was that last one again? Oh yeah, tell anyone about this, and I'll make sure everyone you love is in danger. With that, he clapped his hands together, smiling innocently. It sent a chill down my spine. Midoriya was a different person when he put on that mask. It was unsettling. I glanced at Denki, who was staring at Midoriya in shock and fear, his legs trembling, barely able to stand under Todoroki's hold. I could only imagine how fast his heart was racing, fueled by adrenaline. You're letting him go? I choked out, grasping for hope. Not so fast, he grinned, using his quirk to float closer. You might just be the factor I've been missing. How about this? I'll make you a deal. Midoriya let his fingers brush against Kaminari's cheek, crossing boundaries as he often did. The blonde flinched away, clearly frightened. I'll let you walk out of here with your life, no injuries, no torture, nothing. All I ask in return is a little favor. Let me guess? Stay quiet, right? Kaminari stammered. That would be nice, yes. Izuku chuckled. But I was actually thinking about something else. What if I offered you a way to get ahead of all your classmates? If I could give you more power than you could ever gather just by training? My eyes widened, and I exchanged a look with Todoroki. He couldn't seriously be considering giving Kaminari one for all. I mean, I wouldn't complain if Kaminari were to join the union, but I didn't think he would ever submit to that path. It was one of the things I admired about him. All I'm asking in return is your help with one little job. And when that's over, we can all move on with our lives, no strings attached. Kaminari's gaze shifted from Midoriya to Todoroki and then to me. Just take it, I whispered, my eyes pleading. Please, this is your best option, Denki. He's right, you know, Shoto chimed in, concern evident in his voice. If you don't take this offer, you won't leave this place at all. Listen to your friends, Kami. They're absolutely right, Izuku said, his tone persuasive. I even tried to make it beneficial for you. But if you're going to be ungrateful, I'll do it. Kaminari squeaked, looking down in shame. I'll do it. I'll keep quiet and help you complete that job. I could see this decision was breaking him, but there was nothing else I could do at that moment. I should have just knocked him out when I got that phone call. None of this would have happened. This was all my fault. Todoroki-kun, you should return home before you're missed, the boss smiled, his eyes still on Kaminari. Crowley will take you. Yes, of course, Shoto whispered, giving Denki one last pitying glance before leaving. As for you, Shinso-kun, Midoriya said, looking at me. Prepare a tube for him. But boss. The tubes are still in their experimental phase. If this goes wrong. I know what the risks are, he interrupted, glaring at me. But we don't have the luxury of waiting until one for all settles in. Besides, we have to test the rapid generation process on someone, right? I froze, tears welling in my eyes as I looked at Denki. He knew it couldn't be good if I was scared too. Are you ignoring my direct orders, Ashi? Midoriya teased. You know I have to punish you if that's the case. And no, I choked out looking down. I'll prepare a tube as you wish, sir. I glanced at Kaminari one last time, biting my lip and crossing my fingers, hoping he would be all right. I was tasked with watching over Kaminari as he recovered from One for All. Today was Monday. He had the whole weekend to adjust to his newly awakened powers, but that didn't mean he had control over them. Besides, he was the first to take One for All through the tube system, an experiment Midoriya devised after seeing Shinso and me struggle for a week. It was supposed to make the process quicker, but the pain was much more intense, so much so that it could have been fatal. We were lucky Kaminari survived, so I didn't mind watching over him. He was wary of me, which was natural, but he didn't say anything about it. Actually, he'd been acting off all day. He was quiet, kept his head down, and tried to blend into the background, not his usual energetic self. Meeting the Green Reaper would do that to you. Even Ida wasn't fully recovered from seeing him during the Hosu attacks. Right now, we all sat together at lunch, something the class did to help me feel included. They wanted me to be a part of the group now that my father wasn't holding me back anymore. They just wanted what was best for me, to see me smile. And it was working. Hi guys. Mind if we sit with you? I looked aside to see Midoriya and Shinso, the latter avoiding eye contact with everyone at the table. I noticed Kaminari glance at him, but he quickly looked back down. Do you even have to ask, nerd? Bakugo grunted in annoyance, pulling Midoriya down between us. The blonde had left an empty seat, not wanting to sit next to me for some reason. What about Shinso-kun? He asked, making the blonde growl. You can sit over here if you want, Jiru smiled, patting the spot between her and Tokoyami. Kaminari, who was seated at the girl's other side, froze up. Dude, I know your date went bad, but don't let it discourage you. Kirishima whispered loudly, likely heard by at least half the table. It made the electric user blush, hiding his face even more. Come on man, I'm sure it couldn't have been that bad, Siro added, also worried about his friend. If you consider he's still alive after walking into D.E.K.U headquarters and bumping into the Green Reaper, then yes, it could have been worse. Although I don't think Kaminari would see it that way. He felt betrayed. I couldn't blame him for that. His classmate and crush were both villains. You'd freak out for less. Jiru? Would you mind switching places with me? Shinso asked timidly, making Midoriya squeal silently. Did he push him to make up? I frowned, looking at the awkward atmosphere between them. I saw Shinso move his hands under the table, and Kaminari flinched. It was barely visible if you weren't paying attention, but I had some idea of what was happening. Hitoshi had given Denki a message, no doubt. So the exams are almost around the corner, Izuku spoke happily, acting as if nothing was wrong. And I heard from Shinso-kun that Aizawa-sensei plans on holding a training camp in the summer for those who pass. Wait, you have to pass to go on camp? Mina exclaimed in distress. No. I'll never pull my grades back up on time. Teach, just nail the exams, they're not that hard, Katsuki stated. He does have a point, I added. Says number 2 and 3 in the class ranking. Ashido whined. Todoroki, how did you get such high scores? Hard work, I answered in a neutral yet serious tone. Bet Endeavor forced him to study every day or something, Bakugo snorted. Kacchan. Izuku gasped, hitting the blonde on his arm. No, it's fine Midoriya, I said with a weak smile. My father actually did force me to do that. It used to be one of my more peaceful moments of the day. I felt a wave of pity hit me as I said that, seeing all those concerned eyes looking at me, wishing they could have done something to help. You guys don't have to worry about me anymore. Don't give me those glances, I said with a small chuckle, to let them know it was all right. That I've come to terms with everything that happened now that that man was behind bars. Yet there was still one thing nagging at me. Or should I say Todoroki Toya? My oldest brother, the one who ran away from home to escape our father's wrath, was now a criminal working for the League of Villains. I still couldn't wrap my head around it. Seeing him that night a few days ago. I recognized him instantly, believe it or not. Yes, he had changed a lot, but he was still the same Toya I had always known. His quirk was a real giveaway too. A quirk I had seen in action many times as a child. Those appealing blue flames. Accompanied by the smell of burned flesh. I wish there was a way for him to use it without hurting himself. I wished he was still with me, us, our family. I didn't think he recognized me, though. His little baby brother, as he liked to call me. The one he wanted to protect, the one he felt he failed to protect. Before I knew it, Midoriya elbowed me in the side. It was hard but went unnoticed. He eyed Shinso, making me look at the indigo-eyed male across the table. He gave me a look as if asking for my approval before glancing at Denki. He was asking if we were okay with him talking to Kaminari. I simply nodded, wanting to see how this would turn out. See, could we talk? In private? Of course you can. Kirishima answered in Denki's place, pushing his friend toward Shinso a little too eagerly. I chuckled at the exchange, watching the two as they left the canteen. Teeth, about time those two got a room, Bakugo snorted. Bakubro. Come on, it's not funny, Kirishima stated. Yeah, Kaminari has been down all day, in case you haven't noticed, Mina added. Of course I noticed, that's why it's good for them to talk, isn't it? The ash blonde hissed at his friends. Are you always this considerate? I asked, making him glare at me. I can be nice if I want to. Ain't that true, Deku? Kacchan is the nicest person ever, he smiled. Yes, I believe I've already scratched the surface of that, I said with a small grin. Wait, what? When was Bakugo nice to you? I want details. Jairu demanded. Well, we were in the changing room and… That's enough, Icy Hot. Katsuki exclaimed angrily, slamming his hand on the table, causing Midoriya to flinch. Okay, now I want to know what happened between the two of you. In the changing room out of all places, Siro stated. Steamy. Mineta laughed, having overheard the conversation. Shut up. We were alone in the locker room, and I saw his scars. Is that what you wanted to hear, huh? Bakugo yelled. The table grew quiet, eyes darting between me and the ruby-eyed teen. It's true, I said, breaking the trance. Bakugo saw the aftermath of what my father did to me, and, well, he was actually genuinely concerned for a moment. Again, the pity looks returned, but this time mixed with something else directed at Bakugo. What the hell, dude? Why didn't you say anything? Kirishima said, glaring at Katsuki. Were they actually mad about that? Geez, I was going to, but it was the same day it got outed, Bakugo grunted, crossing his arms. Besides, it's not like we haven't all seen his scars by now since he doesn't wait to change until we're all out. Soon, the conversation shifted back to training camp and the upcoming exams. Neither Shinso nor Kaminari returned for the rest of the PRD. My date couldn't have ended worse. The pain I felt when he turned on that horrible machine. I'll never forget it. But there was something else. The way Shinso looked at me right before the Reaper started the process, it was a look of pity and regret. I knew he didn't want this to happen to me. He warned me it was dangerous, but I didn't listen. Now I'm caught in a deal, torn between two worlds. My friends have started to worry since I'm not my usual self anymore. I just can't bring myself to smile, knowing there are villains among us. I felt like there were eyes on me at all times, judging me for what I've done and what I'm about to do. But they didn't know. My mind struggled to comprehend this feeling. Is this guilt? I looked up to Todoroki, calm as always, eating his lunch in peace. How does he do it? How does he aim to be a hero while being involved with the Green Reaper? I didn't understand, yet everything seemed to make more sense. Why the Reaper attacked the Todorokis so often, why he stole security footage and gave it to the police. I bet Todoroki was the other person seen with him that night. Maybe that's why he was working with him in the first place, to get revenge on his father? But if that was the case, then why did Shinso join their ranks? I didn't get it. Was he happy? See, could we talk? In private. Shinso's voice pulled me from my thoughts. He had shoved a note my way earlier, saying he would explain everything I wanted to know. I hadn't reacted, but here we were. Of course you can. Kiri smiled, pushing me toward the indigo-eyed boy. I didn't argue, knowing better than to make a scene where everyone could see us. D.K.U has eyes everywhere. Shinso guided me out of the canteen and toward the janitor's closet. He closed the door behind us after switching on the light and stared at me with teary eyes. I'm so sorry, Kaminari, he cried out, covering his face with his hands. I've tried to reason with him. You have to believe me. But once he sets his mind on something. He took a shaky breath and looked at me again. I did my best not to be affected by the emotions in his eyes. I can't be in love with a villain, that would never work. Look, I'm sorry that I got you dragged into this. I'll tell you everything you want to know, I promise. It's the least I can do. Why? I asked. What? What do you mean why? He asked in return. Why are you a villain? I pressed, making him bite his lip. Aren't you happy with the life you're living? What promises did the Green Reaper make you? Or were you tricked into a deal like me? Is he threatening you, Shinso? No. It's not like that, he sighed, looking down at the ground. You might not like it, but I know who he is. I discovered the Reaper's identity by accident, leaving me with few choices. So he threatened you, I concluded. At first, yes, but in the end, I decided to join his union of my own volition, he whispered, fidgeting with his hands. He gave me one for all, a quirk that strengthens the holder's abilities. A booster, you could say, that unlocks new uses for your quirk. He gave that very same power to you too. Yeah, he explained what it does and how it works, I muttered, recalling our conversation after I woke up. Do you also know it was All Might's quirk? Shinso asked, making me stare at him in surprise. All Might? As in the All Might. I have his quirk running through my veins right now. Todoroki has one for all as well, so does the Green Reaper. We're the only 4 in existence with this power. Yes, and we transform in everything, I know, I groaned, waving my hands around. So wait, you know the identity of the Green Reaper? Who he is behind the mask? Yes. Does the whole Union know? No, only me and Todoroki. So who is it? I asked, crossing my arms. I can't tell you, he whispered. Why not? I thought you'd tell me everything? I shot back. I can't tell you, Denki. Do you want him to hurt us both or something? He hissed. Look, I'm only doing this because I care about you and I think you deserve to be involved. I don't have to do this, okay? The boss is angry enough as it is. Well, he cares? He's going beyond to make me feel better about it? He's blaming himself. The worst thing is that I know what he's telling me is sincere. Damn it. No, stop it. He's a villain. I glanced at him one last time, seeing him on the verge of tears again. This was breaking him as much as it was breaking me. You know what? Forget all this, I said, grabbing his face and kissing him. I could feel he was shocked at first, kissing back softly. He raised his hands, reaching for my hair where they got tangled up in the blonde mess. Our first kiss. And I absolutely loved it. He slowly pulled back, blinking in confusion for a moment. Why you kissed me? He breathed, touching his lips. I did. Did you? Did you like it? I asked nervously. Instead of an answer, he kissed me again. It didn't last as long this time, but the feeling wasn't any less. Are you really saying you want to give this a shot? Even though you aspire to be a hero? He asked, a happy shimmer of hope in his eyes. If I can handle Aizawa-sensei, I think I can handle you, I grinned, making him roll his eyes. So? You're gonna ask or what? He grinned, poking me in my side. Shinso Hitoshi, do you want to be my boyfriend? Yes, he smiled, hugging me. I promise I'll protect you from the shadows, Kaminari. The Green Reaper doesn't hurt his own family, you'll be safe. Yeah. As long as I keep quiet, right? I sighed. Neither me nor Todoroki are bad people, Kaminari-kun. The Union has noble goals, you know. Oh yeah? Come on, tell me all the propaganda, I said, pulling him down to the ground so we could sit. If it'll make you feel better about the situation, he smiled, starting to explain how the Green Reaper was originally quirkless and wanted to create equality in the world so no one would have to suffer like he did. Equal rights for everyone, no matter your origin or background. A world where everyone is treated with respect and people look after each other. It did sound nice. I let myself get lost in his words, convinced that not everything is black and white but there are many different shades of gray. Not every villain is a bad person, I can see that now. Dude, is it just me or was Aizawa-sensei focusing on you? Kirishima asked, laughing, elbowing Kaminari in the locker room. We just finished training, so after this, we could go home. Shitty hair was right though, the eraser JRK did target Kaminari basically the whole time. It's not funny, Kaminari whined as he pulled off his shirt. It really hurts. Well, you hurt his nephew, Todoroki pointed out. And to me, it seems like he is very overprotective about his family. I noticed how the electric user ignored Icy Hot completely, not reacting to what he said. Yeah dude, you knew the risks, Siro joked. It's not funny, okay? Aizawa-sensei is really mad at me for this, he pouted. At least he's mad because you messed up, otherwise he'd be annoyed you're dating his nephew, I stated. I guess you're right, he muttered, looking down at the ground while he tied the red tie around his neck. Come on bro, man up. I'm sure it'll pass before you know it, Kiri smiled, patting his friend on the back. I rolled my eyes, walking up to the two. Wouldn't be so sure about that, I grinned, tilting my head to the left and pointing at my neck. What's that, dunce face? A hickey, right? Bakugo, he gasped, instantly trying to cover it up now that he realized it was exposed. His face immediately flushed red, and all the guys were looking at him. I laughed, walking back to grab my stuff and close my locker as the others interrogated him. Oh my god. I thought it was just another bruise, Siro stated as Kirishima held Kaminari still so they could see the mark. Guys, he whined, trying to break free but without success. We've seen it, you can let him go now, Kirishima, Todoroki sighed as he finished getting dressed. The redhead huffed, letting go of his friend, still frowning. Why didn't you tell us you guys made up? We tried to keep it between us for the time being, Kaminari muttered, fidgeting with his hands. I rolled my eyes and grabbed my bag. What a wuss. Wimp, I chuckled, walking towards the door. I was walking home with Deku, and I didn't want to keep him waiting just because I was taking too long in here. You want to talk Bakugo? So when are you going to admit your feelings to Midoriya? Huh? Kaminari yelled across the room, making me stop dead in my tracks. Wait, Bakugo likes that boy? I heard someone whisper, making my blood boil even more. Yeah, haven't you noticed? He's totally soft around him. Shut up. I hissed, letting a few sparks fly from my palms before throwing myself at Denki. Listen up, you idiot. My feelings for Deku are none of your business, got that? I glared at the other guys who were now staring at me. And if any of you call him quirkless again, you'll regret it. Nobody insults Deku except for me, understood? I think it's very noble of you to stand up for the quirkless like that, Ida started, making me growl and punch him lightly in the stomach. I told you to stop calling him quirkless. But why? Isn't he quirkless? The bird guy asked. That's not the point. You're saying that about him like it's an insult. Like society doesn't beat them down enough already. I hissed. Wow, didn't expect you to be so pro-quirkless, Bakugo, the grape guy said. Since you're always looking down on everyone, I thought you'd think even less of them. Shut up. I shouted, grabbing his arm and throwing him across the room. It left a dent in the wall. I breathed a little, suddenly feeling a hand on my shoulder. It made me tense up, and I turned around to face whoever stood there. I was expecting it to be Shitty Hair, since he's usually the one that calms me down after I throw a fit. But it wasn't. It's alright, Bakugo, we understand, Icy Hot told me in a calm voice, trying to assure me they weren't thinking any less of Izuku. Midoriya is our friend too, we would never want to insult him. Sorry if we made you feel that way. I scowled, pushing his hand off me. I walked out of the changing room, hearing some of them praise Todoroki for taming the beast. Idiots. Who does he think he is? But all my anger faded away once I saw that mop of green hair waiting for me outside. Hi, Kacchan. Hey nerd. I smiled, ruffling his hair. Come on, he chuckled, trying to put it back into place. He noticed I didn't react with a snappy remark and frowned. Something wrong, Kacchan? Just had a rough day at training, I muttered, partially lying. Training was easy, I nailed every exercise. It was that conversation in the changing room that ruined my day. A hard day at training? I find that hard to believe, Deku said. Where's your friend anyways? I asked, totally ignoring what he said. I just realized we were walking alone, without the brainwasher. Not that I'm complaining about that. He already went home with Izuku and say, he smiled, walking a little closer to me. You don't mind that it's just us, right? Of course not. I don't like your shadow anyways, I grunted. Also, are he and Denki a thing? It's getting really confusing, he said. They made up during lunch, Midoriya smiled. I'm really happy for him. Shinso-kun deserves happiness. You don't like them being together? No, it's not that. Just something Denki said to me, I muttered. So when are you going to admit your feelings to Midoriya, huh? I frowned at the thought. Shitty Hair has been trying to get me to make a move for some time now, and I'm almost certain this nerd likes me back. It's just, I don't know what's holding me back. What's the matter, Kacchan? You were gone there for a second, he chuckled. Everything okay? I've never seen you so lost in thought before. I'm fine. Just tell me about your day or something, I muttered. He started a happy rant about how he aced a math test and something about a teacher yelling at some students. I wasn't really listening, but hearing his voice has always been calming to me. His little rants were absolutely adorable, especially when he didn't realize he was talking out loud. I sighed. Damn it. I've really fallen hard for this nerd. Oh, am I boring you? I mean, I know it's probably not the most exciting thing. Shush, I whispered, holding my hand over his mouth. He gave me a questioning gaze. I took a deep breath, staring into those appealing dark emerald green eyes. You'll never be boring to me, got that? You're amazing. Who cares if you have a quirk or not? I don't. You're just so appealing and cute. Always my little Deku. I missed you so much, I choked out, hugging him. What came over me to say that? So stupid. But then I felt him hug back, nuzzling his head into the crook of my neck. I missed you too, Kacchan, he said softly. I smiled a little as I pulled away, still holding him in our embrace but far enough apart to face each other. Let's never get split up again, I whispered, slowly closing the gap. Izuku's face flushed red, and he closed his eyes as I got closer, accepting what would happen next. My lips met his. It was everything I never knew I always wanted, just perfect. I slowly pulled away, seeing Deku give me a dazed look, still recovering from what just happened. So, wanna be my boyfriend or what? I asked. He started tearing up, making me panic. What the hell? Did I do something wrong? Didn't he like it? Why was my nerd crying? Then he smiled, laughing a little while wiping his tears away. It was no use since he kept on crying, tears flowing down his face one after another. Weiss, I want to be your boyfriend, he exclaimed, flinging himself onto me, still crying. I let out a breath of relief, glad I hadn't done anything wrong. He's just a crybaby, I should have guessed this kind of reaction. I'm so happy right now. Oh my god, I've got to tell Shinso right away. Deku gasped, grabbing his phone. I swiftly took it from his hands, grabbing his wrist to make him look at me. Nah, you can do that when you're home. Right now you're coming with me. We've got something to celebrate, don't we? Where are we going? Izuku asked, surprised as I took his hand. We're gonna get some ice cream. I'm paying, I grinned, making him squeal. Deku was many things, but one thing never changed. This guy was food motivated. I smiled as he swung our intertwined hands back and forth, hopping around like a child. It was cute. Oh Izuku, please never change. I happily walked through my half-destroyed villain base of operations, seeing everyone busy cleaning up the mess and trying to repair what could be salvaged. Some would think the Green Reaper would be upset that the League of Villains attacked, that they dared to try and overthrow him. I must admit I was rather angry about that. But nothing could bring my mood down anymore. Kacchan and I were dating. It was official. I still couldn't believe it. I smiled brightly as I entered my wing and floated up the stairs. Why use them when you have telekinesis? My smile fell when I saw Shinso and Kamari on one of my couches in the sitting area. Both were wearing D.K.U hoodies, completely absorbed in each other. I rolled my eyes, seeing Todoroki lounging on another couch while playing a game on his SW. He seemed bored and annoyed by the other two, but didn't speak up as their muffled sounds filled the air. Oi, enough with the distraction, I called out, making all three of them look up. Shoto closed off his game and placed the console aside, instantly on his feet. Hitoshi quickly crawled off Denki, blushing madly. Denki, however, stayed on the couch, totally frozen. I get that you're together, but I don't want you two getting carried away while I'm around, got that? I asked, making Todoroki suppress a laugh. Yes, sorry boss, Shinso groaned, finding it annoying that Kaminari didn't know who I was. Charge bolt, on your feet, I muttered as I walked into the small living room area. Denki quickly stood up, nervously looking down at the ground. I've decided on your villain name and costume, so the three of you can go get dressed before we go over the plan. Are we doing it tonight? Todoroki asked, surprised. The faster the better in this case, no? I replied, tilting my head. I mean, I take it Kaminari would like to return to his normal life as soon as possible. Yes, thank you Green Reaper, the blonde whispered in SBM's. I see Shinso taught him well. I grinned, turning around and clapping my hands together. Come on, chop chop, get moving. A few minutes later, they were all gathered before me. Kaminari's costume was a little different from the others. He wore a plain white shirt with a black leather jacket on top. It spelled D.E.K.U on its back and had traces of gold woven into it. He had a sunglasses-like mask, and around his neck hung golden chains. On his hand were big golden rings spelling out his villain name. On his right, BLACK, and on his left, 2 lightning bolts with OUT in the middle. He wore black skinny briefs and black sneakers with golden accents. Why all the gold you have? Well, because that's the current color of his hair and eyes. They turn a bright vibrant gold when he transforms into his enhanced self. Even though his hair had black streaks in it, it seemed almost as though he was glowing, just like mine. I liked it. Plus, in this form he could absorb all electricity and use it to make himself stronger. Yes, the name Blackout was nicely chosen. I told them the plan and assigned them all an animal. Ace had Crowley, Commander had Percy, and Blackout was given Chipper, a squirrel with unmatched speed. In addition, I'll hand them another one of my pets, but he won't be much use during the mission, only to get away. I wouldn't be there with them, it would only draw unwanted attention. Yet I knew this heist would be successful. Well, Todoroki was very loyal to me and so was Shinso. Kaminari may not be very true to the Green Reaper, but he was definitely loyal to his boyfriend. Yes, this would work out nicely. Blackout would make sure the power fell out and the backup generator as well. He'll absorb the electricity while Ace and Commander make their way in. Ace will take care of the guards, and Commander will force the director to our hand. He will hand them what I longing under the will of the Commander while Ace stands guard and Blackout takes care of any police or hero that might show up on the scene. In this form, he can actually aim his attacks and incapacitate them with whatever voltage he chooses, as long as it knocks them out cold. Once they have the cash, Microsoft will come into play. He's a small white mouse with the ability to teleport objects to a place that is familiar to him. He can't transport people, nor can he go to places he has never seen before. That's why they'll have to escape on their own, using the animals I send with them. Blackout can go on Crowley's back with Ace while Commander runs off with Percy. Everyone will be left in confusion when they see that not a single lock was forced and the director doesn't remember a thing, yet all their money is missing. The thought alone makes me laugh out loud. Oh, how I wish I could see the look on their faces. Mission completed, boss. I turned around in my chair, smiling at the 3 elite soldiers before me. Todoroki stood a bit in front while Shinso and Kaminari stood behind him. I see we have an unspoken mission leader. Very good. I'm sure that was very draining on all of you, so go home and rest, I smiled, turning back around. Wait, really that's it? I heard Kaminari whisper. What did you expect? Shinso muttered, pulling his boyfriend along. I chuckled, petting Snuffles who was lying on my desk. What do you think, Lord Snuffleton? Shall I try and pull Kami-san into the darkness? I think it'll be so much fun. But first, let's see how he handles the aftermath. Kaminari. I groaned as I woke up to my alarm clock the next morning. It was pretty early, but I couldn't sleep anyway. I robbed a place last night. Oh my goodness. I'm a criminal. I groaned, covering my face, feeling I still had my rings on. Damn it. I lifted my hands, looking at the golden accessories on my fingers. Blackout. I sighed, letting my hands fall beside my head. What is my life even? I frowned when there was a knock on my door and something slid underneath. What the heck? It's 6 in the morning. Who is up at this hour? Groggily, I crawled out of bed, dragging myself to the door, only to see an envelope sticking underneath it. It had some writing on the back, but it was hard to read in the dark, and I was too lazy to turn on the lights. Something about payment? I frowned, ripping the envelope open, only to see a bunch of cash inside. Well, that woke me up quickly. I turned on the light, reading the note again. Thanks for the help, EO. Consider this your payment. I stared at it with wide eyes and started to count the money. This is 250,000 yen. Oh my god. Wait, what the heck? How did this get in my house? Did someone break in? I grabbed my phone, instantly calling Shinso to make sure this was really happening. Arg. Denki? What the heck, it's 6 a.m., he groaned sleepily. I think there's someone in my house, I whispered quickly. I got this envelope with a bunch of money in it, and I think it's from the Green Reaper. Kaminari, calm down, he hissed, sighing. It's fine, okay? Like I said, the Reaper cares about his family and his people. Of course we get paid. You think we're risking our lives for free or something? Dude's gotta make a living, you know? We're teenagers, I hissed. See it as pocket money, Shinso shrugged. Besides, you didn't get as much as me or Shoto because you're not actually a part of the union. Consider yourself lucky the boss paid you. Probably hush money though. Wait, how much did you get out of this? I asked seriously. I don't know, around 500k. Why? He asked lazily, like it was the most normal thing in the world. What? I whisper shouted with wide eyes. That was double mine. Denki, please, stop freaking out about it and just accept it, okay? My boyfriend groaned. I'm going back to sleep. See you at school. With that, Shinso hung up on me. I groaned, throwing my phone on my bed out of frustration. 250k yen. And that for a one-time thing that didn't even take me a lot of effort. I mean, with this new power, I'm basically unstoppable. Unfortunately, I can't use it out in the open yet. I would have to transform since my regular body can't handle the charge it takes on me. I sighed, falling back on my bed. I kind of like this side of the job. I quickly shook my head at that thought and started to get ready for school. When I arrived there, I noticed a group of 4 walking onto the grounds as well. It was a strange sight to see those people together. Well, I know Shinso and Midoriya walk to school together, so that's nothing new. What is new is the fact that Bakugo is walking with them, holding hands with Midoriya. And if that wasn't shocking enough already, Todoroki was with them too. Yes, of course, I knew they were friends through D.E.K.U, but they weren't friends at school, were they? And since when are Bakugo and Midoriya a thing? Morning, Kamari-kun, Shinso smiled, kissing me on the cheek. Oh, yeah, good morning, I said, forcing a smile before staring back at those 2 polar opposites. What are you looking at, dunce face? Katsuki hissed, making me cringe. There is no need for violence, Bakugo. Todoroki tried to defuse the situation. Shut up, icy hot. Come on, Deku, let's go, the angry blonde snarled, dragging the innocent green-haired boy along. Sorry. Midoriya shouted with a happy smile, running behind his Kacchan. When did that happen? I asked in shock, being left alone with my partners in crime. Apparently, they got together yesterday, Shinso shrugged. I think that whole commotion in the locker room gave him the final push he needed to confess, Todoroki added, following us inside. Well, I'm glad he's happy. Maybe he'll be less grumpy now too. I asked hopefully. Wouldn't count on it, the Halfa muttered, looking straight ahead. I followed his gaze, seeing Katsuki ready to explode at any moment while Midoriya tried to keep the situation under control. But let's be real here, what can a quirkless boy do in a situation like this? One word and you're dead. You got that shitty hair? I only said you 2 look cute together. An explosion erupted. Kacchan. Izuku whined, trying to pull his boyfriend off his friends. I think you're needed over there, Shinso chuckled, signaling Midoriya to come over. See you at lunch. With that, he and D.E.K.U left, leaving me and Todoroki to deal with this mess. Good luck, the Halfa muttered, walking the other way. Oh come on. Such a loyal family, that stupid union. What are you looking at, JRK? Nothing. I swear, I said quickly, holding my hands up in surrender. He simply huffed, walking past me without another word. Geez, you'd think he'd be happy now that Midoriya is his boyfriend. Siro muttered, glad to have avoided Bakugo's wrath. I think that was him being happy, Kirishima said slowly, a little unsure of himself. He's just showing off his demps, making it clear the quirkless guy is his and no one should mess with him, Jiraiya shrugged. Not the first time I've seen stuff like that happen. You mean you know more quirkless people? Ishido asked, surprised. The quirkless were quite rare around these parts because they tended to huddle together in certain neighborhoods or even countries. Most of the quirkless lived in Northwest Europe due to that fact. It's why we don't see them a lot around here. Midoriya was even the first person I ever met without a quirk. It's such a strange concept for most people since quirks are seen as normal nowadays. Oh yeah, I've been to Europe once when I was a kid, and they're very protective over their quirkless. It's crazy, she laughed. I understood why she thought it was funny. Around here, they're seen as lesser and treated unequally. But that's less so in Europe, they have laws to prevent it. It's worse in America, though, where the quirkless are almost treated like modern slaves. Well, I'm just glad he finally confessed, I sighed. I mean, he really took his time. How long has he known Midoriya likes him too? A few days now, I'd say, Kirishima agreed. But you know how he is. Bakubro isn't very good with emotions. This made most of us snort or chuckle. Katsuki and emotions? Yeah, it was a joke all on its own. Oh my god. We have to hurry or we're gonna be late for class. Mina gasped, looking at her phone. That woke us all up and we almost ran toward the classroom. I was the last to enter and was stopped by Aizawa-sensei himself. Just on time, Kaminari Denki, he spoke in a stern tone. It made shivers run down my spine and I squeaked. Oh no, what did I do wrong now? I wanted to escape to my seat, but he held me back. I know you're kind boy. Mess with Hitoshi's feelings and I'll have a word with you, he whispered into my ear in a threatening tone. Yes sir. I squeaked out in a high voice and basically ran to my place. Now, the exams are upon us as you are all aware, he continued as if nothing had just happened. He explained how we all needed to pass if we wanted to go on the camp, and Yaoyorozu provided extra study sessions at her place to help poor unfortunate souls like myself. What an angel. Midoriya, Kacchan, and I studied for our exams together. Sometimes one of his friends, Kirishima Idru, would join us. I was top of my class, and from what I heard, Kacchan was in the top 3 as well. Didn't expect anything else from my amazing boyfriend. Of course, we both nailed the written exams, but for him, the physical was the hard part. Well, for the whole hero course actually. They all thought they were gonna fight robots, but boy were they wrong. Are you ready, Midoriya? Aizawa-sensei asked as I came out of the changing room. How does it fit? I was wearing a green jumpsuit with white lines tracing my figure. It had a hood with bunny ears, so cute. I was wearing my red sneakers, and around my waist hung a tight black belt full of small pockets in which I stored my gear. On either side of me were handguns, and on my back was a sniper. I also had knives stored away in my suit. Mom didn't trust me to go out alone on the streets when we just moved away, so Dad arranged self-defense classes for me. He taught me how to fight, how to use a gun. Being quirkless is dangerous. I had to be able to protect myself. Even though Father knew I had a quirk, it didn't make him any less concerned. That was before I founded D.E.K.U, that is. It fits perfectly. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, Aizawa-sensei. I smiled. Please, call me Shoyuta, he said with a small smile as we started walking. I take it you kept your mouth shut like I asked? I told absolutely no one, I replied, grinning. The truth is, that practical hero exam? That's me. They had to defeat me, a quirkless villain. It was rather funny, oh the irony. Nonetheless, I immediately agreed to do it when Eraserhead asked. He had looked into my files, where it was reported that I was allowed to use firearms since I'd received the proper training. Good, he stated. Now, I know you're close with some of my students, but I ask you not to pick favorites. Of course not. I promise I'll evaluate them properly and treat them all equally. I didn't expect otherwise. Now take your position, I'm going to announce the surprise, he grinned. I nodded and turned on my earpiece, running onto the urban city called Ground Beta. This was going to be so much fun. I took my position and listened as Aizawa explained the exam to his students. You will enter the area one by one, carrying these targets on your body, he explained, and I could visualize him showing off the targets. Your goal is to either save all hostages within the time limit or take out the villain. You fail if a hostage dies or if the villain takes you out by hitting all of your targets. You go in after I call your name. You can enter when the one before you is done or has failed. I chuckled as he used the word, hostages. They were literally flour bags with faces painted on them. Sir? Who are we fighting exactly? I heard someone ask. I recognized the voice as Uraraka Ochako. She was a sweet girl, and we were actually pretty close friends. I just hoped she'd survive what I had planned for her. That's a surprise, Shoyuta grinned, earning a lot of protests from his class. Listen, in real-life situations, you won't always know who you're up against. So be prepared for anything. Even a quirkless boy with a gun. My personal goal was for not a single one of them to see me and wonder who took them down so easily. I knew that would be hard to accomplish, but if I managed, I might be moved up into the hero course. Can you imagine? The Green Reaper in the hero course? Oh, all the information I could gather, the quirks I could study, and potentially use to enhance even more people or animals. It would be delightful. The gates opened, and the first hero walked inside. I instantly shot the target on his chest from where I was sitting. Being a sniper is an art, and I would make this my masterpiece. The class gasped as they all saw it happen. That's right, no mercy. I quickly shot a second target on his shoulder, daring him to make a move. Come on, Captain Sparkles, is standing still all you've got? I'll hit his 5 targets in no time if this keeps up. But then something unexpected happened. He spotted me. My eyes widened as his laser beam came straight for me, and I rolled away just in time. I'm okay, I coughed into my microphone, something that Aizawa-sensei had given me out of concern for my well-being. They couldn't always see what was going on in the field, so I had to report every now and then. If they went all out on their quirks, there was no way I would be able to defend myself, or at least that's the reasoning behind it. I shook my head, looking back into the scope of my sniper to see the twinkling sparkle had vanished. Damn it. I groaned, standing up and going to the roof where I would have a better overview point. I knew where the hostages were, and he needed to come through here if he wanted to get them to safety. Right now, the gates were closed again, leaving everyone to wonder who they were up against as I searched for my prey. Aha, gotcha. And there goes your third target. I noticed how he let me shoot him to defend one of the hostages. Smart. Does that mean he knows where I am? Before I knew it, I was hit with another laser. It shot my sniper out of my hands and made me fall back. Everything okay? Did he hit you? I heard Aizawa ask through the earpiece. I'm fine, I coughed. But my weapon is broken. He's got a sharp eye, that one. I'm defeated, he wins. Roger that, I'll have Present Mike bring you a new one. This was a lot harder than I expected it to be. I could only take out a few people. Kirishima was easy since he accidentally ripped a flour bag, thus failing to protect a hostage. Sato was so focused on finding me that he got overwhelmed and I could easily walk up to him and hit all his targets. Ashido dissolved her victims while trying to defend them from me, and Kaminari was out the moment he used his quirk and lost focus. It was nice target practice with my handguns. I got Zero while he was flying through the air, cutting his tape apart with my knives. Although he did see me, and I was forced to fight him head-on. He was surprised to see it was me they were fighting, and I used that shock against him. But then there were those I couldn't take down. Ito was fast. He saved the hostages before I could shoot his third target. Yaoyorozu was smart and kept herself and the hostages shielded while crossing open terrain. Of course, there were those who faced me in battle, like Ojiro, for example. He apologized after defeating me, but I assured him it was nothing personal. Tokoyami took me out too, shocked to see UA would really let them fight against a quirkless boy. I told him I wasn't defenseless, and he praised my skill. I didn't really remember how I let my Neta escape. That little grape. Hello there, Izuku-kun, having fun? Todoroki asked as he casually walked up to me with a flower bag in hand. I must have been too lost in thought. I didn't even hear him coming. Yes, actually, I smiled, taking out my handguns. I'm happy Eraser thought about me while setting up the exam. It's really not every day you fight against an invisible and quirkless enemy, right? It's definitely something else, I'll give you that, he chuckled, placing the hostage aside. I don't expect you to hold back, okay? No worries, I will do anything in my power to stop you, except using my quirk, of course, I smiled. I hope you'll do the same? Whatever the Green Reaper desires, he said with a small smile. Our battle was a short one. Shoto froze me almost instantly and forced me to surrender. I'm defeated, Todoroki passes. I spoke into my microphone while Shoto melted some ice away. I heard next is Bakugo, just so you know, Todoroki stated. Oh really? I gasped, getting all hyped up. I can't wait to see his face once he finds me. Yeah, wish I could be there when he faces his so-called quirkless boyfriend, the Halfa snorted. Hey, don't be mean to my Kacchan, I pouted, crossing my arms. Whatever, see you later, Midoriya. Bye, Todoroki-kun. I smiled, waving him off. Alright, time to get into position. I didn't want to hide from Katsuki. He's the type that faces his problems head-on. Besides, it'll be harder for him if he knew who he was up against. I smiled to myself as I walked down the main street, the gate behind me. I came to a stop at a distance where I knew Kacchan would see me immediately but not instantly recognize me. He would charge at me with full speed, unable to stop as the shock of my face reveal washed over him. And that's when I'll strike. I giggled, taking out my handguns. Oh, this will be so much fun. Are you ready for Bakugo Midoriya? I heard Aizawa-sensei ask through the earpiece. Open the gates, I answered, no hesitation, my eyes fixed on the big metal doorway ahead of me. It slowly opened, revealing a figure walking towards me. I recognized the shape of his hair and grenade bracelets. As expected, he saw me and blasted towards me, facing me head-on. The look on his face when he saw me, heavily armed in front of him, was absolutely priceless. Why hi, Kacchan, I smiled, shooting 2 targets on his chest before rolling aside and letting him crash into a wall. I was able to shoot another one on his back before he recovered. We circled around each other for a while, his expression puzzled and conflicted. It was you all this time? He asked, a little surprised. Not as innocent as I seem, right? I laughed, throwing a knife at him, which he dodged. And so the circling continued. How the hell do you know how to handle a gun? He hissed. Dad wants me to be able to protect myself, I shrugged, shooting at him. He dodged by propelling himself into the air, swiftly moving around my bullets. I groaned and tossed aside my guns when I ran out of ammo. He landed a bit further, out of range for me to strike him with a blade. Smart move. You know, I won't let you take the hostages, and if you're not gonna fight back, I'll either defeat you or time runs out. I don't want to fight you, he stated, looking at me with a certain pain in his eyes. Oh Kacchan. If only you knew. If you knew about my villainous after-school activities, my dark past. We're fated to fight, don't you see? We both aim for number 1, we can both be number 1. Each on our side of the coin. If you don't fight me, you fail your exam, oh great king explosion murder, I chuckled. So come on. I'm not weak, you know. Use your quirk. Show me you can be a hero. He groaned, coming at me with a big right swing as always. I smiled, taking his arm, shifting my weight, and sending him flying over my shoulder onto the ground. He gasped at the impact, making me wince a little. Nonetheless, I continued, now sitting on top of him with a blade at his throat. With my other hand I stabbed his 4th target, only 1 more to go. How did you know what I was gonna do, nerd? He hissed, his look having turned into a glare. I've been watching you fight ever since we were children, Kacchan. I know how you think, what you'll do. You really gotta step up your game, I chuckled. Tease, don't tell me what to do, Deku, he grinned, easily suching the rolls around. He took my knife, tossing it away along with the one that was still on my belt. He grabbed my arms and pinned them above my head, strapping them into the cuffs they were given. I'd been cuffed more than once today, yet this felt special. I've got you, he smirked, leaning down. I smiled as we shared a moment, feeling the intensity of our rivalry. Aizawa's voice rang through the arena, making me blush a bright red. I noticed Katsuki's cheeks were a bit pink as he leaned down and grabbed my microphone. I win, he spoke while looking me in the eye, only making me blush even more. Alright, Bakugo Midoriya, go to the changing room, that was the last one. Good job, show you to side through the comms. See, could you uncuff me please, Kacchan? I asked as he didn't make a move to get off me. Oh, right, he said quickly, shaking his head. Soon we walked into the boys' locker room, where most of them were still discussing their own fights against me. There he is. What the heck, dude? Kirishima exclaimed. It didn't take long for them to surround me, asking a ton of questions and praising me for taking out 5 people all on my own. Well, most of them had eliminated themselves, but still. Isn't it obvious? Todoroki asked when a lot of them wondered why I could handle a gun that well. Midoriya doesn't have a quirk. It's only natural for him to seek out ways to defend himself, isn't it? Bakugo, did you know he could do that? Zero asked. No, the ash blonde grunted, shooting me a glare. If you can do martial arts, then why the heck did you never stand up to your bullies, huh? I only use it when I'm in danger, Kacchan, I whispered, fumbling with my shirt. Serious danger. Not just some stupid people who think they'll be better than me just because they have quirks. I felt a wave of pity wash over me. They all knew I got bullied. I mean, I'm quirkless after all. Being friends with the hero core students has its effects, though. That thought almost made me laugh. I used to despise heroes and quirks in general. Good or evil, what does it even matter? The quirkless are always at the bottom of the food chain. Boys. I wish they never existed. I didn't notice I'd started crying, and suddenly a pair of strong arms wrapped around me. It's okay, nerd, sorry I asked, Katsuki muttered into my ear. He glared over my shoulder at the others in the locker room, and they instantly got the silent message. Tell anyone about this and you're in trouble. After that little breakdown, everyone got dressed quickly to avoid the awkward tension in the air. Some were bummed out about not being able to go to camp as we walked to the 1A classroom together. Others were getting really excited about it, only making it worse for those who felt left out. Say, Midoriya, why are you still here? Todoroki asked as we filled in the classroom. Because I asked him here. Everyone gasped as Aizawa-sensei suddenly stood at his desk, covered in his yellow sleeping bag, glaring at his students. This year's exam was a test we've never run before. Heroes in training against a quirkless with weapons. We did this exercise because if you're getting too used to fighting quirks, you won't know how to react to an actual gun in your face. It could end up harming you or innocent civilians. You did well, Midoriya. Thank you for your cooperation. My pleasure. I smiled. However, Eraser continued, glaring at his students, some of you failed this test, and you know what that means for the summer training camp, don't you? By now, Mina and Denki were practically in tears. They really wanted to go to camp. Everyone is going, he exclaimed, making the students gasp. I giggled, knowing this was coming. He started to explain it was all just a trick to get them pumped up and that those who failed needed the extra training and lessons they'd receive at camp. Also, because Midoriya was able to hold his own against most of you, he'll be joining us, Aizawa stated, making my eyes widen. I got to go to camp. A whole week away from home with my Kacchan. Amazing. So you're considering transferring him to the hero course, right? Bakugo asked, staring straight at his teacher. The board wants to see if it's possible, yes. Like a quirkless can ever become a hero. The class froze at that, and Kacchan totally lost it. I'm not really affected by that statement, it's true. In normal circumstances, a quirkless boy like myself could never become a hero. I didn't want to either. I'm happy as the Green Reaper, thank you. Yet half the class was now fighting Mineta, who'd shouted the statement, and the other half was cheering and throwing insults. Eraserhead did nothing to interfere as he simply zipped back into his sleeping bag and went to take a nap on the floor. I stared at the scene in shock. Never had so many people stood up for me at once. Never had I felt so loved and defended, like nothing could ever harm me again. Is this what friendship feels like? Are you okay, Midoriya? Todoroki asked, pulling me out of thought. I wiped away some stray tears and nodded. Why yeah, I'm fine. I'm used to being called out on my lack of a quirk. It's just been a while, and I wasn't expecting it, I muttered, forcing a smile. He should know how powerful you truly are, Shoto chuckled quietly, making me laugh as well. That thought cheered me up a little. I mean, I could literally take everyone in this room down, but where's the fun in that? After Mineta was dealt with, everyone gathered around to comfort me. Kacchan held me in his arms, his head on my shoulder, his eyes daring people to come closer. Yet I was able to happily chat with everyone until we packed up and went our separate ways home. I'm so excited for training camp. Oh, I just can't wait. Deku had been talking to me until he fell asleep against my shoulder. The bus ride was long, but I didn't mind. I stared outside the window, my arm wrapped around my cute little broccoli as he slept. My friends had teased me multiple times, and I had to threaten them to get them to stop. Aizawa-sensei had to use his quirk a few times when the class got out of control, but aside from that, there hadn't been any problems. That is until, alright class, get out. I frowned. We were in the middle of nowhere at the side of the road. What the hell? I sighed and shook Deku a bit to wake him up. Oi, sleepyhead, we need to get out of the bus. Are we there yet? He asked, confused, rubbing his eyes. I don't know, let's find out, I responded, nudging him to start walking. It didn't take long for the wild pussycats to make an appearance, explaining why we were there and what we were expected to do. Deku was totally fanboying, muttering at an inhuman pace, making it impossible for anyone to understand him. I was so focused on my boyfriend that I didn't hear the signal and got surprised by the avalanche. In reflex, I grabbed Deku and made sure we landed safely on the ground. The grape ran into the forest blindly, only to come back screaming seconds later. Beasts and monsters surrounded us, and a grin spread across my face. I do love a good challenge. But that soon faded into worry as I glanced at Deku. He didn't have any weapons on him, making it impossible for him to defend himself. Alright, I have a strategy, he smiled, looking at me with determination. I think I found a way to get everyone to work together for the quickest results. There it is. My smart little nerd. He started explaining his plan, which everyone followed without question. We all wanted to make it to the campsite as fast as possible, and if that meant taking orders from a quirkless, most were happy to do so. Besides, we could blame Deku if we arrived too late. Not that I'd do that, but I know enough people who would. Ever since claiming quirkless people couldn't become heroes, the class had turned against him. I loved how everyone was protecting my innocent green bean, especially after they had judged him so quickly when they first met after the sports festival. Although it took us longer than expected and we were all drained when we arrived at the campsite, satisfaction washed over us when the wild pussycats told us we had arrived faster than they expected. I frowned when Izuku started wandering off, but soon noticed he was talking to a small boy. Koda, I believe his name was. He didn't seem very friendly and kicked Deku. My friends instantly shot to his defense, only making things worse for my already embarrassed boyfriend. After that, we were told to settle in and bathe before dinner. It felt great when the water of the hot spring hit my skin. My muscles are so sore already. I don't even want to know what else they've got planned for us. Shitty hair whined as he sank into the water, only the top half of his head visible now. Come on guys, I'm sure it's not that bad. Deku smiled. Oh yeah, you have it easy talking, you didn't have to do anything at all in the forest, Dunceface stated. I growled at that comment, wrapping a protective arm around Deku's shoulder and pulling him closer to me. Oh my god. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that, he quickly added. I just meant to say that. It's okay, Kaminari, I know what you mean, Deku said, looking down a little. While all of you used your physical abilities to the fullest, I could only provide mental support and tactics. I didn't actually do anything, like you just said. So that's why I'll train double as hard starting from tomorrow. That's my broccoli. I chuckled, ruffling his hair before kissing him on the head. This made him blush and some guys groaned. Dude, take that stuff elsewhere, Tape Dispenser complained. Just let them be happy, Shitty Hair chuckled, now sitting back in a normal position while Dunce's face sank further into the water with a pout. I miss Hitoshi. Don't let Aizawa-sensei hear you say that or you're dead meat, Icy Hot sighed. Ugh, I'm already dead meat. That guy is never gonna like me dating his nephew. At least you're dating someone, unlike others. Tailman said, breaking his sentence off as he watched Grape stare at the wall with determination. Mineta? What are you planning to do over there? Just on the other side of this wall awaits heaven, he chuckled. TCH disgusting little perv. Before Four Eyes could stop him, he was up and away. Walls are meant to be climbed. And then, out of nowhere, he was pushed down again. Thanks, Koda. I heard a girl yell from the other side. Koda? That's the brat that kicked my precious Izuku, right? Seconds later, said boy fell down from the wall as well. Before anyone could react, he hit the ground, or so we thought. His fall was interrupted just before he hit the ground, a green aura surrounding him for a fraction of a second. I'm not sure of what I saw or if others saw the same thing. What I noticed right after the fall was that Half and Half was staring wide-eyed at Deku instead of at the boy like everyone else. Ida looked like he had just witnessed something shocking, and Kaminari seemed equally stunned. Everyone was surprised and worried, but something about their reactions felt. Oh my god. Is he hurt? Izuku shouted, rushing over to the boy and bringing him to the pussycats for help. I noticed Four Eyes and Icy Hot exchange a glance, as if they knew something I didn't. Then, Dunce's face pulled Half and Half aside, whispering something like, he is here? I was confused. Who was here? Why did he sound so scared? Todoroki shrugged in response and ignored him as he stepped outside the bathing area. Oi, Dunce's face, what was that about? I asked. Nothing, he replied quickly, a little too quickly. I scowled. I'm not the kind of guy who usually feels left out, but for some reason I felt like I was missing something. I shrugged it off though. Why would I care about some secret between Dunce's face and Half? I carefully followed Koda up the hill towards a small cave with a big cliff in front of it. Training had been tough today, but nothing I couldn't handle. The others, however, were exhausted. Aizawa had let me use their failures as target practice while they worked on improving their quirks. As he said beforehand, it was extra harsh training. I saw Koda stop and sit down to gaze at the stars, which tugged at my heart. After hearing his tragic backstory, I felt sympathy for him. He rejects quirks and despises both heroes and villains. He'll have a tough life growing up with such beliefs. To me, he was just a child waiting to be influenced by either side. Right now, he was trying to maintain his balance on a thin string above an endless abyss, postponing an inevitable fall. But would he fall to the left or the right? Influenced by heroes or villains? He was a blank canvas, ready to be shaped. I couldn't let such a vulnerable boy fall into the wrong hands. Hey, I whispered, surprising him. What are you doing here? How did you find my secret base? He shouted defensively. I chuckled a little at his term, secret base. I followed you here, I said, choosing my words carefully. I noticed you didn't eat, so I brought you some curry, I said, tilting the plate slightly to show him I meant well. I don't want it, he scowled, crossing his arms and looking away. He reminded me so much of Kacchan. I don't get you people. Breaking your bodies for your quirks, calling yourselves heroes, he mumbled. Your parents were water hose, right? I asked, shocking him. Your aunt told me about what happened. I'm really sorry they had to die that way. Not like your pathetic excuse will bring them back, he hissed, anger flashing in his eyes. I could see he was about to go on a rant and push me away. I couldn't let that happen, so I pulled out my trump card. I'm quirkless, I said quickly, making him close his mouth before any words could escape. I slowly set the plate down inside. Ever since I can remember, I've been treated differently just because I don't have a quirk. I know you despise quirks and the world built around them. I understand that, believe me. But rejecting it will only make your life more difficult. Shut up. Just go away, he shouted. I sighed, looking down at the ground. Well, I tried, I guess. But I wasn't giving up. I'll leave the food here in case you get hungry, I said quietly, walking back to camp. Hey, Midoriya. Where were you all of a sudden? Bakugo was looking for you, Ochako said as I returned. They were all sitting around a big campfire, classes A and B bickering among themselves. Oh, just making sure Koda is okay, I said with a small smile, scanning for the angry blonde. Where is Kacchan? He went to bed early, Kirishima laughed, making me check the time. Oh, yeah, of course, it's already past 9. I chuckled. Kacchan tends to go to bed early so he can wake up before everyone else and get things done in the morning. That's just the kind of person he is. This made a lot of people laugh, and I rolled my eyes before heading inside to look for my boyfriend. Instead, I almost ran into Ida and Todoroki talking to Aizawa-sensei. And are you too certain that's what you saw? The underground hero asked. Yes, sir, it was definitely the same green glow as the Green Reaper uses, Ida answered, making me freeze. Damn it. I thought I was being careful. I knew Shoto and Denki recognized it, but I totally forgot Ida saw me in Hosu. Do you have any idea what he might be after? Well, if he's here it can't mean anything good. But we don't know that for sure. Just keep your mind sharp, eyes and ears open, got it? And you, I want you to be extra careful, Aizawa said, pointing at Todoroki. He has come after you and your family before, whether for better or worse. If he's here, you are my best guess as to why. Shouldn't we cancel training camp? Or move to a different location? Todoroki asked, confused. Isn't it too dangerous to stay here? Waiting him out. I understand your concern, but we don't know anything for certain. Until then, keep this quiet, okay? Aizawa replied, prompting a synchronized, yes sir, from the small group before they split up. Shoto and I made eye contact, and he quickly came over to brief me. Ida saw you use your power to save Koda. He wanted to tell a teacher. I had to go along with it, as you must understand. Yes, of course. It was foolish of me to use my quirk. Anyone could have seen, I groaned. So why did you? Shoto asked, tilting his head slightly. Well, I'm not going to let a child fall to his death, for starters, I hissed. Besides, it just came to me as a reflex. Koda is innocent, he doesn't deserve this. I sighed, closing my eyes for a moment before looking straight at Shoto again. Why did I save him? Why did I save this boy from his abusive father? Why save Shinso from a life without meaning? Why try to save the world when it feels doomed? You know why people follow me, Todoroki-kun? Huh, he asked, not understanding the question. It's not only because I hold power, I continued. If that were the case, nobody would have listened to me back in the forest. Kacchan and I wouldn't even be friends. Nobody in 1A would want to be friends with me. The truth is, power is nothing without conviction. A strong opinion, a voice that doesn't waver. Heart showed. It's all in the heart. It's how I convinced you to join my union. How I convinced Shinso, how I'll convince Kaminari. Tapping into someone's feelings and using them to get what you want, that's what leadership is all about. He just stared at me, not knowing where this was going. I shook my head with a small smile. Because of that, because of my heart and principles, I can't simply watch when a child falls. In essence, it is what it means to be a hero. Yet you are a manipulative villain, he countered, making me chuckle. Hero and villain, black and white. It's all so appealing on paper, isn't it? I don't really believe in those terms, you know? The world is 50 shades of gray, maybe even more. The line between each of them is as thin and soft as a hair, almost non-existent. I burst out into laughter, tiptoeing to ruffle his dual-colored hair. Just messing with you, Sho. See you in the morning. I smiled as I ran off to the boy's bedroom. What I told him was true, and he knew it. But what neither of us knew was that a little dark-haired boy had been listening in on our conversation. Yes, little Koda had heard everything, from how I saved him with my quirk, even though I told him I was quirkless, to how I'm a villain who despises the modern world. He was confused, to say the least, but didn't dare to speak up, afraid of the consequences. He wasn't naive, he knew what a green glow meant in the world of villains. The Green Reaper. Unaware that my biggest secret had been revealed to a 6-year-old, I entered the boy's bedroom. Kacchan was sound asleep, just as I had expected. I giggled a little as I changed clothes and slipped into the bed next to him. We had bunk beds, but some were pushed against each other, making it look almost like a double bed. Suddenly, a pair of arms wrapped around my waist, pulling me back. "Took you long enough," he muttered into my back, making me blush a little. "Sorry, heard you were looking for me?" I smiled, turning around in his hold. He slowly opened his eyes to look at me, a slight pink blush covering his cheeks. It was hard to see in the dark, but I managed. Deku. Has anyone ever told you your eyes shine like bright emeralds in the dark? You're so pretty, my cute little troublemaker, he whispered, closing his eyes again. Kacchan was really tired. Maybe that was for the best. I wouldn't want him to find out, certainly not like this. I sighed, smiling as my fingers trailed through his hair. You're really handsome, but I guess you already know that, I whispered, placing a kiss on his forehead, which made him smile and blush. And your eyes are a appealing dark ruby red, so mesmerizing, he murmured. Just sleep, nerd, he muttered, pulling me onto his chest while keeping me in a protective embrace. I giggled as I snuggled closer to him. Sweet dreams, Kacchan. The next morning, training continued. That evening, we would compete in a test of courage. Well, everyone except those stuck with extra lessons. We pulled straws to make the teams, but since we were uneven, someone had to go alone. And you guessed it, lucky me. Is it safe to send Midoriya in alone? Choco asked. I'm not defenseless, you know, I pouted. Yeah, think he can't handle it, round face? Kacchan added. It's not like they'll actually attack us or something, Todoroki shrugged. Everyone agreed I should be able to go alone, yet it all went downhill from there. Of course, the League of Villains had to attack. Of course, it made me groan out loud. Really, Dad? I knew everyone here was able to defend themselves, but we weren't allowed to use our quirks without permission, which made things a little more complicated. Koda? Has anyone seen Koda? My eyes widened. Not everyone here can defend themselves. There is only one place I can think of, his secret base. I know where he is. I'll get him to safety. I shouted and started running. I wished I could use my telekinesis right about now. I could have flown there in an instant. When I finally reached the cliff, a huge muscular guy was about to punch Koda. I couldn't let that happen. So I did what I shouldn't have done. I activated my quirk. A green aura surrounded the man's hand, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it. This strained me. How strong is this guy? Why you? Koda whispered, backing off quickly now that he was out of danger for a moment. I knew my hair and eyes were glowing, and even though I could see he was scared, I gave him a bright smile. Don't worry, Koda, everything is going to be okay. I'm here to protect you now. It's you, the man laughed, turning to face me. He had one fake eye and a smug grin. The big boss says I can't kill you, Green Reaper. Oh, so my father spoke of me? How nice, I replied, clenching my fist and applying pressure. His muscles reformed quickly, and I wasn't sure which one of us would give out first. Koda, please, I know you're scared, but you have to trust me, okay? Your aunt is very worried about you, and I promised her I'd bring you back. So please come to me while I still have control over him. Surprisingly, Koda didn't hesitate to run over and hide behind me. Wasn't he afraid of what I could do? He knew I'd been lying about having a quirk, yet he trusted me almost blindly. It's the G guy that killed my parents, Koda whispered, trembling. I frowned, glaring at the man. You know, when I said I can't kill you, it doesn't mean I don't have the power to, he laughed, breaking free from my hold as the green glow faded. I cursed under my breath, determined to protect Koda at all costs. The big boss doesn't want his precious little son to get hurt. Well, if you think you can beat me, bring it on. I yelled angrily. I'll show Dad I don't need his protection anymore. I threw him into the rock wall with force, but his muscles just regenerated. Okay, Koda, I'm gonna need you to get on my back, okay? I knelt down for him to climb on. Hold on tight. I jumped just before the muscular guy could punch us, leaving a crater in the ground. I used my quirk to make us fly, giving me a good overview of the chaos. A part of the forest was on fire, another part was clouded with gas, and a big fight was happening in the training area. You can't escape from me, he shouted, leaping into the air to reach us. Maybe if I could get him to smash himself into the ground? I quickly dove down while he was still in the air, making him aim at us with full force. Koda, cover your eyes, I ordered. He complied, and just before the muscular guy hit the ground, I dodged. I flew above him, kicking him down with all my might, tearing through his defenses. A sickening crack echoed as bones broke, and Koda whimpered, clinging to me for dear life. I used my quirk to immobilize him further. After that, I made a bright green flash appear, claiming this victory as the Green Reaper. I wanted everyone to see it, hoping it would intimidate the League. Hey, it's okay, Koda, you're safe now, I whispered, setting him down carefully. I made sure he couldn't see the chaos I had just created and took his hand with a small smile. See? Nothing to fear. Why? You're really him, aren't you? The G Green Reaper? Are you scared? I asked, kneeling to meet his gaze. I heard you talk to that weird-haired guy yesterday, but I didn't think it was real, he stammered, tears welling in his eyes. Before I could react, he hugged me tightly. T thank you. F for saving me. I smiled a little and patted his back. Not all villains are evil, just like not all heroes are good. Remember that, okay? He nodded, wiping his tears away. Good. Now, if you promise you won't tell anyone who I am, I think we can be friends. What do you think? He like that, he replied with a small smile. Great. Now let's get you to safety, alright? I said, standing back up. So he heard me talk to Todoroki, huh? That's why he wasn't so scared. He'd heard me express my beliefs and how the world isn't black and white. I'd convinced Koda without even realizing it. Yes, he was definitely leaning more to the dark side now. Especially my side. Who knows, maybe in the future he could be a valuable asset to D.E.K.U? I smiled at the thought, yet this fight wasn't over yet. In the forest, we ran into Aizawa-sensei, who seemed visibly distressed. Oh, thank God you found him and you're both alive, he breathed in relief. I guess that's only natural since we're the weakest people on site. Or so he thought. Get back to the main building ASAP, got it? What's happening out there? Is everyone alright? I asked quickly. The only thing we know is that both the League and the Green Reaper are here. We don't know whether or not they're working together or what they're after. My first priority is to get the students to safety, so go to the main building. Now. I did as he told me, taking Koda to the main building. Soon it was announced that students were allowed to use their quirks to fight, meaning things just got serious. But just as the building came into view, I was stopped by one of the villains. Dabi, I think he goes by. Shoto had told me all about him after the attack on our base. He said he thought Dabi might be his long-lost brother Toya, a boy who ran away from home to escape their father. I'm not sure what to think about it, but then again it's not my complex family drama. Dabi loomed over me, making me back up. Against a tree, Koda at my side. If it isn't the son of All for One, he chuckled, leaning in. I know all about you, Mr. Green Reaper. Please tell my dear little brother Shoto I said hello before you send him off to fight your battles again, okay? I didn't have time to react. Dabi just turned into goo and suddenly there was a fist in my face. Everything okay? That was just a clone. It was the homeroom teacher of Class 1B. We're fine, thanks to you, I smiled as he guided us towards the main building. Dabi's words spun in my head. My dear little brother Shoto. So he'd recognize Todoroki Toya? I should tell him to confirm his theory. Dabi was indeed Toya Todoroki. Oh God, Midoriya. We're so glad you're okay. Mina exclaimed, hugging me as I entered. We heard nobody was able to find you anywhere. Where were you, dude? Kirishima asked, checking me for any injuries. I was getting Koda from his secret base, I said, the small boy now hiding behind my back. He's not really a people person, I guess. And, we ran into some trouble. Saw the Green Reaper. You saw the Reaper? Kaminari gasped, grabbing my shoulders. She was fighting some other guy from the League of Villains. We didn't really stay long enough for them to notice us, I stuttered timidly. He let go of me, seemingly trying to calm himself, muttering something along the lines of, he's really here, under his breath. Was he really that affected by my presence? Did he think I had eyes on him all the time to make sure he wouldn't slip up or something? I guess what he did really haunts him. Although I heard from Shinso that he's already spending his pocket money on games and useless gadgets. It worried me Kacchan wasn't in the main building already, but it wasn't until after the battle I'd know he'd never reach it. Tetsu and Kendo took out the smoke guy while Tokoyami smashed someone's teeth in while being wildly out of control. The Pussycats would have everything under control by then, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered anymore. Because even though we won the most fights, they won the war. They managed to kidnap Katsuki, my Kacchan, taken away from me by that stupid League of Villains. I screamed my lungs out that day, tears flowing freely down my face. I could have taken out every single one of them. And yet I didn't. I didn't because I couldn't risk my identity getting exposed, and now my precious explosive boyfriend got kidnapped. It made me wonder if Dad knew about Bakugo and I dating. But he wouldn't just take him because of that, would he? He's not that overprotective, right? Kaminari wiped away his tears in anger. How could this happen? How could Bakugo of all people be taken away from us? So many were injured and wounded, none of us could do anything, and it was so frustrating. And then there was the fact the Green Reaper was at the scene as well. I know he despises the League and apparently his father built it. He took out one of their guys and Midoriya even saw them fight. Why was he there in the first place? To protect Todoroki from any harm? That guy can defend himself just fine. But then again, that's what I thought about Bakugo too. I sighed, walking through the somber hospital halls. I just came back from Yaoyorozu, which was the last person I visited. I stopped at a vending machine, staring emotionlessly at its contents. I could really use some energy right about now. I slowly put the money in and pressed the right button, only for it to get stuck against the glass. Oh, life is just great, isn't it? I groaned in frustration, slamming the machine and accidentally using my quirk. It totally flipped, and almost all snacks fell down. That's what you get, you stupid vending machine. Now, that's not very hero-like, is it? I froze up at that voice, recognizing it in an instant. But then again, you're not a true hero. I turned around, shocked to see no one there. What the hell? Over here, Kaminari-kun. I looked aside, seeing none other than Midoriya Izuku staring at me. His usual smile had faded, and his eyes had turned dark. Of course, his boyfriend got kidnapped. What did I expect? But that didn't explain why I just heard the Reaper talk. You seem confused, let me fix that for you, he said, making his eyes glow a bright emerald green. The shock that washed over me made me stop breathing for a moment. It made my heart skip a beat, and my eyes widened in disbelief. I took a step back, uncertain of how to react to this. Midoriya is the Reaper? No way. This has to be some kind of weird dream, right? Some illusion my mind is making up due to all the stress? Listen up, I don't have time for your confusion right now, got it? So save the surprise for later, he hissed, pulling me back into reality. He grabbed my shirt and pulled me down to his height, glaring me in the eye. Shoto and I are gonna break Katsuki out of there. Tonight. You're in or not? Don't make me repeat myself, blackout, he hissed, making his eyes glow again. I whimpered in fear, quickly nodding. I'm in. Great, he smiled, backing off. It was like turning off SW. Swoosh, he was back to the innocent Midoriya I knew. I already asked Shinso-kun, but his parents won't let him go with the whole camp incident, you know, he sighed. Anyways, I'll be expecting you at the base at 7. That works for you? Oh, why yeah, that's totally fine, I said quickly. But let's go save Katsuki together. He smiled happily, his childlike enthusiasm making me smile as well. Let's go save Bakugo, I chuckled. And this all happened unaware of one other person listening in on our conversation. A person who'd turn the tables when the right time arrives. Later that night, I walked in on Todoroki changing into his villain outfit in our common changing room at HQ. Oh, I didn't know you'd be here as well, he said, a little surprised as he buttoned up his shirt. Bakugo is one of my best friends. I'm not leaving him if I can help it, I stated, unlocking my locker and taking out my costume. Why does this suddenly feel like a casual locker room conversation? Like we're just getting ready for training. Say, when is Midoriya gonna get here? I didn't see him when I came in. He should be here any minute. Todoroki cut himself short to look at me. That's right, I'm in on the secret too now. I mean, I did freak out to Shinso about it. But everything made much more sense now. Midoriya is the Green Reaper, and he cares for his friends. So that's why he helped Todoroki punish Endeavor, and Shinso follows him. They're his friends, not his lackeys, I think at least. Told you? Shoto asked in shock. Wait, does that mean you're part of the group now? You joined the union? Wow, I really didn't think about that at all, to be honest. I mean, Midoriya did think about me when setting up this rescue plan, so. I don't know, I admitted, now confused myself. I mean, he just straight up asked me whether or not I wanted to help save Bakugo, and I just said yes. Oh, he mouthed, continuing to get ready. It was silent for a while as we both changed into our villain outfits. It felt strange, but not in a wrong way. I'm not sure why though, I can't really describe it. So, are you still scared? Todoroki asked out of nowhere. What do you mean? I asked in confusion. You're talking to me fluently, so I guess you're over the fact I've been working for the Green Reaper, he continued, and I got a feeling of where this was going. You even accepted the fact your own boyfriend is a villain while you're training to become a hero. So tell me, now that you know Midoriya Izuku is the Green Reaper, are you still scared? I don't know, I whispered, not making eye contact at all costs. It still makes me uncomfortable to think about, you know? How my own boyfriend is actually my enemy. How you, my own classmate, someone that should strive to be a hero, could walk the path of darkness. And now I'm told that the small quirkless green-headed boy called Izuku Midoriya is the leader of a villainous organization, the killer of all might and countless others, the Green Reaper. I just don't know what to think anymore. It's an act, you know. Once you understand the trick, it's easy to see through, Todoroki sighed. Not everything he says and does is real, not as Midoriya nor as the Reaper. But some things are, like his feelings for Bakugo, for example. Or his friendship with me and Shinso. The thing is, he only lies when he has to complete his image and satisfy the people around him. He's still the same person, you know? He threatened to hurt me. He put me through so much pain. I can't even begin to describe. He did the same to me, he interrupted, his voice neutral as always. I discovered his secret by accident after the sports festival, and he instantly came after me. He had his hand on my chest, ready to finish it off, yet he didn't. Instead, he gave me one for all, letting me suffer for almost a week until the quirk finally settled in. And together we ruined my father, which was a lot of fun, actually. Why? I slapped a hand over my mouth. Damn it, that was such a stupid question. Why did I even say that out loud? I exclaimed. Because behind the mask, he's still Midoriya, Shoto answered, smiling. He was smiling. Izuku-kun saved me, believe it or not. And he makes me happy. Something I haven't felt in a long time. It's the same for Shinso, Kamari. He's an outcast with a villainous quirk, bullied and shoved away because people are scared of what he can do. And then Midoriya passed by, giving him friendship and a way to leave his mark on the world. He sighed, still smiling as he started walking towards the door. I hope you understand Midoriya is more than just the Reaper. This union isn't just another organization but a family. He cares for everyone around him, even when he's looked down upon for being quirkless. But he isn't quirkless, I frowned. That's a story for another day. Get ready, Bakugo is waiting. With that, the alpha left the room, leaving me alone to get changed. Oh god, I'm so confused right now. POV Bakugo. It was almost painful to watch Aizawa-sensei get criticized by the media. He was so polite. It was so out of character, so frustrating. Couldn't those people realize he did everything he could? He wasn't even anywhere near me when it happened. A bunch of lazy individuals who don't know how to do their research. The TV was shut off again, and a sigh escaped my lips. Here we go again. Seems like your precious school is under a lot of fire, huh? Shigaraki chuckled. This guy honestly makes me sick. I almost GG every time I'm forced to look at him. It didn't help that I've been starving myself either. I don't trust them or their food. Yet it's always the same song stuck on repeat, always trying to convince me to join their ranks. Why can't they just take the hint already? I don't want any part in their plans. I glared ahead as they tried to manipulate me once again. I knew there was someone else listening in on this conversation. His voice had sounded through the room a few times now. Somehow it sounded familiar, and he talked about me like he actually knew me. It was infuriating. Suddenly, the light started to flicker, and a spark of hope burned within me. I knew I shouldn't, it was probably just a random power surge. I mean, this place looked pretty shabby, so it wouldn't surprise me if this happened more often. The electricity fell out, leaving us in the dark. But soon enough, a bright green light emerged in the room, and before I realized it, the Green Reaper was standing in the middle of everyone. Both his eyes and hair were a bright emerald green, his costume neat and straight, his cape nearly touching the ground. Why hello there, League of Villains, he smirked. Thought I'd come and say hi since you trashed my place. Not very nice of you now, is it? Get him. Shigaraki screamed, but no one moved. That's when I noticed the ice covering the ground and a second male entering the scene. Please do not interrupt the boss while he's speaking, he said in a monotone voice while everyone was literally frozen in place. He reminded me of Icy Hot a lot. I shook my head. What the hell am I even thinking? Half and Half would never do this, he's too far gone for that. I saw how he and Dabi made eye contact, an unspoken conversation lingering in the air. What was their connection? Thank yous. Now where was I? Oh yes, the Reaper continued, clapping his hands together. You attacked my base and harmed my people. And after that stunt you pulled in Hosu, disgusting. And now this? Kidnapping a first-year UA student? Do you even have a goal? Good question, I thought to myself. They just do as they're told. You of all people should know that, a voice sounded through the room. How could he still be here? I thought the power was out? Ah, there he is. The man I wanted to talk to, the Reaper happily exclaimed. How are things over there, Dad? Recovering nicely, I presume? Dad? Okay, wow, things just got a lot more complicated. The big boss villain of the League is the father of the Slayer of All Might. What the hell? But I didn't have time to let my thoughts settle. A hand covered my mouth. He signaled me to be quiet as he unlocked my restraints. What the? Was he with the Reaper and his organization? His hair and eyes were a bright electric blonde, and his costume reminded me of Dunt's face. We'll get you out of here if you comply, he whispered into my ear, grabbing my arm as he unlocked the last locks. I didn't have the energy to deny him or to fight off this entire room. Like I said, I've been starving myself. Plus, if he could really get me out of here, be my guest. I wanted to get away from these creeps as soon as possible. The blonde pulled me out of the chair while the Green Reaper kept talking. I looked down to see heavy golden rings on his hands. It spelled Blackout, probably his code name. Blackout. So does that mean he caused the power surge? Don't try anything, he muttered as we got into the open air. I took a deep breath, feeling fresh air for the first time in days. Oh god, it felt so good. I felt his eyes on me as I took in my surroundings, seeing him smile a little too. He looked up at the sky and whistled, making me frown. What the hell? Don't struggle, it'll only hurt more. He chuckled before I was lifted off the ground, now flying high in the air. I yelped in surprise, letting out a not-so-manly scream before calming down. The only thing I knew was that some large bird-like creature was carrying me in its claws, bringing me to who knows where for who knows what. I looked down again and gulped. Yep, definitely don't want to try using my explosions right now. If I fall from this height, I'm most certainly dead. I looked back up, noticing a ring around the creature's feet. Crowley, property of D.E.K.U. My eyes widened at that word, and I had to reread it to make sure it said what I thought it did. Dauntless Emerald Killer Union. It went on after that. D.E.K.U for short. I've been calling my Izuku after some criminal organization. Why did I not know that? This must be the name of the organization the Green Reaper leads. Nobody ever heard its name and lived to tell the tale, so it's really no miracle I didn't know. But still, guilt washed over me. I noticed we were starting to descend, and my eyes widened before I tightly shut them. We were diving down at high speed, the wind cutting into my face. What is wrong with this thing? I breathed heavily once I landed on solid ground, opening my eyes to find the bird beast gone. Imagine my surprise when instead I saw my own house in front of me. I'm back home? I shakily crawled to my feet, practically running to the front door. This has to be some kind of crazy dream, right? I must have passed out somewhere along the way. Maybe that creature was part of my imagination as well? It all felt so real. Nonetheless, I had to try. I started ringing the doorbell, banging on the door as hard as I could without breaking it down. And when it finally opened, that's the moment I broke down. I'll never forget it. The way my mom and I looked at each other. I was pulled into a bone-crushing hug, yet all I could do was cry and hold on to her. In the background, something shattered to the floor, and in a matter of seconds, Dad joined the hug. I'll never forget that moment. I felt so terribly weak yet so happy and relieved. Normally I wouldn't let them hug me, I wouldn't cry, we would yell at each other. But right now, not a word was spoken. Our tears did all the talking for us, telling each other how much we missed them, silent, I love yous filling the air. Mom made me take a bath when they dragged me inside. They checked me for injuries before I changed into something comfortable, and they stuffed me with food. The clothes I had been wearing for days were thrown into a bin, and we burned them. Burned them like we burn the bad memories of the past away. It was nice, sitting between my parents in silence, watching them turn to ashes. I'll call the police, Dad whispered to Mom, standing up to take his phone. Yes, I'll contact the school right away, Mom responded, looking back at me. She made sure I was wrapped up in a blanket on the couch while they arranged everything on the phone. I watched them pace through the house, explaining what kind of miracle just happened. I was drinking hot chocolate when the cops arrived. Eraserhead and Present Mike were with them as they questioned me. You should have seen the looks on their faces when I told them I got rescued by the Green Reaper. Priceless. I told them about what happened, and they wrote it off as gang rivalry. D.K.U probably didn't want the League to have the fame of kidnapping a UA student, so they let me escape to bring shame on them. I was used to get revenge, and it disgusted me. Don't get me wrong though, I'm glad to be out of there, but once I'm a pro hero, they're going down. He's safely on his way, boss. The moment Kamari said those words, a huge grin came to my face. Good, I didn't want Kacchan seeing this. My revenge on the League of Villains. A statement to my father. Hear that, Dad? Let's see. Oh, I know. Let's all pick one member who gets to live. Todoroki and Kaminari exchanged glances but didn't question my authority. They wouldn't dare, knowing what I was capable of. Ace. He stepped up to Dabi, just like I knew he would. The bond between brothers is truly special, isn't it? We still have to talk, Toya. Don't use that name, he hissed in response. I rolled my eyes, gesturing to Denki. Blackout. Oh, he mumbled, looking around for a bit before stopping in front of Toga. Well, guess I'll save the girl. Great choices, both of you. I smiled, walking up to Shigaraki. And then there is you, Daddy dearest little favorite. I despise you, Tenko. Therefore you may live. I want to see you squirm, feel my wrath. I chuckled, looking in the direction of my father's voice. We might be family by blood, but remember my words. Cross me again, and it will be your life. I hissed, letting the green aura take over my body. The glow also surrounded those who were not chosen, and they screamed in agony. I think Kaminari ran out at some point to vomit outside. Todoroki wasn't a big fan either, but he endured. Alrighty. Ace, you can unfreeze them now, our job here is done. I smiled, walking past Shoto on my way out. There I found Kaminari leaning against the building, looking up at the sky. He had some blood on his clothes, but I knew it wasn't his. Everything okay? I asked, startling him out of his thoughts. I know it can be quite rough to see me doing stuff like that. I won't blame you if you don't want anything to do with me anymore. No, it's fine, he choked out, but we both knew that was a lie. He didn't even look at me, fear evident on his face. You're a villain, the killer of all might out of all people. I should have expected this, he whispered, rubbing his arms. I frowned, now standing next to him. Neither of us looked at each other, we just stood there in silence until I spoke up. You know, I was still quirkless when I took down All Might, I whispered with a small smile. He'd almost killed my dad and I was just so angry because people kept praising him. He was my first kill, my ticket to power. It's because of that impulsive decision I had to move away, something I still regret. I glanced aside, seeing he was listening. But I only kill when I have to, you know? It's an action with irreversible effects and heavy consequences, a burden for me alone to bear. But you must understand, they killed my people. It's only natural for me to return the favor. Otherwise, the survivors would be left with rage and an unsatisfied grudge. I can't have that. Yeah. No, I understand, that's not it. You really were quirkless? I thought that was just an act you put on. Oh no, it's the harsh truth unfortunately, I chuckled, looking back down at the ground. I genetically altered my mother's quirk so it would be compatible with my body. Since we are close blood relatives, it was the easiest quirk to access. After that, I enhanced it with one for all, gaining my current power level. Does your mom know? I mean, your dad obviously does, he muttered. No, she doesn't. She doesn't know anything, just as blind as the rest of the world, I sighed. It's for the best though. She doesn't need to know I'm a villain. My father being one already puts enough stress on her. What are we talking about? I looked aside, seeing Shoto walk towards us. His costume had blood on it just like mine. You finished up in there? I asked and he nodded. Good, I smiled, looking up to see Crowley had returned from his Dilvoi mission. Denki and I took Crowley, and Shoto claimed Percy. When we arrived at HQ, we all took a shower and changed back into our regular clothes, each going our own individual ways. Kacchan's return wasn't made public yet, and I hadn't received anything from him, which meant I couldn't fly up to his house and hug him. Oh, how much I longed to be in his arms again after our days of separation. Life is just so unfair. POV Todoroki. Summer vacation was spent mostly at home, at least for me. Living with my grandmother has been a giant improvement, let me tell you that. Besides, since D.E.K.U is still kind of rebuilding and some images leaked onto the internet, there really isn't anything to do at the base. Not to mention that both Shinso and Midoriya are too busy with their boyfriends to even look at me. I'm happy for them, don't get me wrong, and this actually gives me some time to work on myself. Shoto. Wanna join Grandma, Natsu, and I in a game of Yahtzee? I looked aside, seeing my sister's head pop up in my doorframe. Our big brother Natsu came home from college during summer. After everything that happened with father, he feels like he owes us, I guess. Yeah sure, I'll be right there. Just let me finish my chapter, okay? I smiled. Great. We'll set up the table, she said, closing the door behind her again. I looked back down at the book in my lap, a smile still lingering on my face. I can't even remember the last summer I wasn't forced to train and overwork myself. Free time didn't exist, and I never got to bond with my siblings the way I am now. It was nice. As soon as I finished my chapter, I placed the book back on my desk and started walking through the hall towards the living room. The house had only one floor, so every room was connected to the main hallway. But when I was almost at my destination, the doorbell rang. Is Grandma expecting visitors? Or maybe one of my siblings? But nobody said anything. I'll get it. I called out, walking up to the front door. I mean, I'm already here, so I might as well open it, right? Big mistake because there he stood. The long-lost oldest Todoroki son. D.E.K.U Toya. He gave me a forced smile, holding some kind of package in his hands. Hello Shoto, I'm glad it's you who answered the door, he chuckled. I frowned, not trusting this for one moment. What are you doing here? You said it yourself, we need to talk, he stated, glancing around nervously. Was he being followed? Or was this all some kind of setup? Shoto? Who's at the, Natsu asked, coming up behind me. Oh just great. I could see things spiraling down as we spoke. I heard my big brother freeze up while Dabi tensed as well. It's been a while, hasn't it Natsu? Dabi choked out with a smile, fidgeting with the box in his hands. Toya? I wasn't surprised he caught on so quickly. Dabi hadn't changed much after all. Aside from the obvious scarring, he had just dyed his hair and added some earrings. Can I come in? He asked, and I glared at him. What was he planning? He knew that if he exposed me as a villain, I'd do the same to him. I wasn't sure if he was capable of starting a fight here. He wasn't that kind of person, or at least, I didn't think he was. Yes, of course, see come in, Natsu said, forcing a smile and gently pushing me aside to make room for Toya. Where is Fuyumi? I'd like to talk to you all at once, Toya said, taking off his shoes as I closed the door. Our sister entered the hallway just then. Seriously guys, what's taking so long? She stopped short, gasping when she saw Dabi, covering her mouth with her hands. Hey there, lil sis, the dark-haired male chuckled, and she engulfed him in a hug. I had to bite back the urge to pull him away from her. Dabi wasn't to be trusted. Even if he once was Toya, he wasn't that person anymore. I needed to stay alert, this could go wrong. And it would. Before I knew it, we were all seated at the dining table while Grandma made us tea. I guess I should start with why I'm here after all these years. Dabi sighed, looking down at his hands resting on the dark oak wood of the table. I'm not sure whether little Shoto told you. Well, he's not so little anymore I guess. Tell us what? Fuyumi asked, frowning at me. We met a little while ago, Toya continued, making them gasp and me cringe. Oh, I wasn't going to hear the end of this when he finally left. And we bumped into each other a few days back too. I guess you could call it fate. Grandma walked in with the tea, handing each of us a cup. I cradled mine in my hands, staring down at the hot liquid in silence as Toya continued. Besides, with everything going on around our father, everything is just one big mess, and I don't blame you for thinking I abandoned you. I felt his eyes on me as he said that and looked up in surprise. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, he whispered with a small smile before looking down at his tea. And I know it's too late for apologies by now. Believe me, I know we're way past that point. Yet I can't help but try. I fled this life, scared and alone, afraid father would kill me if I ever dared to set foot in this place again. I should have gone to the police, but instead, I ran into the shadows and hid like a coward. I'm so sorry. It's okay, Fuyumi whispered, taking his hand. We all understand why you left, Toya, Natsu nodded, taking a sip of his drink. Father abused you for your power, a quirk that harms you when you use it. It must have been awful. It was. Which is exactly why I'm here now, he said, looking at me and placing his hand on top of mine. Are you okay, Shoto? Father's training must have been hard on you too. I stared at him in shock, not expecting him to care. I was his enemy after all. Why don't you ask my other classmates if they're okay? Since you attacked us at training camp. Shoto! Fuyumi gasped, but Dabi didn't seem fazed by it. Why do you think I didn't tell you I saw him? I hissed, pulling my hand away and looking at my other siblings. He's with the League of Villains. Toya is a villain. It's true, Dabi sighed, drinking from his tea while the table fell into silence. I joined the League because I thought they followed Stain's ideals of ripping the world of false heroes like our father. I wanted to take him down, but it looks like someone beat me to it. He gave me a proud side glance, almost making me want to GG. Yet I was relieved he hadn't exposed me, at least not yet. So now that our father is imprisoned, I have no reason to be with them anymore. I thought of coming back here, to you, to my family, to start over anew. A better future without the old man beating us down, together. Did you really mean that? Natsu asked, getting swayed by him too easily. All I've ever done was to protect the three of you. You have to believe me, Dabi whispered. If you want, you can turn me in. I'll tell the police everything they want to know about the League. Not that there is much left of it since the Green Reaper paid a visit, but anyways. I'll gladly receive my punishment and do my time if that means you would be willing to welcome me back home. It was silent for a while before I stood up, glaring at Toya. Well, what are we waiting for, Dabi? Let's go to the police station right now. It took a while for the others to snap out of it, and the car ride to the police station was agonizingly tense. Toya was arrested and interrogated, just as expected. He gave them the location of the League headquarters and the people he'd been working with, the entire structure of their organization. Yet he didn't let a word slip about the Green Reaper or D.K.U in general. Could it be that even after all these years, he was still protecting me? Nonetheless, the information he shared was enough to get him a reduced sentence. He would be placed under house arrest for 2 years, wearing restraints around his left leg to indicate where he was at all times. He also needed to complete a significant number of hours of community service and stay out of trouble, or else a jail cell with his name on it awaited him. Of course, Natsu and Fuyumi welcomed him back into the family, but I was still a little hesitant. He now lived with us again, which felt strange. I guess I'll just have to get used to it? Maybe he really did change after all? The least I can do is give him a chance. I glared at the school gate, my mom beside me. It was a week before school started, but we were asked to move into the new dorms ahead of time to prevent villains from targeting the students, to prevent what happened to me. The gang had visited during summer, and we hung out a few times. Izuku had been particularly attentive, and I appreciated how he focused on me whenever I needed it. There were also new photos and images of the Green Reaper and his gang, the D.K.U. That's why I don't call Izuku Deku anymore. He thought it was a silly reason since we both got attached to the nickname, but he understood why. So, you're ready to see your classmates again? Mom asked cheerfully as we walked on campus. She'd insisted on staying close ever since my kidnapping. I scowled, thinking about the others. They had all welcomed me back in the group chat and talked a little about what happened, but this would be the first time I saw most of them after the camp incident. Don't be like that. I'm sure they missed you, she grinned, giving me a light slap on the back. Shut up. I hissed, feeling embarrassed. And don't you even think about going in there, got it? Already back to normal, I see, she chuckled, ruffling my hair. Alright, call me if you need anything, okay? Love you, Katsuki. Love you too. She kissed the top of my head and waved goodbye as I walked the rest of the way alone. Hopefully no one saw that. I entered the new dormitory, seeing some people exploring the common space while others chatted happily in the living area. I closed the door behind me, making some heads turn. Bakugo, you're finally here. Shitty Hair exclaimed, running towards me, holding back a hug. Back when we first saw each other after the kidnapping, I had allowed him to hug me. The whole squad had hugged me, and I might have shed some tears. But if anyone asks about it, they better keep their mouth shut. Our rooms are next to each other. How great is that? He cheered. Amazing, I replied in a tone that shouted, I'm dead inside. He didn't let it get to him, knowing I actually cared about our friendship. I noticed the others were a little awkward around me, unsure how to act after what happened, so they just kind of avoided me. I didn't mind. As long as my bunch of friends acted normal, I was good. We all unpacked and settled in, and before I knew it, it was time for dinner. The girls had cooked for everyone, and Four Eyes instantly proposed a schedule with equally divided tasks around the dorm. But what caught my attention was that Icy Hot sat next to me at the dinner table of his own free will. What the hell? How was your summer, Bakugo? He asked casually as if we were friends. What is it to you, half and half? I hissed. Just want to make sure you're okay, he said, forcing a small smile. I know firsthand what a confrontation with the Green Reaper is like. I've been where you've been. And if you need someone to talk to about it, my door is open for you. I stared at him in slight shock. Kiri had heard it too, probably thinking it was super manly, but he didn't speak up. If anyone else heard, they didn't interrupt. Could you pass me the water? He asked as if he hadn't just dropped a massive bomb on me. Inviting me to talk, me of all people, was a big deal in my eyes. I don't share my emotions with just anyone, and him saying he understands triggered me in all the wrong places. I grunted and handed him the water anyway. Oh, did you hear? We have a new teacher. Ashido beamed. I heard he's a total goth, Gyro added with a grin. A new teacher? Why wasn't I aware of that? Four Eyes asked in shock. He's only a temporary assistant, Halfie corrected the girls, pouring himself a glass of water. And yes, I think you could say he is a total goth, as you mentioned. Wait, you've seen him? Details, Todoroki, Raccoon Face squealed, making me groan in irritation. Of course I've seen him, he's my brother, Icy Hot deadpanned, making silence fall before 1,000 questions were fired off all at once. Shut the hell up. I roared, silencing them again. I glared at Todoroki, not believing him for a second. And I thought your brother was in college? At least that's what the media shouted when the whole Endeavor deal happened. Oh, it's not Natsu, I mean my other brother, Toya, he explained with a small smile. Wait, what? Toya? Isn't that the one who disappeared years ago? How could it be him? A round-faced student chuckled. Wow, I didn't know you had two brothers. I'm an only child, so I guess I don't really know how it feels. I've got a sister as well, so things are always very lively at home now that father is gone, Todoroki said, smiling brightly. People couldn't help but stare. This was the happiest we had ever seen him, and it was a nice change from his usual indifferent demeanor. The next day, Aizawa-sensei asked us to gather with Class 1B to meet the new temporary hero course assistant teacher. He was here to analyze and provide insight on both heroes and villains, giving us a broader understanding of how the world outside our lives works. I noticed Todoroki seemed nervous about the whole introduction. Did he regret telling the class about his brother? I still didn't understand it. His oldest brother had run away from home, and there had been no news about him returning. Maybe they were keeping it quiet? What? All right, students, Aizawa sighed, standing next to Vlad King, the homeroom teacher of Class 1B. As you all know, we've gathered here today to introduce you to your new temporary teacher. Principal Nizu agreed to this unconventional choice, and all safety regulations are in order. You have no reason to be afraid. What? Why would we be afraid? Come in, Vlad King ordered, and the door opened. We all stared in shock at who walked in and now stood next to Aizawa-sensei. Introduce yourself, Aizawa muttered, gesturing toward the two classes. Hello. My name is Todoroki Toya, and I'll be temporarily assisting Eraserhead and Vlad King as they teach you how to become the best heroes you can be. It's a pleasure to meet you, he grinned. What the heck? Before us stood none other than Dabi, a villain associated with the League. His hair was dyed red, and he did his best to cover up most of his scars. Dude, calm down, it's okay, my friend whispered, taking my hands. I noticed a lot of people were staring at me, and I was breathing quicker than usual. I nodded, trying to regain control. It wasn't easy. That guy had kidnapped me. Or at least helped kidnap me. We hadn't really spoken while I was their captive, so I didn't know him well. We understand that it will take some getting used to, from both sides, Aizawa continued. Todoroki Toya? As in Todoroki Shodo, someone from Class 1B gasped. Yes, that is correct, Dabi, or Toya, smiled, folding his hands neatly behind his back. I am the oldest Todoroki son, Shoto's big brother. This caused an uproar, and many stared at Shoto in shock, bombarding him with questions. Enough, Aizawa hissed, using his quirk to calm us down. Mr. Todoroki will be respected as a teacher, and you will listen to him. He wears an ankle monitor at all times, and we have cameras around campus. If he does anything at all, it will be reported, and he will face consequences. Am I clear? Yes, sir. Class 1A sighed in unison, making Class 1B stare in shock. They had never seen us so obedient before. The teachers continued explaining how. His identity had been kept under wraps and would be revealed at the start of the second term, so we should expect controversy. After that, we were dismissed and sent back to our dormitories. What the heck, Todoroki? I hissed, pushing him against the wall once the teachers left. Why didn't you warn us your brother is Dabi? He stammered. Answer me. I yelled, but then I felt a hand on my shoulder. I'm sorry, but bullying is not allowed, came a familiar voice. It was Dabi. I threw his hand off me, glaring at him. I don't need to listen to you, I scowled. Yet I think you do, Bakugo, he chuckled. Listen, I'm sorry about what the League did, okay? It wasn't my plan, and I never even touched you. It doesn't matter. You've got one messed up family, Todoroki, I'll give you that. Gee, thanks, he sighed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I rolled my eyes and walked up to my squad, seeing the two Todoroki brothers talking after I left. Dude, I can't believe they actually let a villain teach at this school. Siro whispered in shock. Maybe he has changed his ways? Kaminari suggested. Not all villains are truly evil, you know? Tis, you just think the Green Reaper and his gang are cool, don't you? I hissed. What's wrong with that? He pouted, looking down. Oh great, I hit a sensitive string. I made fun of something he used to get bullied for. How stupid am I? Nothing. I for one think Ace is actually pretty cool, another friend said, patting Kaminari's back. Yeah. And have you seen Blackout? He's pretty cool, Jiraiya added, trying to cheer him up as well. You really think so? Kaminari asked, his eyes widening. Of course, she smiled. He's an electric type like you, right? Even his style matches yours. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, have you seen his jacket though? Dude, do you want to be compared with a villain or something? Another friend asked, confused. As long as it's superficial, who cares? Kaminari shrugged, yet something about his attitude seemed off. And why is Siro so tense about this too? I frowned. It's not like I'm taking a side, but Siro takes Kaminari's obsession way too seriously. That Blackout character did get me away from the League, but he was probably just following orders. You okay, bro? I blinked a few times, looking at Siro. I mean, with Dabi as a teacher and everything, he added, trying to get me to talk. Oh, yeah, I'll get over it, I muttered, watching Kaminari and Jiraiya joke together. Those two get along well, huh? Ishido grinned, elbowing Kirishima. Shut up. He's with Shinso, remember? Just let it go already, the redhead whispered. My eyes widened as I glared at Mina. What the hell? You're trying to break them up just for your fangirl urges? I hissed, ensuring neither Jiraiya nor Kaminari heard. No, not directly, she whined. I just want my ship to sail. Just accept he and Shinso are cute together, Kirishima stated. I couldn't help but notice the hint of fear in his voice. Was he scared they'd break up and Kaminari would blame him? For someone so manly, he was always too sensitive. They're like the next generation Eraserhead and Present Mike, I shrugged. And it is Adorable, Kirishima spelled out, still looking at Jiraiya. Why was he so desperate to get her to back off? He wouldn't defend my relationship with Izuku this way, and we both knew it. I agree. When did you get here? I yelled as I noticed Todoroki walking next to me. Kirishima tensed up when he joined us, but nobody said anything. Since the whole burning Ishido's ship thing. I didn't know you had a boat, Ishido. Why would you burn it? And what is the connection with Kaminari's relationship? You're so clueless, dude. Siro breathed. Don't you need to talk to your brother or something? I hissed, glaring at him. Toya deserves a second chance, he started, only to be interrupted by me again. Dobby deserves nothing. And if anyone here thinks I'm going to listen to that, you're gravely mistaken. With that, I quickened my pace, pushing everyone aside and arriving first back at the dorms. But I froze as I saw Izuku talking to Shinso in the common room. Shinso saw me and grinned, turning Izuku around. Oh look, there he is. Hi Kacchan. Izuku exclaimed, running up to me and hugging me tightly. I breathed in his scent and closed my eyes, hugging him back. Oh god. This nerd doesn't realize how much I needed this right now. You're not going to ask me what we're doing here? Izuku asked, looking up at me with his dark emerald eyes. Shut up and hold me, I muttered, not letting go. Nobody dared to say anything as the rest of the class filled in. Until the Baku squad arrived. Babes? Kaminari asked, confused. I told you not to call me that in public, Shinso whispered, embarrassed. What if Uncle Shoyuta heard you say that? Oh, I did, don't worry. I let go of my boyfriend to see our homeroom teacher standing in the doorframe, glaring down at Kaminari. Poor thing. I almost felt sorry for him, but he brought this upon himself. What are you doing here? The insomniac groaned. Better question is what are you doing here? This isn't your dormitory, Aizawa stated. We wanted to surprise our boyfriends. Izuku exclaimed happily. Hello Midoriya, nice to see you again, Aizawa replied with a smile. Man, he must really like Izuku. My Izuku, for that matter. I wrapped my arm around his waist, pulling him closer to me. You can't be mad at him forever, you know, Shinso muttered, taking Kaminari's hand and challenging his uncle with a smug grin. Watch me, Aizawa replied, making Kaminari pout. Please stop, you're only making it worse, babe, he whined, hiding behind Shinso. Anyways, what are you doing here, Aizawa? Ishido asked. Oh, well, he started, only to be interrupted by Dobby. QA time. The older Todoroki laughed, seemingly irritating Aizawa already. Since some of you might be uncomfortable around him, Nizu suggested we do this, our homeroom teacher side. He'll swing by 1B tomorrow with Vlad King, so don't feel targeted. Like I said before, not all changes in UA protocols are due to your class. Only about 80% of them. Geez, thanks for the reminder, I muttered as Izuku stared at Dobby in shock. Midoriya, don't panic, Todoroki whispered as he saw Izuku freaking out, but it was already too late. Why is he here? Izuku screamed, hiding behind me. This made Toya laugh and walk up to us. I glared at him, almost growling. Relax, I'm not gonna do anything, he smiled. Besides, Eraser has neutralized my quirk at this very moment. I glanced behind him, and he was right. Aizawa was using his quirk on him. Dobby carefully stepped next to me, looking at me as if asking for permission. I scowled, looking away as he slowly pulled Izuku away from me. Midoriya Izuku, right? I heard a lot about you from Shoto. Dobby said with a smile, stretching out his hand. Really? I asked quietly, shakily taking his hand. Yeah, you're that quirkless boy, he grinned. I think we ran into each other before, right? At training camp? I thought you told me he wasn't in your class? He looked aside at young Todoroki, who was still looking at the ground, not wanting all this attention. He isn't. Midoriya follows general studies. A shame. Seems like we won't be having any classes together then, Toya chuckled. But it was nice meeting you, for real this time. He pulled me in for a hug, making me freeze up. Nice acting, kid. Shoto told me what you did for the family. I like your style, Green Reaper, he whispered into my ear, making sure no one else heard. Gee great, I muttered, pushing him away and running back to Kacchan, who instantly hugged me from behind, glaring at Dobby. What did I say about physical contact? Aizawa-sensei groaned, seemingly irritated. Oh right, ask permission first. Sorry, the older Todoroki chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. So? Does anyone have any questions for me? I'll try to answer all of them. So you're really Todoroki's brother. Kirishima asked. The question seemed more like a confirmation for the rest of the class. Yeah, I ran away from home a few years ago since. Well, I guess I can say it now that it's out in the open. Father abused me, forced me into hero training like he did with Shoto. But unlike his dual-powered quirk, mine is a little more, self-destructive, you could say. Toya explained. Most of my scars are due to my quirk backfiring, quite literally. Some are from fights I got into, and others are from father's punishments and training. You've got those too, right, Sho? Don't pull me into this, he muttered, walking over to the kitchen. He's ashamed of his scars, Dabi whispered loudly. I heard that. Shoto shouted. I don't care, the older sibling shouted back. If you ran away, how long have you been back? I mean, you live at the Todoroki residence now or something, someone asked. I came back sometime this summer, but the police have managed to keep it on the down low, so the world is gonna be shocked when it gets announced in about a week, he grinned. And yes, I live with Granny and my younger siblings right now. Well, Natsu is off to college soon, so only Granny, Fuyumi and Shoto. What's Todoroki like at home? He's always so serious at school, Ashido asked. Serious? Pifif, that kid is like the embodiment of sarcasm and pranks. Never a dull moment around my baby brother, that's for sure. You can ask our sister, she has scolded us enough over summer. I rolled my eyes, telling Kacchan I was going to check on Todoroki. When I walked into the kitchen, I noticed he was making tea, angrily muttering to himself. Well, your brother sure is a delight, I stated, grabbing some cups. You don't say, he sighed, turning around to look at me. Look, sorry I didn't tell you about Toya's road to redemption, but in my defense, you have been all over Bakugo all summer. Not to start about Shinso and Kamari. He gagged, pouring the tea into the cups I got us. True. But Kacchan did get kidnapped, I stated, making him nod before he sipped his tea. You make a valid point, he shrugged, looking at the door to the living room. I bet he's telling embarrassing stories about me as we speak. He was telling everyone how you're a prankster before I came here, I chuckled. Oh, just great, he groaned, leaning against the counter next to me. I probably can't show my face in the common room for the rest of the week. I'm sure it's not that bad. He seems to care about you, Sho. It's cute. I smiled. Cute? He's an ex-criminal who knows your deepest, darkest secret, Todoroki said. How can you stay so calm and collected? He could out all of us in a snap. But he won't since I helped chase your father out of the scene, I smiled, sipping from my cup of tea. Oh God, Todoroki-kun, this tea is amazing. You should bring some to the base sometime. My mom's favorite, he answered with a sad smile. Oh my God. No. I heard someone scream from the living room. Yes, baby. Toya yelled back. Shoto cringed, groaning as he put his tea down. I hate him. No, you don't, I chuckled before the girls burst into the kitchen. You used your father's credit card to buy 5 designer cars? Mina screeched, making Todoroki roll his eyes. First of all, I was 8. Secondly, I thought they were toy cars, not real cars, Shoto started to explain. Third, I was really upset with father since he took away all my toys, saying they were only distractions. And fourth, yes, it was totally worth it. Oh my God. Who knew Todoroki could be this person? Uraraka gasped. Yeah, who knew? Maybe you've got a little mischief in you after all, I smirked, making him choke on his own breath as he laughed. Ah yes, inside jokes are the best. You guys don't even know the best part, Toya grinned, walking into the kitchen. We still have the cars. No way. Mina gasped. Now that I want to see, Jiraiya grinned. Nobody is seeing anything, Shoto said in a stern voice before glaring at his brother. Don't you need to go home before your alarm triggers or something? He kicked him on the leg as he said that, exposing his ankle restraints. You're such a killjoy, baby bro, the older Todoroki sighed, ruffling the dual-colored hair. Toya, stop it. Shoto demanded, dodging but failing. It ended in a chase throughout the living room. Pillows were thrown and names were called, but nothing too serious. Stay back or I swear I'll freeze you to the ceiling. Shoto yelled, holding a pillow in his hand, ready to throw. His brother, on the other side of the room, behind one of the couches, held a pillow in each hand. I can just burn my way out of it, you know? And I'll record how you fall face first on the floor. That promises to be hilarious, Shoto stated, making Toya raise an eyebrow. Alright, enough. This has been going on long enough. Todoroki Fuyumi is here to bring you home, Aizawa stated, clearly on the edge of a breakdown. Why don't you drive yourself? Shoto asked, frowning. I don't have a legit license, in case you forgot, Toya shrugged. See ya, kids in class. Take good care of my baby bro. I think Shinso-kun and I should be going as well. It's getting late, I sighed. We'll see each other tomorrow, right? Kacchan asked, taking my hands. Of course. I smiled, pecking him on the cheek before looking around in search of my friend. Wait, where are Shinso and Kaminari? I saw them sneaking off during the Todoroki pillow fight, Siro shrugged. Think they might be in Denki's room, I'll go check. Once Toya and Shoto started chasing each other, yelling and throwing pillows, I knew it was my chance to escape. Uncle Shoyuta wasn't watching me, so this was perfect. I took Denki's hand and pulled him with me toward the elevator, closing the doors almost immediately. Wanna show me your room? I asked with a grin, trailing my hands over his sides. He blushed and pushed the button for the right floor without speaking. We walked hand in hand through the empty hall until we stopped in front of his door. I'm gonna have to warn you though. My style is not really your style, he said with a nervous chuckle before unlocking the door to his room. My eyes widened, and I whistled as I walked in. This was certainly not my genre, but what did I expect from Denki? Why, you don't like it, right? The electric blonde asked timidly. It wasn't the first time I noticed his lack of self-confidence. He may look like a happy, energetic Pikachu half the time, but I knew it was just a facade. In reality, Kaminari Denki was very unsure and had low self-esteem. All he wanted was to be accepted, and he felt like he had to push aside his own preferences for that to happen. Always trying to please those around him without looking at himself. I sighed. I really needed to teach this boy how to believe in himself. I'm gonna be honest, this is the store I'd avoid while going to the mall, I stated, looking around the room at the chaotic decor. But if you like it, then that's okay. It's your room after all. He gave me a small smile and nodded, hugging me. I know, thanks, Hitoshi. I blushed a little and hugged back. That was before I noticed a certain squirrel sitting in the open window. I frowned, pulling away and glancing over at my boyfriend. What is Chipper doing here? You know the boss hates it when we take his animals without permission. Remember what kind of trouble I got in when I took Percy home? I know, but he just keeps following me. I'm like a battery charge to him, I think. Some kind of weird food source to keep up that crazy speed he runs at, Kaminari explained. I've told GR about this. He says it's fine as long as nobody suspects something. Really? Best, surprised. Well, I guess he must be getting rather attached to you then. Must be him trying to convince me to officially join D.E.K.U, huh? He chuckled, walking up to his desk. Speaking of the union, I still have these. He turned around, showing his shiny golden rings that spelled out his villain name. Why did you take them home? I asked, confused as he put on the golden chains. Because I look cool in them. I mean, look at me, he stated, transforming into his more powerful form. His flashy bright eyes shone with confidence, his wild yellow hair covered in black streaks. He looked amazing and he knew it. Shift for me, babe, he whispered while cupping my cheeks and leaning down to kiss me. I felt the cool metal of his rings against my skin as his lips touched mine. I did as he asked, shifting into my other form. My hair fell down, reaching beyond my waist, and my eyes became lighter indigo. I like you with long hair, you should let it grow out, Denki muttered while running his fingers through my silky hair. You think? Don't I look too feminine this way? I asked, blushing in embarrassment. What's wrong with being feminine? He chuckled, placing another quick kiss on my lips. We simply smiled at each other after that until the door swung open. Oi, Kaminari, time for your boyfer? Shiro stopped in the middle of his sentence and stared at the scene in shock. We were both transformed, and there was a picture of Blackout roaming the internet. Plus, he was wearing pieces of his villain costume. Before Shiro could react, I saw a small bolt of light bounce around the room, wrapping him up in his own tape, unable to move or make a sound. Oh, thank God, Chipper, I breathed, transforming back and quickly shutting the door so nobody else could see. Kaminari was frozen in shock, staring at his friend with wide eyes. It's not what it looks like, I swear, he choked out, tears forming in his eyes. Denki, change back. We need to figure out what to do with him and fast, before someone comes looking for him, I said, grabbing his shoulders. He nodded, shifting back into his regular self and taking off his golden bling. I sighed, looking at Shiro with a glare, coming uncomfortably close to his face. It's what Midoriya always did to intimidate people, so it must work, right? Listen up, boy, one word and we'll make this very difficult for you, am I clear? I asked, making him nod before I ripped the tape off his mouth. He gasped, wincing in pain, making me grin. You think we should call backup? Kaminari asked while petting Chipper. Ace could. No, I said quickly. If we contact Ace, we'll never hear the end of it. Nobody has to know about this. But how are we supposed to fix this? I don't want to hurt him, dude. Shiro is one of my best friends. You'd rather get us in trouble? I asked, crossing my arms. Oh, no, but, got it? I'm taking care of this mess, I interrupted, grabbing Shiro's hair and pushing him against the wall. It's really, wire blackout, he choked out, staring at his blonde friend. I'm so sorry. Kaminari whispered, tears running down his cheeks. He quickly wiped them away and looked back at me. You want to alter his memories, right? What kind of memory are you going to replace this with? I think I have something in mind. Quick, pull off your shirt, I ordered, still holding Shiro in place but now looking at Kaminari. Altering my memories? He whispered in terror. Don't worry, it won't hurt. I think, I chuckled. Kami, ruffle up your hair, mine too, come on. He did as I asked, not really understanding where I was going with this. Alright, I'm gonna need Chipper to free him while I'm at it, and I want you to rip off my shirt and give me a mark, I said. Why? What? He asked, his face flushing red. Just do it already. I'm starting, I said, looking into Shiro's eyes, my hand on top of his head. I shifted into my other form, breaking into his mind and stealing his memories. I felt cold air hit my chest as my head was carefully pushed to the side. I just let it happen, knowing Denki was doing exactly what I asked of him. I finished up inside Siro's mind, replacing him walking in on us as villains with him walking in on us in a different scenario. I blinked and quickly shifted back, pushing him towards the door and turning around in Kaminari's arms, kissing him fiercely. "Gah, I'm so sorry," Siro shouted, covering his eyes and turning around so he wouldn't have to look at us. I pulled back, glancing over Kaminari's shoulder to see Chipper dispose of the tape outside. "Act like we were making out," I whispered into my boyfriend's ear before hiding behind his back in feigned embarrassment. "Dude," Kaminari whined, his face a bright red. "Luckily, it's normal for us to be nervous in these kinds of situations, so I don't think he will know we're lying. I'm so sorry. Midoriya is looking for Shinso, so I came here to check. I should have knocked." With that, he quickly left the room, closing the door behind him. I let out a sigh of relief and hugged Kami tightly. "We did it," I whispered, nuzzling into his neck. "Yeah, we did. That was amazing quick thinking of you, babe," he smiled, pecking me on the lips. "But what shirt are you gonna wear now? Think I can have one of yours?" I asked, a blush creeping onto my cheeks. He shot out of his daze and nodded, scanning through his closet and taking out a hoodie. "Oh man, how did that get here? Need to send it back to base with the rest of the stuff." "Kami, my uncle could walk in here any minute. Give me a shirt," I demanded. "Right?" he exclaimed, handing me a soft yellow shirt. It had an image of Pikachu on top of a pokeball, winking. Underneath it was written, "I choose you," in bold black letters. I chuckled a little, looking at my boyfriend with a look that said, "Seriously?" "Oh, shut up. Just pull it on already," he laughed, giving me a playful shove. I rolled my eyes, pulling it on while he grabbed something for himself as well. "Can I come by and see your room tomorrow?" "Sure thing. But wait outside, okay? You know my class doesn't like the hero course," I explained. "Piff, I'm sure it's not that bad. Come on, let's go downstairs before Aizawa-sensei loses his patience." I fidgeted nervously with my hands as I tied my shoes. Today was the first day of the new term, the first day of Mr. Todoroki being our assistant teacher. I couldn't help but feel anxious. Why is the school getting overrun by villains? Why is everyone so blind? I can't possibly be the only one who knows, right? But then again, maybe I am. The commander can alter your memories, so I guess that explains why they've been hiding it so well. I glanced aside towards Todoroki, who was talking to Yaoyorozu and Ida at the front door. Ace, second in command, right hand of the Green Reaper. Himself. "Hey dude, what's up?" A bright blonde-headed guy sat down next to me, grabbing his own shoes and starting to put them on. Ida made it a rule for everyone to put their shoes up front in the common room so we wouldn't dirty the dormitory building. "Not much," I answered with a forced smile. Kaminari Denki, aka Blackout, used to be one of my best friends, but ever since I discovered his connection to the Green Reaper, it's been hard to be around him. Especially when we're alone. I wasn't sure if he was still part of D.E.K.U, but I knew he had ties to the Reaper. And then there was his boyfriend, Shinso Hitoshi, the commander, an underground villain who operated from the shadows. "You okay, man? Something bothering you?" Kaminari asked, frowning as I still hadn't tied my shoes after he finished putting his on. I shook my head, waving it off with a smile. How did I know my friend was involved in villainy? I overheard him talking to the Green Reaper at the hospital weeks ago. Flashback. I sulked through the white hospital halls, searching for Kaminari. Momo had said I just missed him, and I wanted to make sure he was okay. I felt completely useless during the attack while my friends fought for their lives. I quickly wiped away a tear. Real men know when to cry, but this wasn't the time. Now, that's not very hero-like, is it? But then again, you're not a true hero, a voice taunted. I frowned, peeking around the corner to see Denki standing in front of a vending machine, looking scared. "Over here, Kaminari-kun," the voice said, making him look at someone I couldn't see. What did they mean by not a true hero? Kaminari was one of the bravest people I knew. "You seem confused, let me fix that for you," the voice said, causing Kaminari to take a step back. I hesitated, unsure if I should intervene. He looked frightened, but I was curious about where this was going. "Listen up, I don't have time for your nonsense right now, got it? So be flabbergasted another time." The voice hissed, pulling Denki down slightly. My eyes widened and I quickly hid around the corner. I didn't want to cause a scene in the hospital. Shoto and I are gonna break Katsuki out of there. Tonight. You in or not? "Wait, what? Don't make me repeat myself, Blackout," the voice hissed. Kaminari whimpered in fear and quickly nodded. I'm in. Great. My heart skipped a beat. Did he just call Kaminari Blackout? As in one of those villains who robbed that high-security office? They were linked to the Green Reaper, right? My eyes widened. The Green Reaper? I already asked Shinso-kun, but his parents won't let him go with the whole camp incident, you know. Anyway, I'll be expecting you at the base at 7. That works for you? Oh, why yeah, that's totally fine. But let's go save Katsuki together. Let's go save Bakugo. End of flashback. After that, D.E.K.U saved Bakugo. Ace, Blackout, and the Green Reaper did, to be exact. It didn't take me long to figure out Todoroki was Ace since his name came up during the conversation. Plus, I knew for a fact he'd been talking to the Reaper in that hallway, thus knowing his identity. When the dorm system was announced, I was one of the first to arrive, planting bugs inside Todoroki's and Kaminari's rooms. Shoto was mostly silent, but Denki was different. That's how I figured out Shinso's involvement. He'd messed with Zero after he walked in on them. I didn't have any footage, only audio, so I couldn't pinpoint what gave them away. But I did hear something about transformation or shifting, which made me realize they probably didn't wear wigs and color lenses as I first thought. Oi, shitty hair. Quit daydreaming and get a move on or we're gonna be late, Bakugo hissed, hitting me in the back of my head as he walked by. Yes, sorry Baku bro. I chuckled, quickly finishing up and running after him. Why was I acting ignorant? Why did I place spying devices in their rooms? Why hadn't I gone to a teacher yet? I didn't know. I guess it was because Kaminari was the one who got Bakugo away from the league, and neither of them had done anything I could prove. I didn't believe Kaminari was evil, but I didn't know how to act around him right now. I certainly didn't want Mina meddling in his relationship. If she were to break them up, disaster could follow. I just couldn't risk it. Oi. I blinked, looking at my ruby-eyed friend. Are you even listening, shitty hair? He snapped. Why? Yes, of course I'm listening, I said too quickly, followed by a forced smile. He frowned, grabbing my arm and pulling me to the back of the pack. All right, tell me what's going on, he demanded. What? I asked, confused. I'm not stupid, hair for brains. Something is up with you, and I want to know what. It's nothing, I muttered, looking at the ground as we walked. Why didn't I just tell him? Oh right, because he'd go and try to confront them. He had no chance against them. None of us did. Don't lie to me, he hissed. I can tell when you're down, Kirishima. Ever since training camp, you've been acting differently, more on edge. Tell me why. Did he just call me by my actual name? I stared at him in shock, making him scowl. Damn it, don't make me repeat myself. It's icy hot, right? You've been eyeing him permanently even before his brother decided to crash the school. As always, Bakugo was as observant as he could be. So why didn't he see my feelings for him? I sighed, avoiding his gaze and staring ahead. Shinso and Midoriya had joined the group, happily chatting away. I knew Midoriya was close to Shinso and Todoroki. Dangerous friends for a quirkless boy to have. But he also had Bakugo, that thought calmed me a bit. Hi Kacchan. Hey Kirishima. Why are you so far behind? Midoriya asked as he ran up to us. Bakugo scowled, bumping into my shoulder as he walked up to his boyfriend. We'll continue this later, got it? I nodded before the green-haired boy hugged Katsuki, smiling brightly. Shinso-kun told me you have a team exercise this afternoon. Please be nice to your classmates, okay? I'll try, I guess, he grumbled, taking Midoriya's hand and looking at me as I smiled at them. Whatcha looking at, shitty hair? Nothing. You two are cute together, that's all, I smiled, hiding the pain in my heart. Alright. I got partnered up with Kirishima and Bakugo for our team exercise today. It was supposed to be an all-out battle royale between teams, and I could see Bakugo was already pumped up. We're gonna win this, understand losers? He grinned while setting off a small blast against his own hand. Oh yeah, with our team, it's impossible to lose. Right, Kiri? I elbowed him in the side, snapping him back into reality. He vaguely nodded, looking at the ground. Katsuki shot me a look, but I simply shrugged, not knowing what was going on with him either. You okay there, buddy? You've been out of it all day, I said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Come to think of it, you've been a lot quieter this week. It's nothing. Let's just get this over with, okay? He muttered, pushing my hand off and walking towards the exit. I frowned, looking at Bakugo in search of an answer, but he just stood there, as confused as I was. Has he said anything to you? I asked, but he shook his head. No. This is starting to worry me. He isn't usually one to sulk around and certainly not for this long, Katsuki sighed. Oh, I knew you secretly cared. I smiled, poking him in his side, which earned me a playful blast in the Shut up, dunce face. Of course I care. You may be a bunch of idiots, but you're my bunch of idiots, he hissed. I'll have Raccoon Eyes set up an intervention after school. We're getting to the bottom of this. What would the Baku squad ever do without you? I smiled, making him scowl. Shut up and get ready. We have a game to win. Things went smoothly after that, Bakugo taking out one group after another. Kirishima seemed to be putting up a facade, acting like everything was fine around the others in our class. That was until we ran into Team Todoroki, which included him, Yaoyorozu, and Ida. We were located on the 5th floor of one of the apartment buildings in the urban area battleground, a few meters between us. But just as Bakugo wanted to attack, an alarm screeched through the air. That's the villain alarm. UA is under attack. Momo gasped. I ran to the window, seeing heavily armed men march over the square. Ida was standing next to me in a second, also observing the situation. That doesn't look good. I whispered, ducking as they looked in our direction. What the hell do we do now? Kirishima whisper yelled in a panic, making Katsuki grab his tunic and glare at him. Stay calm, shitty hair, they don't know where we are yet. Let's figure out why they're here. I'm with Bakugo. We should pause this game and focus on our real enemy, gather as much information as we can, Todoroki said in a neutral voice before looking at me. Kaminari, can you reach any of the teachers? I tried to use my comms, having little success until a familiar voice came through. Yes, hello, can't talk right now, we're kinda in the middle of something. Shoto's eyes widened, and he signed me to hand it over. I detached the communication device from my headset and gave it to him. I don't care, Toya. We have eyes on the villains. Where the hell are you? He snapped at his brother. Shoto? Oh, thank God you're okay. Okay, so, Eraser got hurt trying to fight them off while I managed to trigger the alarm. Mike and Midnight are gathering the students and bringing them somewhere safe. The grounds are in lockdown, though, so no one can come in or out, Dobby rambled. And I'm stuck here babysitting Eraser because nobody trusts me to do anything on my own. So yeah, that sums it up pretty well. Where are you, baby bro? Gray building at the edge of the plaza. They're gathered here. We can't move or they'll see us. Anybody with you? Eraser wants to know all his kids are accounted for as the overprotective parent he is. So cute. Bakugo got irritated and snatched the phone away from Todoroki. Listen up, we don't have time to joke around right now. Make your villain self useful and tell Aizawa-sensei Bakugo, Kirishima, Kaminari, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Ida are here. You actually know our names, I'm impressed, Todoroki stated, earning a death glare from Bakugo. Alright, let's not fight amongst ourselves, okay? I said in a quick, nervous tone, stepping between them. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed my comms and looked at the ground as I spoke. And Mr. Todoroki-sensei? Are we allowed to use our quirks? Everyone stared at me in shock. Was it because I addressed him so formally or because of my question? After everything we've been through with the League. School domain kid, go wild, Toya laughed. Oh, just don't get yourself killed. I don't think the judge is gonna find that funny. Okay. I smiled, reconnecting the device to my headpiece. Wait, do you have a plan? Momo asked carefully. I don't know, do I? I replied, confusing myself. Of course he doesn't. He's a moron. Shitty hair, icy hot with me. We're taking them down, Bakugo stated with a grin. You can't just rush in there. You need a plan. Ida exclaimed. Yeah, we can't fight them off on our own. Have you seen their numbers? I pointed at the window. Fine, whatever. What do you guys suggest we do? Kaminari can stun them, Kirishima whispered, making all heads turn his way. Too many people. Besides, I'd hit you guys too, and I'd be in my dumb mode for, I started, only to be interrupted. Not if you consume the building's energy source first, Kirishima said, looking me dead in the eye. I know you can aim your attacks, you won't hit us if you don't want to. I stared at him in shock. He couldn't possibly know about my newly developed skills. I thought I'd been careful about it. The only way he could know was if. Oh my god, no. Kaminari, he snapped, now standing in front of me. I know, okay? I glanced aside at Todoroki, who quickly looked back at me. I know, he repeated in a whisper, his eyes darting to the ground. What the hell is he talking about? Bakugo asked, glaring at me. I choked out, swallowing the lump in my throat. I sighed, closing my eyes for a moment before pulling up my sleeve. Todoroki stared wide-eyed, knowing what I was about to do. Yaoyorozu, could you please make a knife for me? I asked quietly. What are you going to do with it? She asked, her quirk already working. Kaminari, explain yourself, what is happening here? Todoroki asked, an angered but concerned tone lingering in his voice. I'm calling back up, I said with a forced smile while taking the knife from Momo. Before anyone could react, I cut my arm. I winced, prying out the small tracker device the Reaper implanted in me. A safety measure, everyone in the Union had it. I breathed heavily as it fell to the ground, and everyone gasped or stared in shock. This wasn't the Kaminari they knew, but this is the Kaminari I've become. Destroy it, I muttered towards Kirishima. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu was making bandages, and Ida was in shock. Bakugo simply stared at me with a blank expression, one very much like the one he made when people wanted to protect him during the villain attack at camp. And Todoroki. Well, his face was unreadable as always. Why did you do that? What is that device? Ida yelled. Momo started wrapping the bandages around my arm, and I silently thanked her. It's in pieces, Kirishima stated after stomping on it for a while. That means he'll come, right? I nodded, and somehow that sent Katsuki over the edge. He grabbed my shirt, lifting me up from the floor and started to yell. Okay, what the hell is going on? Who is coming? Talk to me, dunce face, or else. The Green Reaper, I said in a monotone voice, shocking the whole room, except for Shoto and Idru. It. Bakugo whispered, slowly letting me go and taking a step back. My tracker is destroyed, it'll send a distress signal directly to him, I continued and sighed. I'm so sorry. I never wanted you guys to find out this way. Tears started forming in my eyes, and my vision got blurry. Kaminari is blackout, Kirishima breathed, crossing his arms. Momo gasped, and the guys just stared. I don't have time for this, I groaned, wiping away my tears. Scold me all you want later, okay? Where is the building's power supply? I need to charge myself up if we want to pull this off. The basement, Todoroki said neutrally. I nodded, giving one last glance at my friends before leaving the room. I'm not leaving you out of my sight, a-hole. Bakugo shouted, marching up after me. No, Bakugo. We shouldn't split up. It's dangerous. Ida yelled, also coming after me. In the end, everyone followed me to the basement, where I grabbed the power lines and absorbed all of the electricity. I transformed in the process since my body couldn't handle the amount of energy. Otherwise. It really is you. Katsuki whispered, clenching his fists. Why? You were the one who rescued me from the League. It was strange to hear his voice so vulnerable, so fragile. What kind of friend would I be if I left you hanging? I asked with a small smile. Of course I had to get you home as soon as possible. I mean, the Reaper would have let you live, I think. But he did take down basically the whole League, so I'm not that sure. Kaminari. Shut up. Kirishima hissed, making some heads turn. It was like the redhead was a whole new person as well. Right? Just stay behind me, okay? And don't touch me. I don't want to hurt any of you on accident, I muttered while making my way back upstairs. You do realize we're telling the teachers about this, right? Yaoyorozu asked as we made our way to the exit of the building. I'm well aware, I sighed, turning around to look at them. A small smile crept up my face as I scratched the back of my head. You know, I've never lied about anything other than this. I really do love all of you guys, and if this is the way I gotta go, so be it, I forced out, choking back tears. At least I get to save you. Shut up with the sentimental stuff and just do it already. Bakugo hissed. I rolled my eyes and kicked down the door, putting my hands on the ground and electrifying the whole square in one go. They all dropped to the ground, their tech frying, and some were set on fire as well. I breathed a bit as I let go, shifting back to my regular form. Ugh, that took more than I expected, I groaned, getting back up. Wait, no throwback? No dumb short-circuited Kaminari? Ada asked, surprised. Nah dude, I've got everything under control, I grinned. Although I'm a bit lightheaded. Doesn't matter, we have to go tie them up. Yaoyorozu, rope. They listened to me and did what I asked, which felt foreign to me. And where was that backup anyway? Todoroki acted clueless, and Kirishima didn't doubt him either. Maybe he didn't know for sure? I frowned, suddenly feeling a stinging sensation in my neck. 'Cause you saved my butt, I won't hurt you. Consider us even, Katsuki's voice hissed in my ear as he pulled the dart out of my neck. My body tensed up before falling limply to the ground. He's still aware of everything that's happening and he can answer our questions. I made sure of it, I heard Yaoyorozu say as someone took my communication device. I'll contact the teachers, they need to hear this. That was Todoroki. He was playing his role perfectly, like I'd expected him to. Innocent until proven guilty. That won't be necessary. My eyes widened. About time. I was pulled up, looking straight into the eyes of the Green Reaper. I noticed he was still partially in his school uniform. He'd come here in a hurry. Hello there, Kaminari-kun. Got into some trouble, I see. Stop messing with him already, Shinso's voice. He was here too. My body was engulfed in green and I sat up. I interrogated those scumbags over there. Apparently, they were here to get their hands on Midoriya Izuku, son of Midoriya Hisashi. Misinformed goons, really. Didn't even know the kid doesn't follow the hero course. Oh really, Commander? How interesting, Midoriya chuckled. I darted my eyes over to my friends, seeing them all struggling to get free from the green glow surrounding them. Alright, Blackout, I have a question for you. I looked back at Izuku, who was smiling brightly at me. What would you rather? Option 1, I leave you here and let UA and the police department decide your fate. Or option 2, I take you with me, and you become a full-fledged member of D.E.K.U. He turned around to look at the others, Shinso already chuckling at their miserable attempts to escape. Oh yes, try to fight it, he likes that, the indigo-eyed male whispered with a wide grin. What will it be? Better decide quickly. Eraser is on his way, you know. I looked aside at Kirishima and Bakugo with guilt and regret. Was there really a right choice to make here? I had already sealed my fate when I decided to out myself. There was no way back, better go all the way. Take me home, I breathed, staring into his bright green eyes while I felt mine start to glow as well. Good choice, he grinned, snapping his fingers. The commander whistled, and Crowley dove down to get me. I don't know what happened after that, but I was soon back at HQ, being treated with an antidote for whatever Momo whipped up and Bakugo injected me with. This is it. This is my life now. No more Charge Bolt. No more Mr. Hero. From this point on, Kaminari Denki is a villain. As soon as they left, the glow left our bodies, and we fell limply on the ground. I can't believe it. I actually pushed him even further into the darkness. This is all my fault. I started crying and soon felt a pair of arms around me. Hey, Shu, calm down, Bakugo whispered, rubbing my back. We sat there for a while, me sobbing onto his shoulder while he whispered soothing things into my ear. I know it must be hard on him too. Kaminari was a part of the Baku squad after all, and no matter how much Katsuki denied it, he cared about all of us. How long have you known? He asked quietly, now looking at me. How long have you been keeping this to yourself, Kiri? Letting it build up inside of you until it exploded. You can't do that to yourself, you could have told me. I choked out, trying to wipe my tears away. As I did, I caught the eyes of Todoroki, who was standing behind Bakugo. He had a fierce look in his eyes, glaring directly at me. Oh god, this is what I was so afraid of. I made myself a target by outing Kaminari. Now they're out for revenge. I burst out into tears again, my body shaking and trembling. Katsuki held me in his arms the entire time, trying to calm me down even when the pros arrived. Yaoyorozu and Ida explained what had happened while Toya held a firm grip on a frustrated Shoto. He genuinely cared about his younger brother, but did he know Shoto was actually ace? In the end, I had to let go of Bakugo since the teachers wanted to question everyone separately. There are more, don't trust anyone, I quickly whispered to the ash blonde, knowing I could trust him with my life. He looked shocked for a moment but nodded, indicating he understood. After that, I told the teachers everything I knew and handed them the voice recordings I had. Aizawa-sensei seemed surprised that I could be this cunning, but I guess that was normal since I always had a cheerful demeanor. Nobody would expect a public relief character to be sneaky, which gave me the element of surprise. Are you absolutely sure about this information? Aizawa asked, glancing at present Mike. Yes, Shinso Hitoshi is the commander, I replied, looking down at the ground. It must have been hard for him to hear that his nephew was actually a villain. There was a knock on the door, and Todoroki Toya walked in moments later. I was called? Something wrong? I thought you didn't trust me enough to be here? He asked, confused. I just want to make it clear that we're all ready to take you down, and with all of us pros surrounding you, you have no chance of escape, Aizawa began. We have reason to believe your brother Shoto is involved with the Green Reaper. Do you know anything about that? His eyes widened, and he started scanning the room, unconsciously searching for a way out. So you do know more. Please enlighten us, Midnight grinned. He glanced at me with pity before he started laughing. Look, even if I did know something, I'd never expose my baby bro like that. Besides, shouldn't you be more concerned about your students? There are dangerous criminals walking amongst them. You're the smart one who figured it all out, huh? Good for you. He'll get to you before the sun sets, and he'll make you regret your very existence. Aizawa pressed him against the wall, his eyes glowing a dangerous red. Are you threatening our students? Oh no, just stating the facts, Toya grinned. Better arrest your suspects and place them in high-security holding cells. Also, fortify the school and ensure the rest of the student body is protected, especially that one over there. Wouldn't want any harm to come to your prestigious school, now would we? And why would you care? You're just like your brother. I hissed, tears stinging my eyes. He sighed, rolling his eyes while casually pushing Eraserhead off him. Kid, I'm on a redemption tour here. The last thing I want is for someone to drop dead while I'm around. I just know people are going to think I'm connected in some weird way, and that totally ruins the new image I'm going for. You've already outed one of the Green Reaper's favorite toys, and now you're on your way to destroy the other two he values most? I'm just being honest here, kid, your future isn't looking bright. Also, those scumbags from earlier were after that quirkless kid, so you might want to put him in extra protection as well. You sure are blunt, Midnight muttered. That's just who I am, Toya grinned. Anything else I can help you with? Assuming I'm not allowed to leave this room at the risk of warning my brother somehow. You are somehow smarter than we gave you credit for. Aizawa muttered. Thanks, I've been in this business for a while, Toya smiled, clearly proud of the compliment. I fell onto my bed, exhausted, ripping off my mask. Shinso dropped down next to me, groaning and pulling at his hair. I can't believe he exposed himself like that. Ugh, what a moron. I hear you're going to have a fight with your boyfriend, so I'll make sure you two can have some privacy, I sighed, waving my hand as I crawled up. Now get to your room and change into some proper clothes. Everyone is back in the dorms because the villain alarm got triggered, so we should be able to stay in our rooms. You're surprisingly calm about this, he stated as I started taking off my shirt. I've been through worse, I shrugged, tossing my shirt at him. Now get yourself cleaned up, Commander. You're lucky my acting skills are on point and Shoto isn't one to show emotion, or we'd be in trouble, he muttered, walking back to the window to jump to his room. Make sure you've got a valid excuse ready for when they ask where you've been. I called after him, pulling down my breathes. I quickly changed and made my way downstairs. Midoriya? Where the hell were you? The teachers were going crazy. I heard the alarm when I was in the bathroom and came straight here. It's the protocol, right? I asked, nervous and jittery as I always was when accused. Of course the quirkless knows protocol, someone scoffed. I pouted and quickly made my way to the kitchen as they started making fun of me. I'm a supervillain. I shouldn't have to deal with this. I almost grunted in frustration but managed to control myself. Suddenly, the front door crashed open and I froze. What now? I rushed out of the kitchen, seeing Vlad King and Midnight storm into the dorm. What the hell? Where is the student named Shinso Hitoshi? Midnight asked, scanning the room. My eyes widened. They weren't looking for a student, they were looking for a villain. But how? Unless Kamari didn't expose himself. Someone had to have exposed him. Someone who also knew about Shinso. What about Todoroki? What about me? Oh god, oh god, oh god. Quirkless, quit mumbling. Where is that brainwasher? He's normally your shadow. I don't know, I whispered, looking down and fidgeting with my shirt. What's going on here? Oh, Shinso-kun. You have the absolute worst timing. I grabbed my phone, sending a distress signal directly to base. It was directed to my wings specifically, so I knew the only one who could see the signal was Kaminari. He should be good to go by now and was also the only one who could enter UA since he had a student pass. The campus was heavily guarded, so outsiders had no chance of breaking in. Besides, I doubted his pass was already invalidated. Ah, Shinso, just the guy we were looking for. Midnight smiled, walking up to him. He frowned in confusion, looking at me for answers. I stared at him wide-eyed, gesturing with a slit throat motion. He got the hint when Vlad King tried to attack him, and he barely dodged. What the dash? The guy who'd yelled that was now under Shinso's control, using him as a shield against the teachers. Why are you attacking me? Do you know who my uncles are? They'll kill you, he hissed, glaring at them. The look in their eyes told me everything I needed to know. Of course, they wouldn't talk back, they're pros. They know how to avoid a quirk like this. Your uncles were the ones who sent them. I gasped, quickly slapping a hand over my mouth. To keep the act up, Shinso used his quirk on me as well. I could easily snap out of it if I wanted, but it was better to let things play out. I see, he sighed, glaring at the heroes. Well, guess I shouldn't hold back against pros now, should I? Everyone get out of the common room. Midnight shouted while Shinso shifted. Vlad King charged again but was soon electrocuted and lay limply on the ground. In the now broken doorway of our dormitory stood a breathing Kamari, his hand outstretched. He was transformed but didn't bother masking himself anymore. Sit away from my boyfriend, he breathed, glaring at everyone in the room. How? Shinso asked, surprised, quickly glancing at me. You think I'd let my babe get captured when I can help it? He grinned. Also, Kirishima knows everything, so I kinda knew this was coming. Kirishima. Oh, he's going down. We better go get Shoto before he throws a fit. Yeah. I want to take him, Shinso said, pointing at me. Midoriya? Kaminari asked, confused while tasering the rest of the class. I bet he's confused because he knows I'm the Reaper. Or confused because they hadn't come after me. Those thugs were after him, weren't they? He's the son of a well-known businessman, so we could pull in good money from this. Maybe it'll please the Reaper enough for him to be merciful. They looked at each other before an explosion in the background disrupted the silence. Bakugo, Kaminari whispered in shock, knowing the sound all too well. Todoroki! Shinso exclaimed, making them both panic. I'm on it, you get out. I've got Percy, Crowley, Sneck, and Chipper with me, so you have your pick. Good, he smiled, quickly pecking his boyfriend on the lips. Kick butt, babe. Kaminari blushed a deep red before nodding and running off. Shinso smiled a little before getting serious and looking at me. Follow me. I did as he asked without question, still mildly under the influence of his quirk, but it was fading. He was slowly releasing me to avoid drawing unwanted attention. They made the most of a bad situation. But it means I trained them well. Everyone was shocked by the sudden revelation. Kaminari being a villain wasn't something anyone saw coming. Blackout, no less, working for the Green Reaper out of all people. Kirishima was taken into interrogation, which concerned me. Did he know about me? If so, things could end up catastrophic. I glanced aside, seeing Mina crying loudly, Siro and Uraraka trying to comfort her. The other girls were huddled up, and most of the guys were too shocked to even talk about it. I sighed, looking back down at the tea I made. I poured 2 cups and went over to the asocial ash blonde who was staring out the window into the courtyard. I offered him the cup without words. He looked skeptical but took it anyway. What do you want, icy hot? Can't you see I'm busy? He snapped. I rolled my eyes and sipped from my tea, looking ahead at the garden in the courtyard. I'm sure you are. I muttered, making him grunt in annoyance. So, how are you holding up? Kaminari was a good friend of yours, right? What is it to you? Why do you suddenly want to be all buddy-buddy with me? He hissed, glaring at me. Well, I consider Midoriya a good friend of mine, I said with a small smile. So I would like to get along with you as well. He scowled, sipping from the tea. This isn't all that bad. Thank you, I replied, still staring ahead. We stood there in silence for a while before he let out a long sigh. Look, it's not that I hate you or anything. You're just not someone I see myself getting close with. Because I'm not an idiot? I snorted. No offense or anything, Bakugo, but you tend to surround yourself with people significantly less intelligent than you. Also, they're more energetic and generally cheerful. He grunted, drinking from his tea to avoid reacting to what I said. You've got a problem with my friends? Because if that's the case, we're going to have a fight. One of your friends is a villain, Bakugo, I stated, looking directly at him. I'm sure it must be hard on you. And as I said before, if you want to talk, I'm always willing to listen. What do you know about friends anyway? He hissed. You're always just mindlessly tagging along with the rest of the class. Our conversation was cut short when the front door opened. Tezawa-sensei and present Mike entered, scanning the room. Kirishima was with them, tears in his eyes, threatening to fall. Bakugo, please step away from Todoroki this instant, Aizawa said in a calm voice while activating his quirk. The ruby-eyed male glanced between me and Aizawa with a confused look, but I already had a feeling of what was happening. I sighed, looking down into my teacup before speaking up. Listen to our sensei, Bakugo. Please step away from me. He looked at Kirishima, who was teary-eyed and shaking, his body language pleading for the ash blonde to walk away. As Bakugo started walking, Kirishima moved to meet him halfway in a tight embrace. I drank the rest of my tea in one go before smashing the cup to pieces on the ground, making everyone flinch. I saw Kirishima whisper something in Katsuki's ear but didn't bother to find out what since I already knew the answer. He rooted me out. Should have known Kirishima wouldn't keep his mouth shut, I sighed, cracking my fingers. Something in Bakugo snapped. His palms started sparking, explosions getting bigger and bigger until Kirishima had to contain him, holding him back from attacking me. You JRK. I'll make you pay. Bakugo yelled furiously, yet I wasn't really fazed by it. Instead, I looked at the two pros in the room. Everyone else had been smart enough to take their distance, sensing the seriousness of the situation. So what now? You've erased my quirk. I'm defenseless, I stated, waving my arms around. We're taking you in. Your accomplice is getting the same treatment at this moment, Aizawa hissed, walking closer to me. My accomplice? Oh, you mean Shinso, your nephew? I chuckled, pretending to think. It's always those you least expect, isn't it? Shut up. Mike yelled, using his quirk, shattering the windows. But it soon stopped as he collapsed on the floor. I was surprised to see Kamari standing in the doorframe, electricity sparking off him. Sorry I'm late, had to help my boyfriend first, you know, he chuckled nervously. I took this moment, now that Aizawa was distracted, to transform and freeze everyone in place. Seems like you didn't need my help after all. Well, let's go, he said cheerfully, turning around again. Not so fast, I hissed, walking over to Kirishima, who was frozen solid in my ice. He was whimpering and crying, scared to death. Bakugo was trying to break free with his explosions, but it was no use. My ice was much more powerful now. What are you going to do with him? Kaminari asked in a shaky voice, scared of my answer. He's the one that figured us out, that exposed us to the world. Therefore, he shall pay, I hissed, putting my left hand on his chest and heating up the ice around him. We're taking him back to base. The Reaper will want to finish him off himself. Oh, speaking of that, Kaminari said nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. You remember those guys from earlier? Who were after Midoriya? I'm not liking where this is going, I mumbled. My boyfriend thought it'd be a good idea to kidnap him. You know, to please the Reaper, let him have mercy on our souls and all that. We could get good money for him. Stay away from my boyfriend. Bakugo yelled in anger. And keep your hands off my best friend. The ice around him started to crack, and my eyes widened a little. Better speed this up before we were in real trouble. I'm sorry, okay? But I'd rather not die. Kaminari yelled back, tears in his eyes. You have no idea how much I've been struggling with this. I had no choice but to join them. I just happened to walk in on them and was forced to choose between helping them or getting hurt. He started to cry hard. I rolled my eyes, making sure Kirishima was movable but still locked tightly in my ice. Be grateful he gave you a second chance and let you join the family, I hissed, slapping him across the cheek. Now man up. We've got a package to deliver. He gasped, holding his cheek in pain before glaring at me and returning the favor. Okay, I deserve that, I sighed. Yes, you did, he muttered, still holding his face. Damn it. I come to help you and you slap me. Ugh, I really don't get you sometimes. Let's just go already. Denki tasered Kirishima so he'd be out cold, and not another word was spoken on our way to the base. A tense silence filled the air. I felt bad for what I did. It was an impulse of the moment. I should apologize to him later, but first we need to finish this up. As we entered the base, I threw Kirishima in a holding cell and went to see Midoriya in his lab. He dramatically turned around in his chair, a serious expression on his face. Alright, listen up, this is what we're gonna do. It wasn't surprising that my emotions were all over the place after that. Aizawa-sensei had to erase my quirk so people could stop me from rampaging the school. But what did you expect was going to happen? Both my boyfriend and best friend were kidnapped, a person I considered an ally betrayed me, and a classmate broke my trust. All that in not even an hour. Midnight pushed me back into the dormitory, quirk-dampening bracelets around my wrists. We get that you're upset, but try to stay calm. We're doing everything we can, she stated, making me scowl. Just like you did everything you could to get me back when I was kidnapped. I almost died. And none of you pro-heroes saved me. I exclaimed in anger, tears stinging in the back of my eyes. I know how you feel, okay? But I promise. Yui will get them back, Midnight said in a stern voice before looking over my shoulder at the rest of the class. Look after him, please. With that, she left, leaving the rest of the class to deal with me. Nobody knew what to say or do. Normally, my friends would try to talk to me or cheer me up with jokes. Izuku would hug and reassure me that everything would turn out all right. Those thoughts made me tear up, and before I knew it, I was crying. I had never cried in front of the class before. Not that they could see my face right now. Suddenly, a pair of arms wrapped around me from behind, and my breath hitched. It's okay, Katsuki, just let it all out. Jairu whispered, her face pressing against my back. I slowly pried her arms off me and turned around. She looked shocked, expecting to see a scowl or glare. Instead, I was a mess, tears flowing freely down my face. I held back a sob and threw myself into her arms, finally able to cry out loud. I didn't care that everyone was staring or judging, I just wanted my boys back. I just want my boys back. I choked out in a soft, broken tone, crying onto her shoulder. She patted my back in a comforting manner, humming a quiet melody to help me calm down. We all want them back, another voice whispered as Ashido joined the hug from behind me. Come on, let's get you to your room, okay? She asked quietly, rubbing my back and communicating with Jairu through glances. I just sobbed, letting the girls guide me towards the elevator while I was still breaking down. Momo? Jairu questioned, and before I knew it, Momo stood with us in the elevator. Together, we rode up to my floor as she started making tissues. Here, she offered with a small, broken smile. I knew she had feelings for Todoroki, so it must be hard on her too. But look at me, breaking down like a child. Why do people always have to take care of me? Why is it always me who has to be rescued? Am I not strong enough? Even after devoting my life to training, I felt weak. I'll never be strong enough to protect someone. I whispered without realizing it. After that, I cried even harder, hiding my face in Mina's hair. It was soft, but it couldn't compare to my little sweet broccoli. Oh God, I just hope he's alright. Hey, don't say that. You'll be an amazing hero one day, Momo whispered, rubbing my back. Yeah, number one if I'm not mistaken, Jaira added as the elevator door dinged open. How can I be number one when I can't even keep the people I care about safe? I cried out, harshly grabbing some tissues from Momo and blowing my nose. I wasn't even smart enough to see through Todoroki's tricks. He's been playing me the whole time. Mina dragged me along through the hallway to my room. We passed the rooms of both Todoroki and Kirishima, making my heart shatter. Hey, it's okay. We know this is hard for you, but we'll get through this together, alright? Jairu said softly, rubbing my arms as Momo made a key to unlock my door. They knew I was in no state to do it myself, so they let themselves in, knowing I needed this right now. I slowly nodded, letting them guide me inside my room. It was the first time any of them had come here since I didn't join their little room competition a few days prior. There wasn't anything special about it. Plain red bed sheets, a neatly organized desk, curtains matching the bed sheets, and a pinboard full of doodles and sketches. Oh wow, these are really good. Did you draw this, Bakugo? Yaoyorozu asked, taking one of the papers off my board. Keep your hands off my stuff. I hissed, snatching the paper from her hands. I looked down at the drawing she'd taken, feeling overwhelmed. I'd drawn the Baku squad from a silly selfie, where shitty hair leaned onto my shoulder while Dunt's face stood on my other side, throwing peace signs at the camera. Tape dispenser had his arm around the electric blonde, smiling widely. In the bottom corner was Pinky's messy hair with those horns sticking out, her eyes just caught on the screen. My hands started trembling as I let the picture fall to the ground, my tears flowing freely. My own memories were haunting me. My breathing became louder, and I covered my face with my hands as I cried. I can't take this any longer. I just want them back. I cried. Something inside me urged me to scream, so I did. It was relieving, but I still didn't feel great. People took turns watching me after that, insisting I eat and take care of myself. I hated it. Why couldn't they let me suffer in silence? Why try to bring back the past? It felt like years passed until there was some kind of new lead, but in reality, it was only 2 days. Ojiro came to tell me the news, stating Aizawa-sensei and the other teachers had left to trace it down, and there weren't any classes that day. BGMI class. I hadn't been going, but nobody blamed me. It was still the start of the term, nothing I couldn't catch up on. But once Ojiro told me they were on the move, I ran out of my room faster than I ever had. The whole class had to hold me back from breaking out. Apparently, I needed to shower, so the guys insisted I calm down first. You're almost done in there? It's been half an hour, and normally you shower in like 5 minutes, Siro called out, knocking on my stall. Ugh, I hated the common bathrooms. I bet he was spacing out, I heard Tokoyami say. Teach, I scowled, opening the stall in frustration. I wasn't spacing out. I'll be out in 5 minutes. What's the rush anyway? I groaned, slamming the door shut behind me. We just want to make sure you're okay, Bakugo. Siro stated. Shut up, tape dispenser. I'm fine. I don't need anyone looking after me. I hissed, hearing them chuckle a little. Glad you're back. Ojiro shouted from another stall. A shiver ran down my spine at those words. Glad you're back. A tear slipped down my cheek, but I quickly wiped it away. What if they hurt him? Hurt Kirishima? The Green Reaper wanted revenge on him, right? Or Izuku? That guy could take him down in seconds. I started crying, punching the shower wall in frustration. Ugh, I'm so pathetic. Everything okay, Bakugo? Siro questioned again as their laughter died down. I hadn't realized I was crying so loudly until he spoke. I cursed silently, clenching my fists. I'm just fine, I choked out. I don't need your concern. Just deal with your own stuff. Dude, we just want to help. I don't need your help. I hissed, wiping my tears away. Just leave me alone. I'll go tell the girls. Ojiro sighed, and I heard the main door open and close. I rolled my eyes and leaned against the wall, letting the water flow freely over my body. Please come home safe. I thought. Please. I can't live without either of you. I turned off the water and wiped my tears away. I quickly dried off and changed into some clean clothes before leaving. Oh hi, Bakugo. We're making SPKD chocolate. You want some? Mina asked, instantly invading my personal space as I left the bathroom. I groaned, putting my hands in my pockets. I'm going back to my room. Bring them up when you're done or something, I grunted. No, that's not how this works, Jairu stated, now standing in front of me. You're finally out of that cramped space. We're keeping you here for now. I don't need babysitters, I hissed. Well, you can't lock yourself up like some kid throwing a tantrum. How do you think we feel? Yaoyorozu yelled, suddenly angry. How do you think we feel about all of this? That both Kaminari and Todoroki betrayed us. That they took Kirishima from. We're hurting just as much as you, but at least we don't let it ruin us. Because that's not what he would have wanted. Stop talking about him like he's gone. I shouted back, startling some people in the room. Shitty hair isn't gone, got it, Pinky? Both he and Izuku are alive. They're alive. My voice broke down, and I took a deep breath, closing my eyes for a moment. But since you're obviously not letting me go, I guess I'll help you with your chocolate or something. They're not gone, she agreed, forcing a small smile. And we'll get them back. You'll see. I frowned, looking away and walking to the kitchen. I stopped when a certain Todoroki strolled into the dorms. Dear students, please gather around, he smiled. What are you so happy about, flame brain? I hissed, glaring at him. For the last time, Bakugo, like it or not, I am one of your teachers, so behave respectfully, he sighed, glaring back at me. Also, there are some important things to discuss with you. What does that mean? I grunted. Would you be more polite if I said it concerned a certain red-haired and green-haired boy? He asked, drawing the attention of the whole class. That's what I thought, he smiled. I really am sorry about this, Kaminari whispered, pushing Kirishima into a cell with me. But it was the only way for him to keep you alive. I'm so sorry. He choked back his tears and quickly left the building. We were in an abandoned warehouse I frequently used to store certain goods and people. I had been here for a day, setting everything up after ensuring Kirishima received his punishment yesterday. I left some traces for the heroes to find us. Right now, I was Midoriya Izuku, a quirkless boy kidnapped for money, imprisoned by my own men, who didn't know I was actually their boss. They were low-life scum, just here to make it believable when the pro-heroes stormed this place. They would be arrested, but I didn't care much for them. I looked at the redhead, who had just been thrown into the cage with me. I knew he was still suffering from the treatment I had given him as the Reaper. Poor boy. I really liked him too. That's why I didn't kill him. Yet he had to be punished for what he did, a punishment he'd never forget, something to carry with him for the rest of his life. Midoriya? Is that you? He asked, his voice cracking and hoarse. He could barely hold his eyes open and coughed violently after speaking. Kirishima? I asked carefully, crawling over to him. Our hands and feet were bound together, making it hard to move. What are you doing here? He choked out, coughing again. Did they take you too? I nodded, helping him sit up. He was in pain, I could tell. They want me for my dad's money, I whispered, forcing myself to start crying. Why do they want you? Midoriya Izuku wasn't supposed to know that Kirishima Ijuru had exposed some traitors. I wasn't supposed to know what was going on or his link to the situation, so I had to act ignorant. I rubbed them the wrong way, he sighed, clearing his throat. I saw how he struggled against his restraints, visibly trying to use his quirk to break free, but it didn't come. I think they injected me with something that's keeping me from using my quirk, he muttered, looking sideways at me. Looks like escaping is out of the question. Even if we did get out, how would we get past all those guards? I wondered out loud. If you were able to defeat one, I might have been able to snatch his weapon or something, but it doesn't look like they carry any. Then their quirks must be very offensive, Kirishima concluded. Yes, that's what I wanted him to think. But really, those guys were just disposable. They had no potential to me. This was the only way they'd ever be useful. Then pink smoke started filling the room, and I forced back a smile. Finally, I glanced at Kirishima, who was panicking. I should probably do the same to keep up the act. What's happening? I shrieked, leaning closer to the redhead as yells and shouts were heard in the distance. Fighting started drawing closer, and the men guarding us fainted from the mist. My guess was that it was Midnight's quirk. Soon, the cage was opened, and I stared at the familiar yellow goggles of Eraserhead. Found them, he spoke into his earpiece before untying us. How bad is it? I heard through the comms as I held onto him tightly, tears streaming down my face. Both are alive, no visible injuries, he reported back, helping us to our feet. We were both too shaken to say anything or do more than cling to our savior. Immediately after that, police sirens could be heard, and we were skirted outside. The thugs were arrested, and we were brought to a hospital for a full checkup. They called our parents, and soon my mom showed up, emotional as always. It was a cry fest to say the least. I don't know how long it lasted, but it felt like hours. That's it. I don't want my little baby to be in danger anymore. None of this happened when we were living with your father. Mom stated. You can't seriously be saying what I think you are. I breathed, fear consuming me. Here I was, the most powerful villain alive, afraid of the words my mother would speak next. UA is dangerous, and I'm taking you out of there. We're moving back in with your father, no discussion. My family was all over the place once they arrived. The doctors finished their tests and entered the room. My parents were overly worried while my twin siblings were causing chaos with their usual antics. They were 10 years old, always showing off their quirks and playfully fighting each other. But I could see they had missed me and were just as concerned for my safety as our parents. We mostly cried and hugged until the doctor returned with the test results. His expression didn't bode well. Hello Mr. and Mrs. Kirishima, pleasure to meet you, he said, shaking their hands before turning to me. Well, your results are back. You seem to be in perfect health, which is good. However, there is one thing we find strange. He flipped over some papers on his small pin-up board and adjusted his glasses. You mentioned you have problems using your quirk, correct? I think it might be jammed somehow. I can't seem to use it at all, I sighed, looking down at my hands, trying to harden them. Nothing happened. I clenched my fists and bit my lip. My whole life, I had thought my quirk wasn't good enough, not flashy enough to become a hero. I didn't have the personality to support that dream either. So, I dyed my hair, transformed into this new version of myself. I tried to act confident about my quirk, but that facade crumbled quickly. Yet now that it's gone, I miss it. It's part of who I am, always has been. Even if it's not as cool as everyone else's, I still want to become a hero with it. Yes, I see. Well, we ran every test we could think of, and I don't know how to say this, but the result was always the same. What are you trying to tell us, doctor? Our son is okay, right? Mom asked, worry etched on her face. He won't die, I assure you, but his quirk. It isn't just blocked, it's completely erased. Like it was never even there. All our tests indicate your son is quirkless. What? No. This can't be happening. I have a quirk. I tried to harden myself again, but my body didn't respond. My mom gasped, and Dad listened intently as the doctor explained everything in further detail. I wasn't really listening, their voices faded into the background. So that's why. He didn't kill me. He didn't take my life, he took my quirk. With it, he took my status and my future, leaving me to suffer for the rest of my life. Quirkless. How would people react to that? Would they look down on me? Well, the class and our teachers accepted Midoriya, so I shouldn't worry about them. But I knew many people in my environment looked down on the quirkless. They even talked about my friendship with someone quirkless, saying I shouldn't associate with him. Would they abandon me now that I lost my quirk too? Would I still be accepted? Tears pricked my eyes, and I started crying silently. How could I ever become a hero without a quirk? Even if it wasn't flashy, it was better than nothing. Maybe this was my punishment? Maybe fate decided that if I was going to complain about my quirk, I should just have none at all. I stood up from the bed and mumbled that I was going to get something to drink. Mom wanted to stop me, but Dad let me go. I wandered through the halls in my worn clothes, which I had been wearing for a while. I sighed, pushing back the loose hairs on my head, lost in thought. My thoughts were interrupted by shouting from a nearby room. Curiosity took over, and I glanced inside. The door was open. I'm not going back there. Mom, I love you. All my friends are here. Kacchan is here. Please, don't make me leave again. I was shocked to see Midoriya in tears, begging his mother to let him stay. Did she decide he would be better off on the other side of the country? You're not safe here, Izuku. Look at yourself. This never happened when we lived with your father. This happened because of my father, Mom, he yelled back. They took me for his money. Why can't you see that? Why would putting me closer to that man give me any more safety? That was when his mom noticed me standing in the hallway. She glared at me with anger. Midoriya followed her gaze, and his eyes widened. He quickly wiped away his tears and held his mom back before she could snap at me for eavesdropping. Kirishima? Hi. I muttered with a small wave, carefully stepping into the room. I didn't mean to interrupt. No, it's fine. We're done here, his mother stated, giving her son a final look before grabbing her purse and leaving the room. Sorry you had to see that, he whispered, looking down at his hands. She's very protective of me since I'm her only child and quirkless. I wondered if my parents would be more protective now that I had lost my quirk. Shouldn't you be with your family? Aren't they here yet? He asked, confused as I sat down by his feet on the bed. They're talking to the doctor right now. About my current condition. I choked out. What about it? He asked, tilting his head a little. I fumbled with my fingers, looking down at my hands. If someone understands, it's him, right? The Green Reaper took away my quirk. I breathed, trying to hold back tears. I'm quirkless now, just like you. It was quiet for a while, but I didn't dare to look up at his face. Suddenly, the blankets ruffled, and a weight was placed down next to me, making the bed sink a little. A pair of arms wrapped around me, and green hair filled my vision. I'll help you through this, I promise, he whispered, holding me tightly. That sent me over the edge, and I started sobbing into his shoulder. Then an explosion and an angry yell echoed from somewhere in the hallway. Where the hell are they? Izuku quickly pulled away, and we stared at each other in acknowledgement for a second. That angry yell could only be from one person. We both turned to face the door, where a ruby-eyed male stood, his eyes widening as he saw us, tears welling up. Before we could react, he tackled us onto the bed, hugging both of us. You idiots. I missed you two so much, he cried, not letting us go anytime soon. I missed you too, Kacchan. Midoriya sobbed. I rolled my eyes and wiggled out of Bakugo's grip. Oi, get back here, I'm not done with you, the blonde said, now only hugging me. Dare get taken from me again like that in aisle? Okay, I'll try not to, I chuckled, trying to keep the mood light. I didn't want to ruin what was happening by being down, And Izuku seemed to have the same idea since he didn't mention what his mom told him. By the way, I think your boyfriend is getting jealous. Ah, come here Izu, he cooed, pulling Midoriya into a side hug. I think I finally figured out your type, weak and quirkless. My eyes widened, and before Bakugo could ask more questions. Oh my god. Guys, they're here. Mina screamed, jumping on top of us. I groaned but let it happen. Soon, basically the whole class was in here, getting emotional. How did you guys even get here? I asked, wiping away some tears. Toya drove us here in the school bus. Mina exclaimed happily. Yeah, he scolded us the entire time, Siro chuckled. Something along the lines of, if I get arrested for this, you're going down with me. He's really trying to better his life. It's terrifying, Mina added. So where is he now? I asked. Canteen, drinking black coffee, Jiraiya shrugged. He's been living off that stuff for days now, like a second Aizawa-sensei, Uraraka shuddered. It must be hard on him to lose his younger brother this way. But Todoroki. I looked aside, seeing Bakugo basically hugging Midoriya on the bed. The blonde pulled away and smiled down at the freckled face. Now why don't you tell me what you mean by weak and quirkless? He challenged, making me flinch. I get that you're jealous, which is cute, but calling someone weak and quirkless is the last thing I expect from. He's right though, I interrupted, looking down in shame. Better rip the band-aid right off. I am weak, I muttered, clenching my fists as a tear ran down my face. And quirkless. The room fell silent before Bakugo spoke up. What did those BSTRDS do to you? Brainwashing? Don't tell me you're quirkless when you're obviously not. I started crying. Can't he see he was only making things worse? Why didn't you use your hardening? I could've. Midoriya stopped him, shaking his head. The Green Reaper took away his quirk somehow, Kacchan. He's like me now, quirkless. I hugged my legs, crying as Izuku said that. I bet he thinks I'm not worthy of being his friend anymore. I can't even take a single hit. Well, guess I'll just have two quirkless to defend now, Bakugo shrugged like it was no big deal. I looked up at him in surprise, hope igniting within me. Why are okay with me being like this? I asked quietly. My boyfriend is like that, hair for brains, he stated, pointing at Midoriya before waving at the rest of the class. Everyone loves you, you moron. Why would we care if you've got a quirk or not? I was quickly pulled into a group hug. Yet again, everyone got emotional. You guys are the best. I love you. I cried out. Love you too. Mina exclaimed. As a friend, of course, she quickly added. Yeah man, you're the one who ties our class together. Siro grinned. Oh I know. I'll teach you the self-defense moves I learned in middle school. Midoriya smiled happily. Every quirkless student is taught basic self-defense in middle school, you know. It's the law, we have to be able to defend ourselves against quirks. Oh, we can all do it together. That way no one feels left out, Mina smiled. Sounds like a plan, Jiraiya grinned. What do you say Midoriya? Want to teach all of us? Sure, he smiled, cuddling closer to Bakugo. I frowned, knowing the one thing he wasn't telling everyone. Were empty promises. His mom was going to take him away, they'd move to the other side of the country. And he was planning to leave without saying a word, simply vanishing from our lives. It was the same thing he did last time, if I needed to believe Bakugo. Before I could say anything, the nurses came in to shoo the visitors out. Katsuki took his time saying goodbye to Izuku. After that, he hugged me one last time and ruffled my hair, stating it was a mess and I had to color it again. I had to go back to my room, but I stayed behind for a bit. Why didn't you tell them? I asked, making him look down at his hands. I didn't want to ruin the moment, he sighed. It's funny how fate always finds a way to torture me. It's just like last time. Kacchan will be devastated if I have to leave again. So what? You're just not telling him? Break his heart like last time? I asked, frowning. You think I want this? He hissed, tears in his eyes. I don't like my father, okay? You can ask Kacchan about him, he's a scary man. But I can't disobey him. I know he's the one that asked Mom to move back, she wouldn't make that decision on her own. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment. I want to stay at UA, believe me. I don't want to leave Kacchan or this town. I have my life here. So much unfinished business. But I have no choice. Please don't tell anyone. I sighed, walking over to the door. I won't, but you will. Katsuki deserves a proper chance at goodbye. But we're leaving and we're taking you with us. Siro grinned, tapping my arm and pulling me across the hall to the rest of the Baku squad. Don't worry, we went to your parents and asked permission first, Jiraiya said quickly. You're discharged, so you're coming back with us to campus. Is that a good idea? I asked, pulling my hair out of my face as they dragged me along. We should get your hair fixed. It's even messier than normal, Bakugo snorted with a smirk. Hey! I pouted, trying to cover up the mess on my head. It was laying flat and messy, black hair growing out at the roots. Say, why did you color your hair in the first place? Mina asked curiously. Right, we went to the same middle school. We weren't really friends back then. I mean, we spoke a few words, but that's because she was always so easygoing and popular. She talked to everyone. I was just the shy kid. I never knew she actually remembered. Wait, did you say black? Jiraiya asked, quirking a brow. Kirishima with black hair? Now that I want to see. You didn't answer my question though. Mina smiled as we got outside. Finally. Get your buttes on the bus. Eraser is going to lose his mind when you're not all at the dorm when he gets back. Toya shouted, pointing at his wrist like he was wearing a watch. Calm down, Bakugo grunted, pushing past him onto the bus. Are you allowed to stand here? I questioned, but he just shoved me onto the bus after the others. We got him. Siro shouted, and everyone cheered. All right, buckle up. Toya yelled, driving away like crazy. I fell over, only to be caught by Tokoyami's dark shadow. Thanks, man, I chuckled, holding onto the seats and quickly sitting down. I ended up sitting next to Mina. Behind us were Jairu and Siro, and in front of us was Bakugo on his own. So, why did you change your hair color? She asked, inspecting the little black roots on top of my head. Hey, stop that. I whined, pushing her off. Oi, answer the question, you made me curious, Bakugo stated, now on his knees and looking over his seat. We made a sharp turn, making him almost lose his balance. Damn it. Keep this bus straight. You're not even straight, he snorted and kept on driving. What did you just say? He snapped, wanting to go to the front to confront him. I quickly grabbed his sleeve, pulling him back down as we came to a harsh stop in front of a traffic light. Don't. He's the only one who can drive this thing. Deal with him when we're on campus, I sighed. Fine, he grunted, sitting back down. So why did you color your hair? I looked aside to see Uraraka and Azui, now also listening in. Why is everyone suddenly so interested in my hair? I groaned, pulling at it. 'Cause I liked your black hair. Mina pouted. You always used to play with it when nervous, so cute. Really? Jairu laughed, making me want to sink into the ground. Kirishima? Nervous? Siro asked, quirking a brow. Unmanly, I heard Bakugo snort. I frowned, kicking his chair. Shut up, I muttered. Yeah, Ijuru used to be this shy, nerdy kid in class, Ashido continued, apparently not noticing my discomfort. He never really spoke up or stood out or anything, always trying to cover his face with those long black hairs of his. I call emo phase, Ochako said. I didn't have an emo phase. I shouted, making all heads turn towards me. Now stop talking about it. I pulled up my legs and hid my face in my knees. Why did I just snap at them? Just because of my hair? No, that's not right. Because Ashido was pulling my past self to the surface with it. Yes, that's it. I dyed my hair and adopted a confident personality to become a hero. But now I'm quirkless and my natural hair color shines through again. My old shy, nerdy personality is coming back to me, and I don't like it. I don't want to feel insecure anymore. But I just can't help it. Deep down, it's who I am, no matter the circumstances. Hey, are you okay? Mina asked carefully, placing a hand on my shoulder. I quickly jerked it off and shot to my feet. I fell back down next to Bakugo and curled up again. At least he wouldn't pester me. Oh come on, we're sorry. Don't be like this, Jur whined, climbing over to sit next to Ashido. Just leave him alone. Katsuki hissed, glaring at everyone behind us. I smiled a little, knowing I could always rely on Bakugo to chase others away. I sighed, letting my head fall onto his shoulder. He tensed up but let it happen nonetheless. He has gone soft now that I'm quirkless. Midoriya was right. He treats the weak differently than the strong because he acknowledges their strengths and differences. But I don't mind all that much. I can get used to this softer Bakugo. I marched into the base, full-on Green Reaper style. My plan had worked out perfectly. Maybe a little too perfect. I can't move back to the other side of the country. Ugh, that man is always up in MY business. I don't go and tell him how to run the league now, do I? I opened the doors to my wing and floated upstairs to the living area, where I saw my small team playing a game. Shoto was sitting on one of the couches, Denki and Hitoshi on the opposite one. The two of them basically sat on each other's laps, but Todoroki didn't seem fazed by it. He shook the black pot and threw out the dice, looking down at it with a bored expression. Yahtzee, he spoke in a neutral tone. What the hell? How do you keep doing this? Kaminari exclaimed, pulling at his hair. You're cheating. I'm not. I'm just that good, the Halfa replied with a smug smile. I'm going to get you back if we ever play Twister, I swear, Shinso hissed, glaring at Shoto as he wrote down his score. You're not as agile as me though, I stated, crossing my arms. They all froze at my voice before shooting up from the couches and standing in front of me in a perfect line. W didn't know you were coming, her, Denki forced out with a smile. What can we do for you? Shoto asked. I frowned, pulling off my mask and glaring at them. Kirishima is diagnosed as quirkless. Our experiment was a success, I said, making them breathe out in relief. If he somehow got his quirk back or this all failed, I had promised to take action. They obviously didn't want that. I see you're all taking this whole deal well, being exposed and all, not able to leave HQ. I muttered, waving my hand to signal an ongoing list. We're just happy you didn't take out your wrath on us. Shinso sighed. And glad we're still welcome here. You saved us. Again, Todoroki added quietly. Good, because you're all grounded for at least a month. Getting exposed like that. What are you? Some low-life thugs? My name is being dragged through the mud as we speak. I hissed. Green Reaper lets teenagers do his dirty work, that's what the media says, and that's what people believe. Ugh, I can't even look at you right now. I angrily paced in front of them, pulling at my hair before groaning loudly. How did Kirishima Ijuku find out? Tell me, Sho. He happened to overhear a conversation between you and Kaminari, boss, he answered in his monotone voice. When you were recruiting him in the hospital to go and save Bakugo. We're lucky he didn't link it back to you as well. So it was actually your fault, Denki said slowly, making me growl. Dude, don't talk that way to a man who can literally take you out with a snap of his fingers, moron, Shinso groaned, hitting the electric blonde's arm. Well, Kiri is not a threat anymore, so you're off the hook, I muttered. Continue your game or whatever. Not like I'm going to be around for much longer anyways. What do you mean by that? Shoto asked, and I instantly got their attention. My dad convinced my mom it would be safer for me if we moved back in with him, I sighed. So she's dragging me with her to the other side of the country. Again. What? She can't do that. Shinso hissed. She's my mom, I stated. Screw parents, Todoroki said quickly. You only say that because your mom burned your face with boiling water and your dad hit you for years, I blurted out, slapping a hand in front of my mouth. Oh God, Sho, I'm so sorry I didn't. No, it's okay. You're right, like always, he said, pulling up the hood of his D.K.U sweater and walking off with his hands in his pockets. Sho, please. Don't show me, okay? He hissed, glancing back for a moment before leaving the second floor and my quarters. Not cool, dude, Kaminari frowned, slowly shaking his head. Shut it, Kami, I hissed, pulling at my hair. Everything is crumbling down. Everything I worked so hard to build. Damn it. I'll go talk to Shoto, Shinso said in a monotone voice. He kissed Denki on the cheek before running down the stairs after Todoroki. Tears stung in my eyes, and I felt my bottom lip tremble. I just don't know what I'm doing wrong. I cried. I did everything right. I eliminated the threat. Got myself a free pass. Nobody suspects my identity. The union is running smoothly, and we make so much profit. And yet here I am, insulting friends and being dragged away from everything I love and care about. This made Denki frown and cross his arms. Oh yeah? Because to me, it seems like the only person you actually care about is yourself. What? I choked out, looking at him through my tears. As long as your little secret is safe, right? As long as you win in the end, everything else is fine. We're just means to an end to you, aren't we? You just call us friends to satisfy us, to keep us happy. Because you can't do anything with people who don't trust you, right? Do you even like someone other than yourself? Your parents? Friends? Bakugo? I stared at him in shock. Is that really how others saw me? Once you see behind the mask, you can only see the monster, huh? How would you be when the world has cast you out just because you were born differently? I asked, wiping my tears away. Quirkless with a photographic memory. Bullied and beaten, cursed to never forget all those taunting words and actions. I hate everything in this world and its people. It makes you pull up walls, makes you go a little crazy in the head sometimes too. I just can't let go of the hatred. I clenched my fists and slammed them onto the table, making the game pieces fly everywhere. Damn it. That's why I want to create a new world. A new era. So nobody has to become like me. You think I don't care about people? That I don't have loved ones? I keep them at a distance so they won't get hurt. The monster inside of me is untamable, Kaminari. Once set loose, it'll destroy everything in its path with no mercy. So that's why. That's why once my mission is complete and this world finally knows peace, I'll take my own life. I let out a dry chuckle, tears running freely down my face again. The world can't know true peace as long as I live. But I swear I'll take all the evil down with me. Why? You really mean that? Kami choked out, staring at me in shock, trembling a little. Why would I lie to one of my own? I asked, tilting my head. You are one of my comrades, aren't you? Why, yes, I guess so, he stuttered, fiddling with his fingers. Do the others know about this? About your future plans? They don't need to know, I sighed. They care too much for me to let me go. But we were never really friends. You've always seen me as the Reaper, as the monster behind the mask. I know you won't mind if I take my own life, so that's why I told you. You need us to stay loyal to you until the end, he concluded. And that can only happen by spreading information unequally. You're smarter than I gave you credit for, Kami. I smiled, poking him in the side. Now excuse me, I have to make things right with Todoroki. See you later. Oi, shitty hair, we're here, I grunted as I nudged him awake. I can't believe this idiot actually fell asleep with that maniac driving the bus. He blinked a few times, rubbing his eyes and yawning before walking with me towards the dorms. Sorry I pushed you about your hair, I didn't know it was a sensitive topic for you, Raccoon Eyes sighed as she walked with us. It's complicated, Kirishima muttered, looking down at the ground. I just don't want to talk about it, okay? How can dyeing your hair be complicated? I guess he had his reasons though. It's probably not just to look cool or be more like that Crimson Riot dude he looks up to. If even he doesn't want to talk about it, it's pretty serious. Come on. We need to celebrate this. Siro exclaimed happily as Kirishima entered the dorm. Oh, we'll make cake. Round Face smiled, pulling Frog Girl with her into the kitchen. I can do decorations, Yaoyorozu offered, her quirk already in action. I rolled my eyes. These extras. But fine, since it was Ichiru's welcome back party, I'll let it happen. That's really sweet and all, but I'd rather just go rest up in my room. Shitty hair stuttered nervously, a small smile lingering uneasily on his lips. Well, he was never one to turn down a party, certainly not one thrown especially for him. I frowned at him as people tried to convince him otherwise. It just made him more nervous and stressed, and even I know that can't be good with his current condition. Back the heck away, extras. Can't you accept no for an answer? He doesn't want a party. How would you feel after being kidnapped and having your quirk erased? Thanks, Bakugo. Ichiro whispered, keeping his head down as he walked toward the elevator. Jiru hit me on the arm, glaring as she silently gestured to the metal doors, closing on a visibly upset Ichiro. You just had to say that, didn't you? Look what you did. You made him feel even worse about himself. At least I don't pretend nothing happened. I shouted in frustration. Everyone is trying to sugarcoat it. His future is in ruins. We dragged him out of the hospital only hours after he was freed. I remember how I felt when that happened. Dude, we'll never forget how broken you were. Tape dispenser whispered. It was the first time I saw you cry. I told you to drop it, I grunted. Oh please, like you didn't break down for days, Raccoon Face groaned, tired of the conversation. Well, just imagine what Ichiro is going through right now. It's worse than what happened to me. And if it made you cry. Jiru trailed off. The class stood in silence for a moment after some shocked gasps echoed through the room. I let out a frustrated sigh and went to the kitchen, grabbing the cookie jar from the counter. Nobody spoke as I dragged it with me into the elevator and pressed the button for my floor, which I shared with Kiri and previously Todoroki. Anger surged within me as I thought of Todoroki, trying to get close to me just to betray me. For a moment, I actually sympathized with him. If his facade had held a little longer, I might have shared my feelings with him. I shook my head. I need to focus on Ichiro right now. He needs me more than ever. I stopped in front of his dorm door and took a deep breath before knocking. I could hear muffled crying from the other side and some shuffling on his bed. Not long after, the door creaked open, revealing the red, puffy face of my best friend. Can I come in? I asked, noticing his hesitation. Got comfort food, I added, gesturing to the cookie jar. I would have brought ice cream, but we don't have any at the moment. He sniffled and wiped a tear away while opening the door a bit further. Are the others coming too? No, just me, I said, not wanting to push my luck. Oh. Close the door behind you, he whispered, stepping back to let me in. I pushed the door open and closed it behind me as he asked. His room hadn't changed much, wild waves on the walls, fitness equipment dominating any free space. It was a mess, but I didn't mind. Ichiro dropped face first on his bed, crying again. I sighed, sitting down next to him and patting his back. I put the jar down, opening it and taking out a chocolate cookie. Here, I muttered, offering him the food. He glanced up, taking it with shaking hands before munching it down. I handed him another one, encouraging him to sit up. You must think I'm pathetic or something, he mumbled between small bites. You should have seen the mess I was just a day ago. I sighed, making his eyes widen in surprise. The class had to take turns watching over me because they were scared of what I would do if left alone. Why you were that out of control? He asked in a whisper. I had to wear quirk eraser bracelets, I said, taking a cookie for myself. I cried in front of everyone. Yeah, you really missed the pity party. He let out a dry chuckle, a sound I had never heard from him before. It was unsettling. All for me? Or for your boyfriend? For both of you, knucklehead, I scoffed, nudging him playfully. You're right. Like I'm worth worrying about. Ichiro muttered. But don't talk like that. I hissed, glaring at him. You are worth the world, you hear me? You're my best friend, and without you, I wouldn't survive in this class full of morons. He teared up, looking at me with a depth I had never seen before. Why you really mean that? I'm your best friend. He started to wail, and I pulled him to my chest, rubbing his back in a comforting manner. He cried in my arms, and we stayed like that for a while, the only sound being his sobs. Suddenly, he pulled back, staring me in the eye. He slowly placed a hand on my cheek, inching closer. His eyes closed, half-lidded as they landed on my lips. I didn't have time to react. He came in slowly, as if to ensure I wanted the same. But I was frozen, unable to move, and before I knew it, his lips were on mine. That's the moment my brain connected to my muscles and I pushed him off. Drew, I'm flattered but. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Why have a boyfriend, and here I am taking advantage of you in my fragile state, he cried, covering his face in shame. It's okay, I breathed, pulling him back onto my chest. Just don't do it again. I'm so sorry, he cried. I've been crushing on you ever since the start of the year. But I stayed quiet. And now you're with Midoriya. I'm too late and I'm sorry. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm during his emotional confession. My best friend has been in love with me since the beginning of the year. I felt terrible for not realizing it sooner. Do I need to tell Izuku about this? No, he has enough on his plate as it is. He's still recovering from everything too. Meanwhile, Ichiro kept apologizing and sobbing into my chest, ruining my shirt. After he stopped crying, we basically ate the whole cookie jar in dead silence. It was awkward for some time until he spoke up again like nothing happened. You know what? I think I'm going to dye my hair black again. I gave him a surprised look. He couldn't be Red Riot if his hair was black. Maybe I'll get a haircut too? It's a little too long, don't you think? What? I thought you liked your hair. I frowned. Yeah, I did, but it just reminds me of my own failure. I dyed my hair because I wanted to be confident, be a hero everyone looked up to, easy to get along with. I can't be that person anymore. Not now that I'm quirkless. I'll just fall back to being the shy and quiet kid in the back of the class, he muttered, staring at the ground. I didn't know what to say or how to respond to that. We sat in silence for a while before he pulled out a hairband from the small cabinet next to his bed and tied his hair back in a low ponytail. It suited him. I'm dyeing my hair black again, he stated, now sure of himself. He glanced aside, shooting me a bright smile. You want to help me pack up? I'm going home for the weekend to stay with my family. What? Yeah, of course I'll help you, I said, forcing a grin. Act like nothing is wrong, act like nothing happened. It's obvious he doesn't want to talk about it, so I won't push him. That's not my style, and he knows it. The others are going to be upset we ate all the cookies though, he chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. I'll handle anyone who dares say anything about it, I stated as he grabbed his suitcase. We started packing, and I left when he said he was going to call his parents. How is he? Ashido asked when I came back downstairs. He's holding up all right, I guess, I shrugged. Doesn't really want to talk about it. He thinks less of himself though. Being quirkless, I sighed, groaning as I threw my head back in frustration. It's really frustrating. He thinks he's weak and pathetic for losing his quirk and now he can't be a hero anymore. The room looked at me with frowns. They were all pretty sad about this. Also, he's going home for the weekend, so don't bother him about it. We should do something with the squad to get his mind off things. Mina shouted, looking at me with pleading eyes. I'm not paying for laser tag again. Besides, we're uneven now, so we can't team up against each other. And no, I'm not letting you bring another girl, I gritted through my teeth. Why don't you bring your boyfriend? Headphones teased. Also, we don't need to go laser tag. We can go bowling or something. Still not paying for you guys? I stated. I'll pay. I don't mind, Raccoon Eyes smiled. I just want to see Kiri happy again. He looks so unhappy right now. It makes me sad. Alright, bowling on you if you can convince Izuku to come out in public. You convince your boyfriend, Jiru smirked, backing up Ashido. We're gonna kick your butt. Shotgun Kirishima on our team. Ugh, fine. I'll take the tape dispenser, I groaned. Hey. Siro pouted, getting patted on the back by Ojiro. It's okay, dude. Just accept it. I was able to make things up with Shoto, which was great since he was one of my best friends. But I shrugged that off. It wasn't my concern right now because I was going out with my amazing boyfriend and his friends. But let's forget about those for a moment. We were going bowling to cheer up Kirishima, but I just saw it as quality time with Kacchan. Why should I pity the redhead? He's the one who snitched on me. He deserves his punishment. I smiled, happily swinging our intertwined hands back and forth as I looked at my ash-blonde boyfriend. How long until I break his heart again by moving away? How much longer would I be able to look at his face up close like this? I'm not sure. It's why I must enjoy it while it lasts. Stop staring at me like that, nerd, it's creepy, he said with a small chuckle. I laughed a little as well, looking back ahead. Sorry, I just can't help myself sometimes. You're just so handsome. That comment made a pink blush appear on his cheeks before he gave me a confident grin. Of course I am. I'm the best looking person in this whole town. We both laughed at that, and before I could stop myself, I stood up on my toes and kissed Kacchan. He kissed back of course and we melted together. Lovebirds, keep it child-friendly. We heard Siro yell from a distance, making me chuckle as we pulled apart. Bakugo groaned, glaring at his black-haired friend. You're just jealous because you can't get a girlfriend. Och, Jiru laughed. Kirishima rolled his eyes with a playful smile, his hands in his pockets. Are we playing or what? Ashido shouted, throwing her arms around both Jiru and Kirishima while grinning widely. We're gonna crush you guys. I'm not losing to a bunch of losers like you, Kacchan scoffed, his arm around my waist. It made Kiri look away awkwardly. I frowned. Did something happen between the two of them? Did our relationship make him uncomfortable? It was strange since he never reacted like this before. Maybe. I pried myself out of Kacchan's grip and took his hand instead. He gave me a confused glance but shrugged it off as I smiled at him. Let's just have fun, okay? I beamed, pulling my boyfriend with me as we entered. Yeah. Siro and Ashido cheered, instantly running after us. And so our evening began. The conversations were light and happy, a positive atmosphere hung in the air as we bowled. There was some banter as we competed, but nothing too serious. That was until Kirishima stood up abruptly and went to the bathroom. Kacchan frowned, tracking him with his eyes until the redhead left his sight. You think it's too forced? That he isn't having fun? Mina asked with a pout. I'll go check up on him, just to be sure, Bakugo said, quickly pecking me on the cheek before walking off. Kill them for me, Izu. I'll try, Kacchan. I smiled looking back at our lane. We were only 6 points behind Mina's team, time to show my skills. Don't screw up again, Midoriya, Siro sighed, leaning back while sipping from his Coke. It's true that I've been playing badly, but that was just so Kacchan would help me. Now that he's out of the picture for a while, I'll show them what I can really do. I grabbed one of the ball, aiming at the white pins at the end of the lane. I smiled as I swung the ball back before letting it roll over the wooden floor. Perfect strike, of course. I closed my eyes for a moment before letting out a squeal and happily jumping up and down while throwing my hands around in the air. I did it. Did you guys see that? Lucky shot, Jiraiya muttered, crossing her arms. I knew you could do it. Mina squealed, hugging me as she ran up to me. Bakugo is going to kill you for touching his boyfriend like that, Siro snorted. I'm sure Mido-chan will protect me, right? Ashido asked, smiling at me. Of course. I may not have a quirk, but I am Kacchan's biggest weakness, I chuckled, scratching the back of my head. We continued to play after that. I frowned, staring at the bathroom door. They sure take long. I'm gonna check up on Kiri and Kacchan, be right back. I smiled, hopping to the bathroom door. But what I saw when I opened it would crush my heart. My boyfriend, his hands pushed up against Kirishima's chest, whose arm was around Kacchan's frame. Another hand on his cheek, keeping them in place as their lips touched. In that moment, time seemed to stop. My heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. Kacchan was cheating on me. As expected, Kirishima wasn't doing fine at all. He was sobbing in the bathroom as I arrived. Please. Jay, just go away, he choked out, trying to wipe his tears away. It was a futile attempt, really, since they kept flowing mercilessly. I'm not leaving you, I grunted, pulling him into a forceful hug on the spot. He froze at the touch but soon relaxed in my hold, crying his eyes out. Why do you still want to be friends with me? He asked quietly. I'm just a nobody now. Even before I was pretty useless. And now you also know I have feelings for you, and you still stick around. W.I. What do you mean why? You're my best friend, I hissed, glaring at him. And you're strong, got it? Your quirk was amazing, but you don't let yourself be defined by that. You survived being kidnapped by the Green Reaper. If that doesn't make you feel powerful, I don't know what will. I'm not good at this comforting stuff, but I hope to get the message across. I don't despise him just because he lost his quirk or because he developed feelings for me. I still want him as my friend, as part of the group we call the Baku Squad. I don't want to lose him over this. But it hurts, he cried, hiding his face in my chest. It hurts seeing you be happy with someone else. I know it's selfish and I hate that I feel this way. But I find myself being jealous. Midoriya is just so perfect. He's cute and adorable and smart, and he knows how to kick but without a quirk to rely on. I'm just so pathetic compared to him. It's no wonder you love him and not me. Don't talk like that, I demanded, grabbing his face to make him look at me. Izuku isn't perfect, and I do love you. But not like that. At that moment, he leaned in, making me shift in our hold. Oi, this isn't, I sputtered, putting my hands on his chest to push him away. But he kept one arm tightly wrapped around me while the other traveled up to my face. Even without his quirk, he was strong. Who am I kidding? This dude is built. Please, he begged, placing a hand on my cheek. Just once more. His voice was barely a whisper as he drew our faces closer. I shut my eyes, preparing for the inevitable. Kirishima was going to kiss me. And here I was, letting it happen. I have a boyfriend. I should fight it. But I couldn't. I couldn't fight it, knowing it was no use to struggle at this point. I knew he was vulnerable and needed this kind of affection. I also knew that if I pushed him away now, I might lose him forever. Deep down he realized this was wrong and would apologize when it was over, promising it would never happen again. But right now, he needed this. How was I going to explain this to Izuku? That I let my best friend kiss me while we were in a relationship? Would he understand? I felt so lost, caught between right and wrong, between a choice that seemed impossible. My mind went blank the moment his lips touched mine, and I instantly knew I was in trouble. There was no way back. I had reached the point of no return. I would have to live with whatever consequences this brought for our friendship and my relationship with Izuku. Then, I heard the bathroom door open, snapping me back to reality. I pushed Kirishima away, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand as I stepped back and looked at the person who had entered. Oh no. There stood my appealing green-headed boyfriend, his eyes filled with tears. His bottom lip trembled as he stared at the scene, lost for words. Kirishima glanced between us, confusion on his face, before shock washed over him. Midoriya slammed the door shut. Kirishima choked out, but I wasn't having it. No more Mr. Nice Guy. No. I don't want to hear your excuses. I hissed, pushing him against the wall. I thought you were my friend. I'm so sorry, he sobbed, sitting on the ground with his legs pulled up and hands covering his face. I huffed in annoyance before quickly leaving the bathroom, barely noticing Izuku grabbing his things with tears in his eyes. The others had no idea what was happening, trying to talk to him and stop him. Izuku, wait. I called out as he ran out the door. Without thinking, I ran after him. I kept shouting his name, hoping he would stop and listen. I yelled apologies and love confessions as I chased him. It was already dark and I was worried for him. A quirkless person shouldn't be out in the dark. Some scumbag could hurt him. Hurting him was the last thing I wanted right now. Aizu, please. I can explain. No. Stop. I don't want to hear it, he yelled back, his voice breaking with tears. He stopped and turned to glare at me, his face tear-stained and shoulders shaking. In that moment, his eyes glowed, the bright emerald green the first loved now looking at me with disgust. Go back to Kirishima. Tell him that he won, he continued. Or do you really think I don't know he likes you? I was at a loss for words. Did Midoriya really see it before I did? Did it make him jealous? No matter what, it made things worse. I hate you. I don't want to see you ever again, he cried before turning and running away. This time, I didn't follow him. I stood frozen, unable to move. My mind and body weren't on the same page, all I wanted was to go after him. But my heart ached at those words. I hate you. Did he really mean that? I love you. Slipped breathlessly from my lips, a desperate attempt to reach him. I loved him. Why had I never told him that? But now he was gone. Slipped through my fingers. Tears welled up in my eyes as I fell to my knees on the dirty road beneath me. In that moment, I cried out, just as I had when both Izuku and Ijuku were taken from me. I felt just as hopelessly lost as I did back then. I lost them. I lost both of them. I pulled at my hair as my body doubled over, crying out in pain and agony. I blew it. I messed up. I was walking through HQ with a checklist in hand, going over all the repairs that had happened in the last few weeks. Midoriya ordered me to check on them, to make sure the base was as strong as ever. Luckily, being exposed to the world didn't mean I lost any authority here. People still respected me, maybe even more so than before. I also appreciated that I could walk around without worrying about any kind of dress code. Transformed or not, villain costume or not, it didn't matter anymore. The mask was just an accessory at this point. So right now, I was transformed and dressed like Ace, but I didn't wear the mask. It bothered me sometimes, so if it wasn't necessary, I wouldn't wear it. I looked down at the checklist, seeing that the last stop was the animal wing of the base. Yeah, we didn't want those to break out again. It would be a nightmare to chase them down. Ugh, such a hassle. When I opened the door to the animal wing, I was greeted with open cages. My eyes widened as I noticed they were empty. Where did those creatures run off to? Oh, hi Ace, the monotone voice of Shinso called out from next to me. I turned to face him, seeing that he was preparing food for the animals. Shinso was transformed but not wearing his work clothes. Instead, he wore a D.E.K.U hoodie with dark skinny jeans. He pulled a strand of his hair back as he continued. Don't worry, they're all accounted for. We let them out of their cages for a bit, I'm sure the boss won't mind, right? He looked up at me with those bright purple eyes, a questioning gaze lingering on his face. Where are they now? I asked. All the way in the back with Cammy. They all love him for some reason, he shrugged. So what are you doing here? I waved the checklist in my hand, and he let out a soft of acknowledgement. I walked through the entire animal section, checking off items on my list. That was until I saw Kamari sitting in the middle of a large open cage, a huge snake coiled around him, a squirrel on his head, a cat purring while rubbing against him, and a bunny in his lap. There was also a dog resting against his leg, seemingly sleeping, and a few birds sat peacefully on top of the snake. What the hell? I breathed out in confusion, earning his attention. Oh, hi Todoroki, he smiled while petting the little creatures. Did you know there's a bunny that changes color? It's so cool. Oh, and this dog explodes just like Bakugo, it's awesome. Glad you're enjoying yourself, but that is the boss' personal comfort animal on your lap. Just saying. Personal comfort animal, Denki laughed. Besides, he's not here, is he? He's gone bowling with the Baku squad in my place, and knowing them, he won't be back for a long time. It was then I noticed his laugh was strained and forced. I frowned. Of course, he was affected by this. We all were. It was naive of me to think Kaminari was still just his happy self without having changed through all of this. He was the first one exposed, after all, and he had the most to lose. Feeding time. Get them all back to their cages, Shinso said as he walked up to us, holding a small bowl. He put it down, and Percy instantly ran up to us, eating obediently. We all guided the little creatures back to their cages and gave them their food. It's kinda sad they're all locked up all the time. Denki pouted as he watched Dandelion aggressively eat his meal. They're not locked up all the time. I heard Izuku plays with them, and the other employees care for them too, Shinso stated, trying to cheer up his boyfriend. Employees, I snorted. Just call it what they are, criminals. The other criminals. Tease, whatever, the indigo-haired male scoffed, crossing his arms. Kaminari sensed the growing tension and quickly got in between us. I call a revenge match at Yahtzee, who's in? I eyed him in surprise, a small smile lingering on my lips. Oh yeah? Who says you'll ever be able to beat me? Oh, it's on, Shinso smirked, a devilish glimmer in his eyes. With that, we made our way to the Green Reaper quarters, which were basically our living quarters now, teasing each other the whole way. That was until we walked up the stairs and saw Midoriya crying on the big king-sized bed we weren't allowed to touch. Stood in a separate section of the floor, but since it was an open floor plan, we could still see it. Izuku-kun? Shinso whispered, making his head rise just a little. His eyes were puffy and red, his face streaked with tears. What happened? I asked as I ran over to him, instantly holding him close to my chest. Even though he was my boss and savior, I somehow saw him as a little brother I had to protect. I would do anything to keep him safe. Kacchan. He choked out, crying even more now. We all froze. Did something happen to Bakugo? Did he get kidnapped again? Or was he hurt from a fight? By now, Kamari was hugging him from behind, trying to be comforting. It was strange since I had the impression they didn't get along well. Kacchan cheated on me, he cried out, gripping my shirt and sobbing. I froze at those words. Bakugo. Cheated? I didn't expect that from someone so prideful. But then again, I didn't know him that well. It seemed to shock Denki to his core as his grip on Midoriya grew stronger. I could see in his eyes that he feared for his friend's well-being. I'll go get the comfort food, you keep doing what you're doing, Shinso mumbled, quickly walking out of sight. Oh, when I get my hands on you, Bakugo. I felt awful. Why did I do that? Why didn't he stop me? Zero dragged me up from the cold bathroom floor, pulling me out of my self-hating thoughts for a moment. What the hell happened, dude? He asked, confused, guiding me outside to the girls. Oh my god. Kiri. Mina gasped, flinging herself onto me. I held onto her tightly, still crying. You know what happened? Jairu asked Zero, but he just shook his head. Midoriya seemed really upset and he left with tears in his eyes. Ashido started to explain, making me feel even worse about myself. But I deserved it. I didn't deserve happiness, I only deserved pain. I didn't deserve being held by her right now, but my body didn't listen to my mind. I wanted to be held, but at the same time, I didn't. I'm not worthy. I'm disgusting. Who does that to a friend? Bakugo ran after him, she continued. But it's been a while. He left his stuff here, so he'll come back, right? If he comes back here, it would be to yell at me or beat me to a pulp. The worst part is that I would let him. He has every reason to hit me, to shout at me, and call me out for the horrible person I am. I forced myself on him, twice now. I doubted he'd ever want to speak to me again. I just hoped he and Midoriya could talk this out. That's it, I'm going out there to look for him, Jairu stated, pulling her phone away from her ear. Had she tried to call him? How much time had passed since it all happened? I didn't know. My body felt numb, and my mind was only focused on one thing, self-hate. I noticed how Jairu pulled on her jacket while talking to Zero about letting them know if she found him or knew what happened. I didn't pay much attention to it. Eventually, my tears died down a little, and Mina set me down in a chair, giving me a worried stare. What happened in there, Kiri? Please tell me. I choked out, holding back a sob. I broke down. I'm pathetic. She grabbed my hands and kneeled in front of me, looking up as I tried to avoid her gaze. You're not pathetic, Dai. Did Katsuki hurt you? Is that it? Hearing the name Katsuki come from her felt so foreign. She'd never called him that before, or at least not that I heard. She tried to comfort me, I whispered, guilt consuming me. Guilt and self-hatred, combined with low self-esteem. Please, someone help me. I just want to escape this world full of pain and suffering. I don't deserve to be alive. Oh, it didn't work, she asked softly, tilting her head. I shook my head, tears returning to my eyes. I did something stupid, I stuttered, my voice cracking. Could I even say it out loud? Could I tell Mina, a girl I've known longer than anyone here, that I'm a complete JRK who took advantage of his friend? Tears rolled down my face again, filled with regret and guilt, emotions that wouldn't go away easily. Hey, it's okay, Ashido whispered, rubbing my arms. No, it's not okay. I kissed him. I forced out, shocking both her and Zero, who'd been listening in on the conversation. I kissed Katsuki, and Midoriya saw. I ruined our relationship. They fell silent as I cried. I'm a horrible person. I sobbed, covering my face with my hands. You kissed Bakugo? Zero asked, as if to confirm he understood correctly. I'm so sorry. I breathed. I didn't mean to. I just couldn't control myself. And Midoriya walked in on that. Zero gasped, holding a hand in front of his mouth. Oh, this isn't good. He'll be heartbroken. Mina whispered with wide eyes. The both of them. Oh God, I just hope they'll be able to talk this out. At that moment, Zero's phone went off, and he instantly answered. You found him, Jairu? Is he okay? I couldn't hear her response, but by the look on Zero's face, it couldn't mean much good. Oh my. Yeah, we already thought it'd be bad but, he whispered, running a hand through his hair. Yeah, Kirishima just told us what happened, I'll fill you in. With that, he went outside, pacing as he talked to Jairu on the phone. I'm a terrible friend. I'm a bad person. I whispered through my tears, feeling Mina hug me again. But why is she hugging me even after she knows what I've done? I don't deserve any kind of affection. You're not a bad person. You just made a really big and really stupid mistake, she said, trying to sound upbeat, but her tone faltered. Katsuki will never forgive me for this. I said, my voice trembling. What? I'm sure he will, Mina smiled, trying to reassure me. He and Midoriya are going to talk this out, and after that, they'll talk with you. Everything will be just fine. It can never be like it was before, Mina. I ruined it. I cried, seeing the denial in her eyes. She had been trying to stay strong for everyone around her, feeding herself the same lie over and over again. Everything will be fine, it'll be all right. But that was all a facade. She was crumbling and I could feel it. That's why she was hugging me, Not for me, but for herself. She needed this. She needed me. Midoriya's POV. Are you absolutely certain about this, Midoriya? Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow. I nodded, smiling up at him. I feel honored you thought about placing me in the hero course, Aizawa-sensei. But I've been thinking, and I don't really think the path of a hero is meant for me. I hadn't spoken to Kacchan since what happened on Saturday. I wished I had dealt with that red-haired kid when I had the chance. Now he was safe at UA, and to make matters worse, he had moved into my class. I see. A shame but your choice, Eraserhead sighed. Oh, and I take it you already know Kirishima has such courses? Yeah, I noticed, I muttered, trying not to sound resentful. But I want you to guide him for the first couple of days. Help him adjust to his new lifestyle now that he is, you know, quirkless. I asked, crossing my arms. Yes, that, he sighed. Well, you're always welcome to come along and watch the licensing exam. Think I'll change my mind? I replied with a small smile. It would be wasted talent to have you not in the hero course, he said. Just think about my offer for a little bit, okay? Let me know at the end of the week. I will, I said, waving him off as he walked back to the main campus. As I returned to the dorm, I saw Kirishima in the common room. He had dyed his hair black and tied it into a low ponytail. Right now, he was being picked on by some bullies from our class. They had stopped targeting me for a while since I was Katsuki's boyfriend, but it seemed they had found a new victim. Another quirkless wannabe joins the class. What? Did your hero friends not need you anymore? Threw you out like trash? One of the boys mocked. They hit him on the head, but he didn't fight back. You're just some quirkless loser just like useless over there. I was going to ignore it and let Kirishima suffer for a while, but now that he had called me out, it was personal. I marched up to the group, standing between him and the bully. Say that to my face, I hissed, surprising most people in the room. I was done playing the helpless victim. Useless, the bully spat, glaring me down. I gritted my teeth, clenching my fists, but before I could react, Kirishima pushed me aside and punched the bully straight in the face. Shut up, you JRK. Pick on me all you want, but leave him out of this. I was taken aback. Why would he protect me? Did he feel guilty for taking Katsuki away from me? I didn't need his pity. I can stand up for myself just fine. I hissed at the bully. Oh yeah? I'd like to see that, another guy grinned, tackling me to the ground. He pinned me down, laughing at my attempts to free myself. I couldn't believe this. If my quirk wasn't supposed to be a secret, I would have dealt with most of this class by now. Kirishima was fighting back, but he had the muscle to back up his words. No wonder Katsuki liked him more than me. In the heat of the moment, I ran out, hiding in a storage unit. I grabbed my phone, wanting to call Todoroki, when I heard someone laugh. I turned around, seeing Minoma from Class 1B. Oh great, could this day get any worse? I thought. Look who we have here. The quirkless hero wannabe boyfriend of Blasty. He laughed. He's not my boyfriend, I stated, glaring at him. Can you leave me alone now? What are you doing here anyway? Detention work because I insulted your little hero friends a little too much. They all went crying for their teacher. Can't even take a simple snappy remark. I rolled my eyes, knowing that was not what actually happened. But the fact remained that I'd have to hide out somewhere else now. I sighed, wanting to walk past him without making a bigger fuss out of all this. But apparently, Minoma had other plans. He grabbed my arm, holding me back, probably not done with his rant. Watch me. I was absolutely furious. He instantly let go in shock, taking a few steps back while staring at his hands in complete silence. What? That was unlike him. I hadn't even said anything, oh no. In that moment, I realized what his quirk was and what it could do. Copy. He could copy the quirk of everyone he touched for 3 to 5 minutes. I sighed, closing my eyes for a moment before I locked all exits with a flick of my hand. A grin came to my face as I slowly turned around to face him. Something in me was happy I didn't have to hide my quirk. Another part of me screamed to eliminate him. Nobody could know. He stared at me in shock, slowly backing away in fear. Surprise, I chuckled, doing jazz hands. What do you think? Pretty neat quirk, huh? But why you're, he choked out, unable to form a decent sentence. I'm what? Quirkless? I asked innocently, tilting my head at the question. Or did you want to say something else? The Green Reaper? He tripped and fell on his butt, scooting away from me until his back hit the wall. I smiled wickedly as I stepped closer, enjoying the look of fear on his face. Tell me, I whispered, kneeling down in front of him, getting personal. What is your reason to live? I looked over to the arena, seeing the box-like room fall down, revealing the contestants. Sighing, I glanced aside to Midoriya, who had a look of determination on his face. Do you really think this is a good plan? I asked, looking back down at the license exam. Security is upped to the max after you pulled that stunt with Minoma. Not my fault that twerp was in my way, Izuku muttered angrily. Besides, it was kind of fun. Great stress relief. I bit my lip, shivers running down my spine as I remembered the sight of Minoma. It was all over the place. UA student killed on campus. We were pretty lucky the boss took out all cameras and any other evidence pointing at him. Nobody knew who did it or why. It was all a great mystery with one simple answer. Wrong place, wrong time. Why did you send Shinso and Kamari off to one of the other exams? Aren't we stronger together? I asked, mindlessly watching students fight each other. Ashi asked me for some quality time with his boyfriend. Midoriya sang, smiling a little. Besides, he needed a place to test his new voice box. You know, it can make his voice sound like other people and amplify it as well. Goes well with his quirk. If you say so. I sighed, my eyes diverting to the stands. I quickly spotted Aizawa, who tried to keep his distance from Joy. Soon a third figure joined them, and my eyes widened. Toya. Of course, he was still doing that volunteer teacher work. There he is. Midoriya yelled, slapping me on my arm and pointing over at a certain ash blonde, exploding all over the place. You know, there are better ways to get revenge on your cheating boyfriend than to ruin his chance at getting a hero license, I stated, knowing I wouldn't get through to him either way. Once the boss has set his mind on something, nothing can keep him from his goal. Ex-boyfriend, he corrected me. Also, he cheated on me, Todoroki-kun. I can't let him simply get away with that. How would you feel if the love of your life cheated on you with their so-called best friend? I don't know, I answered honestly. I've never been in love before, not that I know of, so I don't know how I would react in this specific situation. Well, I love Izuku, but more like a brother and a friend. I love my family too, both those bound by blood and those bound to me by the union. Care for them I do. But to be in love with someone that I have yet to experience, well, then you can't have a say in the matter, Izuku stated matter-of-factly before looking back down into the arena. Let's give them a show they'll never forget. I rolled my eyes at that, staring back at the arena as a loud guy caught my eye. He used the sheer power of wind to defeat his enemies. So powerful. He's kind of handsome. I quickly shook my head, following Izuku. Maybe I'm not as straight as I originally thought. I sighed as yet another opponent went down. My anger seemed endless, and I was taking it all out on my opponents. Bakugo, take it easy, or there aren't any people left for us, a teammate exclaimed. He knew I wasn't marking any of them. I just came here to fight, to get my mind off things. I didn't care whether I passed or not, which was saying a lot about how miserable I felt. Izuku had broken up with me. I had cheated on him with my best friend. I'll never forgive him for breaking my relationship with Izuku. The green-haired hero refused to talk to me and avoided seeing me at all costs. I think he's been avoiding the whole lot of 1A altogether, knowing they would try to get us back together. I guess the class cares for me to some extent? They did watch over me when EI and Izu were captured, so let's mark them and finish early. Raccoon Eyes smiled, ready to let one of her ball touch one of the enemy markers. But the fun has only just started, that voice. I recognized it instantly from the time he came to Dunce Face's rescue. I looked up with a glare, seeing him, the Green Reaper, floating in a green aura of his own creation. His cape waved in the wind and his eyes seemed to be focused on me, a wide grin on his face. Isn't that true, Kacchan? Heard your boyfriend broke up with you. What a shame, don't call me that, you monster. I hissed, instantly aiming for him. He simply chuckled as the ground underneath us froze. I was quick to jump away, but most of the others got frozen solid. Nice reflexes, a familiar voice called out from behind me. Anger came over me at the words of that traitor. You, I hissed, slowly turning around to glare at Todoroki Shoto. He was in full costume, looking exactly like the time he saved me from the League of Villains. Disgusting. Hi, he said with a small smile and wave. I released small explosions in my palms, ready to kick his butt. Oh, I wouldn't do that to show, a voice whispered in my ear from behind me. 2 hands slithered from my shoulders to my chest, and a sinister smile appeared at my left side. I shivered at his touch, my body completely frozen, leaving me unable to move. My breathing staggered, my eyes as big as satellite discs. This is truly terrifying. Oh, such a great body, he whispered, yet threatening. It had something familiar, but I couldn't quite place my finger on it. I'll leave this in your capable hands. Of course, boss, Ace answered. Pathetic. Yet here I am, being led away by the Green Reaper without trying to protest or struggle. This man could kill me in an instant. Maybe Icy Hot was scared of him? Maybe that's why he followed him? No, that wasn't it. Dunce Face had called him out on it, claiming he was the only one who was forced to join the D.K.U out of fear for his life. Half and half joined because he wanted to. Might be to get to Endeavor, since he got nailed by the Reaper not long after that BSRD first attacked the Todorokis. Now, the Reaper sang on a happy tone, pushing me against the wall of a building at the edge of the urban area. He pushed himself up against me, holding my hands pinned above my head as he leaned in next to my ear. What reason do you have to be alive, Katsuki? You don't have to do this, Todoroki. Yaoyorozu yelled, secretly terrified of what I might do to her and my former classmates. You're right, I don't have to, I shrugged, walking up to my opponents. So if you'd all surrender, that'd be great. Funny, I was going to say the same thing to you. Zero shouted, taping me up. I sighed, freezing the tape in an instant, easily breaking free. You're going to have to do better than that to catch me, I smirked. What about this? Mineta started throwing his ball at me. I dodged most of them, but some still stuck to my suit. Annoying. I used my flames to burn them off, seeing them melt away like butter in a frying pan. That's enough, Shoto. I turned around to see my big brother and some other heroes standing there. They led the students to safety and planned on surrounding me, I'm sure. Hello Toya, I was wondering when you decide to join the party, I chuckled. Yeah, you know I'm not one for watching on the sidelines, he stated. He was distracting me so Aizawa could erase my quirk from behind and the other pros could attack me. Smart. Why must we always be on the wrong side, baby brother? I guess you could say we're two sides of the same coin, you and I answered, swiftly turning around and shooting my flames at Eraserhead. He backed off and I froze the other heroes surrounding me in a thick layer of ice. It's also why you'll never be able to beat me in a game of chess, big brother. You're always on the losing side. A little unfair, don't you think? Toya asked with a small smirk, blue flames dancing in his hands. He's really planning on fighting me, huh? Well, this should be fun. It's been a while since we've gone full out on each other. You know you can't win against me, I stated, giving him a chance to walk away. We'll see about that, won't we? He grinned, charging at me. I simply rolled my eyes, preparing for battle. Toya has never been one to take the hint. Kacchan flinched under my every touch. It was absolutely thrilling. He never looked me in the eye, which I'm grateful for somehow. He cheated on me. Now it's my time to get revenge. You didn't answer the question. Kacchan, what reason do you have to live? Don't call Kacchan, he hissed, struggling against my hold. No use though, I was keeping him in place with my quirk as well as my body. No one can escape me. Oh, but a little birdie told me a certain green-haired boy calls you that. I have green hair too, you see? And I think the nickname is rather fitting, only he can call me that, the blonde grunted. Does he have a name? I asked, letting my finger lightly touch his cheek. He shuddered and clenched his eyes shut, trying to escape reality. Midoriya Izuku, I answered for him, a darkness lingering in my eyes. Your childhood friend. A boy who left you years ago but came running back into your arms. You must have hated him, since you so carelessly kissed another guy. Shut up, he yelled, tears pricking at his eyes. He looked down at the ground, trying to hold back the tears. You cheated on him, broke his trust, I continued to whisper in his ear, enjoying watching him squirm and flinch away every time I came too close. Quite a villainous act, if I do say so myself. Don't you think? Shut up. You don't know anything about me, he cried out, glaring at me for the first time during our conversation. You don't know how I feel or why I let that happen. Got it? You have no idea how much I love him. So your emotional torture has no effect on me. I was shocked to hear that, letting my guard down for just a moment, but it was enough for him to notice. My quirk wavered, and he saw the subtle flicker of change in my eyes. His eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. No, 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 he muttered, closing his eyes as he cried. No, no, please. Tell me it's not true. I slowly backed off, letting him fall limply to the ground. He saw right through me. In a blink of an eye, he saw the real me. The boy hiding underneath the monster in the mask. He knows. I took a step back, watching him cry as he denied what he knew was the harsh truth. Kill all witnesses. No, I can't hurt Kacchan. No matter how much I hate him, I can't. I think we're done here, I stated, my voice void of any emotion. I turned around, ready to call it a day and drag Shoto back to the base to eat comfort food and watch bad drama shows. But as I took my first step, he stopped me. A hand tightly wrapped around my arm. Izuku, he choked out, tears covering his face. My heart broke at the sight, but I didn't let it show. I didn't react to the way he spoke my name or to the fact he was touching me. It felt like I was a spectator in my own body. I'm so sorry, he breathed, pulling me to his chest while crying. My body was frozen, unable to move. Kacchan is hugging me. He's hugging the Green Reaper. I can't let anyone see, they'll ask too many unwanted questions. So I pushed him away, forced to see the pain in his eyes. Why? Was the only question to escape his lips. You know why, Kacchan? I said with a forced smile. With that, I turned around again, letting the green aura of my quirk surround me, floating away from the one that hurt me from the pain. I don't know if Katsuki will tell on me. It's a factor I had never considered, certainly not after recent events. I sighed, shaking my head. Time to find young Todoroki. Oh, seems like he's fighting his older brother. We're done here. Finish up and let's go, I grunted, crossing my arms impatiently, whistling for Crowley in the meantime. Looks like your emperor is calling for you, Shoto, Toya chuckled. You should obey him like the obedient pet you are, don't you think? From one emissar to another. Do you call that freedom? He is nothing like father. Shoto hissed, his eyes flaring up with hatred. Yeah, I know, Toya said with a small smile, motioning for his brother to get out of there. Just go, baby bro, be safe, K? Shoto gave him a small smile and a nod before running over to me and jumping on Crowley's back. Next time I'll kill you, Toya shouted in a somewhat playful manner. Not if I kill you first. Shoto yelled back with a smile on his face. I'll never understand sibling relationships. I muttered as we flew off. I cried as I watched him walk away from me. Soon he flew off, probably to find that half and half BS dirty. No, it can't be true. My Izuku. My Izuku would never sink so low as to become a villain. I refused to believe it. But then again, he did just confirm my every thought. Was this him getting back at me for cheating? It must be. But he was taken by the Green Reaper together with that other guy. Unless they both know his identity and they kidnapped him so it wouldn't be suspicious? And the Reaper did attack for the first time in this city right after Izuku got back in town. But one thing doesn't add up. A crucial detail. How could quirkless Midoriya Izuku ever be a villain with one of the most powerful quirks in existence? He'd have to hide his quirk from the world his whole life. But what? If he was born with such an amazing quirk, he could have easily become a great hero. Why choose to be quirkless? They're at the bottom of the food chain, the lowest level of society. They're looked down upon and treated as less. So why in the world would he lie about having a quirk? Couldn't he just make it appear weaker or something? Why fully erase it from his life? I don't understand. But then again, he is a supervillain, something I would have never imagined in my whole life. I slowly took a few steps ahead, seeing him and Icy Hot fly away on that bird creature that had taken me home after the League had captured me. He saved me from the League. He made it seem like he was just there for gang rivalry, but he was actually there to save me. As I wiped away my tears, I spotted a small black card on the ground. It had D.E.K.U written on it in fancy letters. Dauntless Emerald Killer Union. Why didn't I see it sooner? Of course it wasn't a coincidence. I picked it up and flipped it over, seeing a phone number. Did he lose his business card or something? No, he doesn't leave things lying around. He left this here for me. I quickly put it away in my suit as some classmates ran up to me. Bakugo, are you okay? He didn't hurt you, did he? I'm fine, I grunted, putting my hands in my pockets. You could see I'd cried, no doubt about it, but I didn't care at this moment. Dude, you're lucky to get away unharmed. This is the third time you've seen him up close, isn't it? Zero asked. Not counting seeing him every day for the past few weeks. Damn it, Izuku. You're messing with my head. What did he want from you? Ida asked, frowning at me. The hell should I know? He was just all up in my personal space, rambling on about how I cheated on Izuku to get in my head. And then he just left. It was kinda weird, I muttered. You know what's kind of weird? The Reaper pulling you apart with him without actually hurting you, Roundface stated. You know who else miraculously survived the Green Reaper multiple times? Todoroki Shoto. Are you accusing me of being a villain? I hissed, ready to fight her. I don't know why he targets me, okay? But don't go shouting around that I'm in any way involved in his business, you hear me? Hey, it's okay. We don't need to fight amongst ourselves. Ponytail exclaimed, coming between the two of us. Besides, if Bakugo really was one of them, wouldn't Kirishima know about it? Would he have broken down the way he did when his closest friends were taken? Or when we discovered we had traitors among us? I don't think so. She glared a bit at Ochako, making me grin. This Momo isn't half bad. What she said, I stated, crossing my arms. Jairu took this moment to walk over to her friend, glancing between the two of us. Say Momo, have you ever considered joining the Baku squad? But I need to approve of the squad, I hissed, looking at Yaoyorozu before looking back at Jairu and now also Ashido, who seemed excited to get yet another girl on the squad. Ugh, why do I even try to satisfy these idiots? She's cleared. Both headphones and raccoon eyes cheered while others stared in confusion. Dude, seriously? We're getting outnumbered at this rate, tape dispenser complained. I just let out a teeth sound before my eyes fell upon a beat-up Todoroki Toya who came limping up to us. You look like you've had a rough time, I stated. Why thank you, I'm also happy you're still alive, he deadpanned. Anyway, threat has passed, all examinees to the waiting room, the exam has been cancelled. What? How are we going to get our licenses? This isn't fair. Stop your whining and follow me. Toya hissed. Or do you think I like it when my little brother swoops in and kicks my butt? He did that to you? Someone asked quietly. Yeah. Now get a move on. Chop chop. POV Kaminari. This was fun, I smiled, looking down at all the unconscious examinees in front of us. Yeah, it was kind of fun luring them in and seeing their shocked faces before you zap them all to sleep, Shinso chuckled, using my voice. Babe, don't do that. It sounds weird hearing my voice from your mouth, I said, shivering. All right, he laughed, putting his voice box off. We should head back to base anyway. Before he could call for Percy, I slithered my arms around him and pressed a quick kiss on his lips. Let's go on an actual date. One without any fighting involved. But babe, all our dates have fighting in them, Shinso mumbled, tracing a finger over my chest. Yeah, I know, but I just want to do normal couple stuff for once, I pouted. I know we're villains now and all, but I miss regular high school life, you know? Shinso sighed, rolling his eyes before pecking me on the cheek. If you want to go out on a date that bad, we'll go out on a date, he said with a weak smile. We'll just have to make sure not to be caught. But you're the best, babe, I exclaimed, kissing him again. He chuckled and called out for Percy, who brought us back to HQ. When walking into the base, we were greeted by lower personnel, which I still felt a little weird about. They all know who we are, and it's just, I'm really not used to the villain life yet. Seems like we're the first ones back, Shinso muttered as we arrived in the changing room, seeing the others' regular clothes inside their open lockers. Not so strange seeing as Midoriya really wanted revenge on Bakugo, I shrugged. Yeah. That and their location was further away, I think, the insomniac added. Also, I can't believe he actually took down Monoma, can you? Oh please, Monoma had it coming, I stated while putting my villain costume back in its place. You have no idea how annoying that dude can be. If the boss hadn't done it, someone else would've, I can assure you that much, I said. Guess you're right about that. Well, I'm gonna get Percy back to the animal wing and give him his food. See ya in a bit. He kissed me on the cheek before leaving the changing room, making me blush a little. Shinso Hitoshi is the best thing that ever happened to me, no doubt about it. I smiled brightly as I hopped out of the changing room, past the training grounds on the main floor, and jumped up the stairs towards the living area. Before I could fall down on the couch, the phone rang. I groaned, walking over to the small desk. They better not need Blackout to get out of trouble again. Hello, D.E.K.U HQ, you're speaking to Blackout. How can I help you? There was silence on the other side of the line for a moment, and I sighed, sitting down in the spinning chair at the desk. If you're calling for the Green Reaper, he isn't at the office at the moment. But I can give him a message if you'd like. Just shut up. Let me think. I froze at that voice and quickly looked around to make sure no one was here, even though I knew nobody besides Shinso, Todoroki, and Midoriya had access to this place. Bakugo, how the hell did you get this number? I whispered in a panic. Well, your buddy the Reaper visited me just now, but I take it you already know about that, Katsuki stated. He dropped his business card, thought I'd make a call. Is this conversation being recorded by the police? I asked, frowning. What? Geez, stop being so paranoid. I know it's him, Kamari, he sighed. My heart skipped a beat, instantly knowing what he meant by those words. He knew Izuku was the Green Reaper. But how? Did Midoriya tell him? No, he wouldn't. He doesn't make impulsive decisions like that. What do you mean? Only option I have left, play dumb. My specialty if I do say so myself. Okay, Bakugo said, obviously on his last bit of patience. Listen up, Pikachu. I'm losing my mind over here, got it? This is my last resort in my search for answers, so you're not going to pull the dumb act with me here. I know it's Izuku and so do you. I froze when the door closed with a loud thud. Kami? Shinso called out, followed by footsteps. Okay, I have to go, I'll text you a place and time, please don't kill me bye, I quickly said, hanging up and jumping out of the chair to run up the stairs to greet my boyfriend. Hey babe. Who were you talking to? He asked, looking over my shoulder to see empty space. I wasn't talking to anyone, I frowned. The guy hate lying, especially to my sweet purple-haired boyfriend. But it has to be done. I can't just tell him Bakugo called, stating he knows Izuku's secret. Does Midoriya even know he knows? I should send him a time and location as soon as possible. What are you thinking about? You've got that face on, Shinso pointed out. Do you think you can cover for me if I go outside tonight? I asked, making his eyes widen. You do know we're under house arrest, right? No going outside without Izuku-kun's permission, he stated. But what is out there that can't wait? There's just something I need to get. I lied. Oh no, you're not breaking into you. You won't get out of there unless in HNDCFFS, Shinso said in a stern voice. Our families have come to take our stuff away, babe. What I'm looking for is at my place, I sighed. Please? Cover for me? Are you doing this because you're getting homesick? Shinso asked, taking my hands. You can talk to me, babe. Is it because you miss your parents? Do you want to see them again? Yes. I whispered, looking down at our intertwined hands. Please. I'll keep my distance. I won't talk to them, just watch. Promise me you'll be back before midnight, he said, trying to be strict. I promise. I exclaimed happily, hugging him tightly. I don't deserve such an amazing boyfriend as you. Yeah, I know, he chuckled, pushing me off him. Wanna make out? Thought you'd never ask, I grinned. Bakugo hung up in frustration. Since the exam was cancelled, we were bussed back to school. I was walking around campus aimlessly, looking for answers. Izuku. My Izuku. The Green Reaper. I stopped in front of the dormitory of Class 1C, glaring at the building. I didn't want to run into anyone, but I needed to find answers. I sighed and walked inside, not bothering with the general study students until one of them spoke to me. Hey, what the hell are you doing here? I can go wherever I want, so move, I hissed, glaring at him. I recognized him as one of Izuku's bullies, yet another mystery. If he was really the Reaper, why would he act so innocent and let others beat him down like that? Your boyfriend isn't here, so leave. I know he's not here. I'm here to get something for him, so get out of my way or I'll make you. Bakugo. We both looked aside to see Kirishima, his hair in a messy ponytail. He was wearing a baggy sweater and loose briefs, walking barefoot through the dormitory. Midoriya isn't here, he's at home for some family issues, the former redhead explained. I don't care. Where is his room? I hissed, glaring at him. I'm not sure, Kirishima started but was shoved aside by one of his classmates. Move it, quirkless. But what did you just call him? I hissed, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt. Oh what? I thought he was cast out by the hero course, he spat. Isn't he a quirkless loser now? Just like that stupid boyfriend of yours? Oh, you didn't? I hissed, feeling anger spark in my hands. Bakugo. No, don't provoke them, Kirishima quickly said, eyeing the others in the room. He was right. I was outnumbered and on their turf. Just bring me to Izuku's room already, I grunted, pulling Kirishima with me toward the elevator. Pressed the button for the third floor and looked awkwardly at the ground. We hadn't really spoken since what happened. I'm sorry, he choked out without making eye contact. I really am. I didn't mean to take advantage of you like that. I know how difficult it is for you to handle feelings, especially those of someone else. You freeze up and I took advantage of that for my own selfish needs, and I'm so sorry. He was crying at this point, but I didn't try to comfort him. I knew he meant what he said, and maybe over time we could become friends again, but right now I was mad and confused. All I could think about was Izuku being the Reaper. I needed answers. The elevator doors opened, and I dragged Kirishima out with me. His room is the fourth door on the left, he muttered while wiping away his tears and following close behind me. So do you have a key? I interrupted his sentence by blasting the lock open. Or that? Yes, that works too, I guess. What the hell? I hissed, seeing the room was bare, with some wrapped boxes standing against the wall and a naked bed frame. Where is his stuff? Why is everything packed up? She didn't tell you? Kirishima asked, surprised, staring at me with wide eyes. Midoriya is moving away. He's switching schools since his mother thinks it's unsafe for him at UA. I actually don't really blame her. He what? I exclaimed, harshly grabbing his shoulders and pushing him against the wall. He's moving away. Again. Are you serious right now? Why, back to his father, I believe, he whispered, a bit scared of what I would do. I stared at him in disbelief. Izuku was planning on leaving me without saying anything. Again. When was this decided? I hissed. After we got kidnapped by the Reaper, he choked out. So Auntie Inko didn't know about the Reaper. And I wasn't the cause of their move either. What a relief. When does he leave? This weekend, I think. I don't know for sure though, he quickly added. I groaned in frustration, letting him go and running a hand through my hair. Dunce face better have some answers for me, or I swear I'll explode. I was quiet on our way back to the base, not really wanting to talk about what happened. Kacchan knows. He knows. I should be panicking, I should be threatening him, but I was calm, at peace. He finally knows the secret I've kept from him. Why am I not bothered by it? He could easily tell on me. He could ruin everything. Yet a small voice inside me said he would never do that. Even if he despised who I am, he'd never betray me like that. I wasn't sure whether to listen to that voice, since my heart was still aching, the memory of his betrayal with Kirishima burned into my mind. I silently shook my head. I can't think like that. Besides, what's the worst that could happen if I'm discovered? For sure, people would try to use my weak points against me, but that's not really going to affect me. Why did I hide my identity again? Oh right, for Kacchan. But he knows now, doesn't he? Todoroki-kun, I said suddenly, breaking the silence. How does it feel to have everyone know who you are behind the mask? Oh he breathed, taken aback by the sudden question. I don't know. Liberating in a way, I guess? But also very restricting. I can't go out into the world like you anymore. I've always got a target on my back now that it's known I'm ace. Yeah. I guess. I muttered. Why the sudden question? Are you planning on revealing yourself? No, that's not it. It's just. I sighed. Should I tell him about Katsuki? Maybe not yet. It's nothing. Forget I asked. We arrived at HQ not much later, silently walking to the changing room and switching clothes. Welcome back, boss. Kaminari smiled as we walked upstairs. I frowned. Why is he so happy to see me? Is there something going on I don't know about? How did it go? Shinso asked. We totally kicked butt. Denki added. Good for you, I muttered. I don't want to talk about it. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go home early today. See you tomorrow, Izuku, Shoto said with a small smile. Yeah. I sighed, walking off. I made sure not to be seen and quickly made my way back home. I'm home, I called out, already seeing him sitting in the living area. Hello Izuku. How was your day? Dad asked, giving me an innocent smile as Mom returned with 2 cups of tea. Splendid, I replied, glaring at him. My ex knows I'm a supervillain. Oh hi Izuku, honey. Do you want some tea as well? She asked. That would be great, thanks Mom, I smiled, taking the cups from her and placing them on the small table between the couches. No need to be so hostile, son, Dad chuckled. Not my fault your playthings can't look after themselves. I'd say the same about yours, but you don't have any left, do you? I smirked. Or isn't that why you want us to move in with you again? Petty revenge. This silly little father-son rivalry has nothing to do with it, Dad stated, sipping his tea. You're quirkless, Izuku, at least in the eyes of the world. And it worries me as a parent. What if it had been another organization? What if you were taken by people who actually meant harm and you wouldn't be able to fight back? I am capable of looking after myself, I growled, making my eyes glow a bright green for just a second before Mom walked in. Here you go, sweetie. Did you have a nice day at school? Did you have a chance to tell your friends about the move? No, I muttered, looking down at the cup in my hands. I don't want to move, Mom. Why don't you get that? Everything I want is here. We do get that, but this isn't up for discussion, Dad stated in a serious tone. If my affairs put the two of you in danger, I will take responsibility to make sure you are protected. Well, have you ever considered we don't need your protection? Izuku. Mom gasped. What? It's true. If he just stayed out of our lives, none of this would have happened. I yelled in anger. None of it would have happened. Kaminari wouldn't have outed himself, and the others wouldn't be forced to out themselves. I could have taken care of Kirishima without pressure at all, maybe convince him to join the union. But no. Some people just had to go after me because of my dad. Izuku, please, I understand that you're upset, but… Upset? You ruined everything. I shouted, standing up from my spot on the couch. I hate you. Izuku. Dad hissed, grabbing me by my shoulders and glaring into my eyes. Your mother and I have discussed this. Our decision has been made. You're moving back in with me. Leave me alone. I don't want to go back there. Everyone treated me poorly. I cried out, tears welling up in my eyes. That's why we won't go back there. Mom cried out, hugging me from behind. W will stay in this city, Izuku. Why you can keep going to UA if you want. W it. I gasped, staring wide-eyed at Dad, who was simply smiling at me. I'm moving into town and want you and your mother to move in with me, son, he started. It would be a lot safer than that dorm system at UA. You know we don't trust that place to protect you, and I know very well that you like it here. That's why, yes, you're moving but not to the other side of the country this time. Are you serious? Why didn't you just say so? I yelled, now in tears. Happy tears. Well, you never let me finish, he shrugged, joining the hug. This is nice, isn't it? Being a whole family again. Don't get any ideas, mister, Mom mumbled, making me chuckle. They divorced for a reason, but now I'm the one bringing them back together. How ironic. I need to tell my friends immediately. I smiled, quickly grabbing my jacket and starting to pull on my shoes. What? Where you going, Izuku? Can't you tell them on the phone? Mom asked, confused. I need to tell Kacchan in person. I owe him that much after last time, I lied. Tisich, Bakugo Katsuki. He won't even realize something changed in my home situation. Dad stopped me when I opened the door, a knowing look in his eyes. Those friends of yours. You really care about them, don't you? You care about Tenko too, right? I shot back. I knew he didn't want to admit it, but Dad had a weak spot for his favorite. Be home at a reasonable hour, young man, or your mother will be worried sick. Yeah, whatever, Dad, I smiled, slamming the door shut behind me. POV Bakugo. I leaned against the large oak tree in the back of the park, waiting. The sun was setting and the sky was turning dark. Stupid dunce face better show himself soon or I'll lose it. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from above me, and some leaves fell down. Frowning, I looked up to see the electric blonde sitting in the tree with a nervous smile. Sorry I'm late, he whispered, scratching the back of his neck as I climbed up the tree without using my quirk. Setting off explosions would only draw attention towards us, and that's the last thing any of us wanted. It was kinda tricky getting away from the main base. Jar grounded me for revealing my identity, so… He mumbled as an excuse, avoiding eye contact as I sat down on a branch a little higher next to his. I wasn't going to ask how he suddenly appeared above me without me noticing. The Green Reaper had some crazy means of transportation. Alright, let's get this over with, I grunted, glaring at the fake Pikachu. I know Izuku is the Green Reaper. Even the name of your club, Deku? I feel like an idiot for not noticing the connection sooner. In your defense, he has a pretty solid cover going on, Kaminari muttered, looking down at his hands. He doesn't know you're here, does he? I asked, squinting at him. No. Nobody knows you know his identity either as far as I know. Does Midoriya even know you know or did you figure it out on your own? He asked, finally looking up at me. I noticed the bags under his eyes, a sign of many sleepless nights. Oh, he knows. I'm not surprised he didn't tell you though, I sighed. He barely even confirmed it. It was an accident, a mistake on his part. He gave himself away. He did. Denki gasped. That's nothing like him. I mean, I only found out when he wanted me to know. Are you telling me you were following him around blindly? That you didn't even know who was behind the mask at first? I was forced into this life, Bakugo, he hissed, glaring at me. I literally walked into their base without knowing it and wasn't planning on leaving in a body bag. He took a deep breath, covering his face with his hands. God, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lashed out like that, he whispered, wiping away a stray tear. Anyway, I came here to give you some answers. I must warn you, though, I don't know everything. That's alright. I just want to know. If Izuku had a quirk all this time, why did he never show it? Use it? Why go through life as quirkless when he's not? Cover, Kaminari shrugged. Nobody will ever suspect a plain-looking quirkless boy of being the Reaper, right? Also, he actually used to be quirkless from what I've been told. He manipulated and merged other quirks together, altering his own genes to gain power. He used All Might's quirk to power up, and he also gave that power to us. Denki looked at his hands for a moment before looking up at me with a smile. I have All Might's quirk running through my veins, isn't that awesome? What? I breathed, staring at him in shock. Izuku has All Might's quirk? Apparently combined with a quirk of a blood relative for maximal compatibility or something like that, he shrugged. Anti-Inko. Of course, I already thought that quirk looked familiar. It doesn't combine with someone else's quirk easily, though. I went through absolute hell just for my body to adjust to it. Same with Todoroki and Shinso. So, Izuku used to be quirkless but he stole All Might's quirk after. I broke off my own sentence. Why hadn't this thought crossed my mind earlier? Izuku is the Green Reaper. The Green Reaper killed All Might. He has killed people. Oh god, my sweet little innocent Izuku. He's a murderer. Is his whole personality just made up? Did he even actually like me, or was that all part of his image as well? Yeah. Took me a while to get over that too, Kamari muttered, looking down again. He's a villain, Bakugo. A criminal. He's involved in a lot of shady things and has quite a lot of blood on his hands. See, can I ask you a question now? Shoot, I grunted, still partially lost in thought. Why did you cheat on him? My head snapped in his direction, and he looked at me with innocent curiosity. I shouldn't be surprised he knew about it. The whole D.K.U probably knew what kind of mistake I've made by now. He was devastated, you know? I didn't take you for the kind of guy to cheat, certainly not with Kiri. Man, I knew that dude had a crush on you, but I never thought he would actually act on it, he muttered. And to top it all off, you let him, didn't you? You let him use you, and Midoriya walked in on it. He lost his quirk. He lost his entire future. I tried to be a good friend, I guess. I didn't want to deny him when he had already been denied so much at that point. I know it was a stupid thing to do and wrong of me to let it happen. Izuku doesn't even want to look at me anymore. I hissed, tears stinging my eyes. I hit the tree in anger before covering my face. Damn it. Hey, calm down, someone will hear us, Kaminari quickly hissed, covering my mouth. You still love him, right? Well, he still loves you too. We just need to figure out a way to get you guys back together. He smiled, letting go of me. I frowned, looking away with a scowl. Yes, of course I still loved Izuku. But he's the Green Reaper, and I'm a hero in training. It will never be like it was. And I still have so many unanswered questions, so many doubts. Kacchan, Izuku, and Midoriya. I can explain, Kaminari stammered, backing away from the green-haired figure standing underneath us. No, you will not. Return to base. I'll take care of you later, D.E.K.U hissed, glaring at us with bright green eyes. Fear consumed me. This boy, he truly is the Reaper. Of course, boss, D.E.K.U whispered, whistling and jumping up. The creature that took me back home after the whole League incident appeared and took Kaminari into the sky. Okay, that's seriously messed up. I whispered before Izuku jumped into the tree. Hey, don't insult my pets like that. Midoriya hissed, straddling me, holding me down in place, his eyes glowing a dangerous green. We have to talk, don't we? Of course my phone has a tracker that knows where all my animals are. So imagine my surprise when I got a notification that one was in the park when I was on my way to HQ. And then seeing D.E.K.U with Katsuki. We have to talk, don't we? I asked, using my Green Reaper voice and letting my eyes glow, seeing the fear on his face. Huh, not so fearless now, Kacchan? How can you claim you love me when you're afraid? I frowned a little, leaning back. I slipped up, I admitted. So now you know who I really am, I sighed. But the real question remains. Will I have to make you disappear after this little chat or not? He whimpered a little at that, trying to steady his breathing before speaking up. Why you would? Kill me? It was barely a whisper but it held so much emotion. It broke me, shook me to my very core. No matter how angry I am with you right now, I would never hurt you, Katsuki, I said with a small smile, letting the light in my eyes vanish. Maybe being the Izuku he has always known will put him at ease a little? I don't want to have this conversation twice because he's too scared to comprehend what's going on. Now, what will I do with you? I know. I'll tell you my story, I stated happily, intertwining our hands. When I was little, the doctor diagnosed me as quirkless and all my dreams got shattered. But of course, you already know that. You know how the teachers treated me, right? How I was bullied whenever you weren't around to protect me. I was powerless and therefore helpless. And with my photographic memory, I will never forget a single moment of it. Isn't that absolutely fabulous? I sighed, shaking my head with a small smile. But there was another thing, a thing you didn't know about. My dad isn't just a scary businessman, he's also a scary villain boss. My mom and I have always known about it. He didn't hide his shady business from us, and you could say I was somewhat affected by that. Intrigued is a better word, really. But then he and All Might had a fight. I frowned at the memory, remembering how I cried when my father's body was moved away and covered up so I wouldn't see. But the smell was all-consuming. Blood. It's something I've grown used to by now, but in that moment, it felt like my world would collapse. We may praise ourselves lucky my father survived such brutal slaughter by that so-called hero. He was badly hurt, I summarized for Kacchan, not wanting to go into details. Dad almost died, and All Might was praised into the skies. I couldn't take it. I couldn't watch people admire the man who almost killed my dad for the sake of so-called peace. If you have to kill to gain peace, are you even allowed to call yourself a hero? I let my fingertips brush Kacchan's cheek, like I've done on the battlefield. This time he didn't flinch away. He just sat there, staring at me, listening to my story. So in order to take my revenge, I started gathering information, made a plan. I worked everything out into the smallest detail. You could say I was very proud of myself when I finally managed to capture the #1 hero in his weakened state. I mean, I was 10 and quirkless. Nobody would ever think I would be able to pull off something like that, right? Yet I did. I took All Might down. I chuckled a little, remembering how he reacted when I took One for All away from him by force. His quirk, One for All, is a quirk that can be passed down from generation to generation. I took that power out of his hands before finishing him off. I experimented with it for a bit and managed to combine it with my mom's quirk, resulting in the quirk I have now. A very powerful form of telekinesis, you could say. I very much like it. Staring down at our intertwined fingers, I let a small tingle spread from me to him so he could feel my power. He gasped at the feeling, his eyes wide as he arched his back. I chuckled, pushing him back onto the tree trunk. I see you like it too, I smirked, making him blush a little before I continued. Anyway, I told my old man about what I did. I thought he'd be happy, but no. Apparently, taking care of his #1 enemy was going against everything he'd planned out for me. He wanted me to become successful in life without having to walk into the darkness. He'd hoped I'd achieve greatness by using my smarts. Well, in a way I did. Our relationship was never the same after that. Certainly not when he found out about D.K.U. I visibly flinched at the memory, still hearing him yell and shout, throwing things at my head, which I could easily dodge using my newly obtained quirk. That's in the past now. I need to move on. I have moved on. I sighed, looking back into his ruby-red eyes. I founded D.K.U with one purpose, to bring equality to the world. A world where heroes aren't praised into the skies, where the quirkless aren't looked down upon. I want a world where everyone is treated the same, regardless of power, gender, background, or any form of discrimination. Isn't that what justice is all about, Kacchan? To help those who can't help themselves. Tilting my head a little, I could see his mind working hard to process all this new information. It made him unresponsive to my question. Only one of the reasons I convinced Todoroki Shodo to join me. That and he discovered my identity right after the sports festival, so it was either that or face dire consequences. I also helped him get rid of his father, so I guess it's a win-win. I shrugged. As for Shinso Hitoshi, well, he took a little more convincing, but once he saw it with his own eyes, he didn't even hesitate. Kaminari Denki. Well, he was a different case. He would have preferred anything over becoming a villain if Shinso hadn't influenced him. He wasn't even a member of my union before Kirishima outed him, leaving him with few options. Denki was supposed to be a one-time thing. Yet here we are. So what you're saying is that you killed the #1 hero, fully quirkless, at the age of 10, to get revenge for your father? And you used his quirk to give yourself a quirk. Bakugo summed up, trying to make sense of it all. So now you're a villain because you don't want people to suffer how you've suffered. You still have morals. You're still a good person. Did you ever doubt my intentions? I asked with a small frown. I'm just saying you're not the monster people make you out to be, Katsuki whispered, staring down at our hands. Oh, my sweet explosive hero. I am much, much worse, I said in a teasing tone, leaning in, letting our noses touch. But you're not innocent either, are you? Cheating on me like that with Kirishima after I punished him for outing my people. I should have confronted him when I had the chance, but Kaminari would never have forgiven me for that. It would cause too much unnecessary drama. Okay, just so we're clear. He kissed me. I didn't want to. He forced himself on me, Bakugo stated, somehow having the nerve to speak up to me. Wasn't he scared? He should be terrified. Most people would be frozen in fear in this kind of situation, right? Also, Kaminari told me you're moving? What the hell, nerd? When were you supposed to tell me? Were you planning on just leaving me behind? Again. Oh, he was angry now. I sat back a little but didn't let myself get intimidated by his scowl. That's actually why I was out here in the first place, I said with a happy smile, fully ignoring his anger. I was on my way to my villain HQ to tell the others that, yes, I'm moving, but I'm not being taken to the other side of the country again. Dad is moving here, and Mom and I are moving in with him so he can protect us. Mom doesn't think UA is a safe place, but Dad convinced her to let me stay enrolled there. So you're staying? You're not leaving me? Kacchan asked in a small, broken tone. This must come as a relief to him, I'm sure. He pulled me onto him, holding me tightly in his arms. I'm not sure if I'd survive being separated again. I love you, Izuku. Aye. You love me? I asked, shocked, not pulling back from the hug. Don't sound so surprised, nerd. Say it back. Come on, don't leave me hanging. You love me even after everything I just told you? I'm the Green Reaper, Kacchan. I'm a supervillain. I killed All Might for crying out loud. I manipulate and lie, and yet you love me? Why? I asked, confused. Because it's still you, shithead, he stated, pulling back a bit so we could look at each other. And if you're up for it, I'm willing to give this a shot again. Wadash. This. For crying out loud, Deku, be my boyfriend again. I stared at him with wide eyes, not understanding what he was saying. He still wanted to be with me? After everything that happened? I killed Monoma a few days ago, I blurted out, showing him my hands. They're covered in blood, Kacchan. You can't see it but it's there. I have a target on my back. I'm a wanted criminal. I don't care, he interrupted, now holding my face. Well, I do care. This is all so messed up, Deku. I don't even know what to think anymore. But I love you. I know that much. So please help me understand. I know that together we can figure this out. Right? He sounded scared and panicked, trying to find something to hold on to keep sane. It was endearing in a way. But I didn't want to drag him into this. Kacchan. I don't think this is a good idea, I whispered, tears coming to my eyes. It hurts me to do this, but please stay away from me. You aim to be a hero, and I am already a villain. We're two sides of the same coin. I'm a bad influence on you. I shifted, moving off his lap and letting my eyes glow a bright green as if to emphasize my foot. I trust you not to tell anyone and not to seek contact with Kamari or any of the others again, I continued as I started to crawl down. Man, this is a lot harder than I thought it would be. In addition to that, I won't be in contact with you or anyone else from the hero course. You'll be bullied and beaten again, he said quickly, following me down. I know. And you won't be there to save me, my knight in shining armor. My hero. I can take it, I said, staring at him with tears in my eyes, some already rolling down my face. Izuku, please. No. I yelled, crying. Why doesn't he take the hint already? Doesn't he see it's breaking both of us? Does he really think I want this? He needs to realize we can't be together, not unless someone changes their view of the world. No, Kacchan. Go back home, make up with Kirishima, be number one. Sorry. I thought I could keep my two lives separate, but I was wrong. This is what's best for everyone. For everyone else maybe, the blonde hissed, grabbing my arm and stopping me in my tracks. Look at me, Izuku. I refused to answer him, staring at the ground while crying. I hate this feeling. I hate that I love him. And now I have to let him go. It's for the best. In the long run, he'll understand that. Would you give up being a hero to be with me? I asked quietly. I noticed he was taken aback by my question, but I didn't wait for his answer. Because that's the choice you'll be making if you want to continue with me. One way or another, you'll have to choose. And I know you can't, so I will do it for you right now. Goodbye, Katsuki. I pulled my arm out of his grasp and walked off, wiping away the tears in my eyes. I wasn't prepared for this when leaving the house earlier. I thought I would happily greet my friends, announcing my stay, and we'd have a small happy gathering. But this isn't what I had in mind at all. I shouldn't have come here, I shouldn't have spoken to him. No, I shouldn't have been his boyfriend in the first place. I should have kept my distance from him from the very start. I shouldn't have chosen UA as my high school, I shouldn't have visited him at the sports festival. Our friendship shouldn't have been revived to begin with. In the end, everything is my fault. Everything always comes back to something I did. A wrinkle in time, a decision made, a path chosen. No way back. D.E.K.U broke up with me while we weren't even together anymore. I was angrily stabbing my food, getting concerned glances from my classmates. Are you okay? Mina whispered, slowly placing a hand on my shoulder. Peachy, I gritted, glaring at Izuku, who was sitting all alone in a corner of the canteen. I glanced aside, seeing a certain ex-rock boy. I stood up, stretched my arm out and snatched him, almost making him drop his plate. Sit, I hissed, pushing him down in the seat next to mine. Bakugo, he squeaked, freezing up as all eyes fell on him. Kirishima? Suro asked, surprised. His hair was all black now and laying down flat against his head. Hey, middle school style. Ashido smiled, playfully punching him on the shoulder. He flinched a little at that, staring down at his food nervously. Hi, he said with a small smile. So, you seem to have killed your food. Shut up, I hissed at him, glaring him down. I still hate you, just so we're clear. Then why? Midoriya wants him to make up with you, Jiru shrugged. At least that's what I heard. Wait, really? Kirishima gasped, looking between me and the others. Dude, what happened to your hair? I almost didn't recognize you. Red wasn't really my thing after all, he muttered, looking down at his food. I think you look cute with black hair. Reminds me of the good old days, you know? Mina smiled. Anyways, how are things between you and Midoriya? The two of you aren't even making eye contact. How the hell would you feel if you got cheated on? I grunted, making Kirishima cringe in guilt. I'm really sorry about what happened, you know that, he whispered. Yeah, shut your trap. Izuku and I talked. It ended badly, and now he doesn't want anything to do with me anymore, I sighed. I lost him. It finally happened. I finally lost the first friend I ever made. This is frustrating. I threw my fork down and let out a frustrated sigh. So what are you going to do about it? Mina asked, stealing a fry from Kirishima. Hey, the boy whined, pouting at the pink girl. What can I do about it? I sighed, leaning back. I'd say, find his closest friend and get them on your good side. Always a good first step, Jiru suggested. Good luck with that, Kirishima muttered. His best friend was Shinso, who turned out to be evil, and after that, Todoroki and Bakugo, who are also both off the list by now. I get it, I grunted, frowning. I caught sight of Toya laughing it up with Midnight. They seem to get along quite well, huh? An idea shot into my head and my frown changed into a smug smile. That's what I like to see, Mina giggled as I stood up. Unbelievable I'm saying this, but thank you, Kirishima. I now have a plan of action. Good luck, dude. Shiro called after me as I walked up to the teachers. Bakugo, something the matter? Midnight asked, a bit taken aback. Yes, actually. Could I talk to you for a moment, Todoroki-sensei? Todoroki-sensei, huh? Toya chuckled, elbowing Midnight, who also laughed. Sounds like my old man. You must really want something from me, eh? Just, can we talk in private? I groaned. Sure thing. Be right back, Toya smiled. And when you return, I want to hear all about that so-called summer fling. You've got it. I rolled my eyes. It was unsettling how well he got along with her. They were like besties right now. Disgusting. So, what show want to talk about, kid? I'm sure it isn't anything about the hero curriculum. Toya sighed, leaning against the wall in the empty hallway. In case of emergency, would you be able to contact your brother? I asked, getting straight to the point. He furrowed his eyebrows for a moment, crossing his arms. Why are you seeking out my baby bro? I'm not trying to get him in trouble if that's what you're worried about, I grunted. Then what is it? You've never been friends with Shoto, I know that much, and you're also not crossing to the other side all of a sudden, he pointed out. He knows who the Green Reaper is, right? I asked, seeing him stare at me with a questioning gaze. You're after the Reaper? He asked, surprised. I'm not sure if that's such a good idea, to be honest. I'm not, at least not the way you think I am. I muttered, casting my gaze towards the ground. Toya gasped, quickly looking around to make sure we were really alone before leaning closer to me, making me look up with a scowl. You know who he is, don't you? He whispered in shock. My eyes widened, and I took a step back in surprise. You know. I should be the one flabbergasted in this situation. Toya hissed, pulling at his hair. Huh, guess that makes sense since he used to be a villain working for Aiza's dad and he is Icy Hot's brother too after all. You do realize that if you root him out we're looking at a full-on disaster, right? I am aware. I whispered, a little taken aback by his fear of Izuku. I guess I never really saw the monster in action like he has. No, I already almost panicked just seeing him up close. I don't want to know what it's like to see him in a fight. I can't even imagine it. Listen, you might have heard Izuku and I broke up. You cheated on him, be happy you're still breathing, Toya stated, leaning back against the wall. Anyway, I sighed. I want to make up somehow, and since half and half is pretty close to him, I thought he might have some advice or something like that. His eyes widened for a moment, and he coughed loudly, apparently choking on his own breath. Why you want to make up with him? Are you out of your mind, Bakugo? Toya hissed. What is it you want to achieve with this, huh? Do you actually want to be the Reaper's boyfriend? Can you live with that? With what he does? He doesn't do it for fun, I grumbled, crossing my arms and glancing aside. Oh no, because hurting people for enjoyment is so much better. The Todoroki in front of me yelled, grabbing my shoulders. Midoriya Izuku is a monster, Bakugo. He only complies if there's something in it for him. I hope you realize that. Are you done talking about him? Just give me a way to contact that Halfie already, and we don't have to speak of this again, I growled, glaring at him. He let out a long sigh, closing his eyes for a moment. There is no convincing you, is there? Well, I tried, not my fault if you get yourself in trouble, Toya muttered, grabbing my hand and clicking a pen open. He rolled up my sleeve and wrote down a phone number. Sho has a burner phone in case of emergencies. Make sure to call him when Midoriya isn't around to hear it, okay? I'm not stupid, I grumbled, pulling my sleeve back down. Anyways, thanks, I guess. You're welcome, he smiled. Now just don't get hurt. With a pat on the shoulder, he made his way to the canteen again, probably to laugh it up with Midnight like he was doing earlier. I sighed, walking to the bathroom to copy the number into my phone and wash off my arm. If anyone saw this while changing in the locker room, I'd get too many unwanted questions. Both Shinso and I glared down at the bright yellow-haired male in front of us. Kamari was fiddling with his hands while staring at the ground in shame. Izuku dropped by the other night, telling us what the Kacchan did and who he was talking to. Now it was up to us to get him to talk before Midoriya came back to confront him. You told me you were going to see your family, Shinso hissed angrily. Why did you lie? I'm sorry, he whimpered, not looking up to meet his piercing gaze. D.E.K.U was on the verge of tears, that much was certain. I sighed, crossing my arms. We know you're sorry, D.E.K.U. Now tell us why you lied about it to Hitoshi, I demanded in an icy tone. He bit his lip, still staring at his hands. Why you would never let me go if I told you the truth, he whispered. Well, no kidding. And we have every reason to. Shinso yelled. He was really mad at Kamari for this. Bakugo, of all people. Sometimes I don't get you, D.E.K.U. Why would you leak Izuku's identity like that? Be glad he won't harm you. He's my friend, Kamari muttered. Bakugo called. He was searching for answers. He already knew Midoriya is the Green Reaper. This new information shocked us. Izuku hadn't mentioned anything about that. He was just so lost, you know? And I just wanted to help him. To give answers, make him keep his mouth shut, maybe try to recruit him into the union, I don't know. D.E.K.U looked up at us, his expression earnest. I had questions too, you know? About how he knew and stuff. I wanted to get his side of the cheating story as well, since I know he's pretty loyal. What did he say about it? I asked, keeping my tone neutral. Kirishima took advantage of Bakugo under certain circumstances. He caught him off guard, and Midoriya happened to see. It was all a big mistake, Kaminari sighed. Are you two still mad at me? I'm really sorry for sneaking out and lying about it. Hey, it's okay, Shinso whispered, hugging his boyfriend. He's one of your best friends, and you just wanted to help him. We understand, right, Shoto? Yes, of course, I answered with a small smile before muttering, and hopefully the boss will too. In that moment, a phone rang and Denki groaned. Can someone else get the DMN thing? He whined, holding on to Shinso while wiping away his tears. It's not the main phone, it's mine, I whispered in a panic, instantly running to my room. I swung the door open and dived into my cabinet, grabbing the small burner phone. I only gave this number to Izuku and Toya in case of emergency. Hello. Ugh, finally. You take your time, icy hot. The irritated voice of Bakugo Katsuki came through. I frowned, slowly closing the door so the others wouldn't hear. Can I ask how you got this number? Your flame-brained brother gave it to me, he shrugged, making me roll my eyes. Of course he did. I sighed and closed my eyes for a moment. What do you want, Bakugo? This could get both of us in trouble. I'm sure either Dunceface or Aizu has told you what happened, Katsuki stated. And Izuku put an end to our relationship completely. No friendship, no nothing. You must be delighted, since he is the Green Reaper and all, I said flatly, really not wanting to have this conversation. I don't hate Bakugo, but I'm irritated Toya gave him my number. You'd think that, huh? Katsuki snorted. Well, this is gonna sound messed up, but I need your help getting Izuku back as my boyfriend. What? I breathed, followed by silence. Bakugo still wants to be in a relationship with Midoriya? After what happened? Have you recently suffered a blow to the head, Bakugo? What the? Oh, shut up, icy hot. Are you gonna help me or not? I frowned, hearing the door open. It's Bakugo, isn't it? Kaminari asked with a smug smile. That dude would do anything to get to the bottom of this. Denki took over the phone with a small smile. Oi, what's up, Bakugo? Had a nice chat with Midoriya? I could hear shouting from the other side of the phone. Denki had to keep the phone at a distance from his ear. Meanwhile, Shinso walked in too, giving me a questioning look. Bakugo wants my help getting Izuku back as his boyfriend, I stated, my tone confused, making his eyes widen. What? Hitoshi grabbed the phone from Kaminari, instantly yelling back. Listen here, you explosive little JRK. You broke his heart, so no. We're not helping you. Also, we're villains, ever thought about that? A second later, Shinso scoffed and handed the phone back to me. I raised a questioning brow yet slowly took the phone and put it to my ear. Yes, Bakugo? Listen here, Halfie, I don't care what you or your buddies think about this whole relationship thing, but I'm not backing down. Think about Deku's happiness. Wasn't he happier when we were together? Well, yes, but then you kissed Kirishima, I stated. He kissed me. How many times do I need to specify that? The angry blonde shouted. Set me up already. I held the phone away from my ear, looking at the others to see what they had to say about it. I say we help him. Kaminari smiled. Come on, think of how happy the boss will be when he's back together with his beloved Kacchan. If it lasts. He's aiming to be a hero, and Izuku is a supervillain. That can never work out. Hey, we tried that at first. Denki pouted. And you ended up crossing to the dark side, Shinso deadpanned. Are you saying you don't want Bakugo as an ally? Kaminari asked, quirking a brow. Hello? You there, icy hot? We'll take a day to consider. I'll call you back later, I stated, pressing the red phone before the shouting could reach my side. This is what we're going to do. Midoriya's POV. You'll do great at your new job, honey. Mom smiled, straightening Dad's tie. I frowned at the scene, eating my cornflakes while tiredly scrolling through Hero News. Dad got a new job in the city so he could provide for us here instead of the other side of the country. It made sense, I guess. Although this meant my dad's villain escapades would probably interfere with my line of work, I didn't really care all that much as long as he brought in money for Mom to live a happy life. I wasn't even sure what his new job was exactly, only that it was a legal one, probably a cover for his crime activities. Have a great day at school, son, Dad smiled, ruffling my hair. Thanks, you too. I mumbled, quickly correcting myself. I mean at work, obviously. Dad laughed a little at that and nodded. Oh, and I'll be picking you up after school, he added, already heading to the hallway. Great. If he was bringing me home from school, I wouldn't be able to go to base. Things were easier when I was still allowed to live in the dorms, even if I was bullied. I should be grateful Mom even lets me attend UA at this point. I heard from Aizawa that the Hero Federation had talked to Principal Nizu about some upcoming changes. Hopefully, those wouldn't make things more troublesome for me. After breakfast, I packed my bag, put on my uniform, and kissed Mom goodbye before leaving for school. Since almost everyone was living in the dorms now, I was the only UA student to arrive through the front gates. Not that I minded. I quickly made my way to my classroom, careful not to bump into any Hero Corps students. My breakup with Kacchan was spreading like wildfire through the school, and I noticed Kirishima getting disgusted glances as he walked through the hallways. The bullies had left me alone for the time being, probably out of pity or something. Well, better for me, honestly. I soon arrived in class 1C, where most of the class was already there. Nobody reacted as I walked in, at least not until I reached my desk. Hey, Midoriya? I wasn't surprised that Kirishima approached me. After all, I was the reason he sat at the hero table again. I guessed Kacchan made amends with him to get on my good side. It didn't matter anyway, Bakugo and I would never be like we once were. Yes. Thank you. For talking to Bakugo, he breathed, pulling a strand of black hair behind his ear. He made up with you then? I asked, tilting my head. He nodded shyly, not looking directly at me. He must still be ashamed of what he did. Yeah, kinda. Has he talked to you? At all? No. Why should he? We're nothing to each other anymore, I muttered, organizing my books on my desk. Well, we feel really bad about what happened. It was a big mistake on my part, but Bakugo holds no blame in this, Kirishima stated. He's really sad, man. I've never seen him so down before. What? I asked, confused. Why would Kacchan be sad? Why would he mourn my loss? I was the Green Reaper after all. He should be happy he got away from me when he did. But something was pulling him back to me. Yeah dude, he was like super down, barely eating his food, Kirishima shrugged. He's really bummed out about it, and I can see you're too. I really am sorry, Midoriya. I support the two of you, really. I let my jealousy get the best of me. It won't happen again, I promise. He gave me a big, sharp-toothed smile, looking more like the person he was before everything happened. I smiled back, needing to maintain my cheerful appearance. Say, as the only quirkless ones in this whole school, what do you say we become friends? Really? You'd want to be friends with me after what I did? Midoriya asked, surprised. He had rooted out my comrades and kissed my boyfriend, but he also lost his quirk in his dream career, so I guess we were kind of even now. Besides, he apologized. I didn't have any reason to stay mad at him anymore. So I smiled widely and nodded. Of course. Forgive and forget, right? We need to move on from all that negativity. Kirishima just stared in shock before placing a hand on his chest, grabbing his shirt. Another hand covered his eyes as he choked out his infamous line. So manly. I chuckled a little at that, only to be silenced by the homeroom teacher. Everyone listen up. The principal will give a speech about the recent happenings in the big meeting hall, the teacher announced. I frowned. The speech? Well, only natural given the circumstances. He should inform us about the changes being put in motion to ensure our safety and confirm there aren't any more moles. They had already scanned everyone for that, searching for the devices they knew were inside my people's arms since Denki cut it out in front of others. Unfortunately for them, I didn't have a tracker. Alright, get in line and move to the hall in an orderly manner. Kirishima and I walked next to each other as we made our way to the big hall. I'd never actually been there, but apparently, the principal gives a welcome speech at the start of the school year. I glanced aside, seeing the hero course standing next to us. Of course, we were standing in order. So that meant we were in between 1B and 1D. I noticed other years were here as well. The whole school was gathered for this important event, crucial for the future of UA. Kirishima glanced aside, waving and smiling at Tetsu, who had been his friendly rival since the sports festival. Tetsu smiled back, but Kendo frowned and hit him on the arm, causing him to look away with a last apologetic gaze. It seemed like people were turning against Kirishima. Poor guy. I glanced aside and saw Class 1A arrive with Aizawa-sensei. Kacchan caught my eye as he walked by, but I quickly looked away while Kirishima smiled at him. Kacchan gave a small nod in return before facing the podium. May I have your attention? Nizu announced as he walked on stage. All the teachers stood in front of their homeroom classes, while others remained at the sides of the room. The animal-like creature hopped up some stairs, appearing behind a wooden structure used for such occasions. He held 3 microphones, and the audio echoed through the room. The Hero Federation has talked to me regarding recent events. It isn't a secret that the Green Reaper had moles within our hero course. An unfortunate situation indeed. Therefore, some significant changes will occur on our school grounds. First up, I hereby resign as principal of UA High School. Shocked gasps filled the room. Even the teachers seemed surprised. The Hero Federation fired him? Could they really do that? I couldn't believe it. Yet, perhaps a new principal wouldn't be entirely disadvantageous for me. Nizu was too close to all of this. A new person would need time to figure things out, which I could use to my advantage. I watched Nizu's every move as he maintained his happy facade, but I could see he was suffering. He didn't want this. Man, Nizu is quitting? Things must really be bad, Kirishima muttered next to me. Yeah, I sighed, frowning. Who would follow in his footsteps? A teacher, maybe? If the Federation was behind this, no teacher would get a promotion. Even worse, some might be fired. This new principal would likely be merciless and strict, viewing everything objectively. Once the shock subsided, a new figure took the stage. More gasps followed, and a certain darkness fell over the room. This has to be some kind of joke, right? People started trembling as he walked up. To take Nizu's place behind the wooden pillar. Hello students and educators. As some of you might know, my name is Midoriya Hisashi, and I will be your new principal. D-Dad. I choked out, earning a flabbergasted reaction from Kirishima. Cheese. Your dad? The former redhead whispered. I nodded, staring at the man, seeing his lips move while no words reached my ears. All sound became mute as I focused on my father. All for One was now the leader of Japan's most famous hero school. Unbelievable. After his speech, we were all guided back to class. I remained silent as Kirishima rambled on about how weird and cool it was that my dad was our new principal. You think you'll get special treatment now? I mean, he did say he wanted to secure the weakest links, which are the quirkless. No, that's not what he means by weakest link, I sighed, looking him straight in the eye. As the father of a quirkless son, he has learned to see strength and value in things beyond quirks. He means the personnel. Those who failed to see that there were villains among us. He's going to fire people. Our classmates turned towards me with wide eyes. I kept a steady pace as I continued to the classroom. Would he really do that? Idro asked in shock. Of course he would. He rules without mercy, I stated, giving him a big smile in the end, which only confused them. He sounds scary, man, Kirishima muttered. He is, I answered, entering the classroom. Idro seemed unsure about it all. He'd been loved by his family his whole life, unable to imagine an abusive parent. Well, not that I had an abusive parent, just a distant one. He was around if I wanted him to be, but our relationship changed after All Might. After I got my quirk and started walking the same path as him. Oh, but Hisashi wouldn't hear the end of this one, rest assured. That's Midoriya's dad? Mina exclaimed as we returned to class. I stayed silent, letting others do the talking. He seriously gives me the creeps, dude, Siro shivered. Yeah, never thought a cutie like Midoriya would have such a scary dad, Uraraka whispered. What did you just call him, round face? I hissed, glaring at her. And nothing, she squeaked. Say, Bakugo, you have met this man before, right? What is he like? Yaoyorozu asked, walking next to me. Ruthless, merciless. Met him as a kid, couldn't sleep for a month, I stated. You're DMN right to be scared. If you anger him, you'll feel it. Holy CRP, Jiraiya muttered. How does Midoriya survive that? I've always wondered the same thing, I sighed. He's the Green Reaper, maybe even scarier than his old man. Yet Hisashi is All for One, leader of the League of Villains. Huh, I haven't heard from those guys in a while. Not since the Reaper obliterated them when I was kidnapped. Calm down, children, there's nothing to be worried about, Aizawa sighed. There may be some drastic changes regarding the security of our school, but I assure you it's all for the best. After all, he wouldn't want harm to come to his own son. I scoffed. You're right. They've fought before, no doubt about it. They probably have the power to seriously hurt each other. How high are the chances that he just took this job to make life harder for Izuku? Pretty high, actually. Sir, did you know about this sudden change of principal? Ida asked, raising his hand. No, Aizawa-sensei sighed, closing his eyes for a moment. But there is a teachers' meeting this afternoon, so all of you will be excused after lunch. The class cheered at the news, but I stayed quiet, looking out the window with a scowl on my face. Did Izuku know about this? Why didn't he mention it when we talked? He said his old man was moving here, but he didn't say anything about that new job. Things are just getting better and better around here. I bit the end of my pen while swinging back and forth in my rotating desk chair, staring at the chalkboard in front of me. So, I take violent nature is a negative. I wondered aloud. Not really, Izuku likes to be D, Shinso muttered, sitting backward in a chair next to me, also staring at the board. I hummed in response, still swaying back and forth while keeping my head in place. Todoroki stood next to the board, chalk in hand. So is that a plus or a minus? He asked. I see that as an absolute win. I laughed, seeing him write it on the plus side. We were making a list of all the pros and cons of the boss dating Bakugo to see if we would help him or not. Ugh, this is so dumb. Let's take a vote already, Hitoshi groaned, leaning forward, his head resting on his arms folded on the back of the chair. I vote yes, I smiled, earning a frown from my boyfriend. What? They're so cute together. I vote no. Sho, you've got the deciding vote. He mumbled, taking a step back and staring at the board. Well, the biggest con is that they're on different sides. That would definitely complicate things. But they would both be happier together, and it would get Bakugo off our case. They won't be happy when all that complicated hero-villain stuff gets in the way, Shinso pointed out. What? That won't stand in their way. I'm sure they'll figure something out. We did too, didn't we, Ashi? I smiled, quickly stealing a kiss before giggling and running over to Todoroki. I say we try. What can possibly go wrong? If we fail, so be it, but if we succeed, the better for everyone. What do you say, Shoto? This is for Izuku-kun's happiness, right? He muttered, making me smile. He's slowly being persuaded. A win for me. Shinso, on the other hand, groaned loudly. Shoto, I had faith in you. Come on, babe. Everything for love, right? I pouted, strolling up to him and hugging him from behind, resting my head on his shoulder. What if I hadn't given you a second chance, huh? Our secret would still be safe for starters, he grumbled, not reacting to my touch. Oh hush. I'm the one who asked you out in the first place, remember? I grinned, kissing his cheek. Yeah, and you were the same person who followed me straight into the base during an attack, he pointed out with a teasing look in his eyes. Can the two of you stop acting like a couple for 1 second? Todoroki hissed, earning our attention. You're just sour because you don't have a girlfriend. I laughed. Not as sure I'm into that anymore, he mumbled, his words muted as he turned back to the board. Hitoshi stared at him with wide eyes as I gasped, squealing a bit. Oh my god, Sho. You like a boy. Shut up, he muttered, starting to wipe the board off in case Izuku would arrive sooner than expected. Oh, God, Shinso breathed, his mouth hanging agape. Mr. I Am Straight Ruler has a crush on a guy. We need a name, Todoroki. Now. I yelled, running up to him, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him a little. It's nothing, okay? Just as someone I saw during the licensing exam. A hero in training from another school? Hitoshi asked curiously. Wait, do you even know his name? Or is it just purely on looks? Of course I know his name, the Halfa grunted, frowning a bit. He got into UA on recommendations but decided last minute to go somewhere else. What? He got in on recommendations. In the best hero school in Japan. His name is Inasa Yorashi, and he attends Shiketsu, Shoto side in defeat, knowing we wouldn't stop until we knew every detail. I instantly turned my chair around, typing onto the computer that stood on the desk behind me. Inasa Yorashi. Let's see. I heard Hitoshi whistle once I pulled up a picture of the guy, and I must say he doesn't look bad. So this is the guy that stole your heart, huh? Shinso chuckled while Todoroki was still wiping off the board, a bright red blush on his face. We should totally kidnap him, my boyfriend deadpanned, looking straight at me. Oh, so this is a love you can get behind but not my bro with the boss? I asked, clicking on a video. We both stared wide-eyed as the guy used his wind quirk to create a tornado. He controlled it perfectly, making sure nothing collided and everything landed safely back on the ground. No wonder he got in on recommendations. That's because he's overprotective of Izuku and hates Bakugo, Todoroki pointed out, also watching the moving images of his crush. You know what? Let's get them back together. Really? I squealed happily, making Hitoshi groan and roll his eyes. Yes, the Halfa stated with a smile. I'll call him right away. POV, Bakugo. We were making our way back to the dorms after our morning classes. Nobody was complaining about only having half a day of school, yet everyone was pondering our new principal. As I looked around, I noticed a part of 1C walking in front of us, also heading back after lunch. Is that Midoriya with Kirishima? Raccoon Eyes asked, confused. Now that you mention it. But didn't Midoriya leave the dorm system? Jairu replied, just as lost as Mina. I frowned, now seeing the familiar green head and my previous best friend walking together. They appeared to be chatting happily, probably about trivial stuff like homework. What was the nerd doing here? He isn't coming back to the dorms, I would know if he did. No, he's living with his parents in some fancy house right now, provided by his father. I can't stand that man. I hated his presence even before I knew he was a villain. That guy was the leader of the JRKS who kidnapped me during camp. And now he's our principal? Great job, Hero Federation. That's sure to keep the villains out. But wait, didn't that flame brain used to work for him? Didn't Dabi betray the League when returning to his life as Toya, rooting them all out to the police? Oh no. Dude, your phone is ringing, tape dispenser said, pulling me out of my thoughts. I frowned, realizing it was indeed ringing. Incoming call from half and half BSRD. My eyes widened a little, and I cleared my throat when I answered. What's your problem? I hissed, hoping he'd understand I couldn't talk to him like this. Why does he call when I'm obviously still at school? Oh right, because Izuku can't know about it. I was expecting a warmer greeting after you practically begged me to help you, his formal voice came through. Well, what did you think was going to happen when you call me out of nowhere while I'm at school? I quickly added the last part, seeing people give me weird glances. But once the words left my mouth, they all seemed to understand and turn away. Ah, I see. I shall keep it short then, Shoto replied. We are willing to offer you our help in order to win back Izuku's heart. Are you serious? Are you for real? I asked, now a lot happier than before. I suppressed a grin as Jairu gave me a weird look, wondering what I was so happy about all of a sudden. Yes, I will text you the details later. And, good luck, Bakugo. Thanks, I grinned, disconnecting and putting my phone away again. Good news? Jairu asked, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Nothing that concerns you, I replied. She rolled her eyes at my answer but didn't say anything else. People knew better than to ruin my good moods whenever they randomly occurred. A small smile was plastered on my face as I watched Izuku in the distance. Soon you'll be mine once more. Tovi, Aizawa. Toya was nervous, I could tell. Ever since the announcement of the new principal, he had been pacing back and forth, answering questions in a jittery manner, as if on edge. He had dropped more things than usual, and even his quirk had acted up a few times. What was he so afraid of? There may be a new principal, but his attendance had been cleared by the Hero Federation. His redemption course was allowed to continue until his sentence expired. I was eyeing him from the coffee maker in the teacher's lounge, watching him fidget with his fingers as he bounced his legs. Hey Todoroki, everything alright? Midnight asked, a little worried. So I wasn't the only one who had noticed. I'm fine, he answered a little too quickly and loudly. It was the same way his younger brother reacted when we showed him the footage of Endeavor abusing his siblings. Must be a family mannerism. Toya, why are you lying to us? Midnight asked, sitting down next to him. The two of them had become friends in a short time, which didn't surprise me at all. Those two shared the same type of humor. He choked out, tears pricking in his eyes. It's Midoriya Hisashi, right? I asked, making him look up at me with wide eyes. You're scared of him. Why? Ichi's not who he seems. He wants me dead, Toya breathed out, pure fear in his eyes. Please. You have to help me. He started crying, and Midnight instantly tried to comfort him while little blue flames licked the surface of his skin. He was losing control over his quirk. This was serious. Just as I wanted to use my quirk to ensure nothing caught on fire, Present Mike stormed into the lounge. Time for the meeting, my peeps, he exclaimed as he entered, setting Toya off completely. He jumped up from the couch, crying in pain as blue flames consumed him. His quirk hurt him if he used too much. And right now, he had absolutely no control whatsoever. I activated my quirk without hesitation, making the blue flames vanish into thin air. Toya, hey, sweetie, listen to me. It's alright, you're safe, no one is out to hurt you, Midnight whispered, holding him in her arms while rocking back and forth. She tore a part of her costume, visibly calming him down. You two better get going. I will be right there, I spoke, taking over Todoroki from Midnight. Are you sure? We could always. I'm sure, I stated, giving her a stern look. Traumatized children and teens are my field of expertise after all. She nodded, forcing a smile. Come on, Mike, or we'll be late. See you there, Show Yuta, the loud blonde shouted before the door slammed shut. I rolled my eyes at his antics and focused my attention on the sobbing Todoroki. Why are you afraid of Midoriya Hisashi? You can talk to me, I won't judge you, I whispered, rubbing his back. He's out to get me, Eraser. He wants me gone. The redhead choked out while trying to wipe his tears away. And why would he want to do that? Does his presence remind you of your father perhaps? And oh no, I swore my loyalty to him and I betrayed him, he breathed, shocking me. For what reason would he swear his loyalty to someone like Mr. Midoriya? He was just a businessman. A little shady, but still. He'd never commit any actual crimes, right? I chose my family above the league and look where it got me, he spoke with a dry chuckle. My past has caught up to me at last. My eyes widened slightly. Did Hisashi have anything to do with the League of Villains? Did he finance them or something? What connection does he have with the League, Toya? I asked. I needed answers. Nothing you can prove, Todoroki chuckled. He's great at erasing his tracks. Believe me, I've tried to puzzle it together, to frame him. But there's just nothing there. He will hurt me and nobody will ever know. He took a deep, shaky breath, giving me a small smile. No, you will know. Please, don't believe them when they say I've gone missing, okay? I don't want to be the coward who abandoned his family twice. I won't let him hurt you, I promise, I stated, helping him up from the ground. Just stay with me, alright? We have to go through this meeting together. I'll try to keep my tea trembling to a minimum, he nodded, taking my hand. He was scared, I could feel it, but he put on a brave face. He was a specialist in hiding behind a mask, so I guess this shouldn't come as a surprise. Yet the closer we came to the meeting room, the harder it seemed for Todoroki to hide his fear. When we arrived at the door, all that was left of his brave facade was a scared little boy, not wanting to go in. It will be fine. He can't pull anything with all of us pro-heroes watching him, I assured him, pulling him along. Toya stayed silent, not looking up from the ground as he took a seat next to me. Everything all right with Todoroki? Yamada asked in a whisper. He was sitting on my other side, as per usual. I'll explain later, I muttered, seeing the meeting was about to commence. Welcome everyone. It's a great honor for me to be working with such talented heroes. Midoriya started, a smile on his face. It reminded me a lot of his son, which unsettled me. If this man was truly evil, he shouldn't be allowed to smile like his innocent son. He started with the extra security measures he wanted to implement to make the school a safer place, and not all of them were horrible. Also, with the agreement of the Hero Federation, I'd like to let go of Todoroki Toya. The young man's breath hitched, and he clenched his fists, not even looking up at the man in question. What? Why? I asked, frowning a little. I understand he used to be a villain, but that's also one of the reasons he's been a valuable asset here at UA. Besides, the Hero Federation cleared him some time ago. He's not a threat. And does anyone else share this opinion? Midoriya asked. What are you doing? Toya whispered, staring at me with eyes full of fear. Don't you see what's happening? He's trying to isolate you. I breathed, making sure no one heard. Todoroki froze and quickly looked down again, trying to steady his breathing. I think so too. Midnight grinned. Whatever my Shoyuta says is the truth. Yamada beamed with a big smile, making me blush a little. That idiot. But as expected, in the end, everyone sided with me. They all knew I wasn't one to stand up for people unless I had a good reason. It was more like a matter of trust between us pro-hero teachers. Oh well, alright then, Midoriya said with a strained smile. In that case, it seems as though I indeed judged too quickly. Todoroki, you can stay and keep up the good work, but I'll be watching you closely to make sure you don't get out of line, understand? Toya forced a nod, and I noticed blue flames liking at his fingers. It was happening again. Before I could react, he shot up from his seat and ran out of the room. I glanced at Midnight, who nodded and went after him. Nobody else seemed to understand what was happening, but I caught that small glint in Midoriya's eyes. He was definitely up to something. Why didn't you tell me? I asked as I got into Dad's car. Yes, I was upset. Can you blame me? My own father didn't even tell me he would be my new principal. Ah, come on, son. I wanted it to be a surprise, he smiled. Yeah, right. Have you figured out who you're going to fire yet? I leaned back in my chair, staring out the window. Not before I deal with that Todoroki. I've got unfinished business with him. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot about that. I muttered, thinking about Shoto. He needed to know about this. His whole family could be in danger. Say, as one villain boss to another, what would you do? Dad asked, glancing at me. Are we seriously having this conversation? Eliminate him, I shrugged. It was honest advice. If I were him, I'd eliminate Toya Todoroki. But I'm not. I'm the Green Reaper, and I have a Todoroki of my own. Therefore, I needed to protect Toya at all costs. That was what I intended to do, but it seems your teachers have grown rather fond of him. I can't get rid of him without making a mess right now. Huh, S is to be you then, I snorted. Very funny, Izuku. But no, I think I might have another plan. Something with a little more flair, perhaps, he thought out loud. He sounded like Ioma when he tried to speak French. Nonetheless, I was afraid of what this so-called plan of his contained. How would it affect me and the people I cared about? I needed to know where this was going before it was too late. So, how was your day at school, son? He asked happily, diverting the subject back to regular chit-chat. It's not like I enjoyed talking to him, but I had no choice. A silent ride home would be more tense than this forced conversation. When we reached our new house, the base called me. I frowned, glancing at Dad with a skeptical look before answering the phone. Yes, what is it? Are you coming to the base later this evening? Shoto asked. We have a surprise for you. It was Denki's idea. What? The surprise? And it came from Kamari of all people? I thought he didn't like me. Huh, I must have made him see me in a different light or something. Oh, let me check, I said, holding a hand to my phone while turning towards Dad. I'm going out tonight. With that, I uncovered the phone again and smiled. Yeah, sure thing, Sho. Dad rolled his eyes, continuing to drive without trying to argue. He knew he couldn't stop me from being a villain, but he never encouraged it. Sure, we could talk about it, but it was always on neutral grounds about neutral themes. How to deal with a traitor just happened to be one of those things. What are you going to tell your mother? That I'm going out with friends as per usual? I shrugged, frowning a little. Why do you care anyway? You're my son. I care about your safety and well-being. Is that really so hard to believe? He asked. Well, yes, I stated, making him laugh. Have fun with your friends, boy. Thanks. A few hours later, I was walking through the hallways of my HQ as the Green Reaper. I wondered what this surprise was all about. Hey, Sho. This better be good. I had to ditch my mom's meatloaf for this, just so you know. I called out as I entered my wing. I stopped and frowned as I noticed the mood lighting. There were lit candles and a fancy dining table. Wait, did Ashi and Denki have a date? Did I interrupt something? Hey! My eyes widened as a voice spoke from behind me. Not just any voice, but his voice. I turned around to see someone who should never be here. I'm glad you could make it, he said with a weak smile. The blonde sure looked nice. All dressed up. What are you doing here, Bakugo? I asked in a neutral tone. Oh, come on. I went through a lot of trouble getting him in here. Kaminari whined, walking in from behind Katsuki. He too was dressed nicely. What is the meaning of this? I hissed as I saw Shinso and Todoroki appear as well. You didn't tell him I was coming. Bakugo sighed, closing his eyes. What the hell, dunce face? You said he wanted to see me. Well, I lied, Kaminari shrugged with a nervous smile. Surprise? I scowled, ripping my mask off my face, my eyes glowing a bright emerald green. How dare you betray me like this? Ace, take Bakugo back outside this instant. After that, we're having a serious conversation. No, Shoto said with a stern look, taking me by surprise. He had never spoken against my direct demand before. You two will spend this evening together, whether you want to or not. We will be here to make sure everything goes according to plan. Now please go change. I huffed, crossing my arms as I turned around. Don't think you'll just get away with this. I have a whole evening to think of possible consequences, you know. Denki shuddered, making Katsuki shoot a worried glance. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. Oh no, you're not going anywhere, mister, Shinso hissed, making sure the blonde stayed put. We're getting punished no matter what, so you better sit this out. I chuckled a little as I walked into the changing room. They had a fancy outfit laid out for me and I sighed. Why did they put so much effort into this? As far as I knew, they still thought Kacchan cheated on me with Kirishima. Well, unless Kaminari knew something and told the others. Tonight is not the time to be thinking about that. I changed and walked back out, seeing Bakugo stand by the table, holding 2 glasses of what looked like champagne. We're a little too young to be drinking, don't you think? I smirked, taking the glass. It's sparkling raspberry juice in case you were wondering, he chuckled, clinking our glasses together. I should have known Mr. Number 1 hero wouldn't break the rules like that, I smiled, sipping from the glass. Tisich, what's that supposed to mean, Green Reaper? My smile faded and I put the glass on the table. Kacchan visibly swallowed hard, his grin vanishing as well. He shoved my chair from under the table, being a gentleman for once. Normally, he would never do things like this, but I guess this was a special occasion. Kaminari happily hopped to our table, grinning from ear to ear before coughing and getting serious again. Your first course, he smiled, pulling the lids from the plates on the table. It's a special kind of soup made by my amazing boyfriend. Family recipe. Enjoy. What? The eraser JRK makes this stuff too or something? Katsuki wondered aloud as I started eating. This is so good. I exclaimed, snapping my head back to the door. What the hell, Ashi? Why do you never make this for me, huh? Kacchan gave me a weird look as I turned back around, making me frown a little. What was it now? Wow. I've never actually heard you curse before, he breathed in slight shock before grinning. It's kinda hot. That statement made me blush, and I mentally cursed myself for still having that effect on me. Well, I guess you never truly knew me before, huh? And I understand if you've got questions. I will answer them as long as you keep this information between the two of us. It's a deal, he stated, eating from the soup as well. So, you knew your dad was gonna take over the school? No, it came as a surprise for me too. Apparently, it's a scheme to get rid of Dabi, I shrugged, making him cough violently. He is going to kill him? The blonde choked out, seeming genuinely worried. Not yet, I don't know, I muttered. Why do you care anyway? Dabi is a villain, always will be. Besides, didn't he kidnap you? Yeah. But he never actually touched me, so. Bakugo sighed, clenching his spoon. The flame brain is actually a decent teacher as well. I guess I grew attached to him or something like that. Well, guess you'll be happy to know then that he's under my protection, I smiled, clapping my hands together as I tilted my head. He's Show's older brother, and I don't let anyone touch the family of my members. Right. A villain with the moral high ground, the blonde muttered with a small grin. Hey, what's that supposed to mean, huh? I asked, playfully kicking him in the legs underneath the table. Don't attack me for telling the truth, he yelled, yet I could tell he wasn't serious. It's strange, really, how we're able to joke about such a serious matter like there isn't a single worry in the world. It's just, you still have morals. Strong morals even if I have to believe Dunce's face, Kacchan sighed, staring at his soup. It's not what you'd expect, you know? What? Just because society thinks I'm a villain, it has to mean I'm evil? I asked, quirking a brow. There are so many harmful stereotypes nowadays. Don't compare me to petty thieves, Kacchan. I have a goal, a purpose, and I will succeed. No matter what it takes. That's what makes me a so-called villain, because I'm willing to do what the heroes won't. We stared into each other's eyes for a few seconds, during which tension built between us. That was the biggest thing dividing us, the blood on my hands. He'd always seen me as this innocent broccoli, only to find out I'm an actual monster. Yes, I stated, taking a sip from my drink before turning away a little. But you must understand, there can be no change without drastic measures. I'm doing this for our future, Kacchan. A better world for everyone. He didn't say anything and avoided looking at me as we sat in silence. You still think I have morals, Kacchan? I asked with a dry laugh. I'm sure you had your reasons. There are always reasons. True, I shrugged. But still, can you live with the fact I'm a merciless killer while you strive to be the greatest hero you can be? I love you, Izuku, that will never change, Bakugo whispered, clenching his fists. And I really want to give us a second chance. But? I asked. I don't know if things will work out like they are now, he sighed, glancing at me. I mean, do you think this will work? That the two of us can be together while we're on different sides of society? I bit the inside of my cheek, staring down at my food before an idea shot into my mind. Let's see if Kacchan is Reaper-proof. I grinned, standing up, earning a confused gaze from the blonde. I let my eyes glow a bright emerald green, my hair taking on the same glow. Izuku? What are you doing? He asked, a little unsure as I slowly approached him. Boss? Kaminari shouted, a hint of fear in his voice. I held up my hand, signaling him not to interfere. Kacchan was frozen in place as I pushed him further into his chair. I smirked as I crawled into his lap, letting my fingers trace his face. I feel your heart racing, Kacchan, I whispered with a grin. Is it out of fear or perhaps something else? I let my fingers linger on his lips for a moment, my eyes studying his face in detail. Then I leaned in, closing the gap between us, taking control of the kiss. I slowly pulled back, ensuring he could see the intensity in my eyes. Kacchan was overwhelmed with feelings he had never experienced before. This is what you're signing up for, Kacchan. The full package, I breathed, my hands trailing over his shirt. Listen, I'm not complaining here. I've already taken my revenge on Kirishima and forgiven you somewhat, so it's all up to you. Can you let go of your dim ego for mine to take over? Can you love me with and without my mask? There was a small pause before Kacchan placed his hands over mine, holding them tightly. I'm at your mercy, Green Reaper. I blinked as I woke up, rubbing my eyes and groaning. I instantly recognized my surroundings and who I was with. A small smile crept onto my face as I looked at Izuku, the green sleeping beauty snoring lightly. Dinner had an unexpected ending, to say the least. I sighed, recalling how we had fed each other while discussing our relationship. Afterwards, he had led me to his personal bedroom to show me what I was in for. I gladly became SBMSSV to this little demon. Izuku hummed, slowly waking up. Morning, I whispered, running a hand through his hair. He smiled, leaning into my touch. Morning, Kacchan. After that he yawned and stretched his arms, rubbing his eyes. What time is it? Don't care, it's the weekend, I muttered, cuddling up with my boyfriend. His boyfriend? That thought made me so happy. Izuku turned around, reaching for something on the nightstand. Hitoshi, time, he demanded, making my eyes widen. Did those guys hear everything that happened here last night? 10:37, sir, the insomniac answered. I'll have Shoto bring you breakfast. Thanks, Izuku replied, rolling back into my hold. Do you always use them as your servants? I snorted, making him chuckle. Basically, he shrugged. Anyways, you should get going soon or Mitsuki will miss you. Teach, the old hag can wait. Besides, it's the weekend. Let me rephrase that, he stated. I have work and a lot of it. Gotta protect Toya, sabotage my father, stuff like that. Oh. Well, I'll see you around then. I asked, feeling a bit down. First breakfast, then goodbyes, Izuku grinned, pecking me on the lips. The bell rang as I helped Fuyumi and Grandma with breakfast. I frowned. Who needed anything from us on a Saturday morning? I'll take it, Natsu muttered from behind his books. No, you study, Fuyumi hissed, pointing at our brother. I'll get the door, Toya, you cut these. She handed me a banana for her fruit salad and disappeared into the hallway. I rolled my eyes, swiftly cutting the yellow fruit into pieces. After that, I started on the strawberries, wondering why Fuyumi wasn't back yet. Hey sis, who's at the door? I called out, getting no response. I locked eyes with Natsu, who looked just as concerned. Something was off. I slowly started walking toward the front door, knife in hand, when Toga appeared in the doorway, holding one of her blades. Hello, Dabi. Long time no see, she giggled. If she's here, that means. Yes, it has been a while indeed. Tamura, I hissed as the hand-covered figure walked into the room. Natsu stood up, ready to fight if necessary. I wouldn't try anything if I were you, the league leader chuckled, pointing out that Himiko was still holding on to my sister. What do you want? I snapped, placing the knife back on the counter. R is very angry at you, Dabi, since you betrayed us, Shigaraki explained, taking a few steps closer. Believe me, I am aware, I muttered, crossing my arms and glaring at him. You really wound those heroes around your finger, didn't you? Emster couldn't pull you from their grip at all, Shiggy sighed. So that means we'll have to switch to plan B. At that moment, armed individuals stormed the house, overwhelming us in seconds. The League had been expanding and rebuilding, all in silence. I stared wide-eyed as they tied up my family, throwing them together in a corner. I was bound as well, with Quirk erasing HNDCFFS. If you hurt them, I swear to God, Tamura, I growled, glaring at the maniac, who simply laughed at my attempt to intimidate him. I won't lay a finger on them. That is, if you comply. So that's how it is. They're going to do something reckless and need me to take the blame in the end. Great. I glanced aside at my sister, brother, and grandmother. They don't deserve to pay for all the mistakes I've made. 'Cause that's what I am, right? A mistake. At least that's what father always used to yell. That I was malfunctioning, born wrong. No, I'm not weak. I refuse to give in, to give these clowns the satisfaction of harming the ones I love right before my very eyes. And I know they won't hesitate to do just that if I refuse to help them. Therefore I sighed, letting out a deep breath. Alright, what do you want me to do? No. Fuyumi yelled. We can take care of ourselves. Don't let them ruin all your progress. Natsu added. I clenched my fists, glaring at them. Do they really not see they're in danger? Hell, even I'm not sure if I'll be dead within a week or not. Shut up. I hissed. Don't you have eyes? They've got us surrounded, bound by quirk erasure cuffs, and have the power to harm any of us on the spot. Screw the way society sees me, I'll happily sacrifice myself for you guys. It's what I've always done, isn't it? Oh, so heroic, Shigaraki laughed. Oh, shut your trap, I snapped. What are you up to now, huh? I take it the danger level is about the same as the camp invasion? So what kind of crazy plan are we pulling off this time? A heist, he smirked. What? A heist? That's so normal? I guess, in the eyes of villains, it's one of the most regular crimes. They don't really think that's going to put the League back on the map, right? There has to be something else. So what's so special about it? I asked, squinting my eyes a little. Well, it's not the kind of heist you're thinking about. A little more, spectacular if you will, Shigaraki grinned. Oh yes, it's going to be a shocking reveal. A giant pain in the butt, you mean, I groaned, hearing my cuffs cackling as I tried to lift my hands to rub my temple. This is going to be a long day. I anxiously walked toward school on Monday. You see, I have microphones within the Todoroki household. Well, in other places too, but those aren't important now. Shoto was furious, and I instantly put him on the localizing and rescuing of his family, who were held at a secret location so Toya would do their bidding. I knew exactly what Dad was planning and was kind of nervous to see it all play out. My eyes widened as I saw Kacchan waiting at the school gate. "Hey," the blonde said with a small smile as he saw me. "Hey Kacchan." I smiled, walking up to him. "What are you doing here? Classes are starting soon, and I thought 1A always walk together?" "I was waiting for you," he stated, taking my hand and pulling me with him inside. "You're my boyfriend again, aren't you?" "Yeah, I guess so," I said happily, smiling as he kissed me on the cheek. "So, how was your weekend? Not too many problems at work, I hope?" Katsuki asked with forced enthusiasm. I frowned a little, pulling my hand away from him. "You don't have to try and force yourself to accept it, Kacchan. I understand this will take some time to get used to," I sighed, looking at the ground. "Also, I don't know how to say this, but something. Well, big I guess is gonna go down soon, and I just wanted to warn you." "Hey Bakugo." Finally, "Where were you?" Siro shouted from the other side of the hallway, interrupting me. "Shut your demon trap." Katsuki yelled back, making me flinch a little. Kacchan, I really need to talk to you." "Is that Midoriya?" Ashido screamed, making all heads turn. Oh great. We were surrounded in mere seconds, and I tried my best not to explode right in their faces. Kacchan noticed and quickly made them back off. "Wait, the two of you are back together? Congrats guys." Jiraiya smiled. "Why yeah, thanks," I spoke with a weak smile. I should get going or I'm gonna be late for class so." "Alright, see you at lunch, Izu," Kacchan grinned, giving me a quick kiss before taking off with the rest of the hero course. He's really going for yes, isn't he? But he's also acting like nothing happened at all. He's still in denial. I sighed, making my way to 1C. Lunch came around soon enough, and I noticed Toya giving away cupcakes to the teachers. So-called thank you gifts for vouching for him and making it possible for him to stay. Aizawa-sensei was suspicious, I could tell. But don't trust those cupcakes. They're stuffed with quirk-erasing medication, sugar-coated by cake and sweetness. All part of the League's little plan. "Sup Midoriya?" Kirishima's happy voice pulled me out of thought. "You seem a little down today. Everything all right?" "Oh, yeah, everything is great," I exclaimed with a forced smile. "That reminds me. Kacchan and I are back together, so if you want, we could sit over at their table." "You what?" Kiri gasped with wide eyes. "You and Bakubro are back together? Oh my gosh, that's amazing news, Midoriya." I chuckled and rubbed the back of my head. "Yeah, I should have known he'd react like this. Thanks. I think it's great too," I smiled, seeing the table of 1A in the back of the canteen. I grabbed I's sleeve and pulled him with me, happily sitting down next to Bakugo. "Hi Kacchan." "Hey Izu," he grinned, pulling me in for a kiss. It made me blush, to say the least. What was that for?" "Just to remind you I love you," the blonde muttered, ruffling my hair. "Oh hey, you here too?" "My hair isn't that bad." Kirishima pouted, sitting down. "Yeah, I think it's really cute," Mina stated, making Kirishima blush. "Guys, come on. Kirishima doesn't like people teasing him about his hair," I pointed out. "I see the two of you made up as well?" "I'm a little surprised," Siro shrugged. "Midoriya forgave me. Isn't that awesome?" Ijiro grinned and started to eat. "You did?" Kacchan asked. "We wouldn't be together if I didn't," I smiled, elbowing him. That made him roll his eyes and chuckle, shaking his head a little. Suddenly, a cold aura surrounded us. I instantly knew my father was standing behind me, and my face straightened up while everyone else looked terrified. "Hi Dad, to what do we owe the pleasure?" I asked, not even looking around to face him. "Could I speak to you for a moment, son?" "It will only take a while," he spoke. I bit my lip and glanced at Kacchan, who seemed worried for my well-being. "I'll be fine. Be prepared to fight and defend," I quickly told him in a hushed whisper before kissing him and getting up. "Yeah, love you too," Katsuki muttered, but I could see in his eyes that he understood. Something was about to go down. Something big, something bad. "I see you and your boyfriend made up then?" My father chuckled as we walked through the canteen. "That's none of your business," I hissed, glaring at him as we left the area and were finally alone. "So what is this supposed to mean, huh? Bringing me to safety before your so-called League of Villains storms the place?" I was fuming, he could tell. Of course I was. He was about to harm everyone here after taking their quirks. He would target all students, no matter what they studied or which year they were in. The teachers would be a bonus, but he wasn't actually expecting all of them to die in this attack. Even without their powers, they'd be pretty hard to beat. They're pros after all. "Ah, so you know about it. That makes things a lot easier," he grinned, grabbing my arm and dragging me along. "Hey, let me go. What do you think you're doing?" I shouted, trying to pull free with all my strength. "This man is dangerous. He has a lot of quirks that can hold me. Ugh, this is so unfair." "Let the kid go, Midoriya," Aizawa-sensei hissed, his eyes glowing a bright red. Thank goodness he was here. Dad let me go with force, making me stumble back onto the ground. Now I saw Toya was also with Eraserhead, seemingly struggling with himself. He was working for my father, and if he asked, he'd have to fight Shoyuta. But I knew he didn't want to. He actually liked Aizawa, believe it or not. Dabi, my father hissed, snapping all attention towards the oldest Todoroki boy. I crawled up, staring with wide eyes, curious about how this scene would play out. I'm so sorry, Shoyuta, Toya choked out, suppressing his tears as he activated his quirk, firing at the teacher. What has he done to you? Is he manipulating you? Aizawa asked as he dodged the blows. Shut up and fight back. Toya cried out, almost landing a hit on Aizawa. What is he using to make you do this, Toya? Aizawa asked calmly while activating his quirk, disabling Todoroki for the time being. I knew exactly why he was doing this. Because father held his family hostage somewhere. I didn't get to stick around to see this fight unfold though, because dad dragged me with him through the halls towards the teacher's lounge. Let go of me. I yelled before he threw me onto the ground, right before he cuffed me with quirk erasing HNDCFFS. Not just any HNDCFFS either, these things were expensive. He wanted to be sure they could keep me contained. I frowned as he left me, locking the door and all windows, blocking off all possible escape routes. I huffed in annoyance. This was just absolutely frustrating. Deku didn't come back for the rest of lunch, and I knew something was up. I bet his dad was trying to get rid of Flame Brain or something and didn't want Izuku anywhere near it. But why did he warn me? Be ready to fight and defend. What does that even mean? Why would I be the one to be attacked? Bakugo? You seem kinda distracted. Everything okay? Jiraiya asked, quirking a brow. I don't trust the new principal, that's all, I grunted. What? But dude, he's Midoriya's father. I'm sure he won't harm his own son, Shiro pointed out. No, he won't, I sighed, looking back down at the table. Not Izuku. But what about everyone else in here? He doesn't care about us and you know it. Him being the new principal is all part of some bigger scheme that won't reveal itself until it's too late. I know him well enough to know he has something planned. Something I'm not gonna like. Oh come on Baku bro. Don't be such a pessimist all the time. Kirishima smiled. It's not because your boyfriend left that you can start acting like a JRK again, you know? Shut up. I hissed, almost losing my temper. Luckily, I remembered in time, letting my hand rest on his face for a second before pulling it away. Damn it. Yeah, I miss my quirk too. Ichiro pouted, looking away from me. Now I made him sad. Suddenly, the doors of the canteen burst open, Toya flying through the air and landing harshly on the ground. People gasped and shouted, and by the time Aizawa walked in, it was complete chaos. Everyone, please leave this area immediately. Eraser called out as Toya crawled back up, blue flames surrounding him. I don't want to do this, Shoyuta. But you leave me no other choice, Todoroki growled. What the hell has gotten into the two of you? Midnight screamed, stepping between them. Move it, Namuri, Toya hissed. I don't want to hurt you. Then don't. What's wrong with you? Midnight replied, now standing with Eraserhead. You don't understand. I have to do this. Todoroki yelled, tears in his eyes. Something is very wrong. Is this what Deku warned me about? Is his father behind this? I frowned, pulling Kirishima behind me. He should stay clear of action now that his defense is reduced to 0. We need to get out of here, Yayorozu stated. Everybody move out in an orderly fashion. Ida yelled, moving his arms around like a stiff robot. Of course, nobody paid attention to orderly fashion. Everyone just stormed out, running for their lives. I found it strange the alarms hadn't been triggered yet, but then again, the principal was behind this whole mess to start with. Turned around to make sure Kiri was following and saw Midnight pull the fabric of her costume apart to release her quirk. Only, nothing happened? What? Present Mike tried to scream, but nothing came out. My eyes widened. Of course, they've been planning this and must have given the teachers quirk erasure drags without them knowing. Suddenly, all windows and doors got blocked. Ultimate lockdown. Oh, so the alarms were triggered after all. Not so fast, heroes. My body froze at that voice, remembering it clearly. I tried to control myself, tried to stop shaking in anger, disgust, and fear. Shigaraki Tamura. In a matter of minutes, everyone was handcuffed with quirk eraser cuffs. It was hard to fight when everyone was standing so closely together, so they got to us quickly. After that, they dragged us to the big hall in the back of the building and threw us on the ground. There was some shuffling as people tried to get comfortable and some hushed whispers of panic and fear. Pissed. Bakugo, a voice whispered from behind me, making my eyes widen. No way. I breathed. Don't tell me D.K.U is involved in this mess too? Kaminari grinned, now shuffling next to me. Relax, dude. I sneaked in with Shinso under orders to save you. I glanced down at the cuffs around his wrists, the same as my own, and looked back up with a skeptical look. They're fakes, he deadpanned before zapping mine, causing them to short-circuit. So is Icy Hot here as well, or did the gang split up? I grunted, moving around to make sure no one was watching. He'll be here later on, don't worry, Denki grinned. He just has some, other business to attend to at the moment. Yeah, let's keep it at that. I frowned but didn't have time to react as the rest of the Baku squad started to notice his presence. Kaminari, a voice hissed, her eyes wide. This instantly pulled the attention of all the others around us, making me roll my eyes. Shut your trap, or do you want the whole school to know he's here? I hissed in a hushed manner, glaring at her. I'm here to help, Pikachu added with a small smile. All for One is planning on attacking all students in the school, and when the Reaper caught wind of it he went totally ballistic. AFO used Toya to make the teachers weak and defenseless, and now the League is slowly taking control of the school. Or at least, that's what they think. Denki grinned as he started zapping everyone's cuffs, setting them free. Keep it on the down low, though, we don't want an uproar, he muttered while unlocking Kirishima. Oh yeah, I've got something for you, the blonde smiled, pulling out a strange-looking vial from his pocket. A little something to help everyone in the fight that's about to break loose. Here. What is this? Iger asked, eyeing the bottle. I don't trust it, Siro muttered. It's your quirk, Kaminari answered Kirishima, making us all look at him in surprise. Izuku is giving him his quirk back. My quirk? He breathed in utter shock. This meant he could still be a hero. That his future wasn't as shattered as everyone thought it was. I've got orders to make sure you take it, bro, Denki grinned. Reaper thinks you've learned your lesson and won't double-cross us again. Oh yeah, if you do, he'll take it away permanently, I had to mention that as well. You're not seriously thinking about taking that, are you? Siro asked. Dude, for all we know, it could be poison. Yeah, because it would really help their case to harm a quirkless, I grunted. So you think it's the real deal? Siro asked in surprise. Oh, it is, Kaminari stated, suddenly freezing up and pressing against his ear. It was then I noticed he was wearing a hidden earpiece. He must be communicating with the others. All right, got it, he whispered, looking straight at me now. Ace is on his way, I need to meet back up with Commander. Be ready to fight like your life depends on it, because it does. With that, he crawled back into the mass, giving small shocks along the way to disable as many bracelets as he could. I turned back to Kiri, who was staring at the vial in hesitation. Take it, I urged, making him look up at me. What makes you so sure you can trust him? He's part of the D.K.U now, Siro pointed out. Because I know, okay? Believe it or not, I've seen him around after the whole villain thing, and he helped me get back together with Izuku, so. I muttered the last part, looking away from their prying gazes. Only thing I'm saying is that Pikachu is still one of my idiots, and therefore I trust him. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were part of the D.K.U too, Ponytail pointed out, having listened to the conversation as well. Believe me, I'm not. I'm just trying to let everyone survive this whole ordeal, I grunted, looking back at Kirishima. This is your chance to be a hero again, take it already. If you think this is it, then I believe it, Kiri nodded. I trust you with my life after all. With that, he opened the vial and drank it all in an instant, everyone watching him closely. I don't feel any different, but the moment he said that, his body started convulsing and he fell, shaking on the ground. Panic washed over all of us except for Kiri. Blood Freak pulled back, seeing she only made a cut in his clothing and not his skin. She pouted and started whining again. Hey, no fair. Don't use tricks on me. I stabbed you. I know I did. Yeah, you did, he stated, smiling a little while standing up, breaking his cuffs while hardening his skin. I grinned, getting up as well, taking off my HNDCFFS, letting explosions spark in my palms. We're taking back our school. At that moment, Kirishima punched her in the face, sending her flying into the wall. Who? I'm back, he cheered, slamming his hardened fists together. After that, he smiled like he had just won a prize. I rolled my eyes at that, seeing we were quickly surrounded. Luckily, most people were already free of their bounds, and those who weren't were being freed by others. The enemy quirks were powerful, but we managed. That was until the doors burst open, sending a body flying inside and crashing into the wall. My whole body froze and my heart sank. I would recognize that green hair anywhere. My eyes widened, and I dropped everything just to propel myself towards him. His father was standing in the doorway, his hands smoking from the impact. All fighting stopped as Deku hit the wall, and everyone stared as I dropped to my knees next to him, checking over his injuries. Miraculously, he was fine. But then again, he wasn't really quirkless. I looked back, scowling at the man who called himself All for One, who dared to call himself Izuku's father. I wanted you to join me, son. But if you won't, I'm afraid the Green Reaper must die. His voice cut through the silence, almost making me flinch. Before I could react, however, a hand was placed on my arm, turning me back around. Deku was looking straight at me, a serious expression on his face. Get everyone out of here, was all he said when standing back up, his eyes glowing a dangerous dark green. Gasps were heard, and I mentally cursed. His father just outed him as the Green Reaper in front of the whole student body. His cover was blown. I slowly stood up, taking a few steps back while trying to keep my breathing even. Everyone stared wide-eyed as Midoriya got engulfed in a green glow, his eyes and hair shining a bright emerald green. We should get back, I breathed as I returned to the others. You knew, Jura hissed, and I slammed a hand in front of her mouth. We need to get out of here, I repeated, not denying her statement. Come on. I sneaked my way into the storage building, making sure not to be seen. Midoriya sent me in alone because he needed every member with him. I fully understood his decision and was flattered by his trust in my ability. I took a deep breath, cooling down the air around me as I exhaled. I noticed my opponents caught the small warning and smiled slightly. Time to make my move. With one swift motion, everything around me froze. I knew my siblings were cold-resistant due to their quirks, and my grandmother had a heat quirk, so she should be fine too. Hopefully, the enemy didn't have many who could counter my quirk, allowing me to get them out of here quickly. As expected, I was able to cover ground swiftly since no one could lift a finger against me. Occasionally, a gun was fired, but I easily dodged, their reaction time slowed. Shoto! Fuyumi! I smiled and ran toward my sister, who was trapped in what seemed like a glass cage. It's thermoproof, she explained as I tried to open it. No difference in temperature will open it, believe me, I've tried. Where are the others? I asked, glancing around. Nobody else was here, just a few more frozen guards. I don't know, we were separated almost instantly, she replied as I grabbed a large metal pipe. Shoto? What are you planning? Just stand back, I ordered before swinging the weapon against the glass, creating a large crack. A few more swings would do. And I thought Toya was the deranged one, she muttered as the glass shattered, and I helped her out. Offense taken, I said neutrally while she dusted herself off. After that, she punched me in the gut, making me double over. What was that for? That's for turning into a villain, she said sternly. Seriously, Shoto, what is wrong with you? Even after Toya returned home with so many regrets, you still go out there with the Green Reaper of all people. The Green Reaper saved me. He saved us all, Fuyumi. I hissed, glaring at her with tears in my eyes. He gave me a chance. He was so gentle and caring, so much more than father ever was. It's because of him that father is in prison, remember that. She stared at me in silence before I turned around and started walking. Come on, we have to find Natsu and Grandma and get out of here. The Reaper is expecting me. Expecting you for what? Fuyumi asked, a little skeptical now that she was out of her daze. All for One is planning on attacking everyone at you. We're going to stop it, I stated, turning back to face her. Well, why didn't you say so? Let's go, she smiled, pulling me along. I chuckled a little and started running after her. That's all it took to convince you, huh? Toya teaches there, you know, and we Todorokis always stick together, no matter what. Never forget it, she yelled, turning a corner. Ah yes, our old sibling pact we made when we were kids. I shook my head before rushing after her. I'm glad nothing seems to have changed in my absence. I was able to free myself from my bounds by using my surroundings. Unfortunately, it also triggered an alarm, causing my dad to be updated instantly. We didn't talk when we faced each other, it was instantly a battle. He knew I refused his command and that I would never bow down to his will as long as I had my own. One thing led to another, and before I realized it, I was slammed against the wall of the big hall. I heard footsteps coming closer and panicked breathing over me as someone checked for my pulse. Kacchan. I opened my eyes, seeing almost every student gathered here. This must be where the League was planning to dispose of them. Everyone looked at my father as he spoke. I wanted you to join me, son. But if you won't, I'm afraid the Green Reaper must die. So that's how it is, huh? I don't join him, so he'll destroy me? If he can't have me, no one can? I grabbed Katsuki's arm, making his gaze focus on me again. Get everyone out of here. Things are about to get messy. With that, I stood up, glaring at the man who had the audacity to call me his son. My eyes glowed a dangerous emerald green, the glow of my quirks surrounding my body. People gasped and backed away in fear. All this time, their greatest enemy had walked among them, and they had no idea. How scared they must be. Kacchan slowly stood up, backing away towards his friends, no sudden movements. He'd never really seen me fight before, so this would be a first. I wasn't sure how our relationship would evolve from here on out, though. You really think you can kill me, old man? I asked with a small grin. I mean, you are hundreds of years old by now, aren't you, all for one? So this is how we're going to play it, is it? My father asked, taking a few steps forward. I tilted my neck, cracking it. Oh, you have no idea how much I've been wanting to do this. I breathed, letting a glow engulf my hands before the ceiling came crashing down on him, wrapping him in a mess of wires and debris, squeezing him together. With that distraction, I blew a hole in the wall, leading outside. Kacchan took the hint and started leading everyone out. So it was you all along, huh? I turned, seeing Aizawa-sensei, his eyes glowing a bright red. Yet his gaze wasn't focused on me, but on Dabi, who was standing on the other side of the room. He isn't doing this because he's on their side. Father took his family hostage, I stated as we stood back to back. I have Shoto on it, he should be here any minute now. I can't believe I actually fell for your act, he muttered. Don't worry about it, I shrugged, my eyes focused on father as he broke free of my trap. Damn it. He charged at me full force, which I barely evaded since I had to pull Shoyuta with me. Temporary truce? I asked with a chuckle. At that moment, father attacked again, but this time I couldn't react in time. Instead, a giant ice wall was put between us, shattering in seconds. I grinned, looking aside to see the Todorokis standing in the opening I made. Shoto had his hands outstretched, transformed into his more powerful form. Next to him stood both his brother and sister, also with their hands stretched out. Looks like we came just in time, Ace smirked. Toya smiled, sighing in relief, letting his flames die out before sinking down onto the floor. Oh thank God, he whispered, closing his eyes, letting a tear escape. Thanks, Ace. Perfect timing as always. I smiled, waving at them. I saw Blackout and Commander helping with the evacuation. They'll be here once everyone is safe. Others have put up a perimeter around the school and are helping the police and heroes evacuate the surrounding area, he reported as he walked up to me. Aizawa had already made his way toward Toya, as had the other Todorokis. We brought grandmother to safety before coming here, Shoto pointed out, taking his place at my side. Now, let me assist you, Green Reaper. But of course, I smirked, looking back at all for one. 2 against 1? Not really fair now, is it? He asked. Villains don't play nice, I grinned, the green glow intensifying as we attacked. Shoto got knocked back almost instantly, just as I expected. It was only me and him now. The sheer force of our impact blew away half of the school building. Luckily, everyone was evacuated by now. We should try and find shelter. Come on, Sho, Toya said, quickly helping his brother up and following his other siblings away from the fighting. I felt the piercing eyes of Eraserhead on my back for a few more seconds before he too took off. He's a smart man. He knows when he can win and when he has to flee. In my distraction, Father was able to grab me and throw me all the way over to the dorms, my body crashing into one of the buildings. I groaned, feeling my arm bleed. Oh, just great. I used my quirk to make the rubble float around me in a small tornado, protecting me from potential hits while also creating a great offense since I could use the debris to attack him at high speed. While he tried to reach me and land a direct hit, I kept him at a distance where my attacks were most effective. It was an epic battle, like the ones I'd always watched as a child. Never would I have imagined that I would grow up to be in one. It was an absolute dream come true. To be in the same league as All Might. It was an honor. Ugh, I muttered, seeing the green flashes of light near the dorms as we evacuated. Suddenly, I was grabbed and pushed against the wall of a random building near the school, an angry Kirishima glaring at me. You knew, damn it, he hissed. Before I had the chance to resist or explain, Ciro taped me to the wall. You're with them, aren't you? He growled. He's not. They turned around to see the insomniac in all his glory. You must be really stupid to think Mr. Number 1 hero would ever want to be one of us, he continued, walking up to us with a small smirk. He discovered us together with all of you, but he did sniff out Izuku at the license exam. You've known since the exam? And still, you wanted him back? Kirishima asked in shock. You knew he was the Reaper. Yet still you went after him. What the hell is wrong with you? It's called love, dummy. Kaminari smiled as he jumped off a rooftop in the middle of the group. Sorry I'm late. Had to make sure everyone got out in one piece, he explained while freeing me from the tape. Oh, and I saw Ace got here as well. His siblings are safe. Good, Shinso smiled, pecking his boyfriend on the cheek. Wait, all for one had his siblings? That explains why Toya went mental all of a sudden. Mina gasped. Yeah, no kidding, I spat out, glancing back at the fight. Don't worry dude, the boss has got this, Denki grinned, slamming me on the back. I glared at him, making him yelp and hide behind his boyfriend. I'm gonna round up the others, he squeaked before running off. Shinso rolled his eyes, crossing his arms. Listen, it's because of D.K.U that everyone got out safely. Even the heroes agreed to a temporary truce, so I don't want any of you complaining about it, he pointed out. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to help my boyfriend. So, Izuku really is the Reaper, huh? Jiraiya asked out loud. That's a lot to take in. Yeah, I know, I breathed, still watching the green flashes and distant destruction. Damn it, Izuku. Just finish him off already. You're the killer of All Might for crying out loud. You're rooting for him, aren't you? Momo asked, seeing my expression. You'd be a fool not to. At least he wasn't out to kill us, I muttered. True. And he is your boyfriend, she added with a small smile. And he is my boyfriend, I confirmed with a smug grin. I don't understand what you're so happy about. He's the Green Reaper. Ciro hissed, pulling at his hair. About that, we all turned around to see Aizawa-sensei and the Todorokis standing there. I'm gonna need you to tell me everything you know. This guy is giving me nothing. The black ray of sunshine finished, pointing at Shoto. What did you expect? The Halfa asked, quirked a brow. Now if you'll excuse me. Oi, not so fast baby bro, Toya spoke, grabbing him by the collar. With one movement, he pulled Shoto into a hug. Thanks for saving our family. Of course, we Todorokis stand by each other, remember? He chuckled. Ah, see you still remember our pact, eh? Toya laughed, ruffling his hair. Sure do. Anyways, I should get going. Things are about to get really messy out here, the Halfa said with a wink before running off. Take care. But he really changed under the Reaper, didn't he? I muttered. Same goes for you, Toya pointed out with a smile. Anyways, congrats. Heard you and Midoriya are back together. Why doesn't it surprise me you knew about all of this as well? Eraserhead groaned, slamming a hand to his face. That's nothing you can prove, Shoyuda, Toya grinned, chuckling. Anyways, we should get going. Sho was right, you know? Things are about to get ugly. Flame Brain pointed out into the sky, where Izuku was floating, a bright emerald light surrounding his body. W-a dash? He's going to end it. His finishing move, Toya whispered, getting serious. He will self-destruct. At that moment, a strong pulse shot from Izuku, followed by another and another, each one stronger than the last. Cracks started to appear in his body, green light escaping from them. Is this really it? Is he really going to sacrifice himself to take down all for one? Without meaning to, tears streamed down my face. No, he can't die. He can't. Kirishima held me back, knowing I wouldn't have any control and would run right in. We need to get moving, Aizawa instructed, starting to gather everyone up and push them away from the fighting. No, I'm not leaving. No way. I hissed, struggling in Kiri's hold. I'm not leaving him. Bakugo, he hissed, glaring at me with his intense red eyes. It's against being a hero to root for a villain, let alone have a romantic relationship with him. I'm giving you your final warning. Stay and the Hero Federation won't lift its eyes off of you ever again. Tears filled my eyes as I saw the cracks in Izuku's skin widen, all for one doing everything in his power to stop his son before he detonated. But it was too late. A bright green flash covered the area, making everyone blind for about a minute. When my vision returned, all that was left was ash. The school was completely destroyed, along with everything in it, including my precious Izuku. Slowly, feeling returned to my fingers. After that, a tingling sensation spread through my body. I wanted to speak, but my lips wouldn't move. I wanted to lift my hand, yet my body was unresponsive. Beeping filled my ears, and hushed voices came from the background. He's waking up, update the captain right away. I faintly recognized a voice before falling into unconsciousness again. What seemed like a few minutes later, my senses came back to me. We need to tell him about this, Hitoshi, he has the right to know. We can't. Did you forget the Hero Federation has their eyes on him permanently? No communication, captain's orders. Everything fell into silence again before alarm bells rang loudly. Suddenly, a very familiar voice broke through the chaos. Deku, please, please. I know you can hear me. A hand grabbed mine, holding on tightly. Bakugo, leave here at once, another voice yelled. Men, take him away. Make sure no one sees him. Understood, Captain. All that yelling, all that shouting. I just wanted it to stop. 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 It was barely a whisper, but it was enough to be heard. The noise ceased, just as I requested, and I felt a million eyes burning into me. Izuku? Izuku, please talk to me. Kacchan. That's Kacchan's voice. K.K.Chan. I breathed out hoarsely, forcing my eyes open. There he was, the ash blonde. He seemed older, his ruby eyes glistening with tears. Midoriya. Another voice whispered in shock. I tilted my head slightly, seeing Shoto standing in his ace form. He also seemed older, just a little different. It's all right, I'm here now, Kacchan spoke, pulling my gaze back to him. He held my hand gently. I'm here. Everything is fine. That expression. It looked so familiar. Then I remembered. He held that very same expression back then. Back when did I win? I choked out, making him cry even harder, a smile breaking through. That's really the first thing on your mind after waking up, huh? Did you win? Of course you won, you nerd. Nobody can ever defeat the Green Reaper, right? I smiled a little at that, forcing out a weak chuckle. Shoto interrupted our moment. Katsuki, I'm going to have to ask you to leave, he stated. We need to run some tests to see if everything is all right, and you need to get out before the Hero Federation. I don't care what the Federation thinks of me, okay? I don't care if they take my hero license away or even throw me in jail. I'm staying right here, you understand half and half? Very well, he sighed, giving me one last smile before shooing everyone out of the room, giving us some privacy. What happened? I asked, confused. How long was I out? When did Kacchan get his license? A lot happened when you were out, Izu, he whispered, looking down a bit. You were asleep for a very long time. He broke off his own sentence, seemingly having a hard time putting this into words. It was so hard to be without you. But somehow we managed. And now you're back. You're finally back. He wiped his tears away, laughing at the thought alone. Kacchan, how long? I asked, making him freeze up. He bit his lip, glancing at me before looking away again. 5 years. Shoto was crying in his room, laying on his bed with a pillow pressed onto his chest. His father's training was too rough, it was too much. How long had he been enduring this? He was already 8 years old, wondering how he made it this far without going insane. Hey Shoto, are you okay? A taller boy peeked through the door, quickly closing it behind him. It was Natsu, his older brother. He wasn't supposed to be here. What if their father caught them? Hey, it's okay, he whispered, hugging his younger brother. What did he do this time? Ichi took all of my toys away. Shoto sobbed. Natsu sighed, frowning a little as he hugged Shoto. In the past, their oldest brother, Toya, would comfort him. But now, Natsu shook his head, not wanting to think about what happened to Toya or why he needed to stay with their grandmother for the week. Their father was too harsh on them. Oh, I know what will make you feel better. Natsu smiled, pulling away from the hug. It's a little secret Toya taught me. Come on, follow me. The two of them sneaked past the training room, where Endeavor was raging, using his fire to scorch the walls. Natsu cringed a bit as they walked by, quickly pulling Shoto away. Soon they arrived at their destination, the home computer. Natsu grabbed a card out of their father's wallet and handed it to Shoto. This is Dad's credit card. You can order all the toys you like with this. Ah, really? Shoto gasped, carefully taking the card. Wouldn't they get in trouble if he used it? Quickly, what toys do you want? Let's look it up on the computer. Natsu grinned, pulling an extra chair towards the screen. I want cars. Shoto smiled, staring at the screen as Natsu typed. Make them pretty and fast. Oh, that one. This one? You've got taste, little bro, but this isn't. Natsu started, only to be interrupted by Fuyumi, who called out for him. I need to go, be quick, okay? Dad can't see it, Natsu stated, hopping off his chair and running towards their sister's room. Shoto didn't know what his brother was going to say about the car he liked. But he did say he liked it, didn't he? Shoto smiled, ordering it as he typed in the numbers from the credit card. He did this a few more times on other cars he liked, quickly shutting off the computer as he heard his father come near, scrambling back towards his room by detour. Everyone kind of forgot about it after that day, not thinking much of it. That was until a few months later, when there was suddenly a giant bill and 5 new designer cars in their parking lot. Endeavor was furious, but the company wasn't taking them back since they were paid for with his credit card. Toya made sure neither of his siblings were close to their father during his angry phone call with the company or the raging aftermath. The oldest Todoroki's son looked down upon his siblings with a small frown. Okay, which one of you was it? I know one of you used his card. Natsu. Fuyumi gasped, hitting her brother on the arm. Hey. It wasn't me, I swear. All eyes then fell on Shoto, who was standing by the window from where he could see the brand new cars. Wait, Shoto? No way, Toya muttered to himself in disbelief. Look, Natsu, my toys are here. They're so big, the halfa gasped, smiling a bit. Fuyumi instantly started lecturing her brother while Toya made his way over to the youngest of the pack, laughing. So you ordered these? He asked, making the little one nod. Oh God, Shoto, who knew you had it in you to rebel? The redhead chuckled, pulling his brother into a side hug and ruffling his dual-colored hair. Nice one, baby bro. Endeavor had broken some appliances in the kitchen during another one of his fits, which is why his children were washing the dishes by hand. Fuyumi was washing, Natsu dried, and Toya put everything back on the shelves. Shoto was reading in the living room, something about quirk balance that he had to read for their dad. Dad said we need to make dinner ourselves tonight. He's working late, Fuyumi said. I can go shopping, Toya offered. No, I'll go, Natsu said, pausing for a moment. I want to get out of the house. Dad gave me the money, so I'm going. I leave it to you to try and fix the stove, Fuyumi stated, pointing at the broken device. Yeah, Endeavor really did a number on that thing. You really believe that thing can be fixed? Toya asked, a little skeptical. I'm sure you'll figure something out. Now, I'll be going. Don't break the house down while I'm gone, she smiled, hopping down the small stairs to reach the sink. And so she left, leaving her brothers alone. Shoto closed his book, knowing his brothers wouldn't tell on him if Dad asked if he'd been reading all the time. When he walked into the kitchen, he saw the 2 older males putting the remaining plates and cups back in the cabinets. The fridge seems to be dying out too. Shame, we still had bacon, but that'll just go bad now that we can't cook it, Natsu pouted. We also have eggs. Bacon and eggs for dinner? Toya suggested. But Fuyumi is, Shoto muttered, only to be interrupted. And how are you going to do that? We don't even have a working fire, Natsu pointed out, making Shoto's eyes widen. He slowly grabbed the package of bacon from the table as his older brothers started arguing. Quietly, without being heard, he ripped it open and pulled up his sleeve. Carefully, he placed a piece on his arm, a sizzling sound filling the air as the flames of his quirk liked the raw flesh. Both Natsu and Toya stopped talking, staring dumbfounded at their baby brother. Shoto. What are you doing? Natsu asked slowly. Making bacon, he replied happily, showing them his arm. Dude. I think we found the solution to our problems. Toya grinned, pulling off his shirt. Come on, hand me the eggs. About half an hour later, Fuyumi returned from the shop with things they could eat cold, knowing her. Brothers wouldn't be able to fix the stove even if they wanted to. Yet she didn't expect to walk into her home with the room smelling like bacon and eggs. I'm back, she yelled, curiously making her way over to the kitchen, only to see both Shoto and Toya in their underwear on the floor, bacon and eggs cooking on their skin as Natsu flipped them onto a plate when they were done. They all stared in silence at each other for a while as Fuyumi slowly put her bag down. What are you doing? She asked, unsure whether she was prepared for the answer. We're improvising, Natsu shrugged. You want some bacon and eggs for dinner or not? Get up. Endeavor roared, kicking his oldest son away again. Toya's frame hit the wall, and he curled in on himself even further. Tears streamed down his face as blue flames licked his skin, burning him. He just wanted the pain to stop. Normally, his mother would intervene, but she'd been living somewhere else ever since his youngest brother Shoto got that scar over his eye. Sometimes one of his siblings would come between them, but they were all at school right now. There was nobody left to save him. Pippy's dead. Please, stop. He sobbed, trying to control his quirk but failing. His flames only grew stronger, only hurting more. He just wanted the pain to stop. You're pathetic. You are a malfunctioning human being. Like this, you can never be a hero. Then I won't be a hero. Stand up. No. I said stand up. You useless piece of trash. Endeavor roared, kicking his son again. The flames grew brighter and larger, keeping Endeavor away from him for the time being. Yet it hurt. It hurt so much. Toya cried out, screaming as his quirk exploded, lighting everything around him on fire. Luckily the room was fireproof, but still. It was enough to knock Endeavor out. But Toya's skin felt like it was burning. Trembling, he got to his feet. Everything hurt. Moving hurt, breathing hurt, keeping his eyes open hurt. But he had a clear goal in mind. Stumbling and crying, he made his way past his father and out of the house through the back door. He had taken some burn cream and bandages from the cabinets and left the hell he was raised in, regretting not being able to say anything to his siblings. When Endeavor woke up, all that was left was a pile of Toya's ashes and some missing bandages, leading him to think his son was still alive. Yet he never told his children that. Toya was gone now, a stain on the Todoroki name. Luckily, he still had Shoto to fall back on. He would make sure that his youngest son would carry on their genes and become the #1 hero.